The Crown of Wild Olives, 3 lectures on work, traffic and war. Pg 5. Preface. 20 years ago, there was no lovelier piece of lowland scenery in South England, nor any more pathetic in the world, by its expression of sweet human character and life, than that immediately bordering on the sources of the Wandle, and including the lower moors of Addington, and the villages of Beddington and Carshalton. With all their pools and streams, no clearer or diviner waters ever sang with constant lips of the hand, which giveth rain from heaven, no pastures ever lightened in springtime with more passionate blossoming, no sweeter homes ever hallowed the heart of the passer-by with their pride of peaceful gladness fain hidden yet full confessed. The place remains, or until a few months ago, remained, nearly unchanged in its larger features, but with deliberate mind I say that I have never seen anything so ghastly in its inner tragic meaning, not in Pisson Mermanot by Campagnatum, not by the sandiles of the Torcellan shore, as the slow stealing of aspects of reckless, indolent, animal neglect over the delicate sweetness of that English scene. Nor is any blasphemy or impiety, any frantic saying, or godless thought more appalling to me, using the best power of judgment I have to discern its sense and scope, than the insolent defilings of those springs by the human herds that drink of them. Just where the welling of stainless water, trembling and pure like a body of light, enters the pool of Carshalton, cutting itself a radiant channel down to the gravel, through warp of feathery weeds, all waving, which it traverses with its deep threads of clearness, like the chalcedony in Mossagate, starred here and there with white grenouillette, just in the very rush and murmur of the first spreading currents. The human Pg6 wretches of the place cast their street and house foulness, heaps of dust and slime and broken shreds of old metal, and rags of putrid clothes, they having neither energy to cart it away, nor decency enough to dig it into the ground, thus shed into the stream, to diffuse what venom of it will float and melt, far away, in all places where God meant those waters to bring joy and health. And in a little pool behind some houses farther in the village, where another spring rises, the shattered stones of the well, and of the little fretted channel which was long ago built and traced for it by gentler hands, lie scattered, each from each under a ragged bank of mortar and scoria, and bricklayers refuse on one side which the clean water nevertheless chastises to purity, but it cannot conquer the dead earth beyond, and there, circled and coiled under festering scum, the stagnant edge of the pool effaces itself into a slope of black slime, the accumulation of indolent years. 6 men with one day's work could cleanse those pools, and trim the flowers about their banks, and make every breath of summer air above them rich with cool balm, and every glittering wave medicinal, as if it ran, troubled of angels, from the porch of Bethesda. But that day's work is never given, nor will be, nor will any joy be possible to heart of man, for evermore about those wells of English waters. When I last left them, I walked up slowly through the back streets of Croydon, from the old church to the hospital, and just on the left, before coming up to the crossing of the High Street, there was a new public house built. And the front of it was built in so wise manner that a recess of 2 feet was left below its front windows, between them and the street pavement a recess too narrow for any possible use, for even if it had been occupied by a seat, as in old time it might have been, everybody walking along the street would have fallen over the legs of the reposing wayfarers. But by way of making this 2 feet depth of freehold land more expressive of the dignity of an establishment for the sale of spirituous liquors, it was fenced from the pavement by an imposing iron railing, having 4 or 5 spearheads to the yard of it, and 6 feet high, containing as much iron and ironwork, indeed Pg7 as could well be put into the space, and by this stately arrangement, the little piece of dead ground within, between wall and street, became a protective receptacle of refuse, cigar ends and oyster shells, and the like, such as an open-handed English street populace habitually scatters from its presence, and was thus left unsweepable by any ordinary methods. Now the iron bars which, uselessly or in great degree worse than uselessly, enclosed this bit of ground and made it pestilent, represented a quantity of work which would have cleansed the Carshalton pools 3 times over of work, partly cramped and deadly in the mine, partly fierce and exhaustive at the furnace, partly foolish and sedentary of ill-taught students making bad designs, work from the beginning to the last fruits of it, and in all the branches of it, venomous, deathful, and miserable. Now, how did it come to pass that this work was done instead of the other, that the strength and life of the English operative was spent in defiling ground, instead of redeeming it, and in producing an entirely in that place valueless piece of metal, which can neither be eaten nor breathed, instead of medicinal fresh air and pure water. There is but one reason for it, and at present a conclusive one, that the capitalist can charge percentage on the work pg8 in the one case, and cannot in the other. If having certain funds for supporting labour at my disposal, I pay men merely to keep my ground in order, my money is in that function spent once for all. But if I pay them to dig iron out of my ground and work it and sell it, I can charge rent for the ground, and percentage both on the manufacture and the sale, and make my capital profitable in these three byways. The greater part of the profitable investment of capital in the present day is in operations of this kind, in which the public is persuaded to buy something of no use to it, on production or sale of which the capitalist may charge percentage, the said public remaining all the while under the persuasion that the percentages thus obtained are real national gains, whereas they are merely filchings out of partially light pockets to swell heavy ones. Thus the Croydon publican buys the iron railing to make himself more conspicuous to drunkards. The public-house keeper on the other side of the way presently buys another railing to outrail him with. Both are, as to their relative attractiveness to customers of taste, just where they were before, but they have lost the price of the railings, which they must either themselves finally lose, or make their aforesaid customers of taste pay by raising the price of their beer or adulterating it. Either the publicans or their customers are thus poorer by precisely what the capitalist has gained, and the value of the work itself, meantime, has been lost to the nation, the iron bars in that form and place being wholly useless. It is this mode of taxation of the poor by the rich which is referred to in the text page 31, in comparing the modern acquisitive power of capital with that of the lance and sword, the only difference being that the levy of blackmail in old times was by force, and is now by cozening. The old rider and reaver frankly quartered himself on the publican for the night. The modern one merely makes his lance into an iron spike, and persuades his host to buy it. One comes as an open robber, the other as a cheating peddler, but the result, to the injured person's pocket, is absolutely the same. Of course many useful industries mingle with and disguise the useless ones, and pg9 in the habits of energy aroused by the struggle, there is a certain direct good. It is far better to spend £4,000 in making a good gun, and then to blow it to pieces, than to pass life in idleness. Only do not let it be called political economy. There is also a confused notion in the minds of many persons that the gathering of the property of the poor into the hands of the rich does no ultimate harm, since in whosesoever hands it may be, it must be spent at last, and thus, they think, return to the poor again. This fallacy has been again and again exposed, but grant the plea true, and the same apology may, of course, be made for blackmail or any other form of robbery. It might be, though practically it never is as advantageous for the nation that the robber should have the spending of the money he extorts, as that the person robbed should have spent it. But this is no excuse for the theft. If I were to put a turnpike on the road where it passes my own gate, and endeavour to exact a shilling from every passenger, the public would soon do away with my gate, without listening to any plea on my part that it was as advantageous to them, in the end, that I should spend their shillings as that they themselves should. But if, instead of outfacing them with a turnpike, I can only persuade them to come in and buy stones, or old iron, or any other useless thing, out of my ground, I may rob them to the same extent, and be, moreover, thanked as a public benefactor and promoter of commercial prosperity. And this main question for the poor of England, for the poor of all countries, is wholly omitted in every common treatise on the subject of wealth. Even by the labourers themselves, the operation of capital is regarded only in its effect on their immediate interests, never in the far more terrific power of its appointment of the kind and the object of labour. It matters little, ultimately, how much a labourer is paid for making anything, but it matters fearfully what the thing is which he is compelled to make. If his labour is so ordered as to produce food and fresh air and fresh water, no matter that his wages are low, the food and fresh air and water will be at last there, and he will at last get them. But if he is paid to destroy food and fresh air, or pg10 to produce iron bars instead of them, the food and air will finally not be there, and he will not get them, to his great and final inconvenience. So that conclusively in political as in household economy, the great question is, not so much what money you have in your pocket, as what you will buy with it and do with it. I have been long accustomed, as all men engaged in work of investigation must be, to hear my statements laughed at for years before they are examined or believed, and I am generally content to wait the public's time. But it has not been without displeased surprise that I have found myself totally unable, as yet by any repetition or illustration, to force this plain thought into my readers' heads, that the wealth of nations as of men consists in substance, not in ciphers, and that the real good of all work and of all commerce depends on the final worth of the thing you make or get by it. This is a practical enough statement, one would think, but the English public has been so possessed by its modern school of economists with the notion that business is always good, whether it be busy in mischief or in benefit, and that buying and selling are always salutary, whatever the intrinsic worth of what you buy or sell, that it seems impossible to gain so. Much as a patient hearing for any inquiry respecting the substantial result of our eager modern labours, I have never felt more checked by the sense of this impossibility than in arranging the heads of the following 3 lectures, which, though delivered at considerable intervals of time, and in different places, were not prepared without reference to each other. Their connection would, however, have been made far more distinct if I had not been prevented, by what I feel to be another great difficulty in addressing English audiences, from enforcing with any decision the common, and to me the most important, part of their subjects. I chiefly desired, as I have just said, to question my hierosopratives, merchants and soldiers, as to the ultimate meaning of the business they had in hand, and to know from them what they expected or intended their manufacture to come to, their selling to come to, and their PG-11 killing to come to. That appeared the first point needing determination before I could speak to them with any real utility or effect. You craftsmen, salesmen, swordsmen, do but tell me clearly what you want, then, if I can say anything to help you, I will, and if not, I will account to you as I best may for my inability. But in order to put this question into any terms, one had first of all to face the difficulty just spoken of to me for the present insuperable, the difficulty of knowing whether to address one's audience as believing, or not believing, in any other world than this. For if you address any average modern English company as believing in an eternal life, and endeavour to draw any conclusions from this assumed belief as to their present business, they will forthwith tell you that what you say is very beautiful, but it is not practical. If, on the contrary, you frankly address them as unbelievers in eternal life, and try to draw any consequences from that unbelief, they immediately hold you for an accursed person, and shake off the dust from their feet at you. And the more I thought over what I had got to say, the less I found I could say it, without some reference to this intangible or intractable part of the subject. It made all the difference in asserting any principle of war, whether one assumed that a discharge of artillery would merely knead down a certain quantity of red clay into a level line, as in a brick field, or whether, out of every separately Christian-named portion of the ruinous heap, there went out into the smoke and dead-fallen air of battle some astonished condition of soul, unwillingly released. It made all the difference, in speaking of the possible range of commerce, whether one assumed that all bargains related only to visible property, or whether property, for the present invisible but nevertheless real, was elsewhere purchasable on other terms. It made all the difference, in addressing a body of men subject to considerable hardship, and having to find some way out of it, whether one could confidentially say to them, "My friends, you have only to die, and all will be right," or whether one had any secret misgiving that such advice was more blessed to him that gave than to him that took it, and therefore PG-12 the deliberate reader will find, throughout these lectures, a hesitation in driving points home, and a pausing short of conclusions which he will feel I would fain have come to, hesitation which arises wholly from this uncertainty of my hearer's temper. For I do not now speak, nor have I ever spoken, since the time of my first forward youth, in any proselyting temper, as desiring to persuade any one of what, in such matters, I thought myself, but whomsoever I venture to address, I take for the time his creed as I find it, and endeavour to push it into such vital fruit as it seems capable of. Thus it is a creed with a great part of the existing English people, that they are in possession of a book which tells them, straight from the lips of God, all they ought to do, and need to know. I have read that book with as much care as most of them for some 40 years, and am thankful that on those who trust it I can press its pleadings. My endeavour has been uniformly to make them trust it more deeply than they do, trust it, not in their own favourite verses only, but in the sum of all, trust it not as a fetish or talisman, which they are to be saved by daily repetitions of, but as a captain's order to be heard and obeyed at their peril. I was always encouraged by supposing my hearers to hold such belief. To these, if to any, I once had hope of addressing with acceptance words which insisted on the guilt of pride and the futility of avarice. From these, if from any, I once expected ratification of a political economy which asserted that the life was more than the meat, and the body than raiment, and these, it once seemed to me, I might ask without accusation or fanaticism, not merely in doctrine of the lips, but in the bestowal of their heart's treasure, to separate themselves from the crowd of whom it is written, after all these things do the Gentiles seek. It cannot, however, be assumed with any semblance of reason that a general audience is now wholly, or even in majority, composed of these religious persons. A large portion must always consist of men who admit no such creed, or who, at least, are inaccessible to appeals founded on it. And as, with the so-called Christian, I desired to plead for honest PG-13 declaration and fulfillment of his belief in life, with the so-called infidel, I desired to plead for an honest declaration and fulfillment of his belief in death. The dilemma is inevitable. Men must either hereafter live or hereafter die. Fate may be bravely met and conduct wisely ordered on either expectation, but never in hesitation between ungrasped hope and unconfronted fear. We usually believe in immortality, so far as to avoid preparation for death, and immortality so far as to avoid preparation for anything after death. Whereas, a wise man will at least hold himself prepared for one or other of two events, of which one or other is inevitable, and will have all things in order for his sleep or in readiness for his awakening. Nor have we any right to call it an ignoble judgment, if he determined to put them in order, as for sleep. A brave belief in life is indeed an enviable state of mind, but as far as I can discern, an unusual one. I know few Christians so convinced of the splendor of the rooms in their Father's house, as to be happier when their friends are called to those mansions, than they would have been if the Queen had sent for them to live at court. Nor has the Church's most ardent desire to depart, and be with Christ, ever cured it of the singular habit of putting on mourning for every person summoned to such departure. On the contrary, a brave belief in death has been assuredly held by many not ignoble persons, and it is a sign of the last depravity in the Church itself, when it assumes that such a belief is inconsistent with either purity of character or energy of hand. The shortness of life is not, to any rational person, a conclusive reason for wasting the space of it which may be granted him, nor does the anticipation of death tomorrow suggest, to anyone but a drunkard, the expediency of drunkenness today. To teach that there is no device in the grave may indeed make the deviceless person more contented in his dullness, but it will make the deviser only more earnest in devising, nor is human conduct likely in every case to be purer under the conviction that all its evil may in a moment be pardoned, and all its wrongdoing in a moment redeemed, and that the sigh of repentance which PG-14 purges the guilt of the past will waft the soul into a felicity which forgets its pain, than it may be under the sterner, and to many not unwise minds more probable apprehension that what a man soweth that shall he also reap or others reap, when he, the living seed of pestilence, walketh no more in darkness, but lies down therein. But to men whose feebleness of sight, or bitterness of soul, or the offence given by the conduct of those who claim higher hope, may have rendered this painful creed the only possible one, there is an appeal to be made, more secure in its ground than any which can be addressed to happier persons. I would fain, if I might offencelessly, have spoken to them as if none others heard, and have said thus: Hear me, you dying men who will soon be deaf for ever. For these others at your right hand and your left, who look forward to a state of infinite existence, in which all their errors will be overruled and all their faults forgiven, for these who, stained and blackened in the battle smoke of mortality, have but to dip themselves for an instant in the font of death, and to rise renewed of plumage as a dove that is covered with silver and her feathers like gold, for these indeed it may be permissible to waste their numbered moments, through faith in a future of innumerable hours. To these in their weakness it may be conceded that they should tamper with sin which can only bring forth fruit of righteousness, and profit by the iniquity which, one day, will be remembered no more. In them it may be no sign of hardness of heart to neglect the poor, over whom they know their master is watching, and to leave those to perish temporarily who cannot perish eternally. But for you there is no such hope and therefore no such excuse. This fate which you ordain for the wretched, you believe to be all their inheritance, You may crush them before the moth, and they will never rise to rebuke you. Their breath, which fails for lack of food once expiring, will never be recalled to whisper against. Your word of accusing, they and you as you think, shall lie down together in the dust, and the worms cover you, and for them there shall be no consolation, and on you no vengeance, only the question PG 15 murmured above your grave, who shall repay him what he hath done? Is it therefore easier for you in your heart to inflict the sorrow for which there is no remedy? Will you take, wantonly, this little all of his life from your poor brother, and make his brief hours long to him with pain? Will you be readier to the injustice which can never be redressed, and niggardly of mercy which you can bestow but once, and which, refusing, you refuse forever? I think better of you, even of the most selfish, than that you would do this, well understood. And for yourselves, it seems to me, the question becomes not less grave in these curt limits. If your life were but a fever fit, the madness of a night, whose follies were all to be forgotten in the dawn, it might matter little how you fretted away the sickly hours, what toys you snatched at or let fall, what visions you followed wistfully with the deceived eyes of sleepless frenzy. Is the earth only an hospital? Play, if you care to play, on the floor of the hospital dens. Knit its straw into what crowns please you, gather the dust of it for treasure, and die rich in that, clutching at the black motes in the air with your dying hands, and yet it may be well with you. But if this life be no dream, and the world no hospital, if all the peace and power and joy you can ever win must be won now, and all fruit of victory gathered here or never, will you still, throughout the puny totality of your life, weary yourselves in the fire for vanity? If there is no rest which remaineth for you, is there none you might presently take? Was this grass of the earth made green for your shroud only, not for your bed? And can you never lie down upon it, but only under it? The heathen, to whose creed you have returned, thought not so. They knew that life brought its contest, but they expected from it also the crown of all contest, no proud one, no jeweled circlet flaming through heaven above the height of the unmerited throne, only some few leaves of wild olive, cool to the tired brow, through a few years of peace. It should have been of gold, they thought, but Jupiter was poor. This was the best the god could give them. Seeking a greater than this, they had known it a mockery. Not in war, not in wealth, not in tyranny, PG 16 was there any happiness to be found for Themanly in kindly peace, fruitful and free. The wreath was to be of wild olive, mark you, the tree that grows carelessly, tufting the rocks with no vivid bloom, no verdure of branch, only with soft snow of blossom and scarcely fulfilled fruit, mixed with grey leaf and thorn-set stem, no fastening of diadem for you but with such sharp embroidery. But this, such as it is, you may win while yet you live, type of grey honour and sweet rest. Free-heartedness and graciousness and undisturbed trust and requited love, and the sight of the peace of others, and the ministry to their pain, these, and the blue sky above you, and the sweet waters and flowers of the earth beneath, and mysteries and presences innumerable of living things, these may yet be here your riches, untormenting and divine, serviceable for the life that now is, nor, it may be, without promise of that which is to come. In further illustration of this matter, I beg the reader to look at the article on the decay of the English race in the Pall Mall Gazette of April 17 of this year, and at the articles on the report of the Thames Commission in any journals of the same date. The Crown of Wild Olives, PG 17. Lecture 1, Work. Delivered before the Working Men's Institute at Camberwell. My friends, I have not come among you tonight to endeavour to give you an entertaining lecture, but to tell you a few plain facts and ask you some plain but necessary questions. I have seen and known too much of the struggle for life among our labouring population to feel at ease, even under any circumstances, in inviting them to dwell on the trivialities of my own studies. But much more as I meet tonight, for the first time, the members of a working institute established in the district in which I have passed the greater part of my life, I am desirous that we should at once understand each other on graver matters. I would fain tell you with what feelings, and with what hope, I regard this institution as one of many such, now happily established throughout England, as well as in other countries, institutions which are preparing the way for a great change in all the circumstances of industrial life, but of which the success must wholly depend upon our clearly understanding the circumstances and necessary limits of this change. No teacher can truly promote the cause of education until he knows the conditions of the life for which that education is to prepare his pupil. And the fact that he is called upon to address you nominally, as a working class, must compel him, if he is in any wise earnest or thoughtful, to inquire in the outset, pg 18, on what you yourselves suppose this class distinction has been founded in the past, and must be founded in the future. The manner of the amusement, and the matter of the teaching which any of us can offer you, must depend wholly on our first understanding from you, whether you think the distinction heretofore drawn between working men and others is truly or falsely founded. Do you accept it as it stands? Do you wish it to be modified? Or do you think the object of education is to efface it and make us forget it forever? Let me make myself more distinctly understood. We call Thisu and I a working men's institute, and our college in London a working men's college. Now, how do you consider that these several institutes differ, or ought to differ, from idle men's institutes and idle men's colleges? Or by what other word than idle shall I distinguish those whom the happiest and wisest of working men do not object to call the upper classes? Are there really upper classes, are there lower? How much should they always be elevated, how much always depressed? And gentlemen and ladies, I pray those of you who are here to forgive me the offence there may be in what I am going to say. It is not I who wish to say it. Bitter voices say it, voices of battle and of famine through all the world, which must be heard some day, whoever keeps silence. Neither is it to you specially that I say it. I am sure that most now present know their duties of kindness, and fulfill them, better perhaps than I do mine. But I speak to you as representing your whole class, which errs, I know, chiefly by thoughtlessness, but not therefore the less terribly. Wilful error is limited by the will, but what limit is there to that of which we are unconscious? Bear with me, therefore, while I turn to these workmen and ask them, also as representing a great multitude, what they think the upper classes are and ought to be in relation to them. Answer, you workmen who are here, as you would among yourselves, frankly, and tell me how you would have me call those classes. Am I to call them, would you think me right in calling them idle classes? I think you would feel somewhat uneasy, and as if I were not treating PG-19 my subject honestly, or speaking from my heart, if I went on under the supposition that all rich people were idle. You would be both unjust and unwise if you allowed me to say that, not less unjust than the rich people who say that all the poor are idle, and will never work if they can help it, or more than they can help. For indeed the fact is, that there are idle poor and idle rich, and there are busy poor and busy rich. Many a beggar is as lazy as if he had 10,000 a year, and many a man of large fortune is busier than his errand boy, and never would think of stopping in the street to play marbles. So that, in a large view, the distinction between workers and idlers, as between knaves and honest men, runs through the very heart and innermost economies of men of all ranks, and in all positions. There is a working class strong and happy among both rich and poor. There is an idle class weak, wicked, and miserable among both rich and poor. And the worst of the misunderstandings arising between the two orders come of the unlucky fact that the wise of one class habitually contemplate the foolish of the other. If the busy rich people watched and rebuked the idle rich people, all would be right, and if the busy poor people watched and rebuked the idle poor people, all would be right. But each class has a tendency to look for the faults of the other. A hard-working man of property is particularly offended by an idle beggar, and an orderly but poor workman is naturally intolerant of the licentious luxury of the rich. And what is severe judgment in the minds of the just men of either class becomes fierce enmity in the unjust but among the unjust only. None but the dissolute among the poor look upon the rich as their natural enemies, or desire to pillage their houses and divide their property. None but the dissolute among the rich speak in opprobrious terms of the vices and follies of the poor. There is, then, no class distinction between idle and industrious people, and I am going tonight to speak only of the industrious. The idle people we will put out of our thoughts at Ancesi are mere nuisances. What ought to be done with them, we will talk of at another time. But there are class distinctions, PG-20 among the industrious themselves. Tremendous distinctions, which rise and fall to every degree in the infinite thermometer of human pain, and of human power, distinctions of high and low, of lost and won, to the whole reach of man's soul and body. These separations we will study, and the laws of them among energetic men only, who, whether they work or whether they play, put their strength into the work, and their strength into the game, being in the full sense of the word industrious, one way or another, with a purpose or without. And these distinctions are mainly four. 1. Between those who work and those who play. 2. Between those who produce the means of life and those who consume them. 3 between those who work with the head and those who work with the hand. 4 between those who work wisely and who work foolishly. For easier memory, let us say we are going to oppose, in our examination, 1 work to play, 2 production to consumption, 3 head to hand, and 4 sense to nonsense. 1. First then of the distinction between the classes who work and the classes who play. Of course we must agree upon a definition of these terms, work and play, before going farther. Now roughly, not with vain subtlety of definition, but for plain use of the words, play is an exertion of body or mind, made to please ourselves and with no determined end, and work is a thing done because it ought to be done, and with a determined end. You play as you call it at cricket, for instance. That is as hard work as anything else, but it amuses you, and it has no result but the amusement. If it were done as an ordered form of exercise for health's sake, it would become work directly. So in like manner, whatever we do to please ourselves, and only for the sake of the pleasure, not for an ultimate object, is play, the PG-21 pleasing thing, not the useful thing. Play may be useful in a secondary sense, nothing is indeed more useful or necessary, but the use of it depends on its being spontaneous. Let us then enquire together what sort of games the playing class in England spend their lives in playing at. The first of all English games is making money. That is an all-absorbing game, and we knock each other down oftener in playing at that than at football or any other roughest sport, and it is absolutely without purpose. No one who engages heartily in that game ever knows why. Ask a great money-maker what he wants to do with his money, never knows. He does not make it to do anything with it. He gets it only that he may get it. What will you make of what you have got, you ask? Well, I will get more, he says, just as at cricket you get more runs. There's no use in the runs, but to get more of them than other people is the game. And there's no use in the money, but to have more of it than other people is the game. So all that great foul city of London there, rattling, growling, smoking, stinking, a ghastly heap of fermenting brickwork, pouring out poison at every pore, you fancy it is a city of work. Not a street of it. It is a great city of play, very nasty play and very hard play, but still play. It is only Lord's cricket ground without the turf, a huge billiard table without the cloth and with pockets as deep as the bottomless pit, but mainly a billiard table after all. Well, the first great English game is this playing at counters. It differs from the rest in that it appears always to be producing money, while every other game is expensive, but it does not always produce money. There's a great difference between winning money and making it, a great difference between getting it out of another man's pocket into ours, or filling both. Collecting money is by no means the same thing as making it. The tax-gatherer's house is not the mint, and much of the apparent gain so-called in commerce is only a form of taxation on carriage or exchange. Our next great English game, however, hunting and shooting, is costly altogether, and how much we are fined for it annually in land, horses, gamekeepers and game laws, and all PG-22 else that accompanies that beautiful and special English game, I will not endeavour to count now. But note only that, except for exercise, this is not merely a useless game, but a deadly one to all connected with it. For through horse racing you get every form of what the higher classes everywhere call play, in distinction from all other plays. That is gambling, by no means a beneficial or recreative game, and through game preserving you get also some curious laying out of ground, that beautiful arrangement of dwelling house for man and beast, by which we have grouse and black cock so many brace to the acre, and men and women so many brace to the garret. I often wonder what the angelic builders and Sir Vior's angelic builders who build the many mansions up above there, and the angelic surveyors who measured that foursquare city with their measuring reed's eye, wonder what they think, or are supposed to think, of the laying out of ground by this nation, which has set itself, as it seems, literally to accomplish, word for word, or rather fact for word, in the persons of those poor whom its master left to represent him, what that master said of himself, that foxes and birds had homes, but he none. Then next to the gentleman's game of hunting, we must put the lady's game of dressing. It is not the cheapest of games. I saw a brooch at a jeweller's in Bond Street a fortnight ago, not an inch wide, and without any singular jewel in it, yet worth 3,000 L. And I wish I could tell you what this play costs altogether in England, France and Russia annually. But it is a pretty game, and on certain terms I like it. Nay, I do not see it played quite as much as I would fain have it. You ladies like to lead the fashion. By all means lead it thoroughly, lead it far enough. Dress yourselves nicely and dress everybody else nicely. Lead the fashions for the poor first. Make them look well, and you yourselves will look, in ways of which you have now no conception, all the better. The fashions you have set for some time among your peasantry are not pretty ones. Their doublets are too irregularly slashed, and the wind blows too frankly through them. pg 23. Then there are other games, wild enough, as I could show you if I had time. There's playing at literature, and playing at art, very different both from working at literature or working at art, but I have no time to speak of these. I pass to the greatest of all the play of plays, the great gentleman's game, which ladies like them best to play at, the game of war. It is entrancingly pleasant to the imagination, the facts of it not always so pleasant. We dress for it, however, more finely than for any other sport, and go out to it, not merely in scarlet as to hunt, but in scarlet and gold and all manner of fine colours. Of course we could fight better in grey and without feathers, but all nations have agreed that it is good to be well dressed at this play. Then the bats and balls are very costly. Our English and French bats with the balls and wickets, even those which we do not make any use of, costing, I suppose, now about 15 millions of money annually to each nation, all of which, you know, is paid for by hard labourers' work in the furrow and furnace. A costly game, not to speak of its consequences. I will say at present nothing of these. The mere immediate cost of all these plays is what I want you to consider. They all cost deadly work somewhere, as many of us know too well. The jewel cutter whose sight fails over the diamonds, the weaver whose arm fails over the web, the iron forger whose breath fails before the furnaceth know what work is thee, who have all the work, and none of the play, except a kind they have named for themselves down in the black north country, where play means being laid up by sickness. It is a pretty example for philologists, of varying dialect, this change in the sense of the word play, as used in the black country of Birmingham, and the red and black country of Baden-Baden. Yes, gentlemen and gentlewomen of England, who think one moment unamused a misery not made for feeble man, this is what you have brought the word play to mean in the heart of merry England. You may have your fluting and piping, but there are sad children sitting in the marketplace, who indeed cannot say to you, we have piped unto you, and ye pg 24 have not danced, but eternally shall say to you, we have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. This, then, is the first distinction between the upper and lower classes, and this is one which is by no means necessary, which indeed must, in process of good time, be by all honest men's consent abolished. Men will be taught that an existence of play, sustained by the blood of other creatures, is a good existence for gnats and sucking fish, but not for men, that neither days nor lives can be made holy by doing nothing in them, that the best prayer at the beginning of a day is that we may not lose its moments, and the best grace before meat, the consciousness that we have justly earned our dinner. And when we have this much of plain Christianity preached to us again, and enough respect for what we regard as inspiration, as not to think that, son, go work today in my vineyard, means fool, go play today in my vineyard, we shall all be workers in one way or another, and this much at least of the distinction between upper and lower forgotten. 2. I pass then to our second distinction, between the rich and poor, between Dives and Lazarus, distinction which exists more sternly, I suppose, in this day than ever in the world, pagan or Christian till now. I will put it sharply before you to begin with, merely by reading 2 paragraphs which I cut from 2 papers that lay on my breakfast table on the same morning, the 25th of November, 1864. The piece about the rich Russian at Paris is commonplace enough, and stupid besides, for 15 francs 12s, 6d, is nothing for a rich man to give for a couple of peaches out of season. Still, the 2 paragraphs printed on the same day are worth putting side by side. Such a man is now here. He is a Russian, and with your permission we will call him Count Teufelskyne. In dress he is sublime, art is considered in that toilet, the harmony of colour respected, the chiaroscuro evident in well-selected contrast. In manners he is dignified, nay, perhaps apathetic, nothing disturbs the placid serenity of that calm exterior. One day our friend breakfasted chez Bignon. When the bill came he read 2 peaches 15f, he paid, pg 25 peaches scarce I presume, was his sole remark. No, sir, replied the waiter, but Teufelskynes are. Telegraph, November 25, 1864. Yesterday morning at 8 o'clock, a woman passing a dung heap in the stone yard near the recently erected almshouses in Shadwell Gap, High Street, Shadwell, called the attention of a Thames police constable to a man in a sitting position on the dung heap, and said she was afraid he was dead. Her fears proved to be true. The wretched creature appeared to have been dead several hours. He had perished of cold and wet, and the rain had been beating down on him all night. The deceased was a bone picker. He was in the lowest stage of poverty, poorly clad and half-starved. The police had frequently driven him away from the stone yard, between sunset and sunrise, and told him to go home. He selected a most desolate spot for his wretched death. A penny and some bones were found in his pockets. The deceased was between 50 and 60 years of age. Inspector Roberts of the K Division has given directions for inquiries to be made at the lodging houses respecting the deceased, to ascertain his identity if possible. Morning Post, November 25, 1864. You have the separation thus in brief compass, and I want you to take notice of the penny and some bones were found in his pockets, and to compare it with this third statement from the Telegraph of January 16th of this year. Again, the dietary scale for adult and juvenile paupers was drawn up by the most conspicuous political economists in England. It is low in quantity, but it is sufficient to support nature. Yet within 10 years of the passing of the Poor Law Act, we heard of the paupers in the Andover Union gnawing the scraps of putrid flesh, and sucking the marrow from the bones of horses which they were employed to crush. You see my reason for thinking that our Lazarus of Christianity has some advantage over the Jewish one. Jewish Lazarus expected, or at least prayed, to be fed with crumbs from the rich man's table, but our Lazarus is fed with crumbs from the dog's table, pg 26. Now this distinction between rich and poor rests on two bases, within its proper limits on a basis which is lawful and everlastingly necessary, beyond them on a basis unlawful and everlastingly corrupting the framework of society. The lawful basis of wealth is that a man who works should be paid the fair value of his work, and that if he does not choose to spend it today, he should have free leave to keep it and spend it tomorrow. Thus, an industrious man working daily and laying by daily attains at last the possession of an accumulated sum of wealth, to which he has absolute right. The idle person who will not work, and the wasteful person who lays nothing by, at the end of the same time will be doubly pauper in possession and dissolute in moral habit, and he will then naturally covet the money which the other has saved. And if he is then allowed to attack the other and rob him of his well-earned wealth, there is no more any motive for saving or any reward for good conduct, and all society is thereupon dissolved, or exists only in systems of rapine. Therefore the first necessity of social life is the clearness of national conscience in enforcing the law that he should keep who has justly earned. That law, I say, is the proper basis of distinction between rich and poor, but there is also a false basis of distinction, namely, the power held over those who earn wealth by those who levy or exact it. There will be always a number of men who would fain set themselves to the accumulation of wealth as the sole object of their lives. Necessarily, that class of men is an uneducated class, inferior in intellect and more or less cowardly. It is physically impossible for a well-educated, intellectual, or brave man to make money the chief object of his thoughts, as physically impossible as it is for him to make his dinner the principal object of them. All healthy people like their dinners, but their dinner is not the main object of their lives. So all healthily minded people like making money ought to like it, and to enjoy the sensation of winning it, but the main object of their life is not money, it is something better than money. A good soldier, for instance, mainly wishes to do his fighting well. He is glad of his pavery pg 27 properly so, and justly grumbles when you keep him 10 years without it still. His main notion of life is to win battles, not to be paid for winning them. So of clergymen. They like purents and baptismal fees, of course, but yet if they are brave and well educated, the purent is not the sole object of their lives, and the baptismal fee is not the sole purpose of the baptism. The clergyman's object is essentially to baptize and preach, not to be paid for preaching. So of doctors. They like fees, no doubt, ought to like them, yet if they are brave and well educated, the entire object of their lives is not fees. They, on the whole, desire to cure the sick, and if they are good doctors and the choice were fairly put to them, would rather cure their patient and lose their fee than kill him and get it. And so with all other brave and rightly trained men, their work is first, their fee second, very important always, but still second. But in every nation, as I said, there are a vast class who are ill-educated, cowardly, and more or less stupid, and with these people just as certainly the fee is first and the work second, as with brave people the work is first and the fee second. And this is no small distinction. It is the whole distinction in a man, distinction between life and death in him, between heaven and hell for him. You cannot serve two masters, you must serve one or other. If your work is first with you and your fee second, work is your master and the Lord of work, who is God. But if your fee is first with you and your work second, fee is your master and the Lord of fee, who is the devil, and not only the devil, but the lowest of devils, the least erected fiend that fell. So there you have it in brief terms. Work first you are God's servants, fee first you are the fiends. And it makes a difference now and ever, believe me, whether you serve him who has on his vesture and thigh written, King of Kings, and whose service is perfect freedom, or him on whose vesture and thigh the name is written, Slave of Slaves, and whose service is perfect slavery. However, in every nation there are and must always be a certain number of these fiend servants, who have it principally for the object of their lives to make money. They are PG-28 always, as I said, more or less stupid, and cannot conceive of anything else so nice as money. Stupidity is always the basis of the Judas bargain. We do great injustice to Iscariot, in thinking him wicked above all common wickedness. He was only a common moneylover, and like all moneylovers did not understand Christ, could not make out the worth of him or meaning of him. He did not want him to be killed. He was horror-struck when he found that Christ would be killed, threw his money away instantly and hanged himself. How many of our present money-seekers, think you, would have the grace to hang themselves whoever was killed? But Judas was a common, selfish, muddle-headed, pilfering fellow, his hand always in the bag of the poor, not caring for them. He did not understand Christ, yet believed in him, much more than most of us do, had seen him do miracles, thought he was quite strong enough to shift for himself, and he, Judas, might as well make his own little bioperquisites out of the affair. Christ would come out of it well enough, and he have his 30 pieces. Now that is the money-seeker's idea all over the world. He does not hate Christ, but cannot understand him, doesn't care for him, sees no good in that benevolent business, makes his own little job out of it at all events, come what will. And thus, out of every mass of men, you have a certain number of bagmanier fee-first men, whose main object is to make money. And they do make it in all sorts of unfair ways, chiefly by the weight and force of money itself, or what is called the power of capital. That is to say, the power which money once obtained has over the labor of the poor, so that the capitalist can take all its produce to himself, except the laborer's food. That is the modern Judas's way of carrying the bag, and bearing what is put therein. Nay, but it is asked, how is that an unfair advantage? Has not the man who has worked for the money a right to use it as he best can? No. In this respect money is now exactly what mountain promontories over public roads were in old times. The barons fought for them fairly, the strongest and cunningest got them, then fortified them, and made PG-29 everyone who passed below pay toll. Well, capital now is exactly what crags were then. Men fight fairly, we will at least grant so much, though it is more than we ought for their money. But once having got it, the fortified millionaire can make everybody who passes below pay toll to his million, and build another tower of his money castle. And I can tell you, the poor vagrants by the roadside suffer now quite as much from the bagburren as ever they did from the cragburren. Bags and crags have just the same result on rags. I have not time, however, tonight to show you in how many ways the power of capital is unjust. But this one great principle I have to assert you will find it quite indisputably true that, whenever money is the principal object of life with either man or nation, it is both got ill and spent ill, and does harm both in the getting and spending. But when it is not the principal object, it and all other things will be well got and well spent. And here is the test with every man of whether money is the principal object with him or not. If in midlife he could pause and say, now I have enough to live upon, I will live upon it, and having well earned it, I will also well spend it and go out of the world poor as I came into it, then money is not principal with him. But if, having enough to live upon in the manner befitting his character and rank, he still wants to make more, and to die rich, then money is the principal object with him, and it becomes a curse to himself, and generally to those who spend it after him. For you know it must be spent some day. The only question is whether the man who makes it shall spend it or someone else, and generally it is better for the maker to spend it, for he will know best its value and use. This is the true law of life. And if a man does not choose thus to spend his money, he must either hoard it or lend it, and the worst thing he can generally do is to lend it. For borrowers are nearly always ill spenders, and it is with lent money that all evil is mainly done, and all unjust war protracted. For observe what the real fact is, respecting loans to foreign military governments, and how strange it is. If your little boy came to you to ask for money to spend in squibs, PG-30 and crackers, you would think twice before you gave it him, and you would have some idea that it was wasted when you saw it fly off in fireworks, even though he did no mischief with it. But the Russian children and Austrian children come to you borrowing money not to spend in innocent squibs, but in cartridges and bayonets to attack you in India with, and to keep down all noble life in Italy with, and to murder Polish women and children with, and that you will give at once because they pay you interest for it. Now, in order to pay you that interest, they must tax every working peasant in their dominions, and on that work you live. You therefore at once rob the Austrian peasant, assassinate or banish the Polish peasant, and you live on the produce of the theft, and the bribe for the assassination. That is the broad fact, that is the practical meaning of your foreign loans, and of most large interest of money. And then you quarrel with Bishop Colenso, forsooth, as if he denied the Bible, and you believed it. Though wretches as you are, every deliberate act of your lives is a new defiance of its primary orders, and as if, for most of the rich men of England at this moment, it were not indeed to be desired, as the best thing at least for them, that the Bible should not be true, since against them these words are written in it. The rust of your gold and silver shall be a witness against you, and shall eat your flesh as it were fire. 3. I pass now to our third condition of separation, between the men who work with the hand and those who work with the head. And here we have at last an inevitable distinction. There must be work done by the arms, or none of us could live. There must be work done by the brains, or the life we get would not be worth having, and the same men cannot do both. There is rough work to be done, and rough men must do it. There is gentle work to be done, and gentlemen must do it, and it is physically impossible that one class should do or divide the work of the other. And it is of no use to try to conceal this sorrowful fact by fine words, and to talk to the workman about the honorableness of manual labor, PG-31, and the dignity of humanity. That is a grand old proverb of Sancho Panza's, fine words butter no parsnips, and I can tell you that, all over England just now, you workmen are buying a great deal too much butter at that dairy. Rough work, honorable or not, takes the life out of us, and the man who has been heaving clay out of a ditch all day, or driving an express train against the north wind all night, or holding a collier's helm in a gale on a lee shore, or whirling white-hot iron at a furnace mouth, that man is not the same at the end of his day or night as one who has been sitting in a quiet room, with everything comfortable about him, reading books or classing butterflies or painting pictures. If it is any comfort to you to be told that the rough work is the more honorable of the two, I should be sorry to take that much of consolation from you, and in some sense I need not. The rough work is at all events real, honest, and generally, though not always, useful, while the fine work is, a great deal of it, foolish and false as well as fine, and therefore dishonorable. But when both kinds are equally well and worthily done, the head's is the noble work, and the hand's the ignoble. And of all handwork whatsoever necessary for the maintenance of life, those old words, in the sweat of thy face thou shalt eat bread, indicate that the inherent nature of it is one of calamity, and that the ground, cursed for our sake, casts also some shadow of degradation into our contest with its thorn and its thistle, so that all nations have held their days honorable or holy, and constituted them holidays or holidays by making them days of rest. And the promise which among all our distant hopes seems to cast the chief brightness over death is that blessing of the dead who die in the Lord, that they rest from their labours and their works do follow them. And thus the perpetual question and contest must arise, who is to do this rough work? And how is the worker of it to be comforted, redeemed, and rewarded? And what kind of play should he have, and what rest in this world sometimes as well as in the next? Well, my good working friends, these questions will take a little time to answer yet. They PG-32 must be answered. All good men are occupied with them, and all honest thinkers. There's grand head work doing about them, but much must be discovered and much attempted in vain before anything decisive can be told you. Only note these few particulars which are already sure. As to the distribution of the hard work, none of us or very few of us do either hard or soft work because we think we ought, but because we have chanced to fall into the way of it and cannot help ourselves. Now nobody does anything well that they cannot help doing. Work is only done well when it is done with a will, and no man has a thoroughly sound will unless he knows he is doing what he should and is in his place. And depend upon it, all work must be done at last, not in a disorderly, scrambling, doggish way, but in an ordered, soldierly, human way, a lawful way. Men are enlisted for the labor that kills the labor of war. They are counted, trained, fed, dressed, and praised for that. Let them be enlisted also for the labor that feeds. Let them be counted, trained, fed, dressed, praised for that. Teach the plough exercise as carefully as you do the sword exercise, and let the officers of troops of life be held as much gentlemen as the officers of troops of death. And all is done. But neither this nor any other right thing can be accomplished. You cannot even see your way to it unless, first of all, both servant and master are resolved that, come what will of it, they do each other justice. People are perpetually squabbling about what will be best to do, or easiest to do, or advisablest to do, or profitablest to do, but they never, so far as I hear them talk, ever ask what it is just to do. And it is the law of heaven that you shall not be able to judge what is wise or easy, unless you are first resolved to judge what is just, and to do it. That is the one thing constantly reiterated by our Master, the order of all others, that is given oftenest due justice and judgment. That's your Bible order. That's the service of God, not praying nor psalm-singing. You are told, indeed, to sing psalms when you are merry, and to pray when you need anything. And by the perversion of the evil spirit, we get to think that praying and psalm-singing are PG-33 service. If a child finds itself in want of anything, it runs in and asks its father for it. Does it call that doing its father a service? If it begs for a toy or a piece of khaki, does it call that serving its father? That with God is prayer, and he likes to hear it. He likes you to ask him for cake when you want it, but he does not call that serving him. Begging is not serving. God likes mere beggars as little as you do. He likes honest servants, not beggars. So when a child loves its father very much and is very happy, it may sing little songs about him, but it does not call that serving its father. Neither is singing songs about God serving God. It is enjoying ourselves if it's anything. Most probably it is nothing, but if it's anything, it is serving ourselves, not God. And yet we are impudent enough to call our beggings and chauntings divine service. We say divine service will be performed, that's our word, the form of it gone through at 11 o'clock. Alas, unless we perform divine service in every willing act of our life, we never perform it at all. The one divine work, the one ordered sacrifice is to do justice, and it is the last we are ever inclined to do. Anything rather than that, as much charity as you choose, but no justice. Nay, you will say, charity is greater than justice. Yes, it is greater. It is the summit of justice, it is the temple of which justice is the foundation. But you cannot have the top without the bottom, you cannot build upon charity. You must build upon justice for this main reason, that you have not at first charity to build with. It is the last reward of good work. Do justice to your brother, you can do that, whether you love him or not, and you will come to love him. But do injustice to him, because you do not love him, and you will come to hate him. It is all very fine to think you can build upon charity to begin with, but you will find all you have got to begin with begins at home, and is essentially love of yourself. You well-to-do people, for instance, who are here tonight, will go to divine service next Sunday, all nice and tidy, and your little children will have their tight little Sunday boots on, and lovely little Sunday feathers in their hats, and you will think complacently and piously how PG-34 lovely they look. So they do, and you love them heartily, and you like sticking feathers in their hats. That's all right, that is charity, but it is charity beginning at home. Then you will come to the poor little crossing sweeper, got up also, it in its Sunday dress, the dirtiest rags it has, that it may beg the better. We shall give it a penny and think how good we are. That's charity going abroad. But what does justice say, walking and watching near us? Christian justice has been strangely mute and seemingly blind, and if not blind, decrepit, this many a day. She keeps her accounts still, however quite steadily doing them at nights, carefully with her bandage off, and through acutest spectacles, the only modern scientific invention she cares about. You must put your ear down ever so close to her lips to hear her speak, and then you will start at what she first whispers, for it will certainly be, why should not that little crossing sweeper have a feather on its head, as well as your own child? Then you may ask justice, in an amazed manner, how she can possibly be so foolish as to think children could sweep crossings with feathers on their heads. Then you stoop again, and justice say still in her dull, stupid way then, why do not you, every other Sunday, leave your child to sweep the crossing, and take the little sweeper to church in a hat and feather? Mercy on us, you think, what will she say next? And you answer, of course, that you do not, because every body ought to remain content in the position in which Providence has placed them. Ah, my friends, that's the gist of the whole question. Did Providence put them in that position, or did you? You knock a man into a ditch, and then you tell him to remain content in the position in which Providence has placed him. That's modern Christianity. You say we did not knock him into the ditch. How do you know what you have done or are doing? That's just what we have all got to know, and what we shall never know, until the question with us every morning is not how to do the gainful thing, but how to do the just thing, nor until we are at least so far on the way to being Christian as to have understood that maxim of the poor halfway Mahometan, pg 35 1 hour in the execution of justice is worth 70 years of prayer. Supposing then we have it determined with appropriate justice who is to do the handwork, the next questions must be how the handworkers are to be paid, and how they are to be refreshed, and what play they are to have. Now the possible quantity of play depends on the possible quantity of pay, and the quantity of pay is not a matter for consideration to handworkers only, but to all workers. Generally good, useful work, whether of the hand or head, is either ill-paid or not paid at all. I do not say it should be so, but it always is so. People, as a rule, only pay for being amused or being cheated, not for being served. 5,000 a year to your talker, and a shilling a day to your fighter, digger, and thinker, is the rule. None of the best head work in art, literature, or science is ever paid for. How much do you think Homer got for his Iliad, or Dante for his Paradise? Only bitter bread and salt, and going up and down other people's stairs. In science, the man who discovered the telescope and first saw heaven was paid with a dungeon. The man who invented the microscope and first saw earth died of starvation, driven from his home. It is indeed very clear that God means all thoroughly good work and talk to be done for nothing. Baruch the scribe did not get a penny a line for writing Jeremiah's second roll for him, I fancy, and St. Stephen did not get bishop's pay for that long sermon of his to the Pharisees, nothing but stones, for indeed that is the world-father's proper payment. So surely as any of the world's children work for the world's good honestly with head and heart, and come to it saying, give us a little bread, just to keep the life in us, the world-father answers them, no, my children, not bread. A stone, if you like, or as many as you need to keep you quiet. But the handworkers are not so ill off as all this comes to. The worst that can happen to you is to break stones, not be broken by them. And for you there will come a time for better payment. Some day assuredly more pence will be paid to Peter the fisherman, and fewer to Peter the Pope. We shall pay people not quite pg 36 so much for talking in Parliament and doing nothing, as for holding their tongues out of it and doing something. We shall pay our ploughman a little more an hour, lawyer a little less, and so on. But at least we may even now take care that whatever work is done shall be fully paid for, and the man who does it paid for it, not somebody else, and that it shall be done in an orderly, soldierly, well-guided, wholesome way, under good captains and lieutenants of labour, and that it shall have its appointed times of rest, and enough of them, and that in those times the play shall be wholesome play, not in theatrical gardens, with tin flowers and gas sunshine, and girls dancing because of their misery, but in true gardens with real flowers and real sunshine, and children dancing because of their gladness, so that truly the streets shall be full, the streets, mind you, not the gutters of children, playing in the midst thereof. We may take care that working men shall have at least as good books to read as anybody else when they have time to read them, and as comfortable firesides to sit at as anybody else when they have time to sit at them. This, I think, can be managed for you, my working friends, in the good time. For I must go on, however, to our last head, concerning ourselves all as workers. What is wise work, and what is foolish work? What the difference between sense and nonsense in daily occupation? Well, wise work is, briefly, work with God. Foolish work is work against God. And work done with God, which he will help, may be briefly described as putting in order, that is, enforcing God's law of order, spiritual and material, over men and things. The first thing you have to do, essentially, the real good work is, with respect to men, to enforce justice, and with respect to things, to enforce tidiness and fruitfulness. And against these two great human deeds, justice and order, there are perpetually two great demons contending, the devil of iniquity or inequity, and the devil of disorder or of death, for death is only consummation of disorder. You have to fight these two fiends daily. So far as you do not fight against the fiend of iniquity, you work for pg 37 him. You work iniquity, and the judgment upon you for all your lords will be, depart from me, ye that work iniquity. And so far as you do not resist the fiend of disorder, you work disorder, and you yourself do the work of death, which is sin, and has for its wages death himself. Observe then, all wise work is mainly threefold in character. It is honest, useful, and cheerful. 1. It is honest. I hardly know anything more strange than that you recognize honesty in play, and you do not in work. In your lightest games you have always someone to see what you call fair play. In boxing you must hit fair, in racing start fair. Your English watchword is fair play, your English hatred foul play. Did it ever strike you that you wanted another watchword also, fair work, and another hatred also, foul work? Your prize-fighter has some honor in him yet, and so have the men in the ring round him. They will judge him to lose the match by foul hitting. But your prize merchant gains his match by foul selling, and no one cries out against that. You drive a gambler out of the gambling room who loads dice, but you leave a tradesman in flourishing business who loads scales. For observe, all dishonest dealing is loading scales. What does it matter whether I get short weight, adulterate substance, or dishonest fabric? The fault in the fabric is incomparably the worst of the two. Give me short measure of food, and I only lose by you, but give me adulterate food, and I die by you. Here then is your chief duty, you workmen and tradesmento, be true to yourselves, and to us who would help you. We can do nothing for you, nor you for yourselves, without honesty. Get that, you get all. Without that your suffrages, your reforms, your free trade measures, your institutions of science are all in vain. It is useless to put your heads together if you cannot put your hearts together. Shoulder to shoulder, right hand to right hand, among yourselves, and no wrong hand to anybody else, and you will win the world yet. 2. Then, secondly, wise work is useful. No man minds or ought to mind its being hard if only it comes to something, but when it is hard and comes to nothing, when all PG 38 our bees' business turns to spiders, and for honeycomb we have only resultant cobweb blown away by the next breeze, that is the cruel thing for the worker. Yet do we ever ask ourselves, personally, or even nationally, whether our work is coming to anything or not? We do not care to keep what has been nobly done, still less do we care to do nobly what others would keep, and least of all to make the work itself useful instead of deadly to the doer, so as to use his life indeed but not to waste it. Of all wastes, the greatest waste that you can commit is the waste of labor. If you went down in the morning into your dairy, and you found that your youngest child had got down before you, and that he and the cat were at play together, and that he had poured out all the cream on the floor for the cat to lap up, you would scold the child, and be sorry the milk was wasted. But if instead of wooden bowls with milk in them, there are golden bowls with human life in them, and instead of the cat to play with, devil to play with, and you yourself the player, and instead of leaving that golden bowl to be broken by God at the fountain, you break it in the dust yourself, and pour the human blood out on the ground for the fiend to lick up, that is no waste. What, you perhaps think, to waste the labor of men is not to kill them? Is it not? I should like to know how you could kill them more utterly, kill them with second deaths, seventh deaths, hundredfold deaths. It is the slightest way of killing to stop a man's breath. Nay, the hunger and the cold, and the little whistling bullets or love messengers between nation and nation have brought pleasant messages from us to many a man before now, orders of sweet release, and leave at last to go where he will be most welcome and most happy. At the worst you do but shorten his life, you do not corrupt his life. But if you put him to base labor, if you bind his thoughts, if you blind his eyes, if you blunt his hopes, if you steal his joys, if you stunt his body and blast his soul, and at last leave him not so much as to reap the poor fruit of his degradation, but gather that for yourself, and dismiss him too. The grave, when you have done with him, having, so far as in you lay, made the walls of that PG 39 grave everlasting, though, indeed, I fancy the goodly bricks of some of our family vaults will hold closer in the resurrection day than the sod over the labourer's head. This you think is no waste, and no sin. 3. Then, lastly, wise work is cheerful, as a child's work is. And now I want you to take one thought home with you and let it stay with you. Everybody in this room has been taught to pray daily, Thy kingdom come. Now, if we hear a man swear in the streets, we think it very wrong and say he takes God's name in vain. But there's a 20 times worse way of taking his name in vain than that. It is to ask God for what we do not want. He does not like that sort of prayer. If you do not want a thing, do not ask for it. Such asking is the worst mockery of your king you can mock him with. The soldiers striking him on the head with the reed was nothing to that. If you do not wish for his kingdom, do not pray for it. But if you do, you must do more than pray for it, you must work for it. And to work for it you must know what it is. We have all prayed for it many a day without thinking. Observe, it is a kingdom that is to come to us, we are not to go to it. Also it is not to be a kingdom of the dead but of the living. Also it is not to come all at once but quietly, nobody knows how. The kingdom of God cometh not with observation. Also it is not to come outside of us but in the hearts of us. The kingdom of God is within you. And being within us, it is not a thing to be seen but to be felt. And though it brings all substance of good with it, it does not consist in that. The kingdom of God is not meat and drink, but righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Ghost. Joy, that is to say, in the Holy, healthful, and helpful Spirit. Now, if we want to work for this kingdom and to bring it and enter into it, there's just one condition to be first accepted. You must enter it as children or not at all. Whosoever will not receive it as a little child shall not enter therein. And again, suffer little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Of such observe, not of children themselves, but of such pg-40 as children. I believe most mothers who read that text think that all heaven is to be full of babies, but that's not so. There will be children there, but the hoary head is the crown. Length of days and long life and peace, that is the blessing, not to die in babyhood. Children die but for their parents' sins. God means them to live, but he cannot let them always. Then they have their earlier place in heaven, and the little child of David, vainly prayed for, the little child of Jeroboam, killed by its mother's step on its own threshold, they will be there. But weary old David, and weary old Barzillai, having learned children's lessons at last, will be there too. And the one question for us all, young or old, is, have we learned our child's lesson? It is the character of children we want, and must gain at our peril. Let us see briefly in what it consists. The first character of right childhood is that it is modest. A well-bred child does not think it can teach its parents, or that it knows everything. It may think its father and mother know everything, perhaps that all grown-up people know everything. Very certainly it is sure that it does not, and it is always asking questions and wanting to know more. Well, that is the first character of a good and wise man at his work. To know that he knows very little, to perceive that there are many above him wiser than he, and to be always asking questions, wanting to learn, not to teach. No one ever teaches well who wants to teach, or governs well who wants to govern. It is an old saying, Plato's, but I know not if his first and as wise as old. Then the second character of right childhood is to be faithful, perceiving that its father knows best what is good for it, and having found always, when it has tried its own way against his, that he was right and it was wrong, a noble child trusts him at last wholly, gives him its hand, and will walk blindfold with him if he bids it. And that is the true character of all good men also, as obedient workers, or soldiers under captains. They must trust their captains, are bound for their lives to choose none but those whom they can trust. Then they are not always to be thinking that what seems pg-41 strange to them, or wrong in what they are desired to do, is strange or wrong. They know their captain. Where he leads they must follow, what he bids they must do, and without this trust and faith, without this captainship and soldiership, no great deed, no great salvation is possible to man. Among all the nations it is only when this faith is attained by them that they become great. The Jew, the Greek, and the Mahometan agree at least in testifying to this. It was a deed of this absolute trust which made Abraham the father of the faithful. It was the declaration of the power of God as captain over all men, and the acceptance of a leader appointed by him as commander of the faithful, which laid the foundation of whatever national power yet exists in the East, and the deed of the Greeks, which has become the type of unselfish and noble soldiership to all lands, and to all times was commemorated on the tomb of those who gave their lives to do it, in the most pathetic, so far as I know, or can feel, of all human utterances. Oh, stranger, go and tell our people that we are lying here, having obeyed their words. Then the third character of right childhood is to be loving and generous. Give a little love to a child, and you get a great deal back. It loves everything near it. When it is a right kind of child, would hurt nothing, would give the best it has away, always. If you need, it does not lay plans for getting everything in the house for itself, and delights in helping people. You cannot please it so much as by giving it a chance of being useful, in ever so little a way. And because of all these characters, lastly, it is cheerful. Putting its trust in its Father, it is careful for nothing, being full of love to every creature. It is happy always, whether in its play or in its duty. Well, that's the great worker's character also. Taking no thought for the morrow, taking thought only for the duty of the day, trusting somebody else to take care of tomorrow, knowing indeed what labor is but not what sorrow is, and always ready for play. Beautiful play, for lovely human play is like the play of the sun. There's a worker for you. He, steady to his time, is set as a strong man to run his course, but also he rejoiceth as a pg-42 strong man to run his course. See how he plays in the morning with the mists below, and the clouds above, with a ray here and a flash there, and a shower of jewels everywhere. That's the sun's play, and great human play is like his all various all, full of light and life, and tender as the dew of the morning. So then you have the child's character in these four things: humility, faith, charity, and cheerfulness. That's what you have got to be converted to. Except ye be converted, and become as little children. You hear much of conversion nowadays, but people always seem to think they have got to be made wretched by conversion to be converted to long faces. No, friends, you have got to be converted to short ones. You have to repent into childhood, to repent into delight and delightsomeness. You cannot go into a conventicle but you will hear plenty of talk of backsliding. Backsliding indeed. I can tell you on the ways most of us go, the faster we slide back the better. Slide back into the cradle, if going on is into the grave. Back, I tell you, back out of your long faces and into your long clothes. It is among children only, and as children only, that you will find medicine for your healing and true wisdom for your teaching. There is poison in the counsels of the men of this world. The words they speak are all bitterness. The poison of asps is under their lips, but the sucking child shall play by the hole of the asp. There is death in the looks of men. Their eyes are privily set against the poor. They are as the uncharmable serpent, the cockatrice, which slew by seeing. But the weaned child shall lay his hand on the cockatrice den. There is death in the steps of men. Their feet are swift to shed blood. They have compassed us in our steps like the lion that is greedy of his prey, and the young lion lurking in secret places. But in that kingdom the wolf shall lie down with the lamb, and the fatling with the lion, and a little child shall lead them. There is death in the thoughts of men. The world is one wide riddle to them, darker and darker as it draws to a close. But the secret of it is known to the child, and the Lord of heaven and earth is most to be thanked in pg-43, that he has hidden these things from the wise and prudent, and has revealed them unto babes. Yes, and there is death, infinitude of death in the principalities and powers of men. As far as the east is from the west, so far our sins are not set from us but multiplied around us. The sun himself, think you he now rejoices to run his course, when he plunges westward to the horizon, so widely red not with clouds but blood, and it will be red more widely yet. Whatever drought of the early and latter rain may be, there will be none of that red rain. You fortify yourselves, you arm yourselves against it in vain. The enemy and avenger will be upon you also, unless you learn that it is not out of the mouths of the knitted gun, or the smoothed rifle, but out of the mouths of babes and sucklings that the strength is ordained, which shall still the enemy and avenger. pg-44. Lecture 2, Traffic. Delivered in the Town Hall, Bradford. My good Yorkshire friends, you asked me down here among your hills that I might talk to you about this exchange you are going to build, but earnestly and seriously asking you to pardon me, I am going to do nothing of the kind. I cannot talk, or at least can say very little about this same exchange. I must talk of quite other things, though not willingly. I could not deserve your pardon if when you invited me to speak on one subject, I wilfully spoke on another. But I cannot speak, to purpose, of anything about which I do not care, and most simply and sorrowfully I have to tell you in the outset that I do not care about this exchange of yours. If, however, when you sent me your invitation I had answered I will not come, I do not care about the exchange of Bradford, you would have been justly offended with me, not knowing the reasons of so blunt a carelessness. So I have come down, hoping that you will patiently let me tell you why on this, and many other such occasions, I now remain silent, when formerly I should have caught at the opportunity of speaking to a gracious audience. In a word, then, I do not care about this exchange because you do not, and because you know perfectly well I cannot make you. Look at the essential circumstances of the case, which you, as business men, know perfectly well, though perhaps you think I forget them. You are going to spend 30,000 L. Which to you, collectively, is nothing. The buying a new coat is, as to the cost of it, a much more important matter of consideration to me than building a new exchange pg-45 is to you. But you think you may as well have the right thing for your money. You know there are a great many odd styles of architecture about. You do not want to do anything ridiculous. You hear of me, among others, as a respectable architectural man-maligner, and you send for me that I may tell you the leading fashion, and what is in our shops for the moment the newest and sweetest thing in pinnacles. Now, pardon me for telling you frankly, you cannot have good architecture merely by asking people's advice on occasion. All good architecture is the expression of national life and character, and it is produced by a prevalent and eager national taste, or desire for beauty. And I want you to think a little of the deep significance of this word taste, for no statement of mine has been more earnestly or oftener controverted than that good taste is essentially a moral quality. No, say many of my antagonists, taste is one thing, morality is another. Tell us what is pretty, we shall be glad to know that, but preach no sermons to us. Permit me therefore to fortify this old dogma of mine somewhat. Taste is not only a part and an index of morality, it is the only morality. The first and last and closest trial question to any living creature is, what do you like? Tell me what you like and I will tell you what you are. Go out into the street and ask the first man or woman you meet what their taste is, and if they answer candidly, you know them, body and soul. You, my friend in the rags with the unsteady gait, what do you like? A pipe and a quartern of gin, I know you. You good woman with the quick step and tidy bonnet, what do you like? A swept hearth and a clean teatable and my husband opposite me and a baby at my breast. Good, I know you also. You little girl with the golden hair and the soft eyes, what do you like? My canary and a run among the wood hyacinths. You little boy with the dirty hands and the low forehead, what do you like? A shy at the sparrows and a game at pitchforking. Good, we know them all now, what more need we ask? Nay, perhaps you answer, we need rather to ask what these people and children do than what they like. If they do PG 46 right, it is no matter that they like what is wrong, and if they do wrong, it is no matter that they like what is right. Doing is the great thing, and it does not matter that the man likes drinking so that he does not drink, nor that the little girl likes to be kind to her canary if she will not learn her lessons, nor that the little boy likes throwing stones at the sparrows if he goes to the Sunday school. Indeed, for a short time, and in a provisional sense, this is true. For if, resolutely, people do what is right, in time they come to like doing it. But they only are in a right moral state when they have come to like doing it, and as long as they do not like it, they are still in a vicious state. The man is not in health of body who is always thirsting for the bottle in the cupboard, though he bravely bears his thirst, but the man who heartily enjoys water in the morning and wine in the evening, each in its proper quantity and time. And the entire object of true education is to make people not merely do the right things, but enjoy the right things, not merely industrious, but to love industry not merely learned, but to love knowledge not merely pure, but to love purity not merely just, but to hunger and thirst after justice. But you may answer or think, is the liking for outside ornaments, for pictures or statues or furniture or architecture, a moral quality? Yes, most surely, if a rightly set liking. Taste for any pictures or statues is not a moral quality, but taste for good ones is. Only here again we have to define the word good. I do not mean by good, clever, learned or difficult in the doing. Take a picture by Teniers, of sots quarrelling over their dice. It is an entirely clever picture, so clever that nothing in its kind has ever been done equal to it, but it is also an entirely base and evil picture. It is an expression of delight in the prolonged contemplation of a vile thing, and delight in that is an unmannered or immoral quality. It is bad taste in the profoundest sensate is the taste of the devils. On the other hand, a picture of Titian's, or a Greek statue, or a Greek coin, or a Turner landscape, expresses delight in the perpetual contemplation of a good and perfect thing. That is PG 47, an entirely moral quality. It is the taste of the angels, and all delight in art and all love of it resolve themselves into simple love of that which deserves love. That deserving is the quality which we call loveliness. We ought to have an opposite word, hateliness, to be said of the things which deserve to be hated, and it is not an indifferent nor optional thing whether we love this or that, but it is just the vital function of all our being. What we like determines what we are, and is the sign of what we are, and to teach taste is inevitably to form character. As I was thinking over this in walking up Fleet Street the other day, my eye caught the title of a book standing open in a bookseller's window. It was on the necessity of the diffusion of taste among all classes. Ah, I thought to myself, my classifying friend, when you have diffused your taste, where will your classes be? The man who likes what you like belongs to the same class with you, I think. Inevitably so. You may put him to other work if you choose, but by the condition you have brought him into, he will dislike the other work as much as you would yourself. You get hold of a scavenger or a costermonger who enjoyed the Newgate calendar for literature, and pop goes the weasel for music. You think you can make him like Dante and Beethoven. I wish you joy of your lessons, but if you do, you have made a gentleman of him. He will not like to go back to his costermongering. And so completely and unexceptionally is this so, that if I had time tonight, I could show you that a nation cannot be affected by any vice or weakness without expressing it legibly, and forever either in bad art or by want of art, and that there is no national virtue, small or great, which is not manifestly expressed in all the art which circumstances enable the people possessing that virtue to produce. Take, for instance, your great English virtue of enduring and patient courage. You have at present in England only one art of any consequence, that is, ironworking. You know thoroughly well how to cast and hammer iron. Now, do you think in those masses of lava which you build volcanic cones to melt, and which you forge at the mouths of the infernos PG 48 you have created, do you think, on those iron plates, your courage and endurance are not written for ever, not merely with an iron pen, but on iron parchment? And take also your great English vice-European vice-vis of all the world-vis of all other worlds that roll or shine in heaven, bearing with them yet the atmosphere of held vice of jealousy, which brings competition into your commerce, treachery into your counsels, and dishonour into your wars, that vice which has rendered for you, and for your next neighbouring nation, the daily occupations of existence no longer possible, but with the mail upon your breasts and the sword loose in its sheath, so that at last you have realized for all the multitudes of the two great peoples who lead the so-called civilization of the earth, you have realized for them all, I say, in person and in policy, what was once true only of the rough border riders of your Cheviot hills. They carved at the meals with gloves of steel, and they drank the red wine through the helmet barred. Do you think that this national shame and dastardliness of heart are not written as legibly on every rivet of your iron armour as the strength of the right hands that forged it? Friends, I know not whether this thing be the more ludicrous or the more melancholy. It is quite unspeakably both. Suppose, instead of being now sent for by you, I had been sent for by some private gentleman, living in a suburban house, with his garden separated only by a fruit wall from his next-door neighbours, and he had called me to consult with him on the furnishing of his drawing-room. I begin looking about me, and find the walls rather bare. I think such and such a paper might be desirable, perhaps a little fresco here and there on the ceiling, a damask curtain or so at the windows. Ah, says my employer, damask curtains indeed. That's all very fine, but you know I cannot afford that kind of thing just now. Yet the world credits you with a splendid income. Ah yes, says my friend, but do you know at PG 49 present I am obliged to spend it nearly all in steel traps. Steel traps? For whom? Why, for that fellow on the other side the wall, you know. We are very good friends, capital friends, but we are obliged to keep our traps set on both sides of the wall. We could not possibly keep on friendly terms without them, and our spring guns. The worst of it is, we are both clever fellows enough, and there's never a day passes that we do not find out a new trap, or a new gun barrel or something. We spend about 15 millions a year each in our traps, take it all together, and I do not see how we are to do with less. A highly comic state of life for two private gentlemen, but for two nations it seems to me not wholly comic. Bedlam would be comic perhaps if there were only one madman in it, and your Christmas pantomime is comic when there is only one clown in it. But when the whole world turns clown and paints itself red with its own heart's blood instead of vermilion, it is something else than comic, I think. Mind, I know a great deal of this is play, and willingly allow for that. You do not know what to do with yourselves for a sensation. Fox hunting and cricketing will not carry you through the whole of this unendurably long mortal life. You liked pop guns when you were schoolboys, and rifles and Armstrongs are only the same things better made, but then the worst of it is, that what was play to you when boys, was not play to the sparrows, and what is play to you now is not play to the small birds of state neither. And for the black eagles, you are somewhat shy of taking shots at them, if I mistake not. I must get back to the matter in hand, however. Believe me, without farther instance, I could show you in all time that every nation's vice or virtue was written in its art. The soldiership of early Greece, the sensuality of late Italy, the visionary religion of Tuscany, the splendid human energy and beauty of Venice. I have no time to do this tonight, I have done it elsewhere before now, but I proceed to apply the principle to ourselves in a more searching manner. I notice that among all the new buildings that cover your PG50 once wild hills, churches and schools are mixed in that is to say, in large proportion, with your mills and mansions, and I notice also that the churches and schools are almost always Gothic, and the mansions and mills are never Gothic. Will you allow me to ask precisely the meaning of this? For remember, it is peculiarly a modern phenomenon. When Gothic was invented, houses were Gothic as well as churches, and when the Italian style superseded the Gothic, churches were Italian as well as houses. If there is a Gothic spire to the Cathedral of Antwerp, there is a Gothic belfry to the Hotel de Ville at Brussels. If Inigo Jones builds an Italian Whitehall, Sir Christopher Wren builds an Italian St. Paul's, but now you live under one school of architecture and worship under another. What do you mean by doing this? Am I to understand that you are thinking of changing your architecture back to Gothic, and that you treat your churches experimentally because it does not matter what mistakes you make in a church? Or am I to understand that you consider Gothic a preeminently sacred and beautiful mode of building, which you think, like the fine frankincense, should be mixed for the tabernacle only, and reserved for your religious services? For if this be the feeling, though it may seem at first as if it were graceful and reverent, you will find that, at the root of the matter, it signifies neither more nor less than that you have separated your religion from your life. For consider what a wide significance this fact has, and remember that it is not you only, but all the people of England, who are behaving thus just now. You have all got into the habit of calling the church the house of God. I have seen over the doors of many churches the legend actually carved, "This is the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." Now note where that legend comes from, and of what place it was first spoken. A boy leaves his father's house to go on a long journey on foot to visit his uncle. He has to cross a wild hill desert, just as if one of your own boys had to cross the wolds of Westmoreland to visit an uncle at Carlisle. The second or third day PG51 your boy finds himself somewhere between Hawes and Bruh, in the midst of the moors at sunset. It is stony ground and boggy. He cannot go 1 foot farther that night. Down he lies to sleep on Warnside, where best he may, gathering a few of the stones together to put under his head. So wild the place is, he cannot get anything but stones. And there, lying under the broad night, he has a dream, and he sees a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reaches to heaven, and the angels of God are ascending and descending upon it. And when he wakes out of his sleep he says, "How dreadful is this place! Surely this is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." This place, observe, not this church, not this city, not this stone even which he puts up for a memorialed piece of flint on which his head has lain. But this place, this windy slope of Warnside, this moorland hollow, torrent-bitten, snow-blighted, this any place where God lets down the ladder. And how are you to know where that will be, or how are you to determine where it may be but by being ready for it always? Do you know where the lightning is to fall next? You do know that, partly. You can guide the lightning, but you cannot guide the going forth of the Spirit, which is that lightning when it shines from the east to the west. But the perpetual and insolent warping of that strong verse to serve a merely ecclesiastical purpose is only one of the 1,000 instances in which we sink back into gross Judaism. We call our churches temples. Now you know, or ought to know, they are not temples. They have never had, never can have, anything whatever to do with temples. They are synagogues, gathering place where you gather yourselves together as an assembly, and by not calling them so you again miss the force of another mighty text, "Thou, when thou prayest, shalt not be as the hypocrites are. For they love to pray standing in the churches," we should translate it, "that they may be seen of men. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father, which is not in chancel nor in aisle, but in secret." PG52. Now you feel, as I say this to you, I know you feel as if I were trying to take away the honor of your churches. Not so. I am trying to prove to you the honor of your houses and your hills. I am trying to show you not that the church is not sacred, but that the whole earth is. I would have you feel what careless, what constant, what infectious sin there is in all modes of thought, whereby in calling your churches only holy, you call your hearths and homes profane, and have separated yourselves from the heathen by casting all your household gods to the ground, instead of recognizing, in the place of their many and feeble leries, the presence of your one and mighty Lord and Law. But what has all this to do with our exchange? You ask me impatiently. My dear friends, it has just everything to do with it. On these inner and great questions depend all the outer and little ones, and if you have asked me down here to speak to you, because you had before been interested in anything I have written, You must know that all I have yet said about architecture was to show this. The book 1, called The Seven Lamps, was to show that certain right states of temper and moral feeling were the magic powers by which all good architecture, without exception, had been produced. The Stones of Venice had from beginning to end no other aim than to show that the Gothic architecture of Venice had arisen out of, and indicated in all its features, a state of pure national faith and of domestic virtue, and that its Renaissance architecture had arisen out of, and in all its features indicated, a state of concealed national infidelity and of domestic corruption. And now you ask me what style is best to build in, and how can I answer, knowing the meaning of the two styles, but by another question: do you mean to build as Christians or as infidels? And still more, do you mean to build as honest Christians or as honest infidels? As thoroughly and confessedly either one or the other. You do not like to be asked such rude questions. I cannot help it. They are of much more importance than this exchange business, and if they can be at once answered, the exchange business settles itself in a moment. But before I press them farther, pg 53, I must ask leave to explain one point clearly. In all my past work, my endeavor has been to show that good architecture is essentially religious production of a faithful and virtuous, not of an infidel and corrupted people. But in the course of doing this, I have had also to show that good architecture is not ecclesiastical. People are so apt to look upon religion as the business of the clergy, not their own, that the moment they hear of anything depending on religion, they think it must also have depended on the priesthood, and I have had to take what place was to be occupied between these two errors and fight both, often with seeming contradiction. Good architecture is the work of good and believing men. Therefore, you say, at least some people say, good architecture must essentially have been the work of the clergy, not of the laity. No, 1,000 times no. Good architecture has always been the work of the commonalty, not of the clergy. What you say, those glorious cathedrals, the pride of Europe, did their builders not form Gothic architecture? No, they corrupted Gothic architecture. Gothic was formed in the Baron's castle and the burgher's street. It was formed by the thoughts and hands and powers of free citizens and soldier kings. By the monk it was used as an instrument for the aid of his superstition. When that superstition became a beautiful madness, and the best hearts of Europe vainly dreamed and pined in the cloister, and vainly raged and perished in the crusade through that fury of perverted faith and wasted war, the Gothic rose also to its loveliest, most fantastic, and finally most foolish dreams, and in those dreams was lost. I hope now that there is no risk of your misunderstanding me when I come to the gist of what I want to say tonight, when I repeat that every great national architecture has been the result and exponent of a great national religion. You cannot have bits of it here, bits there, you must have it everywhere, or nowhere. It is not the monopoly of a clerical company, it is not the exponent of a theological dogmate, is not the hieroglyphic writing of an initiated priesthood. It is the manly language of a people inspired by resolute and common pg 54 purpose, and rendering resolute and common fidelity to the legible laws of an undoubted God. Now, there have as yet been 3 distinct schools of European architecture. I say European because Asiatic and African architectures belong so entirely to other races and climates that there is no question of them here. Only in passing, I will simply assure you that whatever is good or great in Egypt, and Syria and India, is just good or great for the same reasons as the buildings on our side of the Bosphorus. We Europeans, then, have had 3 great religions: the Greek, which was the worship of the god of wisdom and power; the medieval, which was the worship of the god of judgment and consolation; the Renaissance, which was the worship of the god of pride and beauty. These 3 we have had the past, and now at last we English have got a 4th religion and a god of our own, about which I want to ask you. But I must explain these 3 old ones first. I repeat, first, the Greeks essentially worshipped the god of wisdom, so that whatever contended against their religion to the Jews a stumbling block was to the Greeks foolishness. The first Greek idea of deity was that expressed in the word, of which we keep the remnant in our words: diurnal and divineth god of day, Jupiter the revealer. Athena is his daughter, but especially daughter of the intellect, springing armed from the head. We are only with the help of recent investigation beginning to penetrate the depth of meaning couched under the Athenaic symbols. But I may note rapidly that her guise, the mantle with the serpent fringes, in which she often, in the best statues, is represented as folding up her left hand for better guard, and the gorgon on her shield, are both representative mainly of the chilling horror and sadness turning men to stone, as it were of the outmost and superficial spheres of knowledge. It had knowledge which separates, in bitterness, hardness, and sorrow, the heart of the full-grown man from the heart of the child. For out of imperfect knowledge spring terror, dissension, pg 55 danger and disdain, but from perfect knowledge, given by the full-revealed Athena, strength and peace, in sign of which she is crowned with the olive spray, and bears the resistless spear. This then was the Greek conception of purest deity, and every habit of life, and every form of his art developed themselves from the seeking this bright, serene, resistless wisdom, and setting himself as a man to do things ever more rightly and strongly, not with any ardent affection or ultimate hope, but with a resolute and continent energy of will, as knowing that for failure there was no consolation, and for sin there was no remission. And the Greek architecture rose unerring, bright, clearly defined, and self-contained. Next followed in Europe the great Christian faith, which was essentially the religion of comfort. Its great doctrine is the remission of sins, for which cause it happens, too often in certain phases of Christianity, that sin and sickness themselves are partly glorified, as if the more you had to be healed of, the more divine was the healing. The practical result of this doctrine in art is a continual contemplation of sin and disease, and of imaginary states of purification from them. Thus we have an architecture conceived in a mingled sentiment of melancholy and aspiration, partly severe, partly luxuriant, which will bend itself to every one of our needs, and every one of our fancies, and be strong or weak with us, as we are strong or weak ourselves. It is, of all architecture, the basest, when base people build it off all the noblest when built by the noble. And now note that both these religions, Greek and medieval, perished pg 56 by falsehood in their own main purpose. The Greek religion of wisdom perished in a false philosophy, oppositions of science, falsely so called. The medieval religion of consolation perished in false comfort, in remission of sins given lyingly. It was the selling of absolution that ended the medieval faith, and I can tell you more, it is the selling of absolution which, to the end of time, will mark false Christianity. Pure Christianity gives her remission of sins only by ending them, but false Christianity gets her remission of sins by compounding for them, and there are many ways of compounding for them. We English have beautiful little quiet ways of buying absolution, whether in low church or high, far more cunning than any of Tetzel's trading. Then thirdly there followed the religion of pleasure, in which all Europe gave itself to luxury, ending in death. First, balls, masks in every saloon, and then guillotines in every square, and all these three worships issue in vast temple building. Your Greek worshipped wisdom, and built you the Parthenon, the Virgin's temple. The medieval worshipped consolation, and built you virgin temples also, but to Our Lady of Salvation. Then the revivalist worshipped beauty of a sort, and built you Versailles and the Vatican. Now lastly will you tell me what we worship, and what we build? You know we are speaking always of the real, active, continual national worship, that by which men act while they live, not that which they talk of when they die. Now we have indeed a nominal religion, to which we pay tithes of property, and sevenths of time, but we have also a practical and earnest religion, to which we devote 9/10 of our property and 6/7 of our time. And we dispute a great deal about the nominal religion, but we are all unanimous about this practical one, of which I think you will admit that the ruling goddess may be best generally described as the goddess of Göttingen, or Britannia of the market. The Athenians had an Athena Agoreia, or Minerva of the market, but she was a subordinate type of their goddess, pg 57, while our Britannia Agoreia is the principal type of ours, and all your great architectural works are of course built to her. It is long since you built a great cathedral, and how you would laugh at me if I proposed building a cathedral on the top of one of these hills of yours, taking it for an acropolis. But your railroad mounds, prolonged masses of acropolis, your railroad stations vaster than the Parthenon and innumerable, your chimneys how much more mighty and costly than cathedral spires, your harbour piers, your warehouses, your exchanges, all these are built to your great goddess of Göttingen, and she has formed and will continue to form your architecture as long as you worship her, and it is quite vain to ask me to tell you how to build to her, you know far better than one. There might indeed, on some theories, be a conceivably good architecture for exchange, that is to say, if there were any heroism in the fact or deed of exchange, which might be typically carved on the outside of your building. For you know, all beautiful architecture must be adorned with sculpture or painting, and for sculpture or painting you must have a subject. And hitherto it has been a received opinion among the nations of the world that the only right subjects for either were heroisms of some sort. Even on his pots and his flagons, the Greek put a Hercules slaying lions, or an Apollo slaying serpents, or Bacchus slaying melancholy giants and earthborn despondencies. On his temples, the Greek put contests of great warriors in founding states, or of gods with evil spirits. On his houses and temples alike, the Christian put carvings of angels conquering devils, or of hero martyrs exchanging this world for another, subject inappropriate, I think, to our manner of exchange here. And the master of Christians not only left his followers without any orders as to the sculpture of affairs of exchange on the outside of buildings, but gave some strong evidence of his dislike of affairs of exchange within them. And yet there might surely be a heroism in such affairs, and all commerce become a kind of selling of doves, not impious. The wonder has always been great to me, that heroism has never been pg-58 supposed to be in any wise consistent with the practice of supplying people with food or clothes, but rather with that of quartering oneself upon them for food, and stripping them of their clothes. Spoiling of armor is an heroic deed in all ages, but the selling of clothes, old or new, has never taken any color of magnanimity. Yet one does not see why feeding the hungry and clothing the naked should ever become base businesses, even when engaged in on a large scale. If one could contrive to attach the notion of conquest to them anyhow, so that, supposing there were anywhere an obstinate race who refused to be comforted, one might take some pride in giving them compulsory comfort, and as it were, occupying a country with one's gifts instead of one's armies, if one could only consider it as much a victory to get a barren field sown as to get an eared field stripped, and contend who should build villages instead of who should carry them. Are not all forms of heroism conceivable in doing these serviceable deeds? You doubt who is strongest. It might be ascertained by push of spade as well as push of sword. Who is wisest? There are witty things to be thought of in planning other business than campaigns. Who is bravest? There are always the elements to fight with, stronger than men, and nearly as merciless. The only absolutely and unapproachably heroic element in the soldier's work seems to be that he is paid little for it and regularly, while you traffickers and exchangers, and others occupied in presumably benevolent business, like to be paid much for it and by chance. I never can make out how it is that a knight-errant does not expect to be paid for his trouble, but a pedlar-errant always does, that people are willing to take hard knocks for nothing, but never to sell ribbons cheap, that they are ready to go on fervent crusades to recover the tomb of a buried god, never on any travels to fulfill the orders of a living God, that they will go anywhere barefoot to preach their faith, but must be well bribed to practice it, and are perfectly ready to give the gospel gratis, but never the loaves and fishes. If you chose to take the matter up on any such soldierly principle, to do your commerce and your pg-59 feeding of nations for fixed salaries, and to be as particular about giving people the best food, and the best cloth, as soldiers are about giving them the best gunpowder, I could carve something for you on your exchange worth looking at. But I can only at present suggest decorating its frieze with pendant purses, and making its pillars broad at the base for the sticking of bills. And in the innermost chambers of it there might be a statue of Britannia of the market, who may have, perhaps advisably, a partridge for her crest, typical at once of her courage in fighting for noble ideas, and of her interest in game, and round its neck the inscription in golden letters, Perdix fovit non peperit. Then for her spear she might have a weaver's beam, and on her shield instead of her cross the Milanese boar, semifleeced with the town of Genesaret proper, in the field and the legend in the best market, and her corslet of leather folded over her heart in the shape of a purse, with 30 slits in it for a piece of money to go in at on each day of the month. And I doubt not but that people would come to see your exchange and its goddess with applause. Nevertheless, I want to point out to you certain strange characters in this goddess of yours. She differs from the great Greek and medieval deities essentially in two things: first, as to the continuance of her presumed power; secondly, as to the extent of it. As to the continuance, the Greek goddess of wisdom gave continual increase of wisdom, as the Christian spirit of comfort, or comforter continual increase of comfort. There was no question, with these, of any limit or cessation of function. But with your agra goddess, that is just the most important question. Getting on but where to, gathering toward but how much, do you mean to gather always never to spend? If so, I wish you joy of your goddess, for I am just as well PG60 off as you without the trouble of worshipping her at all. But if you do not spend, somebody else will, somebody else must. And it is because of this, among many other such errors, that I have fearlessly declared your so-called science of political economy to be no science, because, namely, it has omitted the study of exactly the most important branch of the business, the study of spending. For spend you must, and as much as you make, ultimately. You gather corn, will you bury England under a heap of grain, or will you, when you have gathered, finally eat? You gather gold, will you make your house roofs of it, or pave your streets with it? That is still one way of spending it. But if you keep it, that you may get more, I will give you more. I will give you all the gold you want, all you can imagine, if you can tell me what you will do with it. You shall have thousands of gold pieces, thousands of thousands, millions, mountains of gold. Where will you keep them? Will you put an Olympus of silver upon a golden Pelion, make Asa like a wart? Do you think the rain and dew would then come down to you, in the streams from such mountains, more blessedly than they will down the mountains which God has made for you of moss and whinstone? But it is not gold that you want to gather. What is it? Greenbacks? No, not those neither. What is it then? Is it ciphers after a capital I? Cannot you practice writing ciphers, and write as many as you want? Write ciphers for an hour every morning in a big book, and say every evening, I am worth all those noughts more than I was yesterday. Will not that do? Well, what in the name of Plutus is it you want? Not gold, not greenbacks, not ciphers after a capital I. You will have to answer after all, no, we want, somehow or other, money's worth. Well, what is that? Let your goddess of Göttingen discover it, and let her learn to stay therein. 2. But there is yet another question to be asked respecting this goddess of Göttingen. The first was of the continuance of her power, the second is of its extent. Pallas and the Madonna were supposed to be all the world's Pallas, and all the world's Madonna. They could teach all PG61 men, and they could comfort all men. But look strictly into the nature of the power of your goddess of Göttingen, and you will find she is the goddess not of everybody's getting on but only of somebody's getting on. This is a vital, or rather deathful, distinction. Examine it in your own ideal of the state of national life which this goddess is to evoke and maintain. I asked you what it was when I was last here, you have never told me. Now shall I try to tell you? Your ideal of human life then is, I think, that it should be passed in a pleasant undulating world, with iron and coal everywhere underneath it. On each pleasant bank of this world is to be a beautiful mansion with 2 wings, and stables and coach-houses, a moderately sized park, a large garden and hot houses, and pleasant carriage drives through the shrubberies. In this mansion are to live the favoured votaries of the goddess, the English gentleman with his gracious wife and his beautiful family, always able to have the boudoir and the jewels for the wife, and the beautiful ball dresses for the daughters, and hunters for the sons, and a shooting in the Highlands for himself. At the bottom of the bank is to be the mill, not less than 1/4 of a mile long, with a steam engine at each end, and 2 in the middle, and a chimney 300 feet high. In this mill are to be in constant employment from 800 to 1,000 workers, who never drink, never strike, always go to church on Sunday, and always express themselves in respectful language. Is not that broadly and in the main features the kind of thing you propose to yourselves? It is very pretty indeed seen from above, not at all so pretty seen from below. For observe, while to one family this deity is indeed the goddess of getting on, to 1,000 families she is the goddess of not getting on. Nay, you say they have all their chance. Yes, so has everyone in a lottery, but there must always be the same number of blanks. Ah, but in a lottery it is not skill and intelligence which take the lead, but blind chance. What then, do you think the old practice that they should PG62 take who have the power, and they should keep who can, is less iniquitous when the power has become power of brains instead of fist? And that, though we may not take advantage of a child's or a woman's weakness, we may of a man's foolishness. Nay, but finally work must be done, and someone must be at the top, someone at the bottom. Granted, my friends, work must always be, and captains of work must always be, and if you in the least remember the tone of any of my writings, you must know that they are thought unfit for this age, because they are always insisting on need of government, and speaking with scorn of liberty. But I beg you to observe that there is a wide difference between being captains or governors of work, and taking the profits of it. It does not follow because you are general of an army, that you are to take all the treasure or land. It wins if it fight for treasure or land. Neither because you are king of a nation, that you are to consume all the profits of the nation's work. Real kings, on the contrary, are known invariably by their doing quite the reverse of this, by their taking the least possible quantity of the nation's work for themselves. There is no test of real kinghood so infallible as that. Does the crowned creature live simply, bravely, unostentatiously? Probably he is a king. Does he cover his body with jewels and his table with delicates? In all probability he is not a king. It is possible he may be as Solomon was, but that is when the nation shares his splendor with him. Solomon made gold, not only to be in his own palace as stones, but to be in Jerusalem as stones. But even so, for the most part, these splendid kinghoods expire in ruin, and only the true kinghoods live, which are of royal labourers governing loyal labourers, who, both leading rough lives, establish the true dynasties. Conclusively, you will find that because you are king of a nation, it does not follow that you are to gather for yourself all the wealth of that nation. Neither, because you are king of a small part of the nation, and lord over the means of its maintenance over field, or mill, or mine, are you to take all the produce of that piece of the foundation of national existence for yourself. Pg 63. You will tell me I need not preach against these things, for I cannot mend them. No, good friends, I cannot, but you can and you will, or something else can and will. Do you think these phenomena are to stay always in their present power or aspect? All history shows, on the contrary, that to be the exact thing they never can do. Change must come, but it is ours to determine whether change of growth or change of death. Shall the Parthenon be in ruins on its rock and Bolton Priory in its meadow, but these mills of yours be the consummation of the buildings of the earth, and their wheels be as the wheels of eternity? Think you that men may come and men may go, but mills go on forever? Not so. Out of these, better or worse shall come, and it is for you to choose which. I know that none of this wrong is done with deliberate purpose. I know, on the contrary, that you wish your workmen well, that you do much for them, and that you desire to do more for them if you saw your way to it safely. I know that many of you have done, and are every day doing, whatever you feel to be in your power, and that even all this wrong and misery are brought about by a warped sense of duty, each of you striving to do his best, without noticing that this best is essentially and centrally the best for himself, not for others. And all this has come of the spreading of that thrice accursed, thrice impious doctrine of the modern economist, that to do the best for yourself is finally to do the best for others. Friends, our great master said not so, and most absolutely we shall find this world is not made so. Indeed, to do the best for others is finally to do the best for ourselves, but it will not do to have our eyes fixed on that issue. The pagans had got beyond that. Hear what a pagan says of this matter. Hear what were perhaps the last written words of Plato, if not the last actually written, for this we cannot know, yet assuredly in fact and power his parting words, in which, endeavouring to give full crowning and harmonious close to all his thoughts, and to speak the sum of them by the imagined sentence of the Great Spirit, his strength and his heart fail him, and the words cease, broken off for ever. It is the close pg 64 of the dialogue called Critias, in which he describes, partly from real tradition, partly an ideal dream, the early state of Athens, and the genesis and order and religion of the fabled Isle of Atlantis, in which genesis he conceives the same first perfection and final degeneracy of man, which in our own scriptural tradition is expressed by saying that the sons of God intermarried with the daughters of men, for he supposes the earliest race to have been indeed the children of God, and to have corrupted themselves, until their spot was not the spot of his children. And this, he says, was the end, that indeed through many generations, so long as the God's nature in them yet was full, they were submissive to the sacred laws, and carried themselves lovingly to all that had kindred with them in divineness. For their uttermost spirit was faithful and true, and in every wise great, so that in all meekness of wisdom they dealt with each other and took all the chances of life, and despising all things except virtue, they cared little what happened day by day, and bore lightly the burden of gold and of possessions, for they saw that, if only their common love and virtue increased, all these things would be increased together with them. But to set their esteem and ardent pursuit upon material possession would be to lose that first, and their virtue and affection together with it. And by such reasoning, and what of the divine nature remained in them, they gained all this greatness of which we have already told. But when the gods part of them faded and became extinct, being mixed again and again, and effaced by the prevalent mortality, and the human nature at last exceeded, they then became unable to endure the courses of fortune, and fell into shapelessness of life, and baseness in the sight of him who could see, having lost everything that was fairest of their honour, while to the blind hearts which could not discern the true life, tending to happiness, it seemed that they were then chiefly noble and happy, being filled with all iniquity of inordinate possession and power. Whereupon the God of gods, whose kinghood is in laws, beholding a once just nation thus cast into misery, and desiring to lay such punishment upon them as might make them repent into restraining, gathered pg 65 together all the gods into his dwelling place, which from heaven's centre overlooks whatever has part in creation, and having assembled them, he said, "The rest is silence." So ended are the last words of the chief wisdom of the heathen, spoken of this idol of riches, this idol of yours, this golden image high by measureless cubits, set up where your green fields of England are furnace burnt into the likeness of the plain of Dura. This idol forbidden to us first of all. Idols by our own master and faith, forbidden to us also by every human lip that has ever in any age or people been accounted of as able to speak according to the purposes of God. Continue to make that forbidden deity your principal one, and soon no more art, no more science, no more pleasure will be possible. Catastrophe will come, or worse than catastrophe, slow mouldering and withering into Hades. But if you can fix some conception of a true human state of life, to be striven for life for all men as for yourself, you can determine some honest and simple order of existence, following those trodden ways of wisdom, which are pleasantness, and seeking her quiet and withdrawn paths, which are peace, then, and so sanctifying wealth into commonwealth. All your art, your literature, your daily labours, your domestic affection and citizen's duty will join and increase into one magnificent harmony. You will know then how to build well enough. You will build with stone well, but with flesh better, temples not made with hands but riveted of hearts, and that kind of marble, crimson-veined, is indeed eternal. pg 66. Lecture 3, War. Delivered at the Royal Military Academy, Woolwich. Young soldiers, I do not doubt but that many of you came unwillingly tonight, and many in merely contemptuous curiosity, to hear what a writer on painting could possibly say, or would venture to say, respecting your great art of war. You may well think within yourselves that a painter might, perhaps without immodesty, lecture younger painters upon painting, but not young lawyers upon law, nor young physicians upon medicine least of all. It may seem to you, young warriors upon war. And indeed, when I was asked to address you, I declined at first, and declined long, for I felt that you would not be interested in my special business, and would certainly think there was small need for me to come to teach you yours. Nay, I knew that there ought to be no such need, for the great veteran soldiers of England are now men every way so thoughtful, so noble and so good, that no other teaching than their knightly example, and their few words of grave and tried counsel should be either necessary for you, or even, without assurance of due modesty in the offer, endured by you. But being asked, not once nor twice, I have not ventured persistently to refuse, and I will try, in very few words, to lay before you some reason why you should accept my excuse, and hear me patiently. You may imagine that your work is wholly foreign to, and separate from mine. So far from that, all the pure and noble arts of peace are founded on war. No great art ever yet rose on earth, but among a nation of soldiers. There is no art among a shepherd people, if it remains pg 67 at peace. There is no art among an agricultural people, if it remains at peace. Commerce is barely consistent with fine art, but cannot produce it. Manufacture not only is unable to produce it, but invariably destroys whatever seeds of it exist. There is no great art possible to a nation, but that which is based on battle. Now, though I hope you love fighting for its own sake, you must, I imagine, be surprised at my assertion that there is any such good fruit of fighting. You supposed probably that your office was to defend the works of peace, but certainly not to found them. Nay, the common course of war, you may have thought, was only to destroy them. And truly I who tell you this of the use of war, should have been the last of men to tell you so, had I trusted my own experience only. Hear why. I have given a considerable part of my life to the investigation of Venetian painting, and the result of that inquiry was my fixing upon one man as the greatest of all Venetians, and therefore, as I believed, of all painters whatsoever. I formed this faith, whether right or wrong matters at present nothing, in the supremacy of the painter Tintoret, under a roof covered with his pictures, and of those pictures, 3 of the noblest were then in the form of shreds of ragged canvas, mixed up with the laths of the roof, rent through by 3 Austrian shells. Now it is not every lecturer who could tell you that he had seen 3 of his favorite pictures torn to rags by bombshells. And after such a sight, it is not every lecturer who would tell you that, nevertheless, war was the foundation of all great art. Yet the conclusion is inevitable from any careful comparison of the states of great historic races at different periods. Merely to show you what I mean, I will sketch for you, very briefly, the broad steps of the advance of the best art of the world. The first dawn of it is in Egypt, and the power of it is founded on the perpetual contemplation of death, and of future judgment, by the mind of a nation of which the ruling caste were priests, and the second, soldiers. The greatest works produced by them are sculptures of their kings going out to battle, or receiving the homage of conquered armies. pg 68. And you must remember also, as one of the great keys to the splendor of the Egyptian nation, that the priests were not occupied in theology only. Their theology was the basis of practical government and law, so that they were not so much priests as religious judges, the office of Samuel, among the Jews, being as nearly as possible correspondent to theirs. All the rudiments of art, then, and much more than the rudiments of all science, are laid first by this great warrior nation, which held in contempt all mechanical trades, and in absolute hatred the peaceful life of shepherds. From Egypt art passes directly into Greece, where all poetry and all painting are nothing else than the description, praise, or dramatic representation of war, or of the exercises which prepare for it, in their connection with offices of religion. All Greek institutions had first respect to war, and their conception of it as one necessary office of all human and divine life is expressed simply by the images of their guiding gods. Apollo is the god of all wisdom of the intellect. He bears the arrow and the bow before he bears the lyre. Again, Athena is the goddess of all wisdom in conduct. It is by the helmet and the shield, oftener than by the shuttle, that she is distinguished from other deities. There were, however, 2 great differences in principle between the Greek and the Egyptian theories of policy. In Greece there was no soldier caste, every citizen was necessarily a soldier. And again, while the Greeks rightly despised mechanical arts as much as the Egyptians, they did not make the fatal mistake of despising agricultural and pastoral life, but perfectly honored both. These 2 conditions of truer thought raise them quite into the highest rank of wise manhood that has yet been reached, for all our great arts, and nearly all our great thoughts, have been borrowed or derived from them. Take away from us what they have given, and I hardly can imagine how low the modern European would stand. Now you are to remember, in passing to the next phase of history, that though you must have war to produce art, you must also have much more than war, namely, an art instinct pg 69 or genius in the people, and that, though all the talent for painting in the world will not make painters of you, unless you have a gift for fighting as well, you may have the gift for fighting, and none for painting. Now, in the next great dynasty of soldiers, the art instinct is wholly wanting. I have not yet investigated the Roman character enough to tell you the causes of this, but I believe, paradoxical as it may seem to you, that, however truly the Roman might say of himself that he was born of Mars, and suckled by the wolf, he was nevertheless, at heart, more of a farmer than a soldier. The exercises of war were with him practical, not poetical. His poetry was in domestic life only, and the object of battle passus imponere morm. And the arts are extinguished in his hands, and do not rise again until, with Gothic chivalry, there comes back into the mind of Europe a passionate delight in war itself, for the sake of war. And then, with the romantic knighthood which can imagine no other noble employment, under the fighting kings of France, England, and Spain, and under the fighting dukeships and citizenships of Italy, art is born again, and rises to her height in the great valleys of Lombardy and Tuscany, through which there flows not a single stream, from all their Alps or Apennines that did not once run dark red from battle, and it reaches its culminating glory in the city which gave to history the most intense type of soldiership yet seen among men, the city whose armies were led in their assault by their king, led through it to victory by their king, and so led, though that king of theirs was blind, and in the extremity of his age. And from this time forward, as peace is established or extended in Europe, the arts decline. They reach an unparalleled pitch of costliness, but lose their life, enlist themselves at last on the side of luxury and various corruption, and among wholly tranquil nations wither utterly away, remaining only in partial practice among races who, like the French and us, have still the minds, though we cannot all live the lives of soldiers. It may be so, I can suppose that a philanthropist might exclaim, perish then the arts if they can flourish only at pg 70 such a cost. What worth is there in toys of canvas and stone if compared to the joy and peace of artless domestic life? And the answer is truly in themselves none. But as expressions of the highest state of the human spirit, their worth is infinite. As results they may be worthless, but, as signs they are above price. For it is an assured truth that, whenever the faculties of men are at their fullness, they must express themselves by art. And to say that a state is without such expression is to say that it is sunk from its proper level of manly nature. So that, when I tell you that war is the foundation of all the arts, I mean also that it is the foundation of all the high virtues and faculties of men. It was very strange to me to discover this, and very dreadful, but I saw it to be quite an undeniable fact. The common notion that peace and the virtues of civil life flourished together, I found to be wholly untenable. Peace and the vices of civil life only flourish together. We talk of peace and learning, and of peace and plenty, and of peace and civilization, but I found that those were not the words which the muse of history coupled together, that on her lips the words were peace and sensuality, peace and selfishness, peace and corruption, peace and death. I found in brief that all great nations learned their truth of word and strength of thought in war, that they were nourished in war and wasted by peace, taught by war and deceived by peace, trained by war and betrayed by peace, in a word, that they were born in war and expired in peace. Yet now note carefully, in the second place, it is not all war of which this can be said, nor all dragon's teeth, which sown will start up into men. It is not the ravage of a barbarian wolf-flock, as under Genseric or Suwarrow, nor the habitual restlessness and rapine of mountaineers, as on the old borders of Scotland, nor the occasional struggle of a strong peaceful nation for its life, as in the wars of the Swiss with Austria, nor the contest of merely ambitious nations for extent of power, as in the wars of France under Napoleon, or the just terminated war in America. None of these forms of war build anything but tombs. But the creative or foundational pg 71 war is that in which the natural restlessness and love of contest among men are disciplined, by consent, into modes of beautiful, though it may be fatal play, in which the natural ambition and love of power of men are disciplined into the aggressive conquest of surrounding evil, and in which the natural instincts of self-defense are sanctified by the nobleness of the institutions and purity of the households which they are appointed to defend. To such war as this all men are born, in such war as this any man may happily die, and forth from such war as this have arisen throughout the extent of past ages all the highest sanctities and virtues of humanity. I shall therefore divide the war of which I would speak to you into 3 heads: war for exercise or play, war for dominion, and war for defense. 1. And first of war for exercise or play. I speak of it primarily in this light, because through all past history manly war has been more an exercise than anything else among the classes who cause and proclaim it. It is not a game to the conscript or the pressed sailor, but neither of these are the causers of it. To the governor who determines that war shall be, and to the youths who voluntarily adopt it as their profession, it has always been a grand pastime, and chiefly pursued because they had nothing else to do. And this is true without any exception. No king whose mind was fully occupied with the development of the inner resources of his kingdom, or with any other sufficing subject of thought, ever entered into war but on compulsion. No youth who was earnestly busy with any peaceful subject of study, or set on any serviceable course of action, ever voluntarily became a soldier. Occupy him early and wisely in agriculture or business, in science or in literature, and he will never think of war otherwise than as a calamity. But leave him idle, and the more brave and active and capable he is by nature, the more he will thirst for some appointed field for action, and find in the passion and peril of battle the only satisfying fulfillment of his unoccupied being. And from the earliest incipient civilization until now, the population of the earth divides itself, when you look at it widely, into 2 races, one pg 72 of workers, and the other of playersown tilling the ground, manufacturing, building, and otherwise providing for the necessities of life, the other part proudly idle, and continually therefore needing recreation, in which they use the productive and laborious orders partly as their cattle, and partly as their puppets or pieces in the game of death. Now remember, whatever virtue or goodliness there may be in this game of war, rightly played, there is none when you thus play it with a multitude of small human pawns. If you, the gentlemen of this or any other kingdom, choose to make your pastime of contest, do so and welcome, but set not up these unhappy peasant pieces upon the green fielded board. If the wager is to be of death, lay it on your own heads, not theirs. A goodly struggle in the Olympic dust, though it be the dust of the grave, the gods will look upon and be with you in. But they will not be with you if you sit on the sides of the amphitheatre, whose steps are the mountains of earth, whose arena its valleys, to urge your peasant millions into gladiatorial war. You also, you tender and delicate women, for whom, and by whose command, all true battle has been, and must ever be, you would perhaps shrink now, though you need not, from the thought of sitting as queens above set lists where the jousting game might be mortal. How much more, then, ought you to shrink from the thought of sitting above a theatre pit, in which even a few condemned slaves were slaying each other only for your delight? And do you not shrink from the fact of sitting above a theatre pit, where not condemned slaves, but the best and bravest of the poor sons of your people, slay each other not man to man, as the coupled gladiators, but race to race in duel of generations? You would tell me, perhaps, that you do not sit to see this, and it is indeed true that the women of Europethos who have no heart interests of their own at peril in the contest draw the curtains of their boxes, and muffle the openings, so that from the pit of the circus of slaughter there may reach them only at intervals a half-heard cry and a murmur as of the wind's sighing, when myriads of souls expire. They shut out the PG-73 deathcries, and are happy and talk wittily among themselves. That is the utter literal fact of what our ladies do in their pleasant lives. Nay, you might answer, speaking for them, we do not let these wars come to pass for our play, nor by our carelessness. We cannot help them. How can any final quarrel of nations be settled otherwise than by war? I cannot now delay to tell you how political quarrels might be otherwise settled, but grant that they cannot. Grant that no law of reason can be understood by nations, no law of justice submitted to by them, and that, while questions of a few acres and of petty cash can be determined by truth and equity, the questions which are to issue in the perishing or saving of kingdoms can be determined only by the truth of the sword and the equity of the rifle. Grant this, and even then, judge if it will always be necessary for you to put your quarrel into the hearts of your poor, and sign your treaties with peasants' blood. You would be ashamed to do this in your own private position and power. Why should you not be ashamed also to do it in public place and power? If you quarrel with your neighbour, and the quarrel be indeterminable by law, and mortal, you and he do not send your footmen to Battersea Fields to fight it out, nor do you set fire to his tenants' cottages, nor spoil their goods. You fight out your quarrel yourselves, and at your own danger, if at all. And you do not think it materially affects the arbitrament that one of you has a larger household than the other, so that, if the servants or tenants were brought into the field with their masters, the issue of the contest could not be doubtful. You either refuse the private duel, or you practice it under laws of honour, not of physical force, that so it may be in a manner justly concluded. Now the just or unjust conclusion of the private feud is of little moment, while the just or unjust conclusion of the public feud is of eternal moment. And yet, in this public quarrel, you take your servants' sons from their arms to fight for it, and your servants' food from their lips to support it, and the black seals on the parchment of your treaties of peace are the deserted hearth and the fruitless field. PG 74, there is a ghastly ludicrousness in this, as there is mostly in these wide and universal crimes. Hear the statement of the very fact of it, in the most literal words of the greatest of our English thinkers. What, speaking in quite unofficial language, is the net purport and upshot of war? To my own knowledge, for example, there dwell and toil, in the British village of Dumdrudge, usually some 500 souls. From these, by certain natural enemies of the French, there are successively selected, during the French war, say 30 able-bodied men. Dumdrudge, at her own expense, has suckled and nursed them. She has, not without difficulty and sorrow, fed them up to manhood, and even trained them to crafts, so that one can weave, another build, another hammer, and the weakest can stand under 30 stone avoirdupois. Nevertheless, amid much weeping and swearing, they are selected, all dressed in red, and shipped away at the public charges some 2,000 miles, or say only to the south of Spain, and fed there till wanted. And now to that same spot in the south of Spain are 30 similar French artisans, from a French Dumdrudge in like manner wending, till at length, after infinite effort, the two parties come into actual juxtaposition, and 30 stands fronting 30, each with a gun in his hand. Straightway the word fire is given and they blow the souls out of one another, and in place of 60 brisk useful craftsmen, the world has 60 dead carcasses, which it must bury, and anon shed tears for. Had these men any quarrel, busy as the devil is not the smallest, they lived far enough apart were the entire strangers, nay, in so wide a universe there was even unconsciously by commerce some mutual helpfulness between them. How then, simpleton, their governors had fallen out, and instead of shooting one another had the cunning to make these poor blockheads shoot. Sartor resartus. Positively then, gentlemen, the game of battle must not and shall not ultimately be played this way. But should it be played any way? Should it, if not by your servants, be practiced by yourselves? I think yes. Both history and human instinct seem alike to say yes. All healthy men like fighting and like the sense of danger. All brave women like to hear of their fighting and of their facing danger. This is a fixed instinct in the fine race of them, and I cannot help PG 75 fancying that fair fight is the best play for them, and that a tournament was a better game than a steeplechase. The time may perhaps come in France as well as here, for universal hurdle races and cricketing, but I do not think universal crickets will bring out the best qualities of the nobles of either country. I use in such question the test which I have adopted of the connection of war with other arts, and I reflect how as a sculptor I should feel if I were asked to design a monument for a dead knight in Westminster Abbey with a carving of a bat at one end and a ball at the other. It may be the remains in me only of savage Gothic prejudice, but I had rather carve it with a shield at one end and a sword at the other. And this, observe, with no reference whatever to any story of duty done or cause defended. Assume the knight merely to have ridden out occasionally to fight his neighbour for exercise. Assume him even a soldier of fortune, and to have gained his bread, and filled his purse at the sword's point. Still, I feel as if it were, somehow, grander and worthier in him to have made his bread by sword play than any other play. Had rather he had made it by thrusting than by batting, much more than by betting. Much rather that he should ride war horses than back race horses, and I say it sternly and deliberately, much rather would I have him slay his neighbour than cheat him. But remember, so far as this may be true, the game of war is only that in which the full personal power of the human creature is brought out in management of its weapons, and this for 3 reasons. First, the great justification of this game is that it truly, when well played, determines who is the best man, who is the highest bred, the most self-denying, the most fearless, the coolest of nerve, the swiftest of eye and hand. You cannot test these qualities wholly, unless there is a clear possibility of the struggles ending in death. It is only in the fronting of that condition that the full trial of the man, soul and body, comes out. You may go to your game of wickets, or of hurdles, or of cards, and any knavery that is in you may stay unchallenged all the while. But if the play may be PG 76 ended at any moment by a lance-thrust, a man will probably make up his accounts a little before he enters it. Whatever is rotten and evil in him will weaken his hand more in holding a sword hilt than in balancing a billiard cue, and on the whole the habit of living lightly-hearted in daily presence of death always has had and must have a tendency both to the making and testing of honest men. But for the final testing, observe, you must make the issue of battle strictly dependent on fineness of frame and firmness of hand. You must not make it the question, which of the combatants has the longest gun, or which has got behind the biggest tree, or which has the wind in his face, or which has gunpowder made by the best chemist, or iron smelted with the best coal, or the angriest mob at his back. Decide your battle, whether of nations or individuals, on those terms, and you have only multiplied confusion and added slaughter to iniquity. But decide your battle by pure trial, which has the strongest arm and steadiest heart, and you have gone far to decide a great many matters besides, and to decide them rightly. And the other reasons for this mode of decision of cause are the diminution both of the material destructiveness, or cost, and of the physical distress of war. For you must not think that in speaking to you in this, as you may imagine, fantastic praise of battle, I have overlooked the conditions weighing against me. I pray all of you who have not read to read with the most earnest attention Mr. Helps's 2 essays on war and government in the first volume of the last series of Friends in Council. Everything that can be urged against war is there simply, exhaustively, and most graphically stated, and all there urged is true, but the 2 great counts of evil alleged against war by that most thoughtful writer hold only against modern war. If you have to take away masses of men from all industrial employment, to feed them by the labour of others, to move them and provide them with destructive machines, varied daily in national rivalship of inventive cost. If you have to ravage the country which you attack, to destroy for a score of future years, its roads, its woods, its cities and its harbours, and if finally having brought masses pg 77 of men, counted by hundreds of thousands face to face, you tear those masses to pieces with jagged shot, and leave the fragments of living creatures countlessly beyond all help of surgery, to starve and parch through days of torture, down into clots of clay. What book of accounts shall record the cost of your work? What book of judgment sentence the guilt of it? That, I say, is modern war, scientific war, chemical and mechanic war, worse even than the savage's poisoned arrow. And yet you will tell me, perhaps, that any other war than this is impossible now. It may be so. The progress of science cannot, perhaps, be otherwise registered than by new facilities of destruction, and the brotherly love of our enlarging Christianity be only proved by multiplication of murder. Yet hear for a moment what war was in pagan and ignorant days, what war might yet be, if we could extinguish our science in darkness, and join the heathen's practice to the Christian's theory. I read you this from a book which probably most of you know well, and all ought to know Muller's Dorians, but I have put the points I wish you to remember in closer connection than in his text. The chief characteristic of the warriors of Sparta was great composure and subdued strength, the violence of Aristodemus and Isadas being considered as deserving rather of blame than praise, and these qualities in general distinguished the Greeks from the northern barbarians, whose boldness always consisted in noise and tumult. For the same reason the Spartans sacrificed to the Muses before an action, these goddesses being expected to produce regularity and order in battle, as they sacrificed on the same occasion in Crete to the god of love, as the confirmer of mutual esteem and shame. Every man put on a crown, when the band of flute players gave the signal for attack. All the shields of the line glittered with their high polish, and mingled their splendour with the dark red of the purple mantles, which were meant both to adorn the combatant and to conceal the blood of the wounded, to fall well and decorously being an incentive the more to the most heroic valour. The conduct of the Spartans in battle denotes a high and noble disposition, which rejected all the pg 78 extremes of brutal rage. The pursuit of the enemy ceased when the victory was completed, and after the signal for retreat had been given, all hostilities ceased. The spoiling of arms, at least during the battle, was also interdicted, and the consecration of the spoils of slain enemies to the gods, as in general all rejoicings for victory, were considered as illomened. Such was the war of the greatest soldiers, who prayed to heathen gods. What Christian war is, preached by Christian ministers, let any one tell you, who saw the sacred crowning, and heard the sacred flute playing, and was inspired and sanctified by the divinely measured and musical language of any North American regiment, preparing for its charge. And what is the relative cost of life in pagan and Christian wars? Let this one fact tell you: the Spartans won the decisive battle of Corinth with the loss of 8 men. The victors at indecisive Gettysburg confessed to the loss of 30,000. 2. I pass now to our second order of war, the commonest among men, that undertaken in desire of dominion. And let me ask you to think for a few moments what the real meaning of this desire of dominion is, first in the minds of kings, then in that of nations. Now mind you this first, that I speak either about kings or masses of men, with a fixed conviction that human nature is a noble and beautiful thing, not a foul nor a base thing. All the sin of men I esteem as their disease, not their nature, as a folly which may be prevented, not a necessity which must be accepted. And my wonder, even when things are at their worst, is always at the height which this human nature can attain. Thinking it high, I find it always a higher thing than I thought it, while those who think it low find it and will find it always lower than they thought it, the fact being that it is infinite and capable of infinite height and infinite fall. But the nature of it, and here is the faith which I would have you hold with me, nature of it is in the nobleness, not in the catastrophe. Take the faith in its utmost terms. When the captain of the London shook hands with his mate, saying, "God speed you, I will go down with my passengers," that I believe to be pg 79 human nature. He does not do it from any religious motive, from any hope of reward, or any fear of punishment. He does it because he is a man. But when a mother, living among the fair fields of merry England, gives her 2-year-old child to be suffocated under a mattress in her inner room, while the said mother waits and talks outside, that I believe to be not human nature. You have the two extremes there shortly. And you men and mothers who are here face to face with me tonight, I call upon you to say which of these is human, and which inhuman, which natural, and which unnatural. Choose your creed at once, I beseech you. Choose it with unshaken choice, choose it forever. Will you take for foundation of act and hope the faith that this man was such as God made him, or that this woman was such as God made her? Which of them has failed from their nature, from their present, possible, actual nature, not their nature of long ago, but their nature of now, which has betrayed it, falsified it? Did the guardian who died in his trust die inhumanly and as a fool? And did the murderess of her child fulfill the law of her being? Choose, I say, infinitude of choices hang upon this. You have had false prophets among you for centuries, you have had them solemnly warned against them though you were. False prophets, who have told you that all men are nothing but fiends or wolves, half beast, half devil. Believe that, and indeed you may sink to that. But refuse that, and have faith that God made you upright, though you have sought out many inventions. So you will strive daily to become more what your Maker meant and means you to be, and daily gives you also the power to be. You will cling more and more to the nobleness and virtue that is in you, saying, My righteousness I hold fast, and will not let it go. I have put this to you as a choice, as if you might hold either of these creeds you liked best, but there is in reality no choice for you, the facts being quite easily ascertainable. You have no business to think about this matter or to choose in it. The broad fact is, that a human creature of the highest race and most perfect as a human thing is invariably both pgad kind and true, and that as you lower the race you get cruelty and falseness as you get deformity, and this so steadily and assuredly, that the two great words which in their first use meant only perfection of race, have come by consequence of the invariable connection of virtue with the fine human nature, both to signify benevolence of disposition. The word generous and the word gentle, both in their origin, meant only of pure race, but because charity and tenderness are inseparable from this purity of blood, the words which once stood only for pride, now stand as synonyms for virtue. Now, this being the true power of our inherent humanity, and seeing that all the aim of education should be to develop this, and seeing also what magnificent self-sacrifice the higher classes of men are capable of, for any cause that they understand or feel, it is wholly inconceivable to me how well-educated princes, who ought to be of all gentlemen the gentlest, and of all nobles the most generous, and whose title of royalty means only their function of doing every right, how these, I say, throughout history, should so rarely pronounce themselves on the side of the poor and of justice, but continually maintain themselves and their own interests by oppression of the poor, and by wresting of justice, and how this should be accepted as so natural, that the word loyalty, which means faithfulness to law, is used as if it were only the duty of a people to be loyal to their king, and not the duty of a king to be infinitely more loyal to his people. How comes it to pass that a captain will die with his passengers, and lean over the gunwale to give the parting boat its course, but that a king will not usually die with, much less for, his passengers, thinks it rather incumbent on his passengers in any number to die for him? Think, I beseech you, of the wonder of this. The sea captain, not captain by divine right, but only by company's appointment, not a man of royal descent, but only a plebeian who can steer not with the eyes of the world upon him, but with feeble chance depending on one poor boat, of his name being ever heard above the wash of the fatal waves, not with the cause of a nation resting on his act, but helpless to save so much as a child from among the lost crowd pgad with whom he resolves to be lost, yet goes down quietly to his grave, rather than break his faith to these few emigrants. But your captain by divine right, your captain with the hues of 100 shields of kings upon his breast, your captain whose every deed, brave or base, will be illuminated or branded forever before unescapable eyes of men, your captain whose every thought and act are beneficent or fatal from sunrising to setting, blessing as the sunshine or shadowing as the night, this captain, as you find him in history, for the most part thinks only how he may tax his passengers and sit at most ease in his state cabin. For observe, if there had been indeed in the hearts of the rulers of great multitudes of men any such conception of work for the good of those under their command, as there is in the good and thoughtful masters of any small company of men, not only wars for the sake of mere increase of power could never take place, but our idea of power itself would be entirely altered. Do you suppose that to think and act even for 1,000,000 of men, to hear their complaints, watch their weaknesses, restrain their vices, make laws for them, lead them day by day to purer life, is not enough for one man's work. If any of us were absolute lord only of a district of 100 miles square, and were resolved on doing our utmost for it, making it feed as large a number of people as possible, making every clod productive, and every rock defensive, and every human being happy, should we not have enough on our hands, think you? But if the ruler has any other aim than this, if careless of the result of his interference, he desire only the authority to interfere, and regardless of what is ill done or well done, cares only that it shall be done at his bidding, if he would rather do 200 miles space of mischief than 100 miles space of good, of course he will try to add to his territory, and to add inimitably. But does he add to his power? Do you call it power in a child if he is allowed to play with the wheels and bands of some vast engine, pleased with their murmur and whirl, till his unwise touch, wandering where it ought not, scatters beam and wheel into ruin? Yet what machine is so pg too vast, so incognizable as the working of the mind of a nation, what child's touch so wanton as the word of a selfish king? And yet, how long have we allowed the historian to speak of the extent of the calamity a man causes as a just ground for his pride, and to extol him as the greatest prince, who is only the centre of the widest error? Follow out this thought by yourselves, and you will find that all power, properly so called, is wise and benevolent. There may be capacity in a drifting fireship to destroy a fleet, there may be venom enough in a dead body to infect a nation, but which of you, the most ambitious, would desire a drifting kinghood, robed in consuming fire, or a poisoned sceptre whose touch was mortal? There is no true potency, remember, but that of help, nor true ambition, but ambition to save. And then, observe farther, this true power, the power of saving, depends neither on multitude of men, nor on extent of territory. We are continually assuming that nations become strong according to their numbers. They indeed become so if those numbers can be made of one mind, but how are you sure you can stay them in one mind, and keep them from having north and south minds? Grant them unanimous, how know you they will be unanimous in right? If they are unanimous in wrong, the more they are, essentially the weaker they are. Or suppose that they can neither be of one mind nor of two minds, but can only be of no mind. Suppose they are a more helpless mob, tottering into precipitant catastrophe like a wagon load of stones when the wheel comes off, dangerous enough for their neighbours, certainly, but not powerful. Neither does strength depend on extent of territory, any more than upon number of population. Take up your maps when you go home this evening, put the cluster of British Isles beside the mass of South America, and then consider whether any race of men need care how much ground they stand upon. The strength is in the men, and in their unity and virtue, not in their standing room. A little group of wise hearts is better than a wilderness full of fools, and only that nation gains true territory which gains itself. pg 80. And now for the brief practical outcome of all this. Remember, no government is ultimately strong, but in proportion to its kindness and justice, and that a nation does not strengthen by merely multiplying and diffusing itself. We have not strengthened as yet by multiplying into America. Nay, even when it has not to encounter the separating conditions of emigration, a nation need not boast itself of multiplying on its own ground, if it multiplies only as flies or locusts do, with the god of flies for its god. It multiplies its strength only by increasing as one great family, in perfect fellowship and brotherhood. And lastly, it does not strengthen itself by seizing dominion over races whom it cannot benefit. Austria is not strengthened, but weakened, by her grasp of Lombardy, and whatever apparent increase of majesty and of wealth may have accrued to us from the possession of India, whether these prove to us ultimately power or weakness, depends wholly on the degree in which our influence on the native race shall be benevolent and exalting. But as it is at their own peril that any race extends their dominion in mere desire of power, so it is at their own still greater peril that they refuse to undertake aggressive war, according to their force, whenever they are assured that their authority would be helpful and protective. Nor need you listen to any sophistical objection of the impossibility of knowing when a people's help is needed, or when not. Make your national conscience clean, and your national eyes will soon be clear. No man who is truly ready to take part in a noble quarrel will ever stand long in doubt by whom, or in what cause, his aid is needed. I hold it my duty to make no political statement of any special bearing in this presence, but I tell you broadly and boldly that, within these last 10 years, we English have, as a knightly nation, lost our spurs. We have fought where we should not have fought for gain, and we have been passive where we should not have been passive for fear. I tell you that the principle of non-intervention as now preached among us is as selfish and cruel as the worst frenzy of conquest, and differs from it only by being not only malignant but dastardly. Pg 84. I know, however, that my opinions on this subject differ too widely from those ordinarily held to be any farther intruded upon you, and therefore I pass lastly to examine the conditions of the third kind of noble war waged simply for defence of the country in which we were born, and for the maintenance and execution of her laws, by whomsoever threatened or defied. It is to this duty that I suppose most men entering the army consider themselves in reality to be bound, and I want you now to reflect what the laws of mere defence are, and what the soldier's duty, as now understood, or supposed to be understood. You have solemnly devoted yourselves to be English soldiers, for the guardianship of England. I want you to feel what this vow of yours indeed means, or is gradually coming to mean. You take it upon you first while you are sentimental schoolboys. You go into your military convent or barracks, just as a girl goes into her convent while she is a sentimental schoolgirl. Neither of you then know what you are about, though both the good soldiers and good nuns make the best of it afterwards. You do not understand perhaps why I call you sentimental schoolboys when you go into the army, because on the whole it is love of adventure, of excitement, of fine dress and of the pride of fame, all which are sentimental motives, which chiefly make a boy like going into the guards better than into a counting-house. You fancy, perhaps, that there is a severe sense of duty mixed with these peacocky motives, and in the best of you there is, but do not think that it is principle. If you cared to do your duty to your country in a prosaic and unsentimental way, depend upon it, there is now truer duty to be done in raising harvests than in burning them, more in building houses than in shelling them, or in winning money by your own work, wherewith to help men, than in taxing other people's work, for money wherewith to slay men. More duty finally in honest and unselfish living than in honest and unselfish dying, though that seems to your boys' eyes the bravest. So far then, as for your own honour, and the honour of your families, you choose brave death in a red coat before brave life in a black one, you are sentimental. And now see Pg 85 what this passionate vow of yours comes to. For a little while you ride and you hunt tigers or savages, you shoot and are shot, you are happy and proud always and honoured and wept if you die, and you are satisfied with your life, and with the end of it, believing on the whole that good rather than harm of it comes to others, and much pleasure to you. But as the sense of duty enters into your forming minds, the vow takes another aspect. You find that you have put yourselves into the hand of your country as a weapon. You have vowed to strike when she bids you, and to stay scabbarded when she bids you. All that you need answer for is that you fail not in her grasp. And there is goodness in this, and greatness, if you can trust the hand and heart of the Britomart who has braced you to her side, and are assured that when she leaves you sheathed in darkness, there is no need for your flash to the sun. But remember, good and noble as this state may be, it is a state of slavery. There are different kinds of slaves and different masters. Some slaves are scourged to their work by whips, others are scourged to it by restlessness or ambition. It does not matter what the whip is. It is none the less a whip because you have cut thongs for it out of your own souls. The fact so far of slavery is in being driven to your work without thought, at another's bidding. Again, some slaves are bought with money and others with praise. It matters not what the purchaser money is. The distinguishing sign of slavery is to have a price and be bought for it. Again, it matters not what kind of work you are set on. Some slaves are set to forced diggings, others to forced marches, some dig furrows, others fieldworks and others graves. Some press the juice of reeds, and some the juice of vines, and some the blood of men. The fact of the captivity is the same whatever work we are set upon, though the fruits of the toil may be different. But remember, in thus vowing ourselves to be the slaves of any master, it ought to be some subject of forethought with us, what work he is likely to put us upon. You may think that the whole duty of a soldier is to be passive, that it is the country you have left behind who is to command, and you have only to obey. But Pg 86, are you sure that you have left all your country behind, or that the part of it you have so left is indeed the best part of it? Suppose and remember, it is quite conceivable that you yourselves are indeed the best part of England, that you who have become the slaves ought to have been the masters, and that those who are the masters ought to have been the slaves. If it is a noble and whole-hearted England whose bidding you are bound to do, it is well. But if you are yourselves the best of her heart, and the England you have left be but a half-hearted England, how say you of your obedience? You were too proud to become shopkeepers. Are you satisfied then to become the servants of shopkeepers? You were too proud to become merchants or farmers yourselves. Will you have merchants or farmers then for your field marshals? You had no gifts of special grace for Exeter Hall. Will you have some gifted person thereat for your commander-in-chief, to judge of your work and reward it? You imagine yourselves to be the army of England. How if you should find yourselves at last only the police of her manufacturing towns, and the beadles of her little Bethels? It is not so yet, nor will be so, I trust, forever. But what I want you to see and to be assured of is, that the ideal of soldiership is not mere passive obedience and bravery. That, so far from this, no country is in a healthy state which has separated, even in a small degree, her civil from her military power. All states of the world, however great, fall at once when they use mercenary armies, and although it is a less instant form of error because involving no national taint of cowardice, it is yet an error no less ultimately fatal. It is the error especially of modern times, of which we cannot yet know all the calamitous consequences to take away the best blood and strength of the nation, all the sole substance of it that is brave, and careless of reward and scornful of pain and faithful in trust, and to cast that into steel and make a mere sword of it, taking away its voice and will, but to keep the worst part of the nation whatever is cowardly, avaricious, sensual and faithless, and to give to this the voice, to this the authority, to this the chief privilege, where there is least pg 87 capacity of thought. The fulfillment of your vow for the defence of England will by no means consist in carrying out such a system. You are not true soldiers if you only mean to stand at a shop door, to protect shopboys who are cheating inside. A soldier's vow to his country is that he will die for the guardianship of her domestic virtue, of her righteous laws, and of her any way challenged or endangered honour. A state without virtue, without laws, and without honour, he is bound not to defend, nay, bound to redress by his own right hand that which he sees to be base in her. So sternly is this the law of nature and life, that a nation once utterly corrupt can only be redeemed by a military despotism, never by talking, nor by its free effort. And the health of any state consists simply in this, that in it those who are wisest shall also be strongest, its rulers should be also its soldiers, or rather by force of intellect more than of sword, its soldiers its rulers. Whatever the hold which the aristocracy of England has on the heart of England, in that they are still always in front of her battles, this hold will not be enough, unless they are also in front of her thoughts. And truly, her thoughts need good captains leading now, if ever. Do you know what, by this beautiful division of labour, her brave men fighting, and her cowards thinking, she has come at last to think? Here is a bit of paper in my hand, a good one too, and an honest one, quite representative of the best common public thought of England at this moment, and it is holding forth pg 88 in one of its leaders upon our social welfare, upon our vivid life, upon the political supremacy of Great Britain. And what do you think all these are owing to? To what our English sires have done for us and taught us age after age? No, not to that. To our honesty of heart, or coolness of head, or steadiness of will? No, not to these. To our thinkers, or our statesmen, or our poets, or our captains, or our martyrs, or the patient labour of our poor? No, not to these, or at least not to these in any chief measure. Nay, says the journal, more than any agency, it is the cheapness and abundance of our coal which have made us what we are. If it be so, then ashes to ashes be our epitaph, and the sooner the better. I tell you, gentlemen of England, if ever you would have your country breathe the pure breath of heaven again, and receive again a soul into her body, instead of rotting into a carcase, blown up in the belly with carbonic acid and grate that way, you must think and feel for your England as well as fight for her. You must teach her that all the true greatness she ever had, or ever can have, she won while her fields were green and her faces ruddy. That greatness is still possible for Englishmen, even though the ground be not hollow under their feet, nor the sky black over their heads, and that when the day comes for their country to lay her honours in the dust, her crest will not rise from it more loftily because it is dust of coal. Gentlemen, I tell you solemnly, that the day is coming when the soldiers of England must be her tutors and the captains of her army, captains also of her mind. And now remember, you soldier youths, who are thus in all ways the hope of your country, or must be if she have any hope, remember that your fitness for all future trust depends upon what you are now. No good soldier in his old age was ever careless or indolent in his youth. Many a giddy and thoughtless boy has become a good bishop, or a good lawyer, or a good merchant, but no such an one ever became a good general. I challenge you in all history to find a record of a good soldier who was not grave and earnest in his youth. And in general, I have no patience with people who talk about the thoughtlessness of youth indulgently. PG 89 I had infinitely rather hear of thoughtless old age, and the indulgence due to that. When a man has done his work, and nothing can any way be materially altered in his fate, let him forget his toil, and jest with his fate if he will. But what excuse can you find for willfulness of thought, at the very time when every crisis of future fortune hangs on your decisions? A youth thoughtless, when all the happiness of his home forever depends on the chances, or the passions of an hour. A youth thoughtless, when the career of all his days depends on the opportunity of a moment. A youth thoughtless, when his every act is a foundation stone of future conduct, and every imagination a fountain of life or death. Be thoughtless in any after years, rather than now, though indeed there is only one place where a man may be nobly thoughtless, his deathbed. No thinking should ever be left to be done there. Having then resolved that you will not waste recklessly, but earnestly use these early days of yours, remember that all the duties of her children to England may be summed in 2 words: industry and honour. I say first industry, for it is in this that soldier youth are especially tempted to fail. Yet surely there is no reason, because your life may possibly or probably be shorter than other men's, that you should therefore waste more recklessly the portion of it that is granted you. Neither do the duties of your profession, which require you to keep your bodies strong, in any wise involve the keeping of your minds weak. So far from that, the experience, the hardship, and the activity of a soldier's life render his powers of thought more accurate than those of other men. And while, for others, all knowledge is often little more than a means of amusement, there is no form of science which a soldier may not at some time or other find bearing on business of life and death. A young mathematician may be excused for languor in studying curves to be described only with a pencil, but not in tracing those which are to be described with a rocket. Your knowledge of a wholesome herb may involve the feeding of an army, and acquaintance with an obscure point of geography, the success of a campaign. PG 90 Never waste an instant's time, therefore. The sin of idleness is 1,000-fold greater in you than in other youths, for the fates of those who will one day be under your command hang upon your knowledge. Lost moments now will be lost lives then, and every instant which you carelessly take. For play you buy with blood, but there is one way of wasting time, of all the vilest, because it wastes not time only but the interest and energy of your minds. Of all the ungentlemanly habits into which you can fall, the vilest is betting, or interesting yourselves in the issues of betting. It unites nearly every condition of folly and vice. You concentrate your interest upon a matter of chance, instead of upon a subject of true knowledge, and you back opinions which you have no grounds for forming, merely because they are your own. All the insolence of egotism is in this, and so far as the love of excitement is complicated with the hope of winning money, you turn yourselves into the basest sort of tradesmen, those who live by speculation. Were there no other ground for industry, this would be a sufficient one, that it protected you from the temptation to so scandalous a vice. Work faithfully, and you will put yourselves in possession of a glorious and enlarging happiness, not such as can be won by the speed of a horse, or marred by the obliquity of a ball. First then, by industry you must fulfill your vow to your country, but all industry and earnestness will be useless unless they are consecrated by your resolution to be in all things men of honour. Not honour in the common sense only, but in the highest. Rest on the force of the 2 main words in the great verse, integer vit celerisk purus. You have vowed your life to England, give it her holia bright, stainless, perfect lifea knightly life. Because you have to fight with machines instead of lances, there may be a necessity for more ghastly danger, but there is none for less worthiness of character than in olden time. You may be true knights yet, though perhaps not equites. You may have to call yourselves canonry instead of chivalry, but that is no reason why you should not call yourselves true men. So the first thing you have to see to in becoming soldiers is that you make yourselves PG 91 wholly true. Courage is a mere matter of course among any ordinarily well-born youths, but neither truth nor gentleness is matter of course. You must bind them like shields about your necks, you must write them on the tables of your hearts. Though it be not exacted of you, yet exact it of yourselves, this vow of stainless truth. Your hearts are, if you leave them unstirred, as tombs in which a god lies buried. Vow yourselves crusaders to redeem that sacred sepulchre. And remember, before all things, for no other memory will be so protective of youth that, the highest law of this knightly truth, is that under which it is vowed to women. Whomsoever else you deceive, whomsoever you injure, whomsoever you leave unaided, you must not deceive nor injure, nor leave unaided according to your power, any woman of whatever rank. Believe me, every virtue of the higher phases of manly character begins in this: in truth and modesty before the face of all maidens, in truth and pity or truth and reverence to all womanhood. And now let me turn for a moment to you, wives and maidens, who are the souls of soldiers, to you mothers, who have devoted your children to the great hierarchy of war. Let me ask you to consider what part you have to take for the aid of those who love you, for if you fail in your part they cannot fulfill theirs. Such absolute helpmates you are that no man can stand without that help, nor labour in his own strength. I know your hearts, and that the truth of them never fails when an hour of trial comes which you recognize for such. But you know not when the hour of trial first finds you, nor when it verily finds you. You imagine that you are only called upon to wait and to suffer, to surrender and to mourn. You know that you must not weaken the hearts of your husbands and lovers, even by the one fear of which those hearts are capable, the fear of parting from you or of causing you grief. Through weary years of separation, through fearful expectancies of unknown fate, through the tenfold bitterness of the sorrow which might so easily have been joy, and the tenfold yearning for glorious life struck down in its prime through pg 92, all these agonies you fail not, and never will fail. But your trial is not in these. To be heroic in danger is little, you are Englishwomen. To be heroic in change and sway of fortune is little, for do you not love? To be patient through the great chasm and pause of loss is little, for do you not still love in heaven? But to be heroic in happiness, to bear yourselves gravely and righteously in the dazzling of the sunshine of morning, not to forget the God in whom you trust when he gives you most, not to fail those who trust you when they seem to need you least, this is the difficult fortitude. It is not in the pining of absence, not in the peril of battle, not in the wasting of sickness, that your prayer should be most passionate, or your guardianship most tender. Pray, mothers and maidens, for your young soldiers in the bloom of their pride. Pray for them, while the only dangers round them are in their own wayward wills. Watch you, and pray when they have to face, not death but temptation. But it is this fortitude also for which there is the crowning reward. Believe me, the whole course and character of your lovers' lives is in your hands. What you would have them be, they shall be, if you not only desire to have them so, but deserve to have them so. For they are but mirrors in which you will see yourselves imaged. If you are frivolous, they will be so also. If you have no understanding of the scope of their duty, they also will forget it. They will listen, they can listen, to no other interpretation of it than that uttered from your lips. Bid them be brave, they will be brave for you. Bid them be cowards, and how noble soever they be, they will quail for you. Bid them be wise, and they will be wise for you. Mark at their counsel, they will be fools for you. Such and so absolute is your rule over them. You fancy, perhaps, as you have been told so often, that a wife's rule should only be over her husband's house, not over his mind. Ah no, the true rule is just the reverse of that. A true wife in her husband's house is his servant, it is in his heart that she is queen. Whatever of the best he can conceive, it is her part to be. Whatever of highest he can hope, it is hers to promise. All that is dark in him she must purge into purity. All that is failing pg 93 in him she must strengthen into truth. From her, through all the world's clamour, he must win his praise. In her, through all the world's warfare, he must find his peace. And now but one word more. You may wonder, perhaps, that I have spoken all this night in praise of war. Yet truly, if it might be, I, for one, would fain join in the cadence of hammer-strokes that should beat swords into ploughshares. And that this cannot be is not the fault of us men. It is your fault, wholly yours. Only by your command or by your permission can any contest take place among us. And the real, final, reason for all the poverty, misery and rage of battle throughout Europe is simply that you women, however good, however religious, however self-sacrificing for those whom you love, are too selfish and too thoughtless to take pains for any creature out of your own immediate circles. You fancy that you are sorry for the pain of others. Now I just tell you this, that if the usual course of war, instead of unroofing peasants' houses and ravaging peasants' fields, merely broke the china upon your own drawing-room tables, no war in civilized countries would last a week. I tell you more, that at whatever moment you chose to put a period to war, you could do it with less trouble than you take any day to go out to dinner. You know, or at least you might know if you would think, that every battle you hear of has made many widows and orphans. We have none of us heart enough truly to mourn with these. But at least we might put on the outer symbols of mourning with them. Let but every Christian lady who has conscience toward God vow that she will mourn, at least outwardly, for his killed creatures. Your praying is useless, and your church-going mere mockery of God, if you have not plain obedience in you enough for this. Let every lady in the upper classes of civilized Europe simply vow that, while any cruel war proceeds, she will wear black, a mute's black, with no jewel, no ornament, no excuse for or evasion into prettiness. I tell you again, no war would last a week. And lastly, you women of England are all now shrieking with one voice, you and your clergymen together, because PG 94 you hear of your Bibles being attacked. If you choose to obey your Bibles, you will never care who attacks them. It is just because you never fulfill a single downright precept of the book that you are so careful for its credit, and just because you do not care to obey its whole words that you are so particular about the letters of them. The Bible tells you to dress plainly, and you are mad for finery. The Bible tells you to have pity on the poor, and you crush them under your carriage wheels. The Bible tells you to do judgment and justice, and you do not know nor care to know so much as what the Bible word justice means. Do but learn so much of God's truth as that comes to. Know what he means when he tells you to be just, and teach your sons that their bravery is but a fool's boast, and their deeds but a firebrand's tossing, unless they are indeed just men, and perfect in the fear of God. And you will soon have no more war, unless it be indeed such as is willed by him, of whom, though Prince of Peace, it is also written, in righteousness he doth judge and make war. PG 95. Munera pulveris. 6 essays on the elements of political economy. PG 97. Preface. The following pages contain, I believe, the first accurate analysis of the laws of political economy which has been published in England. Many treatises within their scope correct have appeared in contradiction of the views popularly received, but no exhaustive examination of the subject was possible to any person unacquainted with the value of the products of the highest industries, commonly called the fine arts, and no one acquainted with the nature of those industries has, so far as I know, attempted, or even approached, the task. So that, to the date when these essays were published, not only the chief conditions of the production of wealth had remained unstated, but the nature of wealth itself had never been defined. Every one has a notion, sufficiently correct for common purposes, of what is meant by wealth, wrote Mr. Mill in the outset of his treatise, and contentedly proceeded, as if a chemist should proceed to investigate the laws of chemistry without endeavouring to ascertain the nature of fire or water, because every one had a notion of them, sufficiently correct for common purposes. But even that apparently indisputable statement was untrue. There is not one person in 10,000 who has a notion sufficiently correct, even for the commonest purposes, of what is meant by wealth, still less of what wealth everlastingly is, whether we mean it or not, which it is the business of every student of economy to ascertain. We indeed know either by experience or in imagination what it is to be able to provide ourselves with luxurious food and handsome clothes, and if Mr. Mill had thought that wealth consisted PG 98 only in these, or in the means of obtaining these, it would have been easy for him to have so defined it with perfect scientific accuracy. But he knew better. He knew that some kinds of wealth consisted in the possession or power of obtaining other things than these, but having in the studies of his life no clue to the principles of essential value, he was compelled to take public opinion as the ground of his science, and the public, of course, willingly accepted the notion of a science founded on their opinions. I had, on the contrary, a singular advantage, not only in the greater extent of the field of investigation open to me by my daily pursuits, but in the severity of some lessons I accidentally received in the course of them. When in the winter of 1851, I was collecting materials for my work on Venetian architecture, 3 of the pictures of Tintoret on the roof of the School of St. Roch were hanging down in ragged fragments, mixed with lath and plaster, round the apertures made by the fall of 3 Austrian heavy shot. The city of Venice was not, it appeared, rich enough to repair the damage that winter, and buckets were set on the floor of the upper room of the school to catch the rain, which not only fell directly through the shot holes, but found its way, owing to the generally pervious state of the roof, through many of the canvases of Tintorets in other parts of the ceiling. It was a lesson to me, as I have just said, no less direct than severe, for I knew already at that time, though I have not ventured to assert, until recently at Oxford, that the pictures of Tintoret in Venice were accurately the most precious articles of wealth in Europe, being the best existing productions of human industry. Now at the time that 3 of them were thus fluttering in moist rags from the roof they had adorned, the shops of the Rue Rivoli at Paris were, in obedience to a steadily increasing public demand, beginning to show a steadily increasing supply of elaborately finished and coloured lithographs, representing the modern dances of delight, among which the can-can has since taken a distinguished place. Pg 99. The labour employed on the stone of one of these lithographs is very much more than Tintoret was in the habit of giving to a picture of average size. Considering labour as the origin of value, therefore, the stone so highly wrought would be of greater value than the picture, and since also it is capable of producing a large number of immediately saleable or exchangeable impressions, for which the demand is constant, the city of Paris naturally supposed itself, and on all hitherto believed or stated principles of political economy, was infinitely richer in the possession of a large number of these lithographic stones, not to speak of countless oil pictures and marble carvings of similar character, than Venice in the possession of those rags of mildewed canvas, flaunting in the south wind and its salt rain. And accordingly, Paris provided without thought of the expense lofty arcades of shops, and rich recesses of innumerable private apartments, for the protection of these better treasures of hers from the weather. Yet all the while Paris was not the richer for these possessions. Intrinsically the delightful lithographs were not wealth, but polar contraries of wealth. She was, by the exact quantity of labour she had given to produce these, sunk below, instead of above, absolute poverty. They not only were false riches, they were true debt, which had to be paid at last, and the present aspect of the Rue Rivoli shows in what manner. And the faded stains of the Venetian ceiling all the while were absolute and inestimable wealth. Useless to their possessors as forgotten treasure in a buried city, they had in them nevertheless the intrinsic and eternal nature of wealth, and Venice, still possessing the ruins of them, was a rich city. Only the Venetians had not a notion sufficiently correct, even for the very common purpose of inducing them to put slates on a roof, of what was meant by wealth. The vulgar economist would reply that his science had nothing to do with the qualities of pictures, but with their exchange value only, and that his business was, exclusively, to consider whether the remains of Tintoret were worth as Pg 100 many 10 and sixpences as the impressions which might be taken from the lithographic stones. But he would not venture, without reserve, to make such an answer, if the example be taken in horses instead of pictures. The most dull economist would perceive, and admit, that a gentleman who had a fine stud of horses was absolutely richer than one who had only ill-bred and broken-winded ones. He would instinctively feel, though his pseudoscience had never taught him, that the price paid for the animals in either case did not alter the fact of their worth, that the good horse, though it might have been bought by chance for a few guineas, was not therefore less valuable, nor the owner of the gold jade any the richer, because he had given 100 for it. So that the economist, in saying that his science takes no account of the qualities of pictures, merely signifies that he cannot conceive of any quality of essential badness or goodness existing in pictures, and that he is incapable of investigating the laws of wealth in such articles, which is the fact. But being incapable of defining intrinsic value in pictures, it follows that he must be equally helpless to define the nature of intrinsic value in painted glass, or in painted pottery, or in patterned stuffs, or in any other national produce requiring true human ingenuity. Nay, though capable of conceiving the idea of intrinsic value with respect to beasts of burden, no economist has endeavoured to state the general principles of national economy, even with regard to the horse or the ass. And, in fine, the modern political economists have been, without exception, incapable of apprehending the nature of intrinsic value at all. And the first specialty of the following treatise consists in its giving at the outset, and maintaining as the foundation of all subsequent reasoning, a definition of intrinsic value and intrinsic contrarious value, the negative power having been left by former writers entirely out of account, and the positive power left entirely undefined. But secondly, the modern economist, ignoring intrinsic value, and accepting the popular estimate of things as the Pg 101 only ground of his science, has imagined himself to have ascertained the constant laws regulating the relation of this popular demand to its supply, or at least to have proved that demand and supply were connected by heavenly balance, over which human foresight had no power. I chanced, by singular coincidence, lately to see this theory of the law of demand and supply brought to as sharp practical issue in another great siege, as I had seen the theories of intrinsic value brought in the siege of Venice. I had the honour of being on the committee under the presidentship of the Lord Mayor of London for the victualling of Paris after her surrender. It became, at one period of our sittings, a question of vital importance at what moment the law of demand and supply would come into operation, and what the operation of it would exactly be, the demand on this occasion being very urgent indeed, that of several millions of people within a few hours of utter starvation, for any kind of food whatsoever. Nevertheless, it was admitted in the course of debate to be probable that the divine principle of demand and supply might find itself at the 11th hour, and some minutes over, in want of carts and horses, and we ventured so far to interfere with the divine principle as to provide carts and horses, with haste which proved, happily, in time for the need, but not a moment in advance of it. It was farther recognized by the committee that the divine principle of demand and supply would commence its operations by charging the poor of Paris 12 for a penny's worth of whatever they wanted, and would end its operations by offering them 12 worth for a penny of whatever they did not want. Whereupon it was concluded by the committee that the tiny knot on this special occasion was scarcely dignus vindis by the divine principle of demand and supply, and that we would venture, for once in a profane manner, to provide for the poor of Paris what they wanted when they wanted it, which, to the value of the sums entrusted to us, it will be remembered we succeeded in doing. But the fact is that the so-called law, which was felt to be false in this case of extreme exigence, is alike false in cases pg 102 of less exigence. It is false always and everywhere. Nay, to such an extent is its existence imaginary, that the vulgar economists are not even agreed in their account of it, for some of them mean by it only that prices are regulated by the relation between demand and supply, which is partly true, and others mean that the relation itself is one with the process of which it is unwise to interfere, a statement which is not only, as in the above instance, untrue, but accurately the reverse of the truth, for all wise economy, political or domestic, consists in the resolved maintenance of a given relation between supply and demand, other than the instinctive or directly natural one. Similarly, vulgar political economy asserts for a law that wages are determined by competition. Now I pay my servants exactly what wages I think necessary to make them comfortable. The sum is not determined at all by competition, but sometimes by my notions of their comfort and deserving, and sometimes by theirs. If I were to become penniless tomorrow, several of them would certainly still serve me for nothing. In both the real and supposed cases, the so-called law of vulgar political economy is absolutely set at defiance, but I cannot set the law of gravitation at defiance, nor determine that in my house I will not allow ice to melt when the temperature is above 32 degrees. A true law outside of my house will remain a true one inside of it. It is not, therefore, a law of nature that wages are determined by competition. Still less is it a law of state, or we should not now be disputing about it publicly, to the loss of many millions of pounds to the country. The fact which vulgar economists have been weak enough to imagine a law is only that, for the last 20 years, a number of very senseless persons have attempted to determine wages in that manner, and have, in a measure, succeeded in occasionally doing so. Both in definition of the elements of wealth, and in statement of the laws which govern its distribution, modern political economy has been thus absolutely incompetent or absolutely false. And the following treatise is not, as it has been pg 103 asserted with dull pertinacity, an endeavour to put sentiment in the place of science, but it contains the exposure of what insolently pretended to be a science, and the definition, hitherto unassailed and, I do not fear, to assert, unassailable of the material elements with which political economy has to deal, and the moral principles in which it consists, being not itself a science, but a system of conduct founded on the sciences, and impossible except under certain conditions of moral culture. Which is only to say that industry, frugality, and discretion, the three foundations of economy, are moral qualities, and cannot be attained without moral discipline. A flat truism, the reader may think thus stated, yet a truism which is denied both vociferously and in all endeavour by the entire populace of Europe, who are at present hopeful of obtaining wealth by tricks of trade without industry, who, possessing wealth, have lost in the use of it even the conception, how much more the habit of frugality, and who, in the choice of the elements of wealth, cannot so much as lose, since they have never hitherto at any time possessed the faculty of discretion. Now, if the teachers of the pseudoscience of economy had ventured to state distinctly even the poor conclusions they had reached on the subjects respecting which it is most dangerous for a populace to be indiscreet, they would have soon found, by the use made of them, which were true and which false. But on main and vital questions, no political economist has hitherto ventured to state one guiding principle. I will instance 3 subjects of universal importance: national dress, national rent, national debt. Now, if we are to look in any quarter for a systematic and exhaustive statement of the principles of a given science, it must certainly be from its professor at Cambridge. Take the last edition of Professor Fawcett's Manual of Political Economy, and forming, first clearly in your mind these 3 following questions, see if you can find an answer to them. 1. Does expenditure of capital on the production of luxurious pg 104 dress and furniture tend to make a nation rich or poor? 2. Does the payment by the nation of a tax on its land, or on the produce of it to a certain number of private persons, to be expended by them as they please, tend to make the nation rich or poor? 3. Does the payment by the nation, for an indefinite period, of interest on money borrowed from private persons, tend to make the nation rich or poor? These 3 questions are, all of them, perfectly simple and primarily vital. Determine these, and you have at once a basis for national conduct in all important particulars. Leave them undetermined, and there is no limit to the distress which may be brought upon the people by the cunning of its knaves, and the folly of its multitudes. I will take the 3 in their order. 1. Dress. The general impression on the public mind at this day is that the luxury of the rich in dress and furniture is a benefit to the poor. Probably not even the blindest of our political economists would venture to assert this in so many words. But where do they assert the contrary? During the entire period of the reign of the late emperor, it was assumed in France, as the first principle of fiscal government, that a large portion of the funds received as rent from the provincial labourer should be expended in the manufacture of ladies' dresses in Paris. Where is the political economist in France or England who ventured to assert the conclusions of his science as adverse to this system? As early as the year 1857, I had done my best to show the nature of the error, and to give warning of its danger, but not one of the men who had the foolish ears of the people intent on their words dared to follow me in speaking what would have been an offence to the powers of trade. And the powers of trade in Paris had their full way for 14 years more, with this result today, as told us in precise and curt terms by the Minister of Public Instruction, pg 105. We have replaced glory by gold, work by speculation, faith and honour by skepticism. To absolve or glorify immorality, to make much of loose women, to gratify our eyes with luxury, our ears with the tales of orgies, to aid in the manoeuvres of public robbers or to applaud them, to laugh at morality and only believe in success, to love nothing but pleasure, adore nothing but force, to replace work with a fecundity of fancies, to speak without thinking, to prefer noise to glory, to erect sneering into a system, and lying into an institution. Is this the spectacle that we have seen? Is this the society that we have been? Of course, other causes, besides the desire of luxury in furniture and dress, have been at work to produce such consequences, but the most active cause of all has been the passion for these, passion unrebuked by the clergy, and for the most part provoked by economists as advantageous to commerce. Nor need we think that such results have been arrived at in France only. We are ourselves following rapidly on the same road. France, in her old wars with us, never was so fatally our enemy as she has been in the fellowship of fashion and the freedom of trade, nor, to my mind, is any fact recorded of Assyrian or Roman luxury more ominous or ghastly than one which came to my knowledge a few weeks ago in England. A respectable and well-to-do father and mother in a quiet north country town, being turned into the streets in their old age at the suit of their only daughter's milliner. 2. Rent. The following account of the real nature of rent is given, quite accurately, by Professor Fawcett, at page 112 of the last edition of his Political Economy. Every country has probably been subjugated, and grants of vanquished territory were the ordinary rewards which the conquering chief bestowed upon his more distinguished followers. Lands obtained by force had to be defended by force, and before law had asserted her supremacy and property was made secure, no baron was able to retain his possessions unless those who lived on his estates were prepared to pg 106 defend them as property became secure, and landlords felt that the power of the state would protect them in all. The rights of property, every vestige of these feudal tenures was abolished, and the relation between landlord and tenant has thus become purely commercial. A landlord offers his land to anyone who is willing to take it. He is anxious to receive the highest rent he can obtain. What are the principles which regulate the rent which may thus be paid? These principles the professor goes on contentedly to investigate, never appearing to contemplate for an instant the possibility of the first principle in the whole business, maintenance, by force, of the possession of land obtained by force, being ever called in question by any human mind. It is, nevertheless, the nearest task of our day to discover how far original theft may be justly encountered by reactionary theft, or whether reactionary theft be indeed theft at all. And farther, what, excluding either original or corrective theft, are the just conditions of the possession of land. 3. Debt. Long since, when a mere boy, I used to sit silently listening to the conversation of the London merchants, who, all of them good and sound men of business, were wont occasionally to meet round my father's dinning table. Nothing used to surprise me more than the conviction, openly expressed by some of the soundest and most cautious of them, that if there were no national debt they would not know what to do with their money, or where to place it safely. At the 399th page of his manual, you will find Professor Fawcett giving exactly the same statement. In our own country, this certainty against risk of loss is provided by the public funds. And again, as on the question of rent, the professor proceeds, without appearing for an instant to be troubled by any misgiving that there may be an essential difference between the effects on national prosperity of a government paying interest pg 107 on money which it spent in fireworks 50 years ago, and of a government paying interest on money to be employed today on productive labor. That difference which the reader will find stated and examined at length in 127,129 of this volume, it is the business of economists, before approaching any other question relating to government, fully to explain, and the paragraphs to which I refer contain, I believe, the only definite statement of it hitherto made. The practical result of the absence of any such statement is, that capitalists, when they do not know what to do with their money, persuade the peasants in various countries that the said peasants want guns to shoot each other with. The peasants accordingly borrow guns, out of the manufacture of which the capitalists get a percentage, and men of science much amusement and credit. Then the peasants shoot a certain number of each other, until they get tired, and burn each other's homes down in various places. Then they put the guns back into towers, arsenals 100, in ornamental patterns, and the victorious party put also some ragged flags in churches. And then the capitalists tax both, annually, ever afterwards, to pay interest on the loan of the guns and gunpowder. And that is what capitalists call knowing what to do with their money, and what commercial men in general call practical as opposed to sentimental political economy. 11 years ago, in the summer of 1860, perceiving then fully, as Carlyle had done long before, what distress was about to come on the said populace of Europe through these errors of their teachers, I began to do the best I might, to combat them, in the series of papers for the Cornhill magazine, since published under the title of Unto This Last. The editor of the magazine was my friend, and ventured the insertion of the 3 first essays, but the outcry against them became then too strong for any editor to endure, and he wrote to me with great discomfort to himself, and many apologies to me, that the magazine must only admit 1 economical essay more, pg 108. I made, with his permission, the last one longer than the rest, and gave it blunt conclusion as well as I could, and so the book now stands. But, as I had taken not a little pains with the essays, and knew that they contained better work than most of my former writings, and more important truths than all of them put together, this violent reprobation of them, by the Cornhill public, set me still more gravely thinking, and after turning the matter hither and thither in my mind for 2 years more, I resolved to make it the central work of my life to write an exhaustive treatise on political economy. It would not have been begun at that time, however, had not the editor of Fraser's magazine written to me, saying that he believed there was something in my theories, and would risk the admission of what I chose to write on this dangerous subject. Whereupon, cautiously and at intervals during the winter of 186,263, I sent him, and he ventured to print, the preface of the intended work divided into 4 chapters. Then, though the editor had not wholly lost courage, the publisher indignantly interfered, and the readers of Fraser, as those of the Cornhill, were protected for that time from farther disturbance on my part. Subsequently, loss of health, family distress, and various untoward chances prevented my proceeding with the body of the book. 7 years have passed ineffectually, and I am now fain to reprint the preface by itself, under the title which I intended for the whole. Not discontentedly, being at this time of life resigned to the sense of failure, and also because the preface is complete in itself as a body of definitions, which I now require for reference in the course of my letters to workmen, by which also in time I trust less formally to accomplish the chief purpose of Munera Pulveris, practically summed in the 2 paragraphs 27 and 28, namely, to examine the moral results and possible rectifications of the laws of distribution of wealth, which have prevailed hitherto without debate among men, laws which ordinary economists assume to be inviolable, and which ordinary socialists imagine to be on the eve of total abrogation, but they are both alike deceived. pg 109, the laws which at present regulate the possession of wealth are unjust, because the motives which provoke to its attainment are impure, but no socialism can effect their abrogation unless it can abrogate also covetousness and pride, which it is by no means yet in the way of doing, nor can the change be in any case to the extent that has been imagined. Extremes of luxury may be forbidden, and agony of penury relieved, but nature intends, and the utmost efforts of socialism will not hinder the fulfillment of her intention, that a provident person shall always be richer than a spendthrift, and an ingenious one more comfortable than a fool. But indeed, the adjustment of the possession of the products of industry depends more on their nature than their quantity, and on wise determination therefore of the aims of industry. A nation which desires true wealth desires it moderately, and can therefore distribute it with kindness, and possess it with pleasure, but one which desires false wealth desires it immoderately, and can neither dispense it with justice, nor enjoy it in peace. Therefore, needing, constantly in my present work, to refer to the definitions of true and false wealth given in the following essays, I republished them with careful revisal. They were written abroad, partly at Milan, partly during a winter residence on the southeastern slope of the Mont Salve near Geneva, and sent to London in as legible mise as I could write. But I never revised the press sheets, and have been obliged accordingly now to amend the text here and there, or correct it in unimportant particulars. Wherever any modification has involved change in the sense, it is enclosed in square brackets, and what few explanatory comments I have felt it necessary to add have been indicated in the same manner. No explanatory comments, I regret to perceive, will suffice to remedy the mischief of my affected concentration of language, into the habit of which I fell by thinking too long over particular passages, in many and many a solitary walk towards the mountains of Bonneville or Annecy. But I never intended the book for anything else than a dictionary of reference, and that for earnest readers, who will, I have good pg 110 hope, if they find what they want in it, forgive the affectedly curt expressions. The essays, as originally published, were, as I have just stated, 4 in number. I have now, more conveniently, divided the whole into 6 chapters, and as I purpose throughout this edition of my works numbered the paragraphs. I inscribed the first volume of this series to the friend who aided me in chief sorrow. Let me inscribe the second to the friend and guide who has urged me to all chief labour, Thomas Carlyle. I would that some better means were in my power of showing reverence to the man who alone, of all our masters of literature, has written without thought of himself, what he knew it to be needful for the people of his time to hear, if the will to hear were in them, whom therefore, as the time draws near when his task must be ended, republican and free-thoughted England assaults with impatient reproach, and out of the abyss of her cowardice in policy and dishonour in trade, sets the hacks of her literature to speak evil, grateful to her ears, of the solitary teacher who has asked her to be brave for the help of man, and just for the love of God. Denmark Hills, th. November 1871. pg 111. Munera pulveris. T maris et ter numeroque cerntes aran. Mensorum cohibent archita. Pulveris exigui prop litus parva matinum. Munera. Chapter 1 Definitions. As domestic economy regulates the acts and habits of a household, political economy regulates those of a society or state, with reference to the means of its maintenance. Political economy is neither an art nor a science, but a system of conduct and legislature founded on the sciences, directing the arts and impossible, except under certain conditions of moral culture. The study which lately in England has been called political economy is in reality nothing more than the investigation of some accidental phenomena of modern commercial operations, nor has it been true in its investigation even of these. It has no connection whatever with political economy, as understood and treated of by the great thinkers of past ages, and as long as its unscholarly and undefined statements are allowed to pass under the same name, every word written on the subject by those thinkers and, chiefly the words of Plato, Xenophon, Cicero and Bacon must be nearly useless to mankind. The reader must not, therefore, be surprised at the care and insistence with which I have retained the literal and earliest sense of all important terms used in these papers, pg 112, for a word is usually well made at the time it is first wanted. Its youngest meaning has in it the full strength of its youth. Subsequent senses are commonly warped or weakened, and as all careful thinkers are sure to have used their words accurately, the first condition, in order to be able to avail ourselves of their sayings at all, is firm definition of terms. By the maintenance of a state is to be understood the support of its population in healthy and happy life, and the increase of their numbers, so far as that increase is consistent with their happiness. It is not the object of political economy to increase the numbers of a nation at the cost of common health or comfort, nor to increase indefinitely the comfort of individuals by sacrifice of surrounding lives or possibilities of life. The assumption which lies at the root of nearly all erroneous reasoning on political economy, namely, that its object is to accumulate money or exchangeable property, may be shown in a few words to be without foundation. For no economist would admit national economy to be legitimate which proposed to itself only the building of a pyramid of gold. He would declare the gold to be wasted, were it to remain in the monumental form, and would say it ought to be employed. But to what end? Either it must be used only to gain more gold and build a larger pyramid, or for some purpose other than the gaining of gold. And this other purpose, however at first apprehended, will be found to resolve itself finally into the service of man, that is to say, the extension, defence, or comfort of his life. The golden pyramid may perhaps be providently built, perhaps improvidently, but the wisdom or folly of the accumulation can only be determined by our having first clearly stated the aim of all economy, namely, the extension of life. If the accumulation of money, or of exchangeable property, were a certain means of extending existence, it would be useless in discussing economical questions to fix our attention upon the more distant object life instead of the immediate one money. But it is not so. Money may sometimes be accumulated at the cost of life, or by limitations of it, that is pg 113 to say, either by hastening the deaths of men, or preventing their births. It is therefore necessary to keep clearly in view the ultimate object of economy, and to determine the expediency of minor operations with reference to that ulterior end. It has been just stated that the object of political economy is the continuance not only of life, but of healthy and happy life. But all true happiness is both a consequence and cause of life. It is a sign of its vigour and source of its continuance. All true suffering is in like manner a consequence and cause of death. I shall therefore in future use the word life singly, but let it be understood to include in its signification the happiness and power of the entire human nature, body and soul. That human nature, as its Creator made it and maintains it wherever His laws are observed, is entirely harmonious. No physical error can be more profound, no moral error more dangerous, than that involved in the monkish doctrine of the opposition of body to soul. No soul can be perfect in an imperfect body, no body perfect without perfect soul. Every right action and true thought sets the seal of its beauty on person and face. Every wrong action and foul thought its seal of distortion. and the various aspects of humanity might be read as plainly as a printed history, were it not that the impressions are so complex that it must always in some cases, and in the present state of our knowledge, in all cases be impossible to decipher them completely. Nevertheless, the face of a consistently just and of a consistently unjust person may always be rightly distinguished at a glance, and if the qualities are continued by descent through a generation or two, there arises a complete distinction of race. Both moral and physical qualities are communicated by descent, far more than they can be developed by education, though both may be destroyed by want of education, and there is as yet no ascertained limit to the nobleness of person and mind which the human creature may attain, by persevering observance of the laws of God, respecting its birth and training. We must therefore yet farther define the aim of political economy to be the multiplication of human life at the highest PG 114 standard. It might at first seem questionable whether we should endeavor to maintain a small number of persons of the highest type of beauty and intelligence, or a larger number of an inferior class. But I shall be able to show in the sequel that the way to maintain the largest number is first to aim at the highest standard. Determine the noblest type of man, and aim simply at maintaining the largest possible number of persons of that class, and it will be found that the largest possible number of every healthy subordinate class must necessarily be produced also. The perfect type of manhood, as just stated, involves the perfections whatever we may hereafter determine these to be of his body, affections, and intelligence. The material things, therefore, which it is the object of political economy to produce and use or accumulate for use, are things which serve either to sustain and comfort the body, or exercise rightly the affections and form the intelligence. Whatever truly serves either of these purposes is useful to man, wholesome, healthful, helpful, or holy. By seeking such things, man prolongs and increases his life upon the earth. On the other hand, whatever does not serve either of these purposes, much more whatever counteracts them, is in like manner useless to man, unwholesome, unhelpful, or unholy, and by seeking such things man shortens and diminishes his life upon the earth. And neither with respect to things useful or useless can man's estimate of them alter their nature. Certain substances being good for his food, and others noxious to him, what he thinks or wishes respecting them can neither change nor prevent their power. If he eats corn he will live, if nightshade he will die. If he produce or make good and beautiful things, they will recreate him. Note the solemnity and weight of the word. If bad and ugly things, they will corrupt or break in pieces that is, in the exact degree of their power, kill him. For every hour of labor, however enthusiastic or well-intended, which he spends for that which is not bread, so much possibility of life is lost to him. His PG 115 fancies, likings, beliefs, however brilliant, eager, or obstinate, are of no avail if they are set on a false object. Of all that he has labored for, the eternal law of heaven and earth measures out to him for reward, to the utmost atom, that part which he ought to have labored for, and withdraws from him or enforces on him, it may be inexorably, that part which he ought not to have labored for until, on his summer threshing floor, stands his heap of corn, little or much, not according to his labor but to his discretion. No commercial arrangements, no painting of surfaces, nor alloying of substances will avail him a pennyweight. Nature asks of him calmly and inevitably, "What have you found or formed, the right thing or the wrong? By the right thing you shall live, by the wrong you shall die." To thoughtless persons it seems otherwise. The world looks to them as if they could cozen it out of some ways and means of life, but they cannot cozen it, they can only cozen their neighbors. The world is not to be cheated of a grain, not so much as a breath of its air can be drawn surreptitiously. For every piece of wise work done, so much life is granted, for every piece of foolish work nothing, for every piece of wicked work so much death is allotted. This is as sure as the courses of day and night. But when the means of life are once produced, men, by their various struggles and industries of accumulation or exchange, may variously gather, waste, restrain, or distribute them, necessitating, in proportion to the waste or restraint, accurately so much more death. The rate and range of additional death are measured by the rate and range of waste, and are inevitable, the only question determined mostly by fraud in peace, and force in war is who is to die and how. Such being the everlasting law of human existence, the essential work of the political economist is to determine what are in reality useful or life-giving things, and by what degrees and kinds of labor they are attainable and distributable. This investigation divides itself under three great heads, the studies namely of the phenomena, first of wealth, secondly of money, and thirdly of riches, pg 116. These terms are often used as synonymous, but they signify entirely different things. Wealth consists of things in themselves valuable, money of documentary claims to the possession of such things, and riches is a relative term, expressing the magnitude of the possessions of one person or society as compared with those of other persons or societies. The study of wealth is a province of natural science. It deals with the essential properties of things. The study of money is a province of commercial science. It deals with conditions of engagement and exchange. The study of riches is a province of moral science. It deals with the due relations of men to each other in regard of material possessions, and with the just laws of their association for purposes of labor. I shall in this first chapter shortly sketch out the range of subjects which will come before us as we follow these three branches of inquiry. And first of wealth, which, it has been said, consists of things essentially valuable, we now therefore need a definition of value. Value signifies the strength or availing of anything towards the sustaining of life, and is always twofold, that is to say, primarily intrinsic and secondarily effectual. The reader must by anticipation be warned against confusing value with cost or with price. Value is the life-giving power of anything, cost the quantity of labor required to produce it, price the quantity of labor which its possessor will take in exchange for it. Cost and price are commercial conditions to be studied under the head of money. Intrinsic value is the absolute power of anything to support life. A sheaf of wheat of given quality and weight has in it a measurable power of sustaining the substance of the body. A cubic foot of pure air, a fixed power of sustaining its warmth, and a cluster of flowers of given beauty, a fixed power of enlivening or animating the senses and heart. pg 117. It does not in the least affect the intrinsic value of the wheat, the air, or the flowers, that men refuse or despise them. Used or not, their own power is in them, and that particular power is in nothing else. But in order that this value of theirs may become effectual, a certain state is necessary in the recipient of it. The digesting, breathing, and perceiving functions must be perfect in the human creature before the food, air, or flowers can become of their full value to it. The production of effectual value, therefore, always involves two needs. First, the production of a thing essentially useful, then the production of the capacity to use it. Where the intrinsic value and acceptant capacity come together, there is effectual value or wealth. Where there is either no intrinsic value or no acceptant capacity, there is no effectual value, that is to say, no wealth. A horse is no wealth to us if we cannot ride, nor a picture if we cannot see, nor can any noble thing be wealth, except to a noble person. As the aptness of the user increases, the effectual value of the thing used increases, and in its entirety can coexist only with perfect skill of use and fitness of nature. Valuable material things may be conveniently referred to 5 heads. 1. Land, with its associated air, water, and organisms. 2. Houses, furniture, and instruments. 3. Stored or prepared food, medicine, and articles of bodily luxury, including clothing. 4. Books. 5. Works of art. The conditions of value in these things are briefly as follows. 1. Land, its value is twofold, first as producing food and mechanical power, secondly as an object of sight and thought producing intellectual power. Its value as a means of producing food and mechanical power varies with its form as mountain or plain, with its substance in soil or mineral contents, and with its climate. All these conditions of intrinsic value must be known and complied with by the men who have to deal with it, in order to pg 118 give effectual value. But at any given time and place, the intrinsic value is fixed. Such and such a piece of land, with its associated lakes and seas, rightly treated in surface and substance, can produce precisely so much food and power and no more. The second element of value in land being its beauty, united with such conditions of space and form as are necessary for exercise, and for fullness of animal life, land of the highest value in these respects will be that lying in temperate climates, and boldly varied in form, removed from unhealthy or dangerous influences as of miasm or volcano, and capable of sustaining a rich fauna and flora. Such land, carefully tended by the hand of man, so far as to remove from it unsightlinesses and evidences of decay, guarded from violence, and inhabited, under man's affectionate protection, by every kind of living creature that can occupy it in peace, is the most precious property that human beings can possess. 2. Buildings, furniture, and instruments. The value of buildings consists first in permanent strength, with convenience of form, of size, and of position, so as to render employment peaceful, social intercourse easy, temperature and air healthy, the advisable or possible magnitude of cities and mode of their distribution in squares, streets, courts. 100. The relative value of sites of land, and the modes of structure which are healthiest and most permanent, have to be studied under this head. The value of buildings consists secondly in historical association and architectural beauty, of which we have to examine the influence on manners and life. The value of instruments consists first in their power of shortening labor, or otherwise accomplishing what human strength unaided could not. The kinds of work which are severally best accomplished by hand or by machine, the effect of machinery in gathering and multiplying population, and its influence on the minds and bodies of such population, together with the conceivable uses of machinery on a colossal scale in accomplishing mighty and useful works, hitherto unthought. Pg 119 of, such as the deepening of large river channels, changing the surface of mountainous districts, irrigating tracts of desert in the torrid zone, breaking up, and thus rendering capable of quicker fusion, edges of ice in the northern and southern Arctic seas. 100. So rendering parts of the earth habitable which hitherto have been lifeless, are to be studied under this head. The value of instruments is, secondarily, in their aid to abstract sciences, the degree in which the multiplication of such instruments should be encouraged, so as to make them, if large, easy of access to numbers as costly telescopes, or so cheap as that they might, in a serviceable form, become a common part of the furniture of households, is to be considered under this head. 3. Food, medicine, and articles of luxury. Under this head, we shall have to examine the possible methods of obtaining pure food in such security and equality of supply as to avoid both waste and famine, then the economy of medicine and just range of sanitary law, finally the economy of luxury, partly an aesthetic and partly an ethical question. 4. Books. The value of these consists first, in their power of preserving and communicating the knowledge of facts. Secondly, in their power of exciting vital or noble emotion and intellectual action. They have also their corresponding negative powers of disguising and effacing the memory of facts, and killing the noble emotions, or exciting base ones. Under these two heads, we have to consider the economical and educational value, positive and negative, of literature, the means of producing and educating good authors, and the means and advisability of rendering good books generally accessible, and directing the reader's choice to them. Pg 120. 5. Works of art. The value of these is of the same nature as that of books, but the laws of their production and possible modes of distribution are very different and require separate examination. 2. Money. Under this head we shall have to examine the laws of currency and exchange, of which I will note here the first principles. Money has been inaccurately spoken of as merely a means of exchange, but it is far more than this. It is a documentary expression of legal claim. It is not wealth but a documentary claim to wealth, being the sign of the relative quantities of it, or of the labor producing it, to which, at a given time, persons or societies are entitled. If all the money in the world, notes and gold, were destroyed in an instant, it would leave the world neither richer nor poorer than it was, but it would leave the individual inhabitants of it in different relations. Money is, therefore, correspondent in its nature to the title deed of an estate. Though the deed be burned, the estate still exists, but the right to it has become disputable. The real worth of money remains unchanged, as long as the proportion of the quantity of existing money to the quantity of existing wealth or available labor remains unchanged. If the wealth increases but not the money, the worth of the money increases. If the money increases but not the wealth, the worth of the money diminishes. Money, therefore, cannot be arbitrarily multiplied, any more than title deeds can. So long as the existing wealth or available labor is not fully represented by the currency may be increased without diminution of the assigned worth of its pieces. But when the existing wealth or available labor is once fully represented, every piece of money thrown into circulation diminishes the worth of every other existing piece, in the proportion it bears to the number of them, provided the new piece be received with equal credit. Pg 121. If not, the depreciation of worth takes place, according to the degree of its credit. When, however, new money, composed of some substance of supposed intrinsic value as of gold, is brought into the market, or when new notes are issued which are supposed to be deserving of credit, the desire to obtain the money will, under certain circumstances, stimulate industry. An additional quantity of wealth is immediately produced, and if this be in proportion to the new claims advanced, the value of the existing currency is undepreciated. If the stimulus given be so great as to produce more goods than are proportioned to the additional coinage, the worth of the existing currency will be raised. Arbitrary control and issues of currency affect the production of wealth by acting on the hopes and fears of men, and are under certain circumstances wise. But the issue of additional currency to meet the exigencies of immediate expense is merely one of the disguised forms of borrowing or taxing. It is, however, in the present low state of economical knowledge, often possible for governments to venture on an issue of currency, when they could not venture on an additional loan or tax, because the real operation of such issue is not understood by the people, and the pressure of it is irregularly distributed, and with an unperceived gradation. The use of substances of intrinsic value as the materials of a currency is a barbarism, a remnant of the conditions of barter, which alone render commerce possible among savage nations. It is, however, still necessary, partly as a mechanical check on arbitrary issues, partly as a means of exchanges with foreign nations, in proportion to the extension of civilization and increase of trustworthiness in governments, it will cease. So long as it exists, the phenomena of the cost and price of the articles used for currency are mingled with those proper to currency itself in an almost inextricable manner, and the market worth of bullion is affected by multitudinous accidental circumstances, which have been traced, with more or less success, by writers on commercial operations. But with these variations, the true political economist has no more Pg 122 to do than an engineer, fortifying a harbour of refuge against Atlantic tide, has to concern himself with the cries or quarrels of children who dig pools with their fingers for its streams among the sand. 3. Riches. According to the various industry, capacity, good fortune and desires of men, they obtain greater or smaller share of, and claim upon, the wealth of the world. The inequalities between these shares, always in some degree just and necessary, may be either restrained by law or circumstance within certain limits, or may increase indefinitely. Where no moral or legal restraint is put upon the exercise of the will and intellect of the stronger, shrewder or more covetous men, these differences become ultimately enormous. But as soon as they become so distinct in their extremes as that, on one side, there shall be manifest redundance of possession, and on the other manifest pressure of need, the terms riches and poverty are used to express the opposite states, being contrary only as the terms warmth and cold are contraries, of which neither implies an actual degree, but only a relation to other degrees of temperature. Respecting riches, the economist has to inquire, first, into the advisable modes of their collection, secondly, into the advisable modes of their administration. Respecting the collection of national riches, he has to inquire, first, whether he is justified in calling the nation rich, if the quantity of wealth it possesses relatively to the wealth of other nations be large, irrespectively of the manner of its distribution. Or does the mode of distribution in any wise affect the nature of the riches? Thus, if the king alone be rich, suppose Croesus or Marseluser the Lydians or Carians therefore a rich nation, or if a few slave masters are rich and the nation is otherwise composed of slaves, is it to be called a rich nation? For if not, and the ideas of a certain mode of distribution or operation in the riches, and of a certain degree of freedom in the people, enter into our idea of riches as attributed to a people, we shall have to define the degree of fluency, or circulative character, which is essential to Pg 123, the nature of commonwealth, and the degree of independence of action required in its possessors, questions which look as if they would take time in answering. And farther, since the inequality which is the condition of riches may be established in two opposite modes, namely, by increase of possession on the one side, and by decrease of it on the other, we have to inquire, with respect to any given state of riches, precisely in what manner the correlative poverty was produced. That is to say, whether by being surpassed only or being depressed also, and if by being depressed, what are the advantages, or the contrary, conceivable in the depression. For instance, it being one of the commonest advantages of being rich to entertain a number of servants, we have to inquire on the one side, what economical process produced the riches of the master, and on the other, what economical process produced the poverty of the persons who serve him, and what advantages each, on his own side, derives from the result. These being the main questions touching the collection of riches, the next, or last, part of the inquiry is into their administration. Their possession involves three great economical powers which require separate examination, namely, the powers of selection, direction, and provision. The power of selection relates to things of which the supply is limited, as the supply of best things is always. When it becomes matter of question to whom such things are to belong, the richest person has necessarily the first choice, unless some arbitrary mode of distribution be otherwise determined upon. The business of the economist is to show how this choice may be a wise one. The power of direction arises out of the necessary relation of rich men to poor, which ultimately, in one way or another, pg 124 involves the direction of or authority over the labor of the poor, and this nearly as much over their mental as their bodily labor. The business of the economist is to show how this direction may be a just one. The power of provision is dependent upon the redundance of wealth, which may of course by active persons be made available in preparation for future work or future profit, in which function riches have generally received the name of capital, that is to say, of head or source material. The business of the economist is to show how this provision may be a distant one. The examination of these three functions of riches will embrace every final problem of political economy and, above or before all, this curious and vital problem, whether, since the wholesome action of riches in these three functions will depend, it appears, on the wisdom, justice, and farsightedness of the holders, and it is by no means to be assumed that persons primarily rich must therefore be just and wise. It may not be ultimately possible so, or somewhat so, to arrange matters as that persons primarily just and wise should therefore be rich. Such being the general plan of the inquiry before us, I shall not limit myself to any consecutive following of it, having hardly any good hope of being able to complete so laborious a work as it must prove to me, but from time to time, as I have leisure, shall endeavour to carry forward this part or that, as may be immediately possible, indicating always with accuracy the place which the particular essay will or should take in the completed system. pg 125. Chapter 2, Storekeeping. The first chapter having consisted of little more than definition of terms, I purpose in this to expand and illustrate the given definitions. The view which has here been taken of the nature of wealth, namely, that it consists in an intrinsic value developed by a vital power, is directly opposed to two nearly universal conceptions of wealth. In the assertion that value is primarily intrinsic, it opposes the idea that anything which is an object of desire to numbers, and is limited in quantity, so as to have rated worth in exchange, may be called or virtually become wealth. And in the assertion that value is secondarily dependent upon power in the possessor, it opposes the idea that the worth of things depends on the demand for them, instead of on the use of them. Before going farther, we will make these two positions clearer. 1. First, all wealth is intrinsic, and is not constituted by the judgment of men. This is easily seen in the case of things affecting the body. We know that no force of fantasy will make stones nourishing or poison innocent, but it is less apparent in things affecting the mind. We are easily perhaps willingly misled by the appearance of beneficial results obtained by industries addressed wholly to the gratification of fanciful desire, and apt to suppose that whatever is widely coveted, dearly bought, and pleasurable in possession, must be included in our definition of wealth. It is the more difficult to quit ourselves of this error because many things which are true wealth in moderate use become false wealth in immoderate, and many things are mixed of good and evil, as mostly books and works of art, out of which one person will get the good and another the evil, so that it seems as if pg 126 there were no fixed good or evil in the things themselves, but only in the view taken and use made of them. But that is not so. The evil and good are fixed, in essence and in proportion, and in things in which evil depends upon excess, the point of excess, though indefinable, is fixed, and the power of the thing is on the hither side for good and on the farther side for evil. And in all cases this power is inherent, not dependent on opinion or choice. Our thoughts of things neither make, nor mar their eternal force, nor, which is the most serious point for future consideration, can they prevent the effect of it within certain limits upon ourselves. Therefore, the object of any special analysis of wealth will be not so much to enumerate what is serviceable, as to distinguish what is destructive, and to show that it is inevitably destructive, that to receive pleasure from an evil thing is not to escape from or alter the evil of it, but to be altered by it, that is, to suffer from it. To the utmost, having our own nature in that degree made evil also. And it may be shown farther that, through whatever length of time or subtleties of connection the harm is accomplished, being also less or more according to the fineness and worth of the humanity on which it is wrought, still, nothing but harm ever comes of a bad thing. So that, in sum, the term wealth is never to be attached to the accidental object of a morbid desire, but only to the constant object of a legitimate one. By the fury of ignorance and fitfulness of caprice, large interests may be continually attached to things unserviceable or hurtful. If their nature could be altered by our passions, the science of political economy would remain, what it has been hitherto among us, the weighing of clouds and the portioning out of shadows. But of ignorance there is no science, and of caprice no law. Their disturbing forces interfere with the operations of faithful pg 127 economy, but have nothing in common with them. She, the calm arbiter of national destiny, regards only essential power for good in all that she accumulates, and alike disdains the wanderings of imagination and the thirsts of disease. 2. Secondly, the assertion that wealth is not only intrinsic, but dependent in order to become effectual on a given degree of vital power in its possessor, is opposed to another popular view of wealth, namely, that though it may always be constituted by caprice, it is, when so constituted, a substantial thing, of which given quantities may be counted as existing here or there, and exchangeable at rated prices. In this view there are three errors. The first and chief is the overlooking the fact that all exchangeableness of commodity, or effective demand for it, depends on the sum of capacity for its use existing, here or elsewhere. The book we cannot read, or picture we take no delight in, may indeed be called part of our wealth, in so far as we have power of exchanging either for something we like better. But our power of effecting such exchange, and yet more of effecting it to advantage, depends absolutely on the number of accessible persons who can understand the book, or enjoy the painting, and who will dispute the possession of them. Thus the actual worth of either, even to us, depends no more on their essential goodness than on the capacity existing somewhere for the perception of it, and it is vain in any completed system of production to think of obtaining one without the other. So that, though the true political economist knows that coexistence of capacity for use with temporary possession cannot be always secured, the final fact, on which he bases all action and administration, is that in the whole nation or group of nations he has to deal with, for every atom of intrinsic value produced he must with exactest chemistry produce its twin atom of acceptant digestion, or understanding capacity. Or in the degree of his failure he has no wealth. Nature's challenge to us is in earnest as the Assyrians mark, I will give thee 2,000 horses, if thou be able on thy part to set riders pg 128 upon them. Bavieca's paces are brave if the Cid backs him, but woe to us if we take the dust of capacity, wearing the armour of it for capacity itself, for so all procession, however goodly in the show of it, is to the tomb. The second error in this popular view of wealth is, that in giving the name of wealth to things which we cannot use, we in reality confuse wealth with money. The land we have no skill to cultivate, the book which is sealed to us or dress which is superfluous, may indeed be exchangeable, but as such are nothing more than a cumbrous form of banknote, of doubtful or slow convertibility. As long as we retain possession of them, we merely keep our banknotes in the shape of gravel or clay, of book leaves, or of embroidered tissue. Circumstances may, perhaps, render such forms the safest, or a certain complacency may attach to the exhibition of them. Into both these advantages we shall inquire afterwards. I wish the reader only to observe here that exchangeable property which we cannot use is, to us personally, merely one of the forms of money, not of wealth. The third error in the popular view is the confusion of guardianship with possession, the real state of men of property being, too commonly, that of curators, not possessors of wealth. A man's power over his property is at the widest range of it fivefold. It is power of use, for himself administration, to others ostentation, destruction, or bequest, and possession is in use only, which for each man is sternly limited, so that such things and so much of them as he can use are indeed well for him or wealth, and more of them or any other things are ill for him or ilth. Plunged to the lips in Orinoco, he shall drink to his thirst measure, more at his peril, with 1,000 oxen on his lands he shall eat to his hunger measure, more at his peril. He cannot live in 2 houses at once. A few bales of silk or wool will suffice for the fabric of all the clothes he can ever wear, and a few books will probably hold all the furniture good for his brain. Beyond these, in the best of us but narrow capacities, we have pg 129 but the power of administering or maladministering wealth, that is to say, distributing, lending, or increasing it, of exhibiting it as in magnificence of retinue or furniture, of destroying or, finally, of bequeathing it. And with multitudes of rich men, administration degenerates into curatorship. They merely hold their property in charge as trustees, for the benefit of some person or persons to whom it is to be delivered upon their death, and the position, explained in clear terms, would hardly seem a covetable one. What would be the probable feelings of a youth on his entrance into life, to whom the career hoped for him was proposed in terms such as these? You must work unremittingly, and with your utmost intelligence during all your available years, you will thus accumulate wealth to a large amount, but you must touch none of it beyond what is needful for your support. Whatever sums you gain, beyond those required for your decent and moderate maintenance, and whatever beautiful things you may obtain possession of, shall be properly taken care of by servants, for whose maintenance you will be charged, and whom you will have the trouble of superintending, and on your deathbed you shall have the power of determining to whom the accumulated property shall belong, or to what purposes be applied. Labour of life under such conditions would probably be neither zealous nor cheerful, yet the only difference between this position and that of the ordinary capitalist is the power which the latter supposes himself to possess, and which is attributed to him by others, of spending his money at any moment. This pleasure, taken in the imagination of power to part with that with which we have no intention of parting, is one of the most curious, though commonest forms of the eidolon, or phantasm of wealth. But the political economist has nothing to do with this idealism, and looks only to the practical issue of it, namely, that the holder of wealth in such temper may be regarded simply as a mechanical means of collection, or as a monarchist with a slit in it, not only receptant but suctional, set in the public thoroughfare, chest of which only death has the key, and evil chance the distribution pg 130 of the contents. In his function of lender, which, however, is one of administration, not use as far as he is himself concerned, the capitalist takes indeed a more interesting aspect. But even in that function, his relations with the state are apt to degenerate into a mechanism for the convenient contraction of debt, a function the more mischievous, because a nation invariably appeases its conscience with respect to an unjustifiable expense, by meeting it with borrowed funds, expresses its repentance of a foolish piece of business, by letting its tradesmen wait for their money, and always leaves its descendants to pay for the work which will be of the least advantage to them. Quit of these 3 sources of misconception, the reader will have little farther difficulty in apprehending the real nature of effectual value. He may, however, at first not without surprise, perceive the consequences involved in his acceptance of the definition. For if the actual existence of wealth be dependent on the power of its possessor, it follows that the sum of wealth held by the nation, instead of being constant or calculable, varies hourly, nay momentarily, with the number and character of its holders, and that in changing hands it changes in quantity. And farther, since the worth of the currency is proportioned to the sum of material wealth which it represents, if the sum of the wealth changes, the worth of the currency changes. And thus both the sum of the property and power of the currency of the state vary momentarily as the character and number of the holders. And not only so, but different rates and kinds of variation are caused by the character of the holders of different kinds of wealth. The transitions of value caused by the character of the holders of land differ in mode from those caused by character in holders of works of art, and these again from those caused by character in holders of machinery or other working capital. But we cannot examine these special phenomena pg 130, one of any kind of wealth, until we have a clear idea of the way in which true currency expresses them, and of the resulting modes in which the cost and price of any article are related to its value. To obtain this, we must approach the subject in its first elements. Let us suppose a national store of wealth, composed of material things either useful or believed to be so, taken charge of by the government, and that every workman having produced any article involving labor in its production, and for which he has no immediate use, brings it to add to this store, receiving from the government, in exchange, an order either for the return of the thing itself, or of its equivalent in other things, such as he may choose out of the store at any time when he needs them. The question of equivalence itself, how much wine a man is to receive in return for so much corn, or how much coal in return for so much iron, is a quite separate one, which we will examine presently. For the time, let it be assumed that this equivalence has been determined, and that the government order, in exchange for a fixed weight of any article called supposer, is either for the return of that weight of the article itself, or of another fixed weight of the article B, or another of the article C, and so on. Now, supposing that the laborer speedily and continually presents these general orders, or in common language spends the money, he has neither changed the circumstances of the nation, nor his own, except in so far as he may have produced useful and consumed useless articles, or vice versa. But if he does not use, or uses in part only, the orders he receives, and lays aside some portion of them, and thus every day bringing his contribution to the national store, lays by some percentage of the orders received in exchange for it, he increases the national wealth daily by as much as he does not use of the received order, and to the same amount accumulates a monetary claim on the government. It is, of course, always in his power, as it is his legal right, to bring forward this accumulation of claim, and at once to consume, destroy, or distribute the sum of his wealth. Supposing he never pg 132 does so, but dies, leaving his claim to others, he has enriched the state during his life by the quantity of wealth over which that claim extends, or has, in other words, rendered so much additional life possible in the state, of which additional life he bequeaths the immediate possibility to those whom he invests with his claim. Supposing him to cancel the claim, he would distribute this possibility of life among the nation at large. We hitherto consider the government itself as simply a conservative power, taking charge of the wealth entrusted to it. But a government may be more or less than a conservative power. It may be either an improving or destructive one. If it be an improving power, using all the wealth entrusted to it to the best advantage, the nation is enriched in root and branch at once, and the government is enabled, for every order presented, to return a quantity of wealth greater than the order was written for, according to the fructification obtained in the interim. This ability may be either concealed, in which case the currency does not completely represent the wealth of the country, or it may be manifested by the continual payment of the excess of value on each order, in which case there is irrespectively, observe, of collateral results afterwards to be examined a perpetual rise in the worth of the currency, that is to say, a fall in the price of all articles represented by it. But if the government be destructive, or a consuming power, it becomes unable to return the value received on the presentation of the order. This inability may either be concealed by meeting demands to the full, until it issue in bankruptcy, or in some form of national debt, or it may be concealed during oscillatory movements between destructiveness and productiveness, which result on the whole instability, or it may be manifested by the consistent return of less than value received on each presented order, in which case there is a consistent fall in the worth of the currency, or rise in the price of the things represented by it. Pg 133. Now, if for this conception of a central government, we substitute that of a body of persons occupied in industrial pursuits, of whom each adds in his private capacity to the common store, we at once obtain an approximation to the actual condition of a civilized mercantile community, from which approximation we might easily proceed into still completer analysis. I purpose, however, to arrive at every result by the gradual expansion of the simpler conception, but I wish the reader to observe in the meantime that both the social conditions thus supposed, and I will by anticipation say also, all possible social conditions, agree in two great points, namely in the primal importance of the supposed national store or stock, and in its destructibility or improvability by the holders of it. 1. Observe that in both conditions, that of central government holding and diffused privateer holding, the quantity of stock is of the same national moment. In the one case, indeed, its amount may be known by examination of the persons to whom it is confided, in the other it cannot be known but by exposing the private affairs of every individual. But known or unknown, its significance is the same under each condition. The riches of the nation consist in the abundance, and their wealth depends on the nature of this store. 2. In the second place, both conditions, and all other possible ones, agree in the destructibility or improvability of the store by its holders. Whether in private hands or under government charge, the national store may be daily consumed or daily enlarged by its possessors, and while the currency remains apparently unaltered, the property it represents may diminish or increase. The first question, then, which we have to put under our simple conception of central government, namely, what store has it, is one of equal importance whatever may be the constitution of the state, while the second question, namely, who are the holders of the store, involves the discussion of the constitution of the state itself. The first inquiry resolves itself into three heads, pg 134. What is the nature of the store? What is its quantity in relation to the population? What is its quantity in relation to the currency? The second inquiry into 2. Who are the holders of the store, and in what proportions? Who are the claimants of the store, that is to say, the holders of the currency, and in what proportions? We will examine the range of the first three questions in the present paper, of the two following in the sequel. One question first. What is the nature of the store? Has the nation hitherto worked for and gathered the right thing or the wrong? On that issue rest the possibilities of its life. For example, let us imagine a society, of no great extent, occupied in procuring and laying up store of corn, wine, wool, silk, and other such preservable materials of food and clothing, and that it has a currency representing them. Imagine farther, that on days of festivity, the society, discovering itself to derive satisfaction from pyrotechnics, gradually turns its attention more and more to the manufacture of gunpowder, so that an increasing number of labourers, giving what time they can spare to this branch of industry, bring increasing quantities of combustibles into the store, and use the general orders received in exchange to obtain such wine, wool, or corn as they may have need of. The currency remains the same, and represents precisely the same amount of material in the store, and of labour spent in producing it. But the corn and wine gradually vanish, and in their place as gradually appear sulphur and saltpetre, till at last the labourers who have consumed corn and supplied nitre, presenting on a festal morning some of their currency to obtain materials for the feast, discover that no amount of currency will command anything festive, except fire. The supply of rockets is unlimited, but that of food limited in a quite final manner, and the whole currency in the hands of the society represents an infinite power of detonation, but none of existence. This statement, caricatured as it may seem, is only exaggerated pg 135 in assuming the persistence of the folly to extremity, unchecked, as in reality it would be, by the gradual rise in price of food. But it falls short of the actual facts of human life in expression of the depth and intensity of the folly itself. For a great part, the reader would not believe how great until he saw the statistics in detail of the most earnest and ingenious industry of the world is spent in producing munitions of war, gathering, that is to say, the materials, not of festive, but of consuming fire, filling its stores with all power of the instruments of pain, and all affluence of the ministries of death. It was no true triumpho della morte which men have seen and feared, sometimes scarcely feared so long, wherein he brought them rest from their labours. We see and share another and higher form of his triumph now. Taskmaster instead of releaser, he rules the dust of the arena no less than of the tomb, and content once in the grave whither man went, to make his works to cease and his devices to vanish, now, in the busy city and on the serviceable sea, makes his work to increase, and his devices to multiply. To this doubled loss or negative power of labour, spent in producing means of destruction, we have to add, in our estimate of the consequences of human folly, whatever more insidious waste of toil there is in production of unnecessary luxury. Such and such an occupation, it is said, supports so many laborers, because so many obtain wages in following it. But it is never considered that unless there be a supporting power in the product of the occupation, the wages given to one man are merely withdrawn from another. We cannot say of any trade that it maintains such and such a number of persons, unless we know how and where the money, now spent in the purchase of its produce, would have been spent if that produce had not been manufactured. The purchasing funds truly support a number of people in making pg 136 this, but probably leave unsupported an equal number who are making, or could have made that. The manufacturers of small watches thrive at Geneva, it is well, but where would the money spent on small watches have gone, had there been no small watches to buy? If the so frequently uttered aphorism of mercantile economy, labor is limited by capital, were true, this question would be a definite one. But it is untrue, and that widely. Out of a given quantity of funds for wages, more or less labor is to be had, according to the quantity of will with which we can inspire the workman, and the true limit of labor is only in the limit of this moral stimulus of the will and of the bodily power. In an ultimate but entirely unpractical sense, labor is limited by capital, as it is by matter, that is to say, where there is no material, there can be no work. But in the practical sense, labor is limited only by the great original capital of head, heart, and hand. Even in the most artificial relations of commerce, labor is to capital as fire to fuel. Out of so much fuel you can have only so much fire, but out of so much fuel you shall have so much fire, not in proportion to the mass of combustible, but to the force of wind that fans and water that quenches, and the appliance of both. And labor is furthered, as conflagration is, not so much by added fuel as by admitted air. For which reasons, I had to insert in 49 the qualifying probably, for it can never be said positively that the purchase money or wages fund of any trade is withdrawn from some other trade. The object itself may be the stimulus of the production of the money which buys it. That is to say, the work by which the purchaser obtained the means of buying it would not have been done by him unless he had wanted that particular thing. And the production of any article not intrinsically nor in the process of manufacture injurious is pg 137 useful if the desire of it causes productive labor in other directions. In the national store, therefore, the presence of things intrinsically valueless does not imply an entirely correlative absence of things valuable. We cannot be certain that all the labor spent on vanity has been diverted from reality, and that for every bad thing produced, a precious thing has been lost. In great measure, the vain things represent the results of roused indolence. They have been carved as toys in extra time, and if they had not been made, nothing else would have been made. Even to munitions of war this principle applies. They partly represent the work of men who, if they had not made spears, would never have made pruning hooks, and who are incapable of any activities but those of contest. Thus then, finally, the nature of the store has to be considered under two main lights: the one, that of its immediate and actual utility; the other, that of the past national character which it signifies by its production, and future character which it must develop by its use. And the issue of this investigation will be to show us that economy does not depend merely on principles of demand and supply, but primarily on what is demanded and what is supplied, which I will beg of you to observe and take to heart. 2. Question second. What is the quantity of the store in relation to the population? It follows from what has been already stated that the accurate form in which this question has to be put is what quantity of each article composing the store exists in proportion to the real need for it by the population. But we shall for the time assume, in order to keep all our terms at the simplest, that the store is wholly composed of useful articles, and accurately proportioned to the several needs for them. Now it cannot be assumed, because the store is large in proportion to the number of the people, that the people must be in comfort, nor because it is small that they must be in distress. An active and economical race always produces pg 138 more than it requires, and lives, if it is permitted to do so, in competence on the produce of its daily labor. The quantity of its store, great or small, is therefore in many respects indifferent to it, and cannot be inferred from its aspect. Similarly, an inactive and wasteful population, which cannot live by its daily labor, but is dependent partly or wholly on consumption of its store, may be by various difficulties, hereafter to be examined, in realizing or getting at such store retained in a state of abject distress, though its possessions may be immense. But the results always involved in the magnitude of store are the commercial power of the nation, its security, and its mental character. Its commercial power in that according to the quantity of its store may be the extent of its dealings. Its security in that according to the quantity of its store are its means of sudden exertion or sustained endurance, and its character in that certain conditions of civilization cannot be attained without permanent and continually accumulating store of great intrinsic value and of peculiar nature. Now, seeing that these three advantages arise from largeness of store in proportion to population, the question arises immediately, given the stores the nation enriched by diminution of its numbers, are a successful national speculation and a pestilence economically the same thing? This is in part a sophistical question, such as it would be to ask whether a man was richer when struck by disease which must limit his life within a predicable period than he was when in health. He is enabled to enlarge his current expenses, and has for all purposes a larger sum at his immediate disposal for, given the fortune, the shorter the life, the larger the annuity, yet no man considers himself richer because he is condemned by his physician. The logical reply is that, since wealth is by definition only the means of life, a nation cannot be enriched by its own mortality. Or in shorter words, the life is more than the meat, and existence itself more wealth than the means of existence. Whence of two nations who have equal store, the PG 139 more numerous is to be considered the richer, provided the type of the inhabitant be as high, for, though the relative bulk of their store be less, its relative efficiency, or the amount of effectual wealth, must be greater. But if the type of the population be deteriorated by increase of its numbers, we have evidence of poverty in its worst influence. And then, to determine whether the nation in its total may still be justifiably esteemed rich, we must set or weigh the number of the poor against that of the rich. To effect which piece of scalework, it is of course necessary to determine first who are poor and who are rich, nor this only but also how poor and how rich they are, which will prove a curious thermometrical investigation, for we shall have to do for gold and for silver what we have done for quicksilver, determine, namely, their freezing point, their zero, their temperate and fever heat points, finally their vaporescent point at which riches, sometimes explosively as lately in America, make to themselves wings, and correspondently the number of degrees below zero at which poverty, ceasing to brace with any wholesome cold, burns to the bone. For the performance of these operations, in the strictest sense scientific, we will first look to the existing so-called science of political economy. We will ask it to define for us the comparatively and superlatively rich, and the comparatively and superlatively poor, and on its own terms, if any terms it can pronounce examine, in our prosperous England, how many rich and how many poor people there are, and whether the quantity and intensity of the poverty is indeed so overbalanced by the quantity and intensity of wealth, PG 140, that we may permit ourselves a luxurious blindness to it, and call ourselves, complacently, a rich country. And if we find no clear definition in the existing science, we will endeavour for ourselves to fix the true degrees of the scale, and to apply them. Question third, what is the quantity of the store in relation to the currency? We have seen that the real worth of the currency, so far as dependent on its relation to the magnitude of the store, may vary within certain limits, without affecting its worth in exchange. The diminution or increase of the represented wealth may be unperceived, and the currency may be taken either for more or less than it is truly worth. Usually it is taken for much more, and its power in exchange or credit power is thus increased up to a given strain upon its relation to existing wealth. This credit power is of chief importance in the thoughts, because most sharply present to the experience of a mercantile community, but the conditions of its stability and all other relations of the currency to the material PG 141 store are entirely simple in principle, if not in action. Far other than simple are the relations of the currency to the available labour which it also represents. For this relation is involved not only with that of the magnitude of the store to the number, but with that of the magnitude of the store to the mind, of the population. Its proportion to their number and the resulting worth of currency are calculable, but its proportion to their will for labour is not. The worth of the piece of money which claims a given quantity of the store is, in exchange, less or greater, according to the facility of obtaining the same quantity of the same thing without having recourse to the store. In other words, it depends on the immediate cost and price of the thing. We must now, therefore, complete the definition of these terms. All cost and price are counted in labor. We must know first, therefore, what is to be counted as labor. I have already defined labor to be the contest of the life of man with an opposite. Literally, it is the quantity of lapse, loss, or failure of human life caused by any effort. It is usually confused with effort itself or the application of power opera, but there is much effort which is merely a mode of recreation or of pleasure. The most beautiful actions of the human body and the highest results of the human intelligence are conditions or achievements of quite unlaborious, nay, of recreative, effort. But labor is the suffering in effort. It is the negative quantity or quantity of defeat, which has to be counted against every feat, and of defect which has to be counted against every fact or deed of men. In brief, it is that quantity of our toil which we die in. We might therefore a priori conjecture, as we shall ultimately find, that it cannot be bought nor sold. Everything else is bought and sold for labor, but labor itself cannot be bought nor sold for anything, being priceless. The idea pg 142, that it is a commodity to be bought or sold, is the alpha and omega of politico-economic fallacy. This being the nature of labor, the cost of anything is the quantity of labor necessary to obtain it, the quantity for which or at which it stands constant. It is literally the constancy of the thing. You shall win it, move it, come at it, for no less than this. Cost is measured and measurable using the accurate Latin terms only in labor, not in opera. It does not matter how much work a thing needs to produce it, it matters only how much distress. Generally, the more the power it requires, the less the distress, so that the noblest works of man cost less than the meanest. True labor or spending of life is either of the body in fatigue or pain, of the temper or heart as in perseverance of search for things, patience in waiting for them, fortitude or degradation in suffering for them, and the like, or of the intellect. All these kinds of labor are supposed to be included in the general term, and the quantity of labor is then expressed by the time it lasts, so that a unit of labor is an hour's work or a day's work, as we may determine. Cost, like value, is both intrinsic and effectual. Intrinsic cost is that of getting the thing in the right way. Effectual pg 143 cost is that of getting the thing in the way we set about it. But intrinsic cost cannot be made a subject of analytical investigation, being only partially discoverable, and that by long experience. Effectual cost is all that the political economist can deal with, that is to say, the cost of the thing under existing circumstances, and by known processes. Cost, being dependent much on application of method, varies with the quantity of the thing wanted, and with the number of persons who work for it. It is easy to get a little of some things, but difficult to get much. It is impossible to get some things with few hands, but easy to get them with many. The cost and value of things, however difficult to determine accurately, are thus both dependent on ascertainable physical circumstances. Pg 144. But their price is dependent on the human will. Such and such a thing is demonstrably good for so much, and it may demonstrably be had for so much. But it remains questionable, and in all manner of ways questionable, whether I choose to give so much. This choice is always a relative one. It is a choice to give a price for this, rather than for that, a resolution to have the thing if getting it does not involve the loss of a better thing. Price depends, therefore, not only on the cost of the commodity itself, but on its relation to the cost of every other attainable thing, pg 145. Farther, the power of choice is also a relative one. It depends not merely on our own estimate of the thing, but on everybody else's estimate, therefore on the number and force of the will of the concurrent buyers, and on the existing quantity of the thing in proportion to that number and force. Hence the price of anything depends on 4 variables. 1. Its cost. 2. Its attainable quantity at that cost. 3. The number and power of the persons who want it. 4. The estimate they have formed of its desirableness. Its value only affects its price so far as it is contemplated in this estimate, perhaps therefore not at all. Now, in order to show the manner in which price is expressed in terms of a currency, we must assume these four quantities to be known, and the estimate of desirableness, commonly called the demand, to be certain. We will take the number of persons at the lowest. Let A and B be two labourers who demand, that is to say, have resolved to labour for 2 articles A and B. Their demand for these articles, if the reader likes better, he may say their need is to be conceived as absolute, their existence depending on the getting these 2 things. Suppose, for instance, that they are bread and fuel in a cold country, and let A represent the least quantity of bread, and B the least quantity of fuel, which will support a man's life for a day. Let A be producible by an hour's labour, but B only by 2 hours' labour. Then the cost of A is 1 hour, and of B 2 cost by our definition, being expressible in terms of time. If therefore each man worked both for his corn and fuel, each would have to work 3 hours a day. But they divide the labour for its greater ease. Then if A works 3 hours, he produces 3 A, which is 1 A more than both the men want. And if B works 3 hours, he produces only 112 B, or half of B less than both want. But if A work 3 hours and B 6, A has PG 146 3 A and B has 3 B, a maintenance in the right proportion for both for a day and half, so that each might take half a day's rest. But as B has worked double time, the whole of this day's rest belongs in equity to him. Therefore the just exchange should be, A giving 2 A for 1 B, has 1 A and 1 B maintenance for a day. B giving 1 B for 2 A has 2 A and 2 B, maintenance for 2 days. But B cannot rest on the second day, or would be left without the article which B produces. Nor is there any means of making the exchange just, unless a third labour is called in. Then 1 workman A produces A and 2 B and C produce B. A working 3 hours has 3 A, B 3 hours 112 B, C 3 hours 112 B. B and C each give half of B for A, and all have their equal daily maintenance for equal daily work. To carry the example a single step farther, let 3 articles A, B and C be needed. Let A need 1 hour's work be 2 and C 4. Then the day's work must be 7 hours, and 1 man in a day's work can make 7 A or 312 B, or 134 100. Therefore 1 A works for A producing 7 A, 2 B's work for B producing 7 B, 4 C's work for C producing 7 100. A has 6 A to spare and gives 2 A for 1 B and 4 A for 1 100. Each B has 212 B to spare, and gives 12 B for 1 A and 2 B for 1 100. Each C has 34 of C to spare, and gives 12 C for 1 B and 14 of C for 1. And all have their day's maintenance. Generally, therefore, it follows that if the demand is constant, the relative prices of things are as their costs, or as the quantities of labour involved in production. Then, in order to express their prices in terms of a currency, we have only to put the currency into the form of orders for a certain quantity of any given article with us. It is in the form of orders for gold, and all quantities of other articles are priced by the relation they bear to the article which the currency claims. PG 147. But the worth of the currency itself is not in the slightest degree founded more on the worth of the article which it either claims or consists in as gold than on the worth of every other article for which the gold is exchangeable. It is just as accurate to say, so many pounds are worth an acre of land, as an acre of land is worth so many pounds. The worth of gold, of land, of houses, and of food, and of all other things, depends at any moment on the existing quantities and relative demands for all and each, and a change in the worth of, or demand for anyone, involves an instantaneously correspondent change in the worth of, and demand for all the rest, a change as inevitable, and as accurately balanced though often in its process as untraceable as the change in volume of the outflowing river from some vast lake, caused by change in the volume of the inflowing streams, though no eye can trace, nor instrument detect motion, either on its surface or in the depth. Thus, then, the real working power or worth of the currency is founded on the entire sum of the relative estimates formed by the population of its possessions. A change in this estimate in any direction, and therefore every change in the national character, instantly alters the value of money in its second great function of commanding labour. But we must always carefully and sternly distinguish between this worth of currency, dependent on the conceived or appreciated value of what it represents, and the worth of it, dependent on the existence of what it represents. A currency is true, or false, in proportion to the security with which it gives claim to the possession of land, house, horse, or picture. But a currency is strong or weak, worth much or worth little, in proportion to the degree of estimate in which the nation holds the house, horse, or picture which is claimed. Thus the power of the English currency has been, till of late, largely based on the national estimate of horses and of wine, so that a man pg 148 might always give any price to furnish choicely his stable or his cellar, and receive public approval therefor, but if he gave the same sum to furnish his library, he was called mad or a bibliomaniac. And although he might lose his fortune by his horses, and his health or life by his cellar, and rarely lost either by his books, he was yet never called a hippomaniac nor an oinomaniac, but only bibliomaniac, because the current worth of money was understood to be legitimately founded on cattle and wine, but not on literature. The prices lately given at sales for pictures and MSS indicate some tendency to change in the national character in this respect, so that the worth of the currency may even come in time to rest, in an acknowledged manner, somewhat on the state and keeping of the Bedford Missal, as well as on the health of Caractacus or Blink Barney, and old pictures be considered property, no less than old port. They might have been so before now, but that it is more difficult to choose the one than the other. Now observe, all these sources of variation in the power of the currency exist, wholly irrespective of the influences of vice, indolence, and improvidence. We have hitherto supposed, throughout the analysis, every professing labourer to labour honestly, heartily, and in harmony with his fellows. We have now to bring farther into the calculation the effects of relative industry, honour, and forethought, and thus to follow out the bearings of our second inquiry: who are the holders of the store and currency, and in what proportions? This, however, we must reserve for our next paper, noticing here only that, however distinct the several branches of the subject are radically, they are so interwoven in their issues that we cannot rightly treat anyone, till we have taken cognizance of all. Thus the need of the currency in proportion to number of population is materially influenced by the probable number of the holders in proportion to the non-holders, and this again by the number of holders of goods or wealth in proportion to the non-holders of goods. For as, by definition, the currency is a claim to goods which are not possessed, its quantity indicates the number of claimants in pg 149 proportion to the number of holders, and the force and complexity of claim. For if the claims be not complex, currency as a means of exchange may be very small in quantity. A sells some corn to B, receiving a promise from B to pay in cattle, which A then hands over to C to get some wine. C in due time claims the cattle from B, and B takes back his promise. These exchanges have, or might have been, all effected with a single coin or promise, and the proportion of the currency to the store would in such circumstances indicate only the circulating vitality of it, that is to say, the quantity and convenient divisibility of that part of the store which the habits of the nation keep in circulation. If a cattle breeder is content to live with his household chiefly on meat and milk, and does not want rich furniture, or jewels, or booksif, a wine and corn, grower maintains himself and his men chiefly on grapes and bread. If the wives and daughters of families weave and spin the clothing of the household, and the nation as a whole remains content with the produce of its own soil and the work of its own hands, it has little occasion for circulating media. It pledges and promises little and seldom, exchanges only so far as exchange is necessary for life. The store belongs to the people in whose hands it is found, and money is little needed either as an expression of right or practical means of division and exchange. But in proportion as the habits of the nation become complex and fantastic, and they may be both, without therefore being civilized, its circulating medium must increase in proportion to its store. If everyone wants a little of everything, if food must be of many kinds, and dress of many fashions, if multitudes live by work which, ministering to fancy, has its pay measured by fancy, so that large prices will be given by one person for what is valueless to another, if there are great inequalities of knowledge, causing great inequalities of estimate, and finally, and worst of all, if the currency itself, from its largeness, and the power which the possession of it implies, becomes the sole object of desire with large numbers of the nation, so that the holding of it is disputed among them as the main object of life, in each pg 150 and all of these cases, the currency necessarily enlarges in proportion to the store, and as a means of exchange and division, as a bond of right, and as an object of passion, has a more and more important and malignant power over the nation's dealings, character, and life. Against which power, When, as a bond of right, it becomes too conspicuous and too burdensome, the popular voice is apt to be raised in a violent and irrational manner, leading to revolution instead of remedy. Whereas all possibility of economy depends on the clear assertion and maintenance of this bond of right, however burdensome. The first necessity of all economical government is to secure the unquestioned and unquestionable working of the great law of property, that a man who works for a thing shall be allowed to get it, keep it, and consume it in peace, and that he who does not eat his cake today shall be seen, without grudging, to have his cake tomorrow. This, I say, is the first point to be secured by social law. Without this, no political advance, nay, no political existence, is in any sort possible. Whatever evil, luxury, iniquity may seem to result from it, this is nevertheless the first of all equities, and to the enforcement of this, by law and by police truncheon, the nation must always primarily set its mind that the cupboard door may have a firm lock to it, and no man's dinner be carried off by the mob, on its way home from the baker's, which thus fearlessly asserting, we shall endeavour in next paper to consider how far it may be practicable for the mob itself, also in due breadth of dish, to have dinners to carry home. Quali dal vento la gonfiate vil, cagano avult poi ci l'alber fiaca, tal cad a terra la fiera crudel. The image may be followed out, like all of Dante's, into as close detail as the reader chooses. Thus the stress of the sail must be proportioned to the strength of the mast, and it is only in unforeseen danger that a skilful seaman ever carries all the canvas his spars will bear. States of mercantile languor are like the flap of the sail in a calm, of mercantile precaution, like taking in reefs, and mercantile ruin is instant on the breaking of the mast. I mean by credit power, the general impression on the national mind that a sovereign or any other coin is worth so much bread and cheese, so much wine, so much horse and carriager, so much fine art. It may be really worth, when tried, less or more than is thought. The thought of it is the credit power. Old notes these, more embarrassing I now perceive than elucidatory, but right and worth retaining. There is indeed a condition of apparent cheapness, which we have some right to be triumphant in, namely, the real reduction in cost of articles by right application of labour. But in this case the article is only cheap with reference to its former price. The so-called cheapness is only our expression for the sensation of contrast between its former and existing prices. So soon as the new methods of producing the article are established, it ceases to be esteemed either cheap or dear at the new price, as at the old one, and is felt to be cheap only when accident enables it to be purchased beneath this new value. And it is no advantage to produce the article more easily, except as it enables you to multiply your population. Cheapness of this kind is merely the discovery that more men can be maintained on the same ground, and the question how many you will maintain in proportion to your additional means remains exactly in the same terms that it did before. A form of immediate cheapness results, however, in many cases without distress, from the labour of a population where food is redundant, or where the labour by which the food is produced leaves much idle time on their hands, which may be applied to the production of cheap articles. All such phenomena indicate to the political economist places where the labour is unbalanced. In the first case, the just balance is to be effected by taking labourers from the spot where pressure exists, and sending them to that where food is redundant. In the second, the cheapness is a local accident, advantageous to the local purchaser, disadvantageous to the local producer. It is one of the first duties of commerce to extend the market, and thus give the local producer his full advantage. Cheapness caused by natural accidents of harvest, weather 100, is always counterbalanced in due time by natural scarcity, similarly caused. It is the part of wise government and healthy commerce so to provide in times and places of plenty for times and places of dearth, as that there shall never be waste nor famine. Cheapness caused by gluts of the market is merely a disease of clumsy and wanton commerce. Pg 151. Chapter 3, Coinkeeping. It will be seen by reference to the last chapter that our present task is to examine the relation of holders of store to holders of currency, and of both to those who hold neither. In order to do this, we must determine on which side we are to place substances such as gold, commonly known as bases of currency. By aid of previous definitions, the reader will now be able to understand closer statements than have yet been possible. The currency of any country consists of every document acknowledging debt, which is transferable in the country. This transferableness depends upon its intelligibility and credit. Its intelligibility depends chiefly on the difficulty of forging anything like it, its credit much on national character, but ultimately always on the existence of substantial means of meeting its demand. As the degrees of transferableness are variable, some documents passing only in certain places, and others passing, if at all, for less than their inscribed value, both the mass and, so to speak, fluidity of the currency are variable. True or perfect currency flows freely, like a pure stream. It becomes sluggish or stagnant in proportion to the quantity of less pg 152 transferable matter which mixes with it, adding to its bulk, but diminishing its purity. Articles of commercial value, on which bills are drawn, increase the currency indefinitely, and substances of intrinsic value, if stamped or signed without restriction so as to become acknowledgments of debt, increase it indefinitely also. Every bit of gold found in Australia, so long as it remains uncoined, is an article offered for sale like any other. But as soon as it is coined into pounds, it diminishes the value of every pound we have now in our pockets. Legally authorized or national currency, in its perfect condition, is a form of public acknowledgement of debt, so regulated and divided that any person presenting a commodity of tried worth in the public market shall, if he please, receive in exchange for it a document giving him claim to the return of its equivalent, in any place at any time, and in any kind. When currency is quite healthy and vital, the persons entrusted with its management are always able to give on demand either a. the assigning document for the assigned quantity of goods, or b. the assigned quantity of goods for the assigning document. If they cannot give document for goods, the national exchange is at fault. If they cannot give goods for document, the national credit is at fault. The nature and power of the document are therefore to be examined under the three relations it bears to place, time, and kind. 1. It gives claim to the return of equivalent wealth in any place. Its use in this function is to save carriage, so that parting with a bushel of corn in London, we may receive an order for a bushel of corn at the Antipodes or elsewhere. To be perfect in this use, the substance of currency must be to the maximum portable, credible, and intelligible. Its non-acceptance or discredit results always from some form of ignorance or dishonor. So far as such interruptions rise out pg 153 of differences in denomination, there is no ground for their continuance among civilized nations. It may be convenient in one country to use chiefly copper for coinage, in another silver, and in another gold, reckoning accordingly in centimes, francs, or zecchins, but that a franc should be different in weight and value from a shilling, and a zwanziger vary from both, is wanton loss of commercial power. 2. It gives claim to the return of equivalent wealth at any time. In this second use, currency is the exponent of accumulation. It renders the laying up of store at the command of individuals unlimitedly possible, whereas, but for its intervention, all gathering would be confined within certain limits by the bulk of property, or by its decay, or the difficulty of its guardianship. I will pull down my barns and build greater, cannot be a daily saying, and all material investment is enlargement of care. The national currency transfers the guardianship of the store to many, and preserves to the original producer the right of re-entering on its possession at any future period. 3. It gives claim practical, though not legal, to the return of equivalent wealth in any kind. It is a transferable right, not merely to this or that but to anything, and its power in this function is proportioned to the range of choice. If you give a child an apple or a toy, you give him a determinate pleasure, but if you give him a penny, an indeterminate one, proportioned to the range of selection offered by the shops in the village. The power of the world's currency is similarly in proportion to the openness of the world's fair, and commonly enhanced by the brilliancy of external aspect, rather than solidity of its wares. We have said that the currency consists of orders for equivalent goods. If equivalent, their quality must be guaranteed. The kinds of goods chosen for specific claim must therefore be capable of test, while also that a store may be kept in hand to meet the call of the currency. Smallness of bulk, with great relative value, is desirable, and indestructibility over at least a certain period essential. Such indestructibility and facility of being tested are PG 154 united in gold. Its intrinsic value is great, and its imaginary value greater, so that, partly through indolence, partly through necessity and want of organization, most nations have agreed to take gold for the only basis of their currencies, with this grave disadvantage, that its portability enabling the metal to become an active part of the medium of exchange, the stream of the currency itself becomes opaque, with gold half currency and half commodity, in unison of functions which partly neutralize, partly enhance each other's force. They partly neutralize, since in so far as the gold is commodity, it is bad currency, because liable to sale, and in so far as it is currency, it is bad commodity, because its exchange value interferes with its practical use. Especially its employment in the higher branches of the arts becomes unsafe on account of its liability to be melted down for exchange. Again, they partly enhance, since in so far as the gold has acknowledged intrinsic value, it is good currency because everywhere acceptable, and in so far as it has legal exchangeable value, its worth as a commodity is increased. We want no gold in the form of dust or crystal, but we seek for it coined, because in that form it will pay baker and butcher. And this worth in exchange not only absorbs a large quantity in that use, but greatly increases the effect PG 155 on the imagination of the quantity used in the arts. Thus, in brief, the force of the functions is increased, but their precision blunted by their unison. These inconveniences, however, attach to gold as a basis of currency on account of its portability and preciousness, but a far greater inconvenience attaches to it as the only legal basis of currency. Imagine gold to be only attainable in masses weighing several pounds each, and its value, like that of malachite or marble, proportioned to its largeness of bulk. It could not then get itself confused with the currency in daily use, but it might still remain as its basis, and this second inconvenience would still affect it, namely, that its significance as an expression of debt varies, as that of every other article would, with the popular estimate of its desirableness, and with the quantity offered in the market. My power of obtaining other goods for gold depends always on the strength of public passion for gold, and on the limitation of its quantity, so that when either of two things happen, that the world esteems gold less, or finds it more easily, my right of claim is in that degree effaced, and it has been even gravely maintained that a discovery of a mountain of gold would cancel the national debt. In other words, that men may be paid for what costs much, what costs nothing. Now it is true that there is little chance of sudden convulsion in this respect. The world will not so rapidly increase in wisdom as to despise gold on a sudden, and perhaps may for a little time desire it more eagerly the more easily it is obtained. Nevertheless, the right of debt ought not to rest on a basis of imagination, nor should the frame of a national currency vibrate with every miser's panic and every merchant's imprudence. There are two methods of avoiding this insecurity, which would have been fallen upon long ago, if instead of calculating the conditions of the supply of gold, men had only considered how the world might live and manage its affairs without gold at all. One is to base the currency on PG 156 substances of truer intrinsic value, the other to base it on several substances instead of one. If I can only claim gold, the discovery of a golden mountain starves me, but if I can claim bread, the discovery of a continent of cornfields need not trouble me. If, however, I wish to exchange my bread for other things, a good harvest will for the time limit my power in this respect. But if I can claim either bread, iron, or silk at pleasure, the standard of value has 3 feet instead of 1, and will be proportionately firm. Thus, ultimately, the steadiness of currency depends upon the breadth of its base, but the difficulty of organization increasing with this breadth, the discovery of the condition at once safest and most convenient can only be by long analysis, which must for the present be deferred. Gold or silver may always be retained in limited use, as a luxury of coinage and questionless standard, of one weight and alloy among all nations, varying only in the dye. The purity of coinage, when metallic, is closely indicative of the honesty of the system of revenue, and even of the general dignity of the state. PG 157. Whatever the article or articles may be which the national currency promises to pay, a premium on that article indicates bankruptcy of the government in that proportion, the division of its assets being restrained only by the remaining confidence of the holders of notes in the return of prosperity to the firm. Currencies of forced acceptance or of unlimited issue are merely various modes of disguising taxation and delaying its pressure until it is too late to interfere with the cause of pressure. To do away with the possibility of such disguise would have been among the first results of a true economical science, had any such existed, but there have been too many motives for the concealment, so long as it could by any artifices be maintained, to permit hitherto even the founding of such a science. And indeed it is only through evil conduct, wilfully persisted in, that there is any embarrassment, either in the theory or working of currency. No exchequer is ever embarrassed, nor is any financial question difficult of solution, when people keep their practice honest and their heads cool. But when governments lose all office of pilotage, protection, or scrutiny, and live only in magnificence of authorized larceny and polished mendacity, or when the people, choosing speculation the s usually redundant in the spelling instead of toil, visit no dishonesty with chastisement, that each may with impunity take his dishonest turn, there are no tricks of financial terminology that will save them. All signature and mintage do but magnify the ruin they retard, and even the riches that remain, stagnant or current, change only from the slime of Avernus to the sand of Phlegethon quicksand at the embouchure, land fluently recommended by recent auctioneers as eligible for building leases. Finally then, the power of true currency is fourfold. 1. Credit power. Its worth in exchange, dependent on public opinion of the stability and honesty of the issuer. 2. Real worth. Supposing the gold or whatever else the currency expressly promises to be required from the issuer for all his notes, and that the call cannot be met in full, then the actual worth of the document would be, and its actual pg 158 worth at any moment is, therefore to be defined as, what the division of the assets of the issuer would produce for it. 3. The exchange power of its base. Granting that we can get £5 in gold for our note, it remains a question how much of other things we can get for £5 in gold. The more of other things exist, and the less gold, the greater this power. 4. The power over labour, exercised by the given quantity of the base, or of the things to be got for it. The question in this case is, how much work, and question of questions, whose work is to be had for the food which £5 will buy. This depends on the number of the population, on their gifts, and on their dispositions, with which, down to their slightest humours, and up to their strongest impulses, the power of the currency varies. Such being the main conditions of national currency, we proceed to examine those of the total currency, under the broad definition, transferable acknowledgement of debt, pg 159, among the many forms of which there are in effect only two distinctly opposed, namely the acknowledgements of debts which will be paid, and of debts which will not. Documents, whether in whole or part of bad debt, being to those of good debt as bad money to bullion, we put for the present these forms of imposture aside, as in analysing a metal we should wash it clear of dross, and then range in their exact quantities the true currency of the country on one side, and the store or property of the country on the other. We place gold, and all such substances, on the side of documents as far as they operate by signature, on the side of store as far as they operate by value. Then the currency represents the quantity of debt in the country, and the store the quantity of its possession. The ownership of all the property is divided between the holders of currency and holders of store, and whatever the claiming value of the currency is at any moment, that value is to be deducted from the riches of the storeholders. Farther, as true currency represents by definition debts which will be paid, it represents either the debtor's wealth or his ability and willingness. That is to say, either wealth existing in his hands transferred to him by the creditor, or wealth which, as he is at some time surely to return it, he is either increasing, or if diminishing has the will and strength to reproduce. A sound currency, therefore, as by its increase it represents enlarging debt, represents also enlarging means, but in this curious way, that a certain quantity of it marks the deficiency of the wealth of the country from what it would have been if that currency had not existed. In this respect, pg 160, it is like the detritus of a mountain. Assume that it lies at a fixed angle, and the more the detritus, the larger must be the mountain, but it would have been larger still had there been none. Farther, though, as above stated, every man possessing money has usually also some property beyond what is necessary for his immediate wants, and men possessing property usually also hold currency beyond what is necessary for their immediate exchanges. It mainly determines the class to which they belong, whether in their eyes the money is an adjunct of the property, or the property of the money. In the first case the holder's pleasure is in his possessions, and in his money subordinately, as the means of bettering or adding to them. In the second, his pleasure is in his money, and in his possessions only as representing it. In the first case the money is as an atmosphere surrounding the wealth, rising from it and raining back upon it, but in the second, it is as a deluge, with the wealth floating, and for the most part perishing in it. The shortest distinction between the men is that the one wishes always to buy, and the other to sell. Such being the great relations of the classes, their several characters are of the highest importance to the nation, for on the character of the storeholders chiefly depend the preservation, display, and serviceableness of its wealth, on that of the currency holders, its distribution, on that of both, its reproduction. We shall therefore ultimately find it to be of incomparably greater importance to the nation in whose hands the thing is pg 161 put, than how much of it is got, and that the character of the holders may be conjectured by the quality of the store, for such and such a man always asks for such and such a thing, nor only asks for it, but if it can be bettered, betters it, so that possession and possessor reciprocally act on each other, through the entire sum of national possession. The base nation, asking for base things, sinks daily to deeper vileness of nature and weakness in use, while the noble nation, asking for noble things, rises daily into diviner eminence in both, the tendency to degradation being surely marked by, that is to say, expanding the Greek thought, by carelessness as to the hands in which things are put, consequent dispute for the acquisition of them, disorderliness in the accumulation of them, inaccuracy in the estimate of them, and bluntness in conception as to the entire nature of possession. The currency holders always increase in number and influence in proportion to the bluntness of nature and clumsiness of the storeholders, for the less use people can make of things, the more they want of them, and the sooner weary of them, and want to change them for something else, and all frequency of change increases the quantity and power of currency. The large currency holder himself is essentially a person who never has been able to make up his mind as to what he will have, and proceeds therefore, in vague collection and aggregation, with more and more infuriate passion, urged by complacency in progress, vacancy in idea, and pride of conquest. While, however, there is this obscurity in the nature of possession of currency, there is a charm in the seclusion of it which is to some people very enticing. In the enjoyment of real property, others must partly share. The groom has some enjoyment of the stud and the gardener of the garden, but the money is, or seems, shut up. It is wholly enviable. No one else can have part in any complacencies arising from it. The power of arithmetical comparison is also a great thing to unimaginative people. They know always they are so much better than they were in money, so much better than others, pg 162 in money, but wit cannot be so compared nor character. My neighbour cannot be convinced that I am wiser than he is, but he can, that I am worth so much more, and the universality of the conviction is no less flattering than its clearness. Only a few can understand, none measuring few will willingly adore, superiorities in other things, but everybody can understand money, everybody can count it, and most will worship it. Now, these various temptations to accumulation would be politically harmless if what was vainly accumulated had any fair chance of being wisely spent. For as accumulation cannot go on forever, but must some day end in its reverse, this reverse were indeed a beneficial distribution and use, as irrigation from reservoir, the fever of gathering, though perilous to the gatherer, might be serviceable to the community. But it constantly happens so constantly, that it may be stated as a political law having few exceptions, that what is unreasonably gathered is also unreasonably spent by the persons into whose hands it finally falls. Very frequently it is spent in war, or else in a stupefying luxury, twice hurtful, both in being indulged by the rich and witnessed by the poor. So that the mal tenor and mal dare are as correlative as complementary colours, and the circulation of wealth, which ought to be soft, steady, strong, far-sweeping, and full of warmth, like the Gulf Stream being narrowed into an eddy, and concentrated at a point, changes into the alternate suction and surrender of Charybdis, which is indeed, I doubt not, the true meaning of that marvellous fable, infinite as Bacon said of it, in matter of meditation. It is a strange habit of wise humanity to speak in enigmas only, so that the highest truths and usefulest laws must be hunted for through whole picture galleries of dreams, which to the vulgar seem dreams only. Thus Homer, the Greek tragedians, Plato, Dante, Chaucer, Shakespeare and Goethe, have hidden all that is chiefly serviceable in their pg 163 work, and in all the various literature they absorbed and re-embodied, under types which have rendered it quite useless to the multitude. What is worse, the two primal declarers of moral discovery, Homer and Plato, are partly at issue, for Plato's logical power quenched his imagination, and he became incapable of understanding the purely imaginative element either in poetry or painting. He therefore somewhat overrates the pure discipline of passionate art in song and music, and misses that of meditative art. There is, however, a deeper reason for his distrust of Homer. His love of justice and reverently religious nature made him dread, as death, every form of fallacy, but chiefly fallacy respecting the world to come, his own myths being only symbolic exponents of a rational hope. We shall perhaps now every day discover more clearly how right Plato was in this, and feel ourselves more and more wonderstruck that men such as Homer and Dante, and in an inferior sphere Milton, not to speak of the great sculptors and painters of every age, have permitted themselves, though full of all nobleness and wisdom, to coin idle imaginations of the mysteries of eternity, and guide the faiths of the families of the earth by the courses of their own vague and visionary arts, while the indisputable truths of human life and duty, respecting which they all have but one voice, lie hidden behind these veils of fantasy, unsought, and often unsuspected. I will gather carefully out of Dante and Homer what in this kind bears on our subject in its due place. The first broad intention of their symbols may be sketched at once. The rewards of a worthy use of riches, subordinate to other ends, are shown by Dante in the 5th and 6th orbs of paradise. For the punishment of their unworthy use, 3 places are assigned, one for the avaricious and prodigal whose souls are lost, hell, Canto 7, one for the avaricious and prodigal whose souls are capable of purification, purgatory, Canto 19, and one for the usurers of whom none can be redeemed, hell, Canto 17. The first group, the largest in all hell, gent più chi oltrove trappa, compare Virgil's Maxima turba, meet in contrary currents, as the pg 164 waves of Charybdis, casting weights at each other from opposite sides. This weariness of contention is the chief element of their torture, so marked by the beautiful lines beginning or più figliuol 100, but the usurers who made their money inactively sit on the sand, equally without rest, however. Di qua di la Sicorian 100. For it is not avarice but contention for riches, leading to this double misuse of them, which in Dante's light is the unredeemable sin. The place of its punishment is guarded by Plutus, the great enemy, and la fiera crudel, a spirit quite different from the Greek Plutus, who, though old and blind, is not cruel, and is curable so as to become farsighted, Plato's epithets in First Book of the Laws. Still more does this Dantesque type differ from the resplendent Plutus of Goethe in the second part of Faust, who is the personified power of wealth for good or evil, not the passion for wealth, and again from the Plutus of Spenser, who is the passion of mere aggregation. Dante's Plutus is specially and definitely the spirit of contention and competition, or evil commerce, because, as I showed before, this kind of commerce makes all men strangers. His speech is therefore unintelligible, and no single soul of all those ruined by him has recognizable features. On the other hand, the redeemable sins of avarice and prodigality are, in Dante's sight, those which are without deliberate or calculated operation. The lust or lavishness of riches can be purged, so long as there has been no servile consistency of dispute and competition for them. The sin is spoken of as that of degradation by the love of earth. It is purified by deeper humiliation. Souls crawl on their bellies. Their chant is, "My soul cleaveth unto the dust." But the spirits thus condemned are all recognizable, and even the worst examples of the thirst for gold, which they are compelled to tell the histories of during the night, are of men swept by the passion of avarice into violent crime, but not sold to its steady work. The precept given to each of these spirits for its deliverance is, "Turn thine eyes to the lucre lure, which the pg 165 eternal king rolls with the mighty wheels." Otherwise, the wheels of the greater fortune, of which the constellation is ascending when Dante's dream begins. Compare George Herbert. Lift up thy head. Take stars for money, stars not to be told. Buy any art yet to be purchased. And Plato's notable sentence in the 3rd book of the Polity, "Tell them they have divine gold and silver in their souls forever, that they need no money stamped of many there may they otherwise, than impiously mingle the gathering of the divine with the mortal treasure, for through that which the law of the multitude has coined, endless crimes have been done and suffered, but in theirs is neither pollution nor sorrow. At the entrance of this place of punishment, an evil spirit is seen by Dante, quite other than the Gran Nemico. The great enemy is obeyed knowingly and willingly, but this spirit feminine called a Syrenes, the deceitfulness of riches, of the Gospels, winning obedience by guile. This is the idol of riches, made doubly phantasmal by Dante's seeing her in a dream. She is lovely to look upon, and enchants by her sweet singing, but her womb is loathsome. Now Dante does not call her one of the sirens carelessly, any more than he speaks of Charybdis carelessly, and though he had got at the meaning of the Homeric fable only through Virgil's obscure tradition of it, the clue he has given us is quite enough. Bacon's interpretation, the sirens or pleasures which has become universal since his time, is opposed alike to Plato's meaning and Homer's. The sirens are not pleasures but desires. In the Odyssey they are the phantoms of vain desire, but in Plato's vision of destiny, phantoms of divine desire, singing each a different note on the circles of the distaff of necessity, but forming one harmony, to which the three great fates put words. Dante, however, adopted the Homeric conception of them, which was that they were demons of the imagination, not carnal, desire of the eyes, not lust of the flesh, therefore said to be daughters of the Muses. Yet not of the Muses, heavenly or historical pg 166, but of the muse of pleasure, and they are at first winged, because even vain hope excites and helps when first formed, but afterwards, contending for the possession of the imagination with the Muses themselves, they are deprived of their wings. And thus we are to distinguish the siren power from the power of Circe, who is no daughter of the Muses, but of the strong elements sun and sea. Her power is that of frank and full vital pleasure which, if governed and watched, nourishes men, but unwatched and having no moly, bitterness or delay mixed with it, turns men into beasts but does not slay them, leaves them, on the contrary, power of revival. She is herself indeed an enchantress, pure animal life. Transforming degrading but always wonderful, she puts the stores on board the ship invisibly, and is gone again like a ghost. Even the wild beasts rejoice and are softened around her cave. The transforming poisons she gives to men are mixed with no rich feast, but with pure and right nourishment, Pramnian wine. Cheese and flour, that is, wine, milk and corn, the three great sustainers of life. It is their own fault if these make swine of them. See Appendix 5. And swine are chosen merely as the type of consumption, as Plato's in the second book of the Polity, and perhaps chosen by Homer with a deeper knowledge of the likeness in variety of nourishment and internal form of body. Et quel est, essil vus plate, cet Odyssea animal qui si permit detrabati o dedans comme une jolie petite fille. Hellas, cheer infant j I haunt de l'anama, et il n'y faudra pas men vouloir, c'est le cachan. Si en est pas précisement flatteur pour vous, mais nous en sommes tous là, et si cela vous contrarie par trop, il faut alors vous plaindre au bon Dieu qui a voulu, que les choses fassent arranges ainsi. Sûrement le cachan, qui n'y pense qua manger, à el estimac. By n plus vast que nous et cet audres une consolation, histoire d'une bouche de pain, letter 9, but the deadly sirens are in all things opposed to the Circean power. They promise pleasure but never give it, they nourish in no wise, but slay by slow death. And pg 167, whereas they corrupt the heart and the head, instead of merely betraying the senses, there is no recovery from their power. They do not tear nor scratch like Scylla, but the men who have listened to them are poisoned and waste away. Note that the siren's field is covered, not merely with the bones, but with the skins of those who have been consumed there. They address themselves, in the part of the song which Homer gives, not to the passions of Ulysses, but to his vanity, and the only man who ever came within hearing of them, and escaped untempted, was Orpheus, who silenced the vain imaginations by singing the praises of the gods. It is, then, one of these sirens whom Dante takes as the phantasm or deceitfulness of riches, but note further that she says it was her song that deceived Ulysses. Look back to Dante's account of Ulysses' death, and we find it was not the love of money but pride of knowledge that betrayed him, whence we get the clue to Dante's complete meaning, that the souls whose love of wealth is pardonable have been first deceived into pursuit of it by a dream of its higher uses, or by ambition. His siren is therefore the Philotime of Spenser, daughter of Mammon, whom all that folk with such contention do flock about. My dear, my daughter is honor and dignity from her alone. Derived art. By comparing Spenser's entire account of this philotime with Dante's of the Wealth Siren, we shall get at the full meaning of both poets, but that of Homer lies hidden much more deeply. For his sirens are indefinite, and they are desires of any evil thing. Power of wealth is not specially indicated by him, until, escaping the harmonious danger of imagination, Ulysses has to choose between two practical ways of life, indicated by the two rocks of Scylla and Charybdis. The monsters that haunt them are quite distinct from the rocks themselves, which, having many other subordinate significations, are in the main labor and idleness, or getting and spending, each with its attendant monster, or betraying PG 168 demon. The rock of gaining has its summit in the clouds, invisible and not to be climbed. That of spending is low, but marked by the cursed fig tree, which has leaves but no fruit. We know the type elsewhere, and there is a curious lateral allusion to it by Dante when Jacopo di Sant'Andrea, who had ruined himself by profusion and committed suicide, scatters the leaves of the bush of Lato di Gliogli, endeavoring to hide himself among them. We shall hereafter examine the type completely. Here I will only give an approximate rendering of Homer's words, which have been obscured more by translation than even by tradition. They are overhanging rocks. The great waves of blue water break round them, and the blessed gods call them the wanderers. By one of them no winged thing can pass, not even the wild doves that bring ambrosia to their father Jove, but the smooth rock seizes its sacrifice of them. Not even ambrosia to be had without labor. The word is peculiar as a part of anything is offered for sacrifice, especially used of heavy offering. It reaches the wide heaven with its top, and a dark blue cloud rests on it and never passes, neither does the clear sky hold it in summer nor in harvest. Nor can any man climb it not if he had 20 feet and hands, for it is smooth as though it were hewn. And in the midst of it is a cave which is turned the way of hell. And therein dwells Scylla whining for prey. Her cry indeed is no louder than that of a newly born whelp, but she herself is an awful thing. Nor can any creature see her face and be glad, no, though it were a god that rose against her. For she has 12 feet, all 4 feet, and 6 necks, and terrible heads on them, and each has 3 rows of teeth, full of black death. But the opposite rock is lower than this, though but a bowshot distant, and upon it there is a great fig tree full of leaves, and under it the terrible Charybdis sucks down the black water. Thrice in the day she sucks it down, and thrice casts it up again. Be not thou there when she sucks down, for Neptune himself could not save thee. PG 169. Thus far went my rambling note in Fraser's magazine. The editor sent me a compliment on it, of which I was very proud. What the publisher thought of it I am not informed, only I know that eventually he stopped the papers. I think a great deal of it myself now, and have put it all in large print accordingly, and should like to write more, but will, on the contrary, self-denyingly, and in gratitude to any reader who has got through so much, end my chapter. His Grace will Gamito whites a bull be led 100, perhaps both, perhaps silver only. It may be found expedient ultimately to leave gold free for use in the arts. As a means of reckoning, the standard might be, and in some cases has already been, entirely ideal. See Mill's Political Economy, Book 3, Chap. 7 at beginning. PG 170. Chapter 4, Commerce. As the currency conveys right of choice out of many things in exchange for one, so commerce is the agency by which the power of choice is obtained, so that countries producing only timber can obtain for their timber silk and gold, or naturally producing only jewels and frankincense, can obtain for them cattle and corn. In this function, commerce is of more importance to a country in proportion to the limitations of its products, and the restlessness of its fancy, generally of greater importance towards northern latitudes. Commerce is necessary, however, not only to exchange local products but local skill. Labor requiring the agency of fire can only be given abundantly in cold countries, labor requiring suppleness of body and sensitiveness of touch only in warm ones, labor involving accurate vivacity of thought only in temperate ones, while peculiar imaginative actions are produced by extremes of heat and cold, and of light and darkness. The production of great art is limited to climates warm enough to admit of repose in the open air, and cool enough to render such repose delightful. Minor variations in modes of skill distinguish every locality. The labor which at any place is easiest, is in that place cheapest, and it becomes often desirable that products raised in one country should be wrought in another. Hence have arisen discussions on international values, which will be one day remembered as highly curious exercises of the human mind, for it will be discovered, in due course of tide and time, that international value is regulated just as interprovincial or interparishional value is. Coals and hops are exchanged between Northumberland and PG 171, Kent on absolutely the same principles as iron, and wine between Lancashire and Spain. The greater breadth of an arm of the sea increases the cost, but does not modify the principle of exchange, and a bargain written in two languages will have no other economical results than a bargain written in one. The distances of nations are measured, not by seas but by ignorances, and their divisions determined, not by dialects but by enmities. Of course, a system of international values may always be constructed if we assume a relation of moral law to physical geography, as for instance that it is right to cheat or rob across a river, though not across a road, or across a sea, though not across a river. 100. Again, a system of such values may be constructed by assuming similar relations of taxation to physical geography, as for instance that an article should be taxed in crossing a river, but not in crossing a road, or in being carried 50 miles, but not in being carried 100. Such positions are indeed not easily maintained when once put in logical form, but one law of international value is maintainable in any form, namely, that the farther your neighbor lives from you, and the less he understands you, the more you are bound to be true in your dealings with him, because your power over him is greater in proportion to his ignorance, and his remedy more difficult in proportion to his distance. I have just said the breadth of sea increases the cost of exchange. Now note that exchange or commerce in itself is always costly, the sum of the value of the goods being diminished by the cost of their conveyance and by the maintenance of the persons employed in it, so that it is only when there is advantage to both producers in getting the one thing for the PG 172 other greater than the loss in conveyance, that the exchange is expedient, and it can only be justly conducted when the porters kept by the producers commonly called merchants expect mere pay, and not profit. For in just commerce there are but three parties, two persons or societies exchanging, and the agent or agents of exchange. The value of the things to be exchanged is known by both the exchangers, and each receives equal value, neither gaining nor losing, for whatever one gains the other loses. The intermediate agent is paid a known percentage by both, partly for labor in conveyance, partly for care, knowledge, and risk. Every attempt at concealment of the amount of the pay indicates either effort on the part of the agent to obtain unjust profit, or effort on the part of the exchangers to refuse him just pay. But for the most part it is the first, namely, the effort on the part of the merchant to obtain larger profit, so-called by buying cheap and selling dear. Some part indeed of this larger gain is deserved, and might be openly demanded, because it is the reward of the merchant's knowledge and foresight of probable necessity, but the greater part of such gain is unjust, and unjust in this most fatal way, that it depends first on keeping the exchangers ignorant of the exchange value of the articles, and secondly, on taking advantage of the buyer's need and the seller's poverty. It is therefore one of the essential, and quite the most fatal forms of usury, for usury means merely taking an exorbitant sum for the use of anything, and it is no matter whether the exorbitance is on loan or exchange, on rent or on price essence of. The usury being that it is obtained by advantage of opportunity or necessity, and not as due reward for labor. All the great PG 173 thinkers, therefore, have held it to be unnatural and impious, in so far as it feeds on the distress of others, or their folly. Nevertheless, attempts to repress it by law must forever be ineffective, though Plato, Bacon, and the first Napoleon, all three of them men who knew somewhat more of humanity than the British merchant usually, dostreyed their hands at it, and have left some probably good moderative forms of law, which we will examine in their place. But the only final check upon it must be radical purifying of the national character, for being, as Bacon calls it, concessum propter duritim cordis, it is to be done away with by touching the heart only, not, however, without medicinal laws in the case of the other permission, propter duritim. But in this more than in anything, though much in all, and though in this he would not himself allow of their application, for his own laws against usury are sharp enough, Plato's words in the 4th book of the Polity are true, that neither drugs, nor charms, nor burnings will touch a deeplying political sore, any more than a deep bodily one, but only right and utter change of constitution, and that they do but lose their labour who think that by any tricks of law they can get the better of these mischiefs of commerce, and see not that they hew at a hydra. And indeed this hydra seems so unslayable, and sin sticks so fast between the joinings of the stones of buying and selling, that to trade in things or literally cross-give them has warped itself, by the instinct of nations, into their worst word for fraud. For because in trade there cannot but be trust, and it seems also that there cannot but also be injury in answer to it, what is merely fraud between enemies becomes treachery among friends, and trader, traditor and traitor are but the same word. For which simplicity of language there is more reason than at first appears, for as in true commerce there is no profit, so in true commerce there is no sale. The idea of sale is that of an pg 174 interchange between enemies respectively endeavouring to get the better one of another, but commerce is an exchange between friends, and there is no desire but that it should be just, any more than there would be between members of the same family. The moment there is a bargain over the pottage, the family relation is dissolved. Typically, the days of mourning for my father are at hand, whereupon follows the resolve, then will I slay my brother. This inhumanity of mercenary commerce is the more notable because it is a fulfillment of the law that the corruption of the best is the worst. For as, taking the body natural for symbol of the body politic, the governing and forming powers may be likened to the brain, and the labouring to the limbs, the mercantile, presiding over circulation and communication of things in changed utilities, is symbolized by the heart, and if that hardens, all is lost. And this is the ultimate lesson which the leader of English intellect meant for us, a lesson indeed not all his own, but part of the old wisdom of humanity, in the tale of the Merchant of Venice, in which the true and incorrupt merchant, kind and free beyond every other Shakespearean conception of men, is opposed to the corrupted merchant or usurer, the lesson being deepened by the expression of the strange hatred which the corrupted merchant bears to the pure one, mixed with intense scorn. This is the fool that lent out money gratis. Look to him, jailer, as to lunatic no less than criminal the enmity, observe, having its symbolism literally carried out by being aimed straight at the heart, and finally foiled by a literal appeal to the great moral law that flesh and blood cannot be weighed, enforced by portion, the type of divine pg 175 fortune, found not in gold nor in silver but in lead, that is to say in endurance and patience not in splendour, and finally taught by her lips also, declaring instead of the law and quality of mercies, the greater law and quality of mercy, which is not strained, but drops as the rain, blessing him that gives and him that takes. And observe that this mercy is not the mean misericordia, but the mighty gratia answered by gratitude. Observe Shylock's leaning on the, to him detestable, word gratis, and compare the relations of grace to equity given in the 2nd chapter of the 2nd book of the Memorabilia. That is to say, it is the gracious or loving, instead of the strained or competing manner, of doing things answered not only with mercies or pay, but with merci or thanks. And this is indeed the meaning of the great benediction grace, mercy and peace, for there can be no peace without grace, not even by help of rifled cannon, nor even without triplicity of graciousness, for the Greeks, who began but with one grace, had to open their scheme into 3 before they had done. With the usual tendency of long-repeated thought to take the surface for the deep, we have conceived these goddesses as if they only gave loveliness to gesture, whereas pg 176 their true function is to give graciousness to deed, the other loveliness arising naturally out of that. In which function charis becomes charitas, and has a name and praise even greater than that of faith or truth, for these may be maintained sullenly and proudly. But charis is in her countenance always gladdening Aglaia, and in her service instant and humble, and the true wife of Vulcan or Labour. And it is not until her sincerity of function is lost, and her mere beauty contemplated instead of her patience, that she is born again of the foam flake, and becomes Aphrodite. And it is then only that she becomes capable of joining herself to war and to the enmities of men, instead of to labour and their services. Therefore the fable of Mars and Venus is chosen by Homer, picturing himself as Demodocus, to sing at the games in the court of Alcinous. Fascia is the Homeric island of Atlantis, an image of noble and wise government, concealed how slightly, merely by the change of a short vowel for a long pg 177 in the name of its queen, yet misunderstood by all later writers, even by Horace in his Pinguis Faxque. That fable expresses the perpetual error of men in thinking that grace and dignity can only be reached by the soldier, and never by the artisan, so that commerce and the useful arts have had the honor and beauty taken away, and only the fraud and pain left to them, with the lucre. Which is, indeed, one great reason of the continual blundering about the offices of government with respect to commerce. The higher classes are ashamed to employ themselves in it, and though ready enough to fight for or occasionally against the people to preach to them, or judge them, will not break bread for them. The refined upper servant who has willingly looked after the burnishing of the armory and ordering of the library, not liking to set foot in the larder. Farther still, as Charis becomes Charitas on the one side, she becomes bitter still Chara joy on the other, or rather this is her very mother's milk and the beauty of her childhood, for God brings no enduring love nor any other good out of pain, nor out of contention, but out of joy and harmony. And in this sense, human and divine, music and gladness and the measures of both come into her name, and share becomes full-voweled cheer and cheerful, and Chara opens into choir and choral. And lastly, as grace passes into freedom of action, Charis becomes eleutheria or liberality, a form of liberty quite curiously and intensely different from the thing usually pg 178 understood by liberty in modern language, indeed, much more like what some people would call slavery, for a Greek always understood primarily by liberty, deliverance from the law of his own passions or from what the Christian writers call bondage of corruption, and this a complete liberty, not being merely safe from the siren, but also unbound from the mast, and not having to resist the passion, but making it fawn upon, and follow hymnthais may be again partly the meaning of the fawning beasts about the Circean cave. So again, George Herbert. Correct thy passion's spite, then may the beasts draw thee to happy light. And it is only in such generosity that any man becomes capable of so governing others as to take true part in any system of national economy. Nor is there any other eternal distinction between the upper and lower classes than this form of liberty, eleutheria or benignity in the one, and its opposite of slavery, douleia or malignity in the other. The separation of these two orders of men, and the firm government of the lower by the higher, being the first conditions of possible wealth and economy in any state, the gods giving it no greater gift than the power to discern its true freemen, and malignum spurner vulgus. While I have traced the finer and higher laws of this matter for those whom they concern, I have also to note the material law vulgarly expressed in the proverb, honesty is the best policy. That proverb is indeed wholly inapplicable to matters of private interest. It is not true that honesty, as far as material gain is concerned, profits individuals. A clever and cruel knave will in a mixed society always be richer than an honest person can be, but honesty is the best policy, if policy mean practice of state, for fraud gains nothing in a state. It only enables the knaves in it to live at the expense of honest people, while there is for every act of fraud, however small, a loss of wealth to the pg 179 community. Whatever the fraudulent person gains, some other person loses, as fraud produces nothing, and there is, besides, the loss of the time and thought spent in accomplishing the fraud, and of the strength otherwise obtainable by mutual help, not to speak of the fevers of anxiety and jealousy in the blood, which are a heavy physical loss, as I will show in due time. Practically, when the nation is deeply corrupt, cheat answers to cheat. Everyone is in turn imposed upon, and there is to the body politic the dead loss of the ingenuity, together with the incalculable mischief of the injury to each defrauded person, producing collateral effect unexpectedly. My neighbor sells me bad meat, I sell him in return flawed iron. We neither of us get one atom of pecuniary advantage on the whole transaction, but we both suffer unexpected inconvenience. My men get scurvy, and his cattle truck runs off the rails. The examination of this form of charis must therefore lead us into the discussion of the principles of government in general, and especially of that of the poor by the rich, discovering how the graciousness joined with the greatness, or love with majestas, is the true Dei Gratia, or divine right of every form and manner of king. 1. Specifically of the thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues and powers of the earth of the thrones, stable or ruling, literally right-doing powers rex eris, recti facies, of the dominations lordly, edifying, dominant and harmonious powers, chiefly domestic over the built thing domus or house, and inherently twofold dominus and domina, lord and lady. Princedoms, preeminent, incipient, creative and demonstrative powers, thus poetic and mercantile, in the princeps carmen deduxis and the merchant prince of the virtues or courages, militant, guiding or ducal powers, and finally of the strengths or forces pure, magistral powers of the more over the less and the forceful and free over the weak and servile elements of life. Subject enough for the next paper, involving economical principles of some importance, of which for theme here is a sentence which I do not care to translate, for it would sound PG 180 harsh in English, though truly it is one of the tenderest ever uttered by man, which may be meditated over, or rather through in the meanwhile, by anyone who will take the pains. This note is literally a mere memorandum for the future work, which I am now completing in Fors Clavigera. It was printed partly in vanity, but also with real desire to get people to share the interest I found in the careful study of the leading words in noble languages. Compare the next note. PG 181. Chapter 5, Government. It remains for us, as I stated in the close of the last chapter, to examine first the principles of government in general, and then those of the government of the poor by the rich. The government of a state consists in its customs, laws, and councils, and their enforcements. 1. Customs. As one person primarily differs from another by fineness of nature, and secondarily by fineness of training, so also a polite nation differs from a savage one first by the refinement of its nature, and secondly by the delicacy of its customs. In the completeness of custom, which is the nation's self-government, there are 3 stages. First, fineness in method of doing or of being, called the manner or moral of acts. Secondly, firmness in holding such method after adoption so that it shall become a habit in the character. 1. A constant having or behaving. And lastly, ethical power in performance and endurance, which is the skill following on habit, and the ease reached by frequency of right doing. The sensibility of the nation is indicated by the fineness of its customs, its courage, continence, and self-respect by its persistence in them. By sensibility I mean its natural perception of beauty, fitness, and rightness, or of what is lovely, decent, and just, faculties dependent much on race and the primal signs of fine breeding in man, but cultivable also by education, and necessarily perishing without it. True education has, indeed, no other function than the development of these PG 182 faculties, and of the relative will. It has been the great error of modern intelligence to mistake science for education. You do not educate a man by telling him what he knew not, but by making him what he was not. And making him what he will remain forever, for no wash of weeds will bring back the faded purple. And in that dyeing there are 2 processes. First, the cleansing and wringing out, which is the baptism with water, and then the infusing of the blue and scarlet colors, gentleness and justice, which is the baptism with fire. The customs and manners of a sensitive and highly trained race are always vital. That is to say, they are orderly manifestations of intense life, like the habitual action of the fingers of a musician. The customs and manners of a vile and rude race, on the contrary, are conditions of decay. They are not, properly speaking, habits but incrustations, not restraints or forms of life, but gangrenes noisome and the beginnings of death. And generally, so far as custom attaches itself to indolence instead of action, and to prejudice instead of perception, it takes this deadly character, so that thus custom hangs upon us with a weight heavy as frost and deep almost as life. But that weight, if it become impetus, living instead of dead weight, is just what gives value to custom, when it works with life instead of against it. The high ethical training of a nation implies perfect grace, pitifulness, and peace. It is irreconcilably inconsistent with filthy or mechanical employments, with the desire of money, and with mental states of anxiety, jealousy, or indifference to pain. The present insensibility of the upper classes of Europe to the surrounding aspects of suffering, uncleanness, and crime binds them not only into one responsibility with the sin, but into one dishonor with the foulness, PG 183, which rot at their thresholds. The crimes daily recorded in the police courts of London and Paris, and much more those which are unrecorded, are a disgrace to the whole body politic. They are, as in the body natural, stains of disease on a face of delicate skin, making the delicacy itself frightful. Similarly, the filth and poverty permitted or ignored in the midst of us are as dishonorable to the whole social body as in the body natural it is to wash the face, but leave the hands and feet foul. Christ's way is the only true one. Begin at the feet, the face will take care of itself. Yet since necessarily in the frame of a nation, nothing but the head can be of gold, and the feet, for the work they have to do, must be part of iron, part of clay, foul or mechanical work is always reduced by a noble race to the minimum in quantity, and even then performed and endured, not without sense of degradation, as a fine. Temper is wounded by the sight of the lower offices of the body. The highest conditions of human society reached hitherto have cast such work to slaves, but supposing slavery of a politically defined kind to be done away with, mechanical and foul employment must, in all highly organized states, take the aspect either of punishment or probation. All criminals should at once be set to the most dangerous and painful forms of it, especially to work in mines and at furnaces, so as to relieve PG 180 for the innocent population as far as possible. Of merely rough not mechanical manual labor, especially agricultural, a large portion should be done by the upper classes, bodily. Health and sufficient contrast and repose for the mental functions being unattainable without it, what necessarily inferior labor remains to be done, as especially in manufactures, should, and always will, when the relations of society are reverent and harmonious, fall to the lot of those who, for the time, are fit for nothing better. For as whatever the perfectness of the educational system, there must remain infinite differences between the natures and capacities of men, and these differing natures are generally rangeable under the two qualities of lordly, or tending towards rule, construction and harmony, and servile or tending towards misrule, destruction and discord, and PG 185 since the lordly part is only in a state of profitableness while ruling, and the servile only in a state of redeemableness while serving, the whole health of the state depends on the manifest separation of these two elements of its mind. For if the servile part be not separated and rendered visible in service, it mixes with and corrupts the entire body of the state. And if the lordly part be not distinguished and set to rule, it is crushed and lost, being turned to no account, so that the rarest qualities of the nation are all given to it in vain. 2. Laws. These are the definitions and bonds of custom, or of what the nation desires should become custom. Law is either archaic, of direction, meristic of division, or critic of judgment. Archaic law is that of appointment and precept. It defines what is and is not to be done. Meristic law is that of balance and distribution. It defines what is and is not to be possessed. Critic law is that of discernment and award. It defines what is and is not to be suffered. Archaic law. If we choose to unite the laws of precept and distribution under the head of statutes, all law PG 186 is simply either of statute or judgment, that is, first the establishment of ordinance, and secondly, the assignment of the reward or penalty due to its observance or violation. To some extent these two forms of law must be associated, and with every ordinance the penalty of disobedience to it be also determined. But since the degrees and guilt of disobedience vary, the determination of due reward and punishment must be modified by discernment of special fact, which is peculiarly the office of the judge, as distinguished from that of the lawgiver and law-sustainer or king. Not but that the two offices are always theoretically, and in early stages or limited numbers of society, are often practically, united in the same person or persons. Also, it is necessary to keep clearly in view the distinction between these two kinds of law, because the possible range of law is wider in proportion to their separation. There are many points of conduct, respecting which the nation may wisely express its will by a written precept or resolve, yet not enforce it by penalty, and the expedient degree of penalty is always quite a separate consideration from the expedience of the statute, for the statute may often be better enforced by mercy than severity, and is also easier in the bearing, and less likely to be abrogated. Farther, laws of precept have reference especially to youth, and concern themselves with training, but laws of judgment to manhood, and concern themselves with remedy and reward. There is a highly curious feeling in the English mind against educational law. We think no man's liberty should be interfered with till he has done irrevocable wrong, whereas it is then just too late for the only gracious and kingly interference, which is to hinder him from doing it. Make your educational laws strict, and PG 187 your criminal ones may be gentle, But leave youth its liberty and you will have to dig dungeons for age. And it is good for a man that he wear the yoke in his youth, for the reins may then be of silken thread, and with sweet chime of silver bells at the bridle. But for the captivity of age you must forge the iron fetter and cast the passing bell. Since no law can be in a final or true sense established, but by right, all unjust laws involving the ultimate necessity of their own abrogation, the lawgiving can only become a law-sustaining power in so far as it is royal or right-doing. In so far, that is, as it rules not misrules, and orders not disorders. The things submitted to it. Throned on this rock of justice, the kingly power becomes established and establishing, or divine, and therefore it is literally true that no ruler can err, so long as he is a ruler, or, perverted by careless thought which has cost the world somewhat, in Tarth king can do no wrong. Be meristic law, or that of the tenure of property, first determines what every individual possesses by right, and secures it to him, and what he possesses by wrong and deprives him of it. But it has a far higher provisory function. It determines what every man should possess, and puts it within his reach on due conditions, and what he should not possess, and puts this out of his reach conclusively. Every article of human wealth has certain conditions attached to its merited possession. When these are unobserved, possession becomes rapine. And the object of meristic law is not only to secure to every man his rightful share, the share, that is, which he has worked for, produced, or received by gift from a rightful owner, but to enforce the due conditions of possession, as far as law may conveniently reach. For instance, that land shall not be wantonly allowed to run to waste, that streams shall not be poisoned by the persons through whose properties they pass, nor air be rendered unwholesome pg 188 beyond given limits. Laws of this kind exist already in rudimentary degree, but need large development. The just laws respecting the possession of works of art have not hitherto been so much as conceived, and the daily loss of national wealth, and of its use in this respect, is quite incalculable, and these laws need revision quite as much respecting property in national as in private hands. For instance, the public are under a vague impression that, because they have paid for the contents of the British Museum, every one has an equal right to see and to handle them. But the public have similarly paid for the contents of Woolwich Arsenal, yet do not expect free access to it, or handling of its contents. The British Museum is neither a free circulating library nor a free school. It is a place for the safe preservation and exhibition on due occasion of unique books, unique objects of natural history, and unique works of art. Its books can no more be used by everybody than its coins can be handled, or its statues cast. There ought to be free libraries in every quarter of London, with large and complete reading rooms attached. So also free educational museums should be open in every quarter of London, all day long, until late at night, well lighted, well catalogued, and rich in contents both of art and natural history. But neither the British Museum nor National Gallery is a school, they are treasuries, and both should be severely restricted in access and in use, unless some order of this kind is made, and that soon, for the MSS. Department of the Museum. Its superintendents have sorrowfully told me this, and repeatedly, the best MSS in the collection will be destroyed irretrievably by the careless and continual handling to which they are now subjected. Finally, in certain conditions of a nation's progress, laws limiting accumulation of any kind of property may be found expedient. 100. Critic law determines questions of injury and assigns due rewards and punishments to conduct. Two curious economical questions arise laterally with respect to this branch of law, namely, the cost of crime, and pg 189 the cost of judgment. The cost of crime is endured by nations ignorantly, that expense being nowhere stated in their budgets. The cost of judgment patiently, provided only it can be had pure for the money, because the science, or perhaps we ought rather to say the art of law, is felt to found a noble profession and discipline, so that civilized nations are usually glad that a number of persons should be supported by exercise in oratory and analysis. But it has not yet been calculated what the practical value might have been in other directions of the intelligence now occupied in deciding, through courses of years, what might have been decided as justly, had the date of judgment been fixed in as many hours. Imagine 1/2 of the funds which any great nation devotes to dispute by law, applied to the determination of physical questions in medicine, agriculture, and theoretic science. and calculate the probable results within the next 10 years. I say nothing yet of the more deadly, more lamentable loss involved in the use of purchased, instead of personal justice. In order to true analysis of critic law, we must understand the real meaning of the word injury. We commonly understand by it any kind of harm done by one man to another, but we do not define the idea of harm. Sometimes we limit it to the harm which the sufferer is conscious of, whereas much the worst injuries are those he is unconscious of, and at other times we limit the idea to violence or restraint, whereas much the worse forms of injury are to be accomplished by indolence and the withdrawal of restraint. Injury is then simply the refusal or violation of any man's right or claim upon his fellows, which claim, much talked of in modern times under the term right, is mainly resolvable into two branches: a man's claim not to be hindered from doing what he should, and his claim to be hindered from doing what he should not, these two forms of hindrance being intensified by reward, help and fortune or fors on one side, and by punishment, impediment and even final arrest or mors on the other. Pg 190. Now, in order to a man's obtaining these two rights, it is clearly needful that the worth of him should be approximately known, as well as the want of worth, which has, unhappily, been usually the principal subject of study for critic law, careful hitherto only to mark degrees of demerit. Instead of merit, assigning indeed to the deficiencies not always, alas, even to these just estimate, fine or penalty, but to the efficiencies on the other side, which are by much the more interesting, as well as the only profitable part of its subject, assigning neither estimate nor aid. Now it is in this higher and perfect function of critic law, enabling instead of disabling, that it becomes truly kingly instead of draconic. What providence gave the great, wrathful legislator his name? That is, it becomes the law of man and of life, instead of the law of the worm and of death, both of these laws being set in changeless poise one against another, and the enforcement of both being the eternal function of the lawgiver and true claim of every living soul, such claim being indeed strong to be mercifully hindered, and even, if need be, abolished, when longer existence means only deeper destruction, but stronger still to be mercifully helped, and recreated, when longer existence and new creation mean nobler life, so that reward and punishment will be found to resolve themselves mainly into help and hindrance, and these again will issue naturally from time recognition of deserving, and the just reverence and just wrath which follow instinctively on such recognition. I say follow, but in reality they are part of the recognition. Reverence is as instinctive as anger, both of them instant on true vision. It is sight and understanding that we have to teach, and these are reverence. Make a man perceive worth, and in its reflection he sees his own relative unworth, and worships thereupon inevitably, not with stiff courtesy, but rejoicingly, passionately, and, best of all, restfully. For the inner capacity of awe and love is infinite in Pg 191 man, and only in finding these can we find peace. And the common insolences and petulances of the people, and their talk of equality, are not irreverence in them in the least, but mere blindness, stupefaction, and fog in the brains, the first sign of any cleansing away of which is, that they gain some power of discerning, and some patience in submitting to their true counsellors and governors. In the mode of such discernment consists the real constitution of the state, more than in the titles or offices of the discerned person, for it is no matter, save in degree of mischief, to what office a man is appointed if he cannot fulfill it. 3. Government by counsel. This is the determination, by living authority, of the national conduct to be observed under existing circumstances, and the modification or enlargement, abrogation or enforcement, of the code of national law according to present needs or purposes. This government is necessarily always by counsel, for though the authority of it may be vested in one person, that person cannot form any opinion on a matter of public interest, but by voluntarily or involuntarily submitting himself to the influence of others. This government is always twofold, visible and invisible. The visible government is that which nominally carries on the national business, determines its foreign relations, raises taxes, levies soldiers, orders war or peace, and otherwise becomes the arbiter of the national fortune. The invisible government is that exercised by all energetic and intelligent men, each in his sphere, regulating the inner will and secret ways of the people, essentially forming its character, and preparing its fate. Visible governments are the toys of some nations, the diseases of others, the harness of some, the burdens of more. Pg 192 The necessity of all. Sometimes their career is quite distinct from that of the people, and to write it as the national history is as if one should number the accidents which befall a man's weapons and wardrobe, and call the list his biography. Nevertheless, a truly noble and wise nation necessarily has a noble and wise visible government, for its wisdom issues in that conclusively. Visible governments are, in their agencies, capable of three pure forms, and of no more than three. They are either monarchies where the authority is vested in one person, oligarchies when it is vested in a minority, or democracies when vested in a majority. But these three forms are not only in practice variously limited and combined, but capable of infinite difference in character and use, receiving specific names according to their variations, which names being nowise agreed upon, nor consistently used either in thought or writing, no man can at present tell, in speaking of any kind of government, whether he is understood, nor in hearing whether he understands. Thus we usually call a just government by one person a monarchy, and an unjust or cruel one a tyranny. This might be reasonable if it had reference to the divinity of true government, but to limit the term oligarchy to government by a few rich people, and to call government by a few wise or noble people aristocracy, is evidently absurd, unless it were proved that rich people never could be wise or noble people rich, and farther absurd because there are other distinctions in character, as well as riches or wisdom, greater purity of race, or strength of purpose, for instance, which may give the power of government to the few. So that if we had to give names to every group or kind of minority, we should have verbiage enough, but there is only one right name, oligarchy. So also the terms republic and democracy are pg 193 confused, especially in modern use, and both of them are liable to every sort of misconception. A republic means properly a polity in which the state with its all is at every man's service, and every man with his all at the state's service. People are apt to lose sight of the last condition, but its government may nevertheless be oligarchic consular, or decemviral, for instance, or monarchic dictatorial. But a democracy means a state in which the government rests directly with the majority of the citizens. And both these conditions have been judged only by such accidents and aspects of them as each of us has had experience of, and sometimes both have been confused with anarchy, as it is the fashion at present to talk of the failure of republican institutions in America, when there has never yet been in America any such thing as an institution, but only defiance of institution, neither any such thing as a respublica, but only a multitudinous res privata, every man for himself. It is not republicanism which fails now in America, it is your model science of political economy brought to its perfect practice. There you may see competition, and the law of demand and supply, especially in paper, in beautiful and unhindered operation. Lust of wealth and trust in it, vulgar faith in magnitude and multitude instead of nobleness, besides that faith natural to backwoodsmen lucum ligna, perpetual self-contemplation, issuing in passionate vanity, total ignorance of the finer and higher arts, and of all that they teach and bestow, and the discontent of energetic minds unoccupied, frantic with hope of uncomprehended change, and progress they know not whither. These are the things that pg 194 have failed in America, and yet not altogether failed. It is not collapse but collision, the greatest railroad accident on record, with fire caught from the furnace, and Catiline's quenching non aqua sed ruina. But I see not in any of our talk of them justice enough done to their erratic strength of purpose, nor any estimate taken of the strength of endurance of domestic sorrow, in what their women and children suppose a righteous cause. And out of that endurance and suffering, its own fruit will be borne with time, not abolition of slavery, however. See 130. And Carlyle's prophecy of them June 1850, as it has now come true in the first clause, will in the last. America, too, will find that caucuses, divisionalists, stumperatory and speeches to buncombe will not carry men to the immortal gods, that the Washington Congress and constitutional battle of Kilkenny cats is there, as here, not for such objects, quite incompetent for such, and in fine that said sublime constitutional arrangement will require to be with terrible throes, and travail such as few expect, yet remodelled, abridged, extended, suppressed, torn asunder, put together aginot without heroic labor and effort, quite other than that of the stump orator and the revival preacher one day. Understand, then, once for all, that no form of government, provided it be a government at all, is as such to be either condemned or praised, or contested for in any wise, but pg 195 by fools. But all forms of government are good just so far as they attain this one vital necessity of policeth that the wise and kind, few or many, shall govern the unwise and unkind, and they are evil so far as they miss of this, or reverse it. Not does the form in any case signify one whit, but its firmness and adaptation to the need, for if there be many foolish persons in a state and few wise, then it is good that the few govern, and if there be many wise and few foolish, then it is good that the many govern, and if many be wise yet one wiser, then it is good that one should govern, and so on. Thus we may have the ants' republic and the realm of bees both good in their kind, one for groping and the other for building, and nobler still for flying, the ducal monarchy of those intelligent of seasons that set forth the airy caravan high over seas. Nor need we want examples among the inferior creatures of dissoluteness as well as resoluteness in government. I once saw democracy finely illustrated by the beetles of North Switzerland, who by universal suffrage and electric acclamation, one May twilight, carried it, that they would fly over the lake of Zug, and flew short, to the great disfigurement of the lake of Zug, over some leagues square, and to the close of the cockchafer democracy for that year. Then for tyranny, the old fable of the frogs and the stork finely touches one form of it, but truth will image it more closely than fable, for tyranny is not complete when it is only over the idle, but when it is over the laborious and the blind. This description of pelicans and climbing perch, which I find quoted in one of our popular natural histories, out of Sir Emerson Tennant's Salon, comes as near as may be to the true image of the thing, pg 196. Heavy rains came on, and as we stood on the high ground we observed a pelican on the margin of the shallow pool gorging himself. Our people went towards him and raised a cry of fish, fish. We hurried down, and found numbers of fish struggling upward through the grass, in the rills formed by the trickling of the rain. There was scarcely water to cover them, but nevertheless they made rapid progress up the bank, on which our followers collected about 2 baskets of them. They were forcing their way up the knoll, and had they not been interrupted, first by the pelican, and afterwards by ourselves, they would in a few minutes have gained the highest point, and descended on the other side into a pool which formed another portion of the tank. In going this distance, however, they must have used muscular exertion enough to have taken them half a mile on level ground, for at these places all the cattle and wild animals of the neighbourhood had laterally come to drink, so that the surface was everywhere indented with footmarks, in addition to the cracks in the surrounding baked mud, into which the fish tumbled in their progress. In those holes, which were deep and the sides perpendicular, they remained to die, and were carried off by kites and crows. But whether governments be bad or good, one general disadvantage seems to attach to them in modern times, that they are all costly. This, however, is not essentially the fault of the governments. If nations choose to play at war, they will always find their governments willing to lead the game, and soon coming under that term of Aristophanes, shield sellers. And when the shields take the form of iron ships, with apparatus pg 197 for defence against liquid fire, as I see by latest accounts they are now arranging the decks in English dockyards, they become costly biers enough for the grey convoy of chief mourner waves, wreathed with funereal foam, to bear back the dead upon, the massy shoulders of those corpse-bearers being intended for quite other work, and to bear the living, and food for the living, if we would let them. Nor have we the least right to complain of our governments being expensive, so long as we set the government to do precisely the work which brings no return. If our present doctrines of political economy be just, let us trust them to the utmost, take that war business out of the government's hands, and test therein the principles of supply and demand. Let our future sieges of Sebastopol be done by contract no capture, no pay. I admit that things might sometimes go better so, and let us sell the commands of our prospective battles with our vicarages to the lowest bidder, so may we have cheap victories and divinity. On the other hand, if we have so much suspicion of our science that we dare not trust it on military or spiritual business, would it not be but reasonable to try whether some authoritative handling may not prosper in matters utilitarian? If we were to set our governments to do useful things instead of mischievous, possibly even the apparatus itself might in time come to be less costly. The machine, applied to the building of the house, might perhaps pay, when it seems not to pay, applied to pulling it down. If we made in our dockyards ships to carry timber and coals instead of cannon, and with provision for the brightening of domestic solid culinary fire, instead of for the scattering of liquid hostile fire, it might have some effect on the taxes. Or suppose that we tried the experiment on land instead of water carriage. Already the government, not unapproved, carries letters and parcels for us. Larger packages may in time follow, even general merchandise we not at last ourselves. Had the money spent in local mistakes and vain private litigation, on the railroads of England, been laid out instead under proper government restraint, on really useful railroad work, and had no absurd expense been incurred pg 198 in ornamenting stations, we might already have had, what ultimately it will be found we must have, quadruple rails, 2 for passengers and 2 for traffic on every great line, and we might have been carried in swift safety and watched and warded by well-paid pointsmen for half the present fares. For of course a railroad company is merely an association of turnpike keepers who make the tolls as high as they can, not to mend the roads with but to pocket. The public will in time discover this and do away with turnpikes on railroads as on all other public ways. Suppose it should thus turn out finally that a true government set to true work, instead of being a costly engine, was a paying one. That your government, rightly organized instead of itself subsisting by an income tax, would produce its subjects some subsistence in the shape of an income dividend police, and judges duly paid besides, only with less work than the state at present provides for them. A true government set to true work, not easily to be imagined, still less obtained, but not beyond human hope or ingenuity. Only you will have to alter your election system somewhat first. Not by universal suffrage, nor by votes purchasable with beer, is such government to be had. That is to say, not by universal equal suffrage. Every man upwards of 20, who has been convicted of no legal crime, should have his say in this matter, but afterwards a louder voice as he grows older and approves himself wiser. If he has 1 vote at 20, he should have 2 at 30, 4 at 40, 10 at 50. For every single vote which he has with an income of 100 a year, he should have 10 with an income of 1,000, provided you first see to it that wealth is, as nature intended it to be, the reward of sagacity and industry, not of good luck in a scramble or a lottery. For every single vote which he had as subordinate in any business, he should have 2 when he became a master, and every office and authority nationally bestowed, implying trustworthiness and intellect, should have its known proportional number of votes attached to it. But into the detail and working of a true system in these matters we cannot now enter. We are concerned pg 199 as yet with definitions only, and statements of first principles, which will be established now sufficiently for our purposes when we have examined the nature of that form of government, last on the list in 105, the purely magistral, exciting at present its full share of public notice, under its ambiguous title of slavery. I have not, however, been able to ascertain in definite terms, from the declaimers against slavery, what they understand by it. If they mean only the imprisonment or compulsion of one person by another, such imprisonment or compulsion being in many cases highly expedient, slavery, so defined, would be no evil in itself, but only in its abuse. That is, when men are slaves, who should not be, or masters, who should not be, or even the fittest characters for either state, placed in it under conditions which should not be. It is not, for instance, a necessary condition of slavery, nor a desirable one, that parents should be separated from children, or husbands from wives. But the institution of war, against which people declaim with less violence, affects such separations, not unfrequently in a very permanent manner. To press a sailor seize a white youth by conscription for a soldier, or carry off a black one for a labourer, may all be right acts or all wrong ones according to needs and circumstances. It is wrong to scourge a man unnecessarily, so it is to shoot him. Both must be done on occasion, and it is better and kinder to flog a man to his work than to leave him idle till he robs and flog him afterwards. The essential thing for all creatures is to be made to do right. How they are made to do it be pleasant promises, or hard necessities, pathetic oratory, or the whippies comparatively immaterial. To be deceived is perhaps as incompatible with human dignity as to be whipped, and I suspect the last method to be not the worst, for the help of many individuals. The Jewish nation throve under it, in the hand of a monarch reputed not unwise. It is only the change of whip for scorpion which is inexpedient, and PG 200 that change is as likely to come to pass on the side of license as of law. For the true scorpion whips are those of the nation's pleasant vices, which are to it as St. John's locust's crown on the head, raven in the mouth and sting in the tail. If it will not bear the rule of Athena and Apollo, who shepherd without smiting, Athena at last calls no more in the corners of the streets, and then follows the rule of Tisiphone, who smites without shepherding. If, however, by slavery instead of absolute compulsion is meant the purchase by money of the right of compulsion, such purchase is necessarily made whenever a portion of any territory is transferred, for money from one monarch to another, which has happened frequently enough in history, without its being supposed that the inhabitants of the districts so transferred became therefore slaves. In this, as in the former case, the dispute seems about the fashion of the thing, rather than the fact of it. There are 2 rocks in Midsea, on each of which, neglected equally by instructive and commercial powers, a handful of inhabitants live as they may. 2 merchants bid for the 2 properties, but not in the same terms. One bids for the people, buys them, and sets them to work under pain of scourge. The other bids for the rock, buys it, and throws the inhabitants into the sea. The former is the American, the latter the English method of slavery. Much is to be said for, and something against, both, which I hope to say in due time and place. If, however, slavery mean not merely the purchase of the right of compulsion, but the purchase of the body and soul of the creature itself for money, it is not, I think, among the black races that purchases of this kind are most extensively made, or that separate. Souls of a fine make fetch the highest price. This branch of the inquiry we shall have occasion also to follow out at some length, for in the worst instances of the selling of souls we are apt to get, when we ask if the sale is valid, only Pirhan's answer none can know. PG 201. The fact is that slavery is not a political institution at all, but an inherent, natural and eternal inheritance of a large portion of the human race to whom, the more you give of their own free will, the more slaves they will make themselves. In common parlance, we idly confuse captivity with slavery, and are always thinking of the difference between pine trunks aerial in the pine, and cowslip bells in the cowslip bell I lie, or between carrying wood and drinking Caliban's slavery and freedom, instead of noting the far more serious differences between Ariel and Caliban themselves, and the means by which practically that difference may be brought about or diminished. Plato's slave in the Polity, who, well dressed and washed, aspires to the hand of his master's daughter, corresponds curiously to Caliban attacking Prospero's cell, and there is an undercurrent of meaning throughout, in the Tempest as well as in the Merchant of Venice, referring in this case to government, as in that to commerce. Miranda the Wonderful, so addressed first by Ferdinand, "Oh, you wonder," corresponds to Homer's Arete. Ariel and Caliban are PG 202 respectively the spirits of faithful and imaginative labour, opposed to rebellious, hurtful and slavish labour. Prospero for Hope, a true governor, is opposed to Sycorax, the mother of slavery, her name Swineraven, indicating at once brutality and deathfulness, hence the line, "As wicked do as ere my mother brushed with raven's feather 100. For all these dreams of Shakespeare, as those of true and strong men must be, are divine phantasms and shadows of things that are. We hardly tell our children, willingly, a fable with no purport in it, yet we think God sends his best messengers only to sing fairy tales to us, fond and empty. The Tempest is just like a grotesque in a rich missal, clasped where Paynims pray. Ariel is the spirit of generous and free-hearted service, in early stages of human society oppressed by ignorance and wild tyranny, venting groans as fast as mill-wheels strike, in shipwreck of states dreadful, so that all but mariners plunge in the brine, and quit the vessel, then all afire with me, yet having in itself the will and sweetness of truest peace, whence that is especially called Ariel's song, come unto these yellow sands, and there take hands, courtesied when you have, and kissed, the wild waves whist. Mind, it is courtesia, not curtsy, and read quiet for whist if you want the full sense. Then you may indeed foot it featly, and sweet spirits bear the burden for Yowith watch in the night, and call in early morning. The vis viva in elemental transformation follows full fathom 5 thy father lies, of his bones are coral made. Then, giving rest after labour, it fetches dew from the still vexed Bermudes, and with a charm joined to their suffered labour, leaves men asleep. Snatching away the feast of the cruel, it seems to them as a harpy, followed by the utterly vile who cannot see it in any shape, but to whom it is the picture of nobody, it still gives shrill harmony to their false and mocking catch. Thought is pg 203 free, but leads them into briars and foul places, and at last hollers the hounds upon them. Minister of fate against the great criminal, it joins itself with the incensed seas, and shores the sword that layeth at it cannot hold, and may with bemocked stabs as soon kill the still-closing waters, as diminish one dowel that is in its plume. As the guide and aid of true love, it is always called by Prospero Fine the French fine, not the English, or delicate author long note would be needed to explain all the meaning in this word. Lastly, its work done and war, it resolves itself into the elements. The intense significance of the last song, where the bee sucks, I will examine in its due place. The types of slavery in Caliban are more palpable, and need not be dwelt on now, though I will notice them also, severally in their proper places. The heart of his slavery is in his worship, that's a brave god and bears celestial liquor. But in illustration of the sense in which the Latin benignus and malignus are to be coupled with eleutheria and dulia, note that Caliban's torment is always the physical reflection of his own nature cramps and side stitches that shall pen thy breath up. Thou shalt be pinched as thick as honeycombs, the whole nature of slavery being one cramp and cretinous contraction. Fancy this of Ariel, you may fetter him but you set no mark on him, you may put him to hard work and far journey but you cannot give him a cramp. I should dwell, even in these prefatory papers, at more length on this subject of slavery, had not all I would say been said already in vain, not, as I hope, ultimately in vain, by Carlyle, in the first of the latter-day pamphlets, which I commend to the reader's gravest reading, together with that as much neglected, and still more immediately needed on model prisons, and with the great chapter on permanence fifth of the last section of past and present, which sums what is known, and foreshadows, or rather forelights, all that is to be learned of national discipline. I have only here farther to examine the nature of one worldwide and everlasting form of slavery, wholesome in use as deadly in abuse, the service of the rich by the poor. So that the law of national health is like that of a great lake or sea, in perfect but slow circulation, letting the dregs fall continually to the lowest place, and the clear water rise, yet so as that there shall be no neglect of the lower orders, but perfect supervision and sympathy, so that if one member suffer, all members shall suffer with it. Full foul and churlish seemed she, and eke villanous for to be, and little coulda of nature to worship any creature. pg 204. Chapter 6, Mastership. As in all previous discussions of our subject, we must study the relation of the commanding rich to the obeying poor in its simplest elements, in order to reach its first principles. The simplest state of it, then, is this: a wise and provident person works much, consumes little, and lays by a store; an improvident person works little, consumes all his produce, and lays by no store. Accident interrupts the daily work, or renders it less productive. The idle person must then starve or be supported by the provident one, who, having him thus at his mercy, may either refuse to maintain him altogether, or, which will evidently be more to his own interest, say to him, I will maintain you indeed, but you shall now work hard instead of indolently, and instead of being allowed to lay by what you save, as you might have done, had you remained independent, I will take all the surplus. You would not lay it up for yourself. It is wholly your own fault that has thrown you into my power, and I will force you to work or starve. Yet you shall have no profit of your work, only your daily bread for it, and competition shall determine how much of that. This mode of treatment has now become pg 205 so universal that it is supposed to be the only naturalne, the only possible one, and the market wages are calmly defined by economists as the sum which will maintain the labourer. The power of the provident person to do this is only checked by the correlative power of some neighbour of similarly frugal habits, who says to the labourer, I will give you a little more than this other provident person. Come and work for me. The power of the provident over the improvident depends thus primarily on their relative numbers, secondarily on the modes of agreement of the adverse parties with each other. The accidental level of wages is a variable function of the number of provident and idle persons in the world, of the enmity between them as classes, and of the agreement between those of the same class. It depends, from beginning to end, on moral conditions. Supposing the rich to be entirely selfish, it is always for their interest that the poor should be as numerous as they can employ and restrain. For granting that the entire population is no larger than the ground can easily maintain that the classes are stringently divided and that there is sense or strength of hand enough with the rich to secure obedience. Then if 9/10 of a nation are poor, the remaining 10th have the service of 9 persons each. But if 8/10 are poor, only of 4 each. If 7/10 are poor, of 2 1/3 each. If 6/10 are poor, of 1 1/2 each. And if 5/10 are poor, of only 1 each. But practically, if the rich strive always to obtain more power over the poor, instead of to raise them, and if, on the other hand, the poor become continually more vicious and numerous, through neglect and oppression, though the range of the power of pg 206 the rich increases, its tenure becomes less secure, until at last the measure of iniquity being full, revolution, civil war, or the subjection of the state to a healthier or stronger one, closes the moral corruption and industrial disease. It is rarely, however, that things come to this extremity. Kind persons among the rich and wise among the poor modify the connection of the classes, the efforts made to raise and relieve on the one side, and the success of honest toil on the other, bind and blend the orders of society into the confused tissue of half-felt obligation, sullenly rendered obedience and variously directed or misdirected toil, which form the warp of daily life. But this great law rules all the wild design. That success while society is guided by laws of competition signifies always so much victory over your neighbor as to obtain the direction of his work, and to take the profits of it. This is the real source of all great riches. No man can become largely rich by his personal toil. The work of his own hands, wisely directed, will indeed always maintain himself and his family, and make fitting provision for his age. But it is only by the discovery of some method of taxing the labor of others that he can become opulent. Every increase of his capital enables him to extend this taxation more widely. That is, to invest larger funds in the maintenance of laborers, to direct, accordingly, vaster and yet vaster masses of labor, and to appropriate its profits. There is much confusion of idea on the subject of this appropriation. It is, of course, the interest of the employer to disguise it from the persons employed, and for his own comfort and complacency, he often desires no less to disguise it from himself. And it is matter of much doubt with me, how far the foul and foolish arguments used habitually on this subject are indeed the honest expression of foul and foolish pg 207 convictions, or rather, as I am sometimes forced to conclude from the irritation with which they are advanced, are resolutely dishonest, wilful and malicious sophisms, arranged so as to mask, to the last moment, the real laws of economy and future duties of men. By taking a simple example, and working it thoroughly out, the subject may be rescued from all but such determined misrepresentation. Let us imagine a society of peasants, living on a river shore, exposed to destructive inundation at somewhat extended intervals, and that each peasant possesses of this good, but imperiled, ground, more than he needs to cultivate for immediate subsistence. We will assume farther, and with too great probability of justice, that the greater part of them indolently keep in tillage just as much land as supplies them with daily food, that they leave their children idle, and take no precautions against the rise of the stream. But one of them, we will say but one, for the sake of greater clearness cultivates carefully all the ground of his estate, makes his children work hard and healthily, uses his spare time and theirs in building a rampart against the river, and at the end of some years has in his storehouses large reserves of food and clothing, in his stables a well-tended breed of cattle, and around his fields a wedge of wall against flood. The torrent rises at last, sweeps away the harvests and half the cottages of the careless peasants and leaves them destitute. They naturally come for help to the provident one, whose fields are unwasted and whose granaries are full. He has the right to refuse it to them, no one disputes this right, but he will probably not refuse it. It is not his interest to do so, even were he entirely selfish and cruel. The only question with him will be on what terms his aid is to be granted. Clearly not on terms of mere charity. To maintain his neighbours in idleness would be not only his ruin but theirs. He will require work from them, in exchange for their maintenance, and whether in kindness or cruelty, all pg 208 the work they can give. Not now the 3 or 4 hours they will want to spend on their own land, but the 8 or 10 hours they ought to have spent. But how will he apply this labour? The men are now his slaves, nothing less and nothing more. On pain of starvation he can force them to work in the manner, and to the end he chooses. And it is by his wisdom in this choice that the worthiness of his mastership is proved, or its unworthiness. Evidently, he must first set them to bank out the water in some temporary way, and to get their ground cleansed and resown, else in any case their continued maintenance will be impossible. That done, and while he has still to feed them, suppose he makes them raise a secure rampart for their own ground against all future flood, and rebuild their houses in safer places, with the best material they can find, being allowed time out of their working hours to fetch such material from a distance. And for the food and clothing advanced, he takes security in land that as much shall be returned at a convenient period. We may conceive this security to be redeemed, and the debt paid at the end of a few years. The prudent peasant has sustained no loss, but is no richer than he was and has had all his trouble for nothing. But he has enriched his neighbours materially, bettered their houses, secured their land, and rendered them in worldly matters equal to himself. In all rational and final sense, he has been throughout their true lord and king. We will next trace his probable line of conduct, presuming his object to be exclusively the increase of his own fortune. After roughly recovering and cleansing the ground, he allows the ruined peasantry only to build huts upon it, such as he thinks protective enough from the weather to keep them in working health. The rest of their time he occupies, first in pulling down and rebuilding on a magnificent scale his own house, and in adding large dependencies to it. This done, in exchange for his continued supply of corn, he PG 209 buys as much of his neighbour's land as he thinks he can superintend the management of, and makes the former owners securely embank and protect the ceded portion. By this arrangement, he leaves to a certain number of the peasantry only as much ground as will just maintain them in their existing numbers. As the population increases, he takes the extra hands, who cannot be maintained on the narrowed estates, for his own servants, employs some to cultivate the ground he has bought, giving them of its produce merely enough for subsistence. With the surplus, which under his energetic and careful superintendence will be large, he maintains a train of servants for state, and a body of workmen whom he educates. In ornamental arts, he now can splendidly decorate his house, lay out its grounds magnificently, and richly supply his table, and that of his household and retinue. And thus, without any abuse of right, we should find established all the phenomena of poverty and riches, which it is supposed necessarily accompany modern civilization. In one part of the district, we should have unhealthy land, miserable dwellings, and half-starved poor. In another, a well-ordered estate, well-fed servants, and refined conditions of highly educated and luxurious life. I have put the two cases in simplicity, and to some extremity, but though in more complex and qualified operation, all the relations of society are but the expansion of these two typical sequences of conduct and result. I do not say, observe, that the first procedure is entirely recommendable, or even entirely right, still less that the second is wholly wrong. Servants and artists and splendor of habitation and retinue have all their use, propriety, and office. But I am determined that the reader shall understand clearly what they cost, and see that the condition of having them is the subjection to us of a certain number of imprudent or unfortunate persons, or, it may be, more fortunate than their masters, over whose destinies we exercise a boundless control. Riches mean eternally and essentially this, and God send at last a time when those words of our bestreputed economist shall be true, and we shall indeed all know what PG 210 it is to be rich, that it is to be slave-master over farthest earth, and over all ways and thoughts of men. Every operative you employ is your true servant, distant or near, subject to your immediate orders, or ministering to your widely communicated caprice for the pay he stipulates, or the price he tempts. All are alike under this great dominion of the gold. The milliner who makes the dress is as much a servant, more so, in that she uses more intelligence in the service as the maid who puts it on, the carpenter who smooths the door as the footman who opens it, the tradesmen who supply the table as the labourers and sailors who supply the tradesmen. Why speak of these lower services? Painters and singers, whether of note or rhyme, jesters and storytellers, moralists, historians, priests, so far as these in any degree paint or sing or tell their tale or charm their charm or perform their rite, for pay in so far they are all slaves, abject utterly if the service be for pay only, abject less and less in proportion to the degrees of love and of wisdom which enter into their duty, or can enter into it, according as their function is to do the bidding and the work of a manly people, or to amuse, tempt, and deceive a childish one. There is always, in such amusement and temptation, to a certain extent, a government of the rich by the poor, as of the poor by the rich. But the latter is the prevailing and necessary one, and it consists, when it is honourable, in the collection of the profits of labour from those who would have misused them, and the administration of those profits for the service either of the same persons in future or of others. And when it is dishonourable, as is more frequently the case in modern times, it consists in the collection of the profits of labour from those who would have rightly used them, and their appropriation to the service of the collector himself. The examination of these various modes of collection and use of riches will form the third branch of our future inquiries, but the key to the whole subject lies in the clear understanding of the difference between selfish and unselfish pg 211 expenditure. It is not easy, by any course of reasoning, to enforce this on the generally unwilling hearer, yet the definition of unselfish expenditure is brief and simple. It is expenditure which, if you are a capitalist, does not pay you but pays somebody else, and if you are a consumer, does not please you but pleases somebody else. Take one special instance, in further illustration of the general type given above. I did not invent that type, but spoke of a real river, and of real peasantry, the languid and sickly race which inhabits, or haunts, for they are often more like spectres than living men, the thorny desolation of the banks of the Arve in Savoy. Some years ago, a society, formed at Geneva, offered to embank the river for the ground which would have been recovered by the operation, but the offer was refused by the then Sardinian government. The capitalists saw that this expenditure would have paid if the ground saved from the river was to be theirs. But if, when the offer that had this aspect of profit was refused, they had nevertheless persisted in the plan, and merely taking security for the return of their outlay, lent the funds for the work, and thus saved a whole race of human souls from perishing in a pestiferous fen, as I presume some among them would, at personal risk, have dragged any one drowning creature out of the current of the stream, and not expected payment therefore, such expenditure would have precisely corresponded to the use of his power made, in the first instance, by our supposed richer peasant. It would have been the kings, of grace instead of the usurers, for gain. Impossible, absurd, utopian, exclaim 9/10 of the few readers whom these words may find. No, good reader, this is not utopian, but I will tell you what would have seemed, if we had not seen it, utopian on the side of evil instead of good, that ever men should have come to value their money so much more than their lives, that if you call upon them to become soldiers, and take chance of a bullet through their heart, and of wife and children being left desolate, for their pride's sake, they will do it gaily without thinking twice. But if you ask them, for their country's sake, pg 212 to spend £100 without security of getting back 105, they will laugh in your face. Not but that also this game of life-giving and taking is, in the end, somewhat more costly than other forms of play might be. Rifle practice is indeed a not unhealthy pastime, and a feather on the top of the head is a pleasing appendage, but while learning the stops and fingering of the sweet instrument, does no one ever calculate the cost of an overture? What melody does Tityrus meditate on his tenderly spiral pipe? The leaden seed of it broadcast, true conical dense de lion, seed needing less allowance for the wind than is usual with that kind of herb. What crop are you likely to have of it? Suppose, instead of this volunteer marching and countermarching, you were to do a little volunteer ploughing and counterploughing. It is more difficult to do it straight. The dust of the earth, so disturbed, is more grateful than for merely rhythmic footsteps. Golden cups also given for good ploughing would be more suitable in colour. Ruby glass for the wine which giveth his colour on the ground might be fitter for the rifle prize in ladies' hands. Or, conceive a little volunteer exercise with the spade, other than such as is needed pg 213 for moat and breastwork, or even for the burial of the fruit of the leaden avanacid, subject to the shrill Lemury's criticism. Were hat das Haus so schlecht gebaut? If you were to embank Lincolnshire more stoutly against the sea, or strip the peat of Solway, or plant Plinlimmon moors with larchthorn in due season, some amateur reaping and thrashing. Nay, we reap and thresh by steam in these advanced days. I know it, my wise and economical friends. The stout arms God gave you to win your bread by, you would fain shoot your neighbours and God's sweet singers with, then you invoke the fiends to your farm service, and when young and old come forth to play on a sulphurous holiday, tell how the darkling goblins sweat his feast of cinders duly set, and belching night where breast the morn, his shadowy flail hath threshed the corn, that 10 day labourers could not end. Going back to the matter in hand, we will press the example closer. On a green knoll above that plain of the PG 214 Arve between Cluse and Barneville, there was in the year 1860 a cottage, inhabited by a well-doing familyman and wife, 3 children, and the grandmother. I call it a cottage, but in truth, it was a large chimney on the ground, wide at the bottom, so that the family might live round the fire, lighted by one small broken window, and entered by an unclosing door. The family, I say, was well-doing. At least it was hopeful and cheerful. The wife healthy, the children, for Savoyards, pretty and active, but the husband threatened with decline, from exposure under the cliffs of the Mont Vergy by day, and to draughts between every plank of his chimney in the frosty nights. Why could he not plaster the chinks? Asks the practical reader. For the same reason that your child cannot wash its face and hands till you have washed them many a day for it, and will not wash them when it can till you force it. I passed this cottage often in my walks, had its window and door mended, sometimes mended also a little the meal of sour bread and broth, and generally got kind greeting and smile from the face of young or old, which greeting this year narrowed itself into the half-recognizing stare of the elder child, and the old woman's tears, for the father and mother were both dead, one of sickness, the other of sorrow. It happened that I passed not alone, but with a companion, a practised English joiner, who, while these people were dying of cold, had been employed from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, for 2 months in fitting without nails the panels of a single door in a large house in London. 3 days of his work taken at the right time from fastening the oak panels with useless precision, and applied PG 215 to fasten the larch timbers with decent strength, would have saved these Savoyards' lives. He would have been maintained equally, I suppose him equally paid for his work by the owner of the greater house, only the work not consumed selfishly on his own walls, and the 2 peasants, and eventually, probably their children, saved. There are, therefore, let me finally enforce and leave with the reader this broad conclusion, 3 things to be considered in employing any poor person. It is not enough to give him employment. You must employ him first to produce useful things. Secondly, of the several suppose equally useful things he can equally well produce, you must set him to make that which will cause him to lead the healthiest life. Lastly, of the things produced, it remains a question of wisdom and conscience how much you are to take yourself, and how much to leave to others. A large quantity, remember, unless you destroy it, must always be so left at one time or another. The only questions you have to decide are, not what you will give, but when, and how, and to whom you will give. The natural law of human life is, of course, that in youth a man shall labour and lay by store for his old age, and when age comes, shall use what he has laid by, gradually slackening his toil, and allowing himself more frank use of his store, taking care always to leave himself as much as will surely suffice for him beyond any possible length of life. What he has gained, or by tranquil and unanxious toil continues to gain, more than is enough for his own need, he ought so to administer, while he yet lives, as to see the good of it again beginning in other hands, for thus he has himself the greatest sum of pleasure from it, and faithfully uses his sagacity in its control. Whereas most men, it appears, dislike the sight of their fortunes going out into service again, and say to themselves, I can indeed nowise prevent this money from falling at last into the hands of others, nor hinder the good of it from becoming theirs, not mine. But at least let a merciful death save me from being a witness of their satisfaction. And may God so far be gracious to me as to let no good come of any of this money of mine before my eyes. PG 216. Supposing this feeling unconquerable, the safest way of rationally indulging it would be for the capitalist at once to spend all his fortune on himself, which might actually, in many cases, be quite the rightest as well as the pleasantest thing to do, if he had just tastes and worthy passions. But whether for himself only or through the hands, and for the sake of others also, the law of wise life is, that the maker of the money shall also be the spender of it, and spend it approximately all before he dies, so that his true ambition as an economist should be to die not as rich, but as poor as possible, calculating the ebb tide of possession in true and calm proportion to the ebb tide of life. Which law, checking the wing of accumulative desire in the mid-valley, and leading to peace of possession and fullness of fruition in old age, is also wholesome, in that by the freedom of gift, together with present help and counsel, it at once endears and dignifies age in the sight of youth, which then no longer strips the bodies of the dead, but receives the grace of the living. Its chief use would or will be, for men are indeed capable of attaining to this much use of their reason, that some temperance and measure will be put to the acquisitiveness of commerce. For as things stand, a man holds it his duty to be pg 217 temperate in his food, and of his body, but for no duty to be temperate in his riches and of his mind. He sees that he ought not to waste his youth and his flesh for luxury, but he will waste his age and his soul for money, and think he does no wrong, nor know the delirium tremens of the intellect for disease. But the law of life is, that a man should fix the sum he desires to make annually, as the food he desires to eat daily, and stay when he has reached the limit, refusing increase of business, and leaving it to others, so obtaining due freedom of time for better thoughts. How the gluttony of business is punished, a bill of health for the principals of the richest city houses, issued annually, would show in a sufficiently impressive manner. I know, of course, that these statements will be received by the modern merchant as an active border rider of the 16th century would have heard of its being proper for men of the marches to get their living by the spade instead of the spur. But my business is only to state veracities and necessities. I neither look for the acceptance of the one, nor hope for the nearness of the other. Near or distant, the day will assuredly come when the merchants of a state shall be its true ministers of exchange, its porters, in the double sense of carriers and gatekeepers, bringing all lands into frank and faithful communication, and knowing for their master of guild, Hermes the herald, instead of Mercury the gainguarder. And now, finally, for immediate rule to all who will accept it. The distress of any population means that they need food, house-room, clothes, and fuel. You can never, therefore, be wrong in employing any labourer to produce food, house-room, clothes, or fuel, but you are always wrong if you employ him to produce nothing, for then some other labourer pg 218 must be worked double time to feed him, and you are generally wrong at present if you employ him unless he can do nothing else to produce works of art or luxuries, because modern art is mostly on a false basis, and modern luxury is criminally great. The way to produce more food is mainly to bring in fresh ground, and increase facilities of carriage, to break rock, exchange earth, drain the moist and water the dry, to mend roads and build harbours of refuge. Taxation thus spent will annihilate taxation, but spent in war, it annihilates revenue. The way to produce house-room is to apply your force first to the humblest dwellings. When your bricklayers are out of employ, do not build splendid new streets, but better the old ones. Send your paviors and slaters to the poorest villages, and see that your poor are healthily lodged, before you try your hand on stately architecture. You will find its stateliness rise better under the trowel afterwards, and we do pg 219, do not yet build so well that we need hasten to display our skill to future ages. Had the labour which has decorated the Houses of Parliament filled, instead, rents in walls and roofs throughout the county of Middlesex, and our deputies met to talk within massive walls that would have needed no stucco for 500 years, the decoration might have been afterwards, and the talk now. And touching even our highly conscientious church building, it may be well to remember that in the best days of church plans, their masons called themselves logeurs du bon Dieu, and that since, according to the most trusted reports, God spends a good deal of his time in cottages as well as in churches, he might perhaps like to be a little better lodged there also. The way to get more clothes is not necessarily to get more cotton. There were words written 20 years ago which would have saved many of us some shivering, had they been minded in time. Shall we read them again? The continental people, it would seem, are importing our machinery, beginning to spin cotton and manufacture for themselves, to cut us out of this market and then out of that. Sad news indeed, but irremediable. By no means the saddest news is that we should find our national existence, as I sometimes hear it said, depend on selling manufactured cotton at a farthing an ell cheaper than any other people. A most narrow stand for a great nation to base itself on, a stand which, with all the Corn Law abrogations conceivable, I do not think will be capable of enduring. My friends, suppose we quitted that stand, suppose we came honestly down from it and said this is our minimum of cotton prices, we care not for the present to make cotton any cheaper. Do you, if it seems so blessed to you, make cotton cheaper? Fill your lungs with cotton fur, your heart pg 220 with copperous fumes, with rage and mutiny, Become ye the general gnomes of Europe, slaves of the lamp. I admire a nation which fancies it will die if it do not undersell all other nations to the end of the world. Brothers, we will cease to undersell them, we will be content to equal sell them, to be happy selling equally with them. I do not see the use of underselling them. Cotton cloth is already twopence a yard or lower, and yet bare backs were never more numerous among us. Let inventive men cease to spend their existence incessantly contriving how cotton can be made cheaper, and try to invent a little how cotton at its present cheapness could be somewhat justlier divided among us. Let inventive men consider whether the secret of this universe does after all consist in making money. With a hell which means failing to make money, I do not think there is any heaven possible that would suit one well. In brief, all this mammon gospel of supply and demand, competition laissez-faire, and devil take the hindmost foremost, is it not rather, Mr. Carlyle, begins to be one of the shabbiest gospels ever preached. The way to produce more fuel is first to make your coal mines safer, by sinking more shafts, then set all your convicts to work in them, and if, as is to be hoped, you succeed in diminishing the supply of that sort of labourer, consider what means there may be, first, of growing forest where its growth will improve climate. Secondly, of splintering the forests which now make continents of fruitful land pathless and poisonous, into faggots for fire, so gaining at once dominion icewards and sunwards. Your steam power has been given, you will find, eventually for work such as that, and not for excursion trains, to give the labourer a moment's breath, at the peril of his breath forever, from amidst the cities which it has crushed into masses of corruption. When you know how to build cities, and how to rule them, you will be able to PG 221 breathe in their streets, and the excursion will be the afternoon's walk or game in the fields round them. But nothing of this work will pay. No more than it pays to dust your rooms or wash your doorsteps. It will pay, not at first in currency, but in that which is the end and the source of currency in life, and in currency richly afterwards. It will pay in that which is more than life in light, whose true price has not yet been reckoned in any currency, and yet into the image of which all wealth one way or other must be cast. For your riches must either be as the lightning, which begot but in a cloud, though shining bright and speaking loud, whilst it begins, concludes its violent race, and where it gilds it wounds the place, or else as the lightning of the sacred sign, which shines from one part of the heaven to the other. There is no other choice. You must either take dust for deity, spectre for possession, fettered dream for life, and for epitaph, this reversed verse of the great Hebrew hymn of economy, Psalm 112. He hath gathered together, he hath stripped the poor, his iniquity remaineth for ever. Or else, having the sun of justice to shine on you, and the sincere substance of good in your possession, and the pure law and liberty of life within you, leave men to write this better legend over your grave. He hath dispersed abroad, he hath given to the poor, his righteousness remaineth for ever. I leave this note as it stood, but, as I have above stated, should now side wholly with the French economists spoken of, in asserting the absolute illegality of interest. What prince's choir of music can excel that which within this shade does dwell, to which we nothing pay or give? They, like all other poets, live without reward or thanks for their obliging pains. 'Tis well if they become not prey. Yes, it is better than well, particularly since the seed sown by the wayside has been protected by the peculiar appropriation of part of the church rates in our country parishes. See the remonstrance from a country parson, in the Times of June 4th or 5th. The letter is dated June 3rd, 1862. I have heard at a vestry meeting a good deal of higgling over a few shillings outlay in cleaning the church, but I have never heard any dissatisfaction expressed on account of that part of the rate, which is invested in 50 or 100 dozens of birds' heads. If we could trace the innermost of all causes of modern war, I believe it would be found, not in the avarice nor ambition of nations, but in the mere idleness of the upper classes. They have nothing to do but to teach the peasantry to kill each other. Pg 222. Appendices. I have brought together in these last pages a few notes, which were not properly to be incorporated with the text, and which, at the bottom of pages, checked the reader's attention to the main argument. They contain, however, several statements to which I wish to be able to refer, or have already referred in other of my books, so that I think right to preserve them. Appendix 1. The greatest of all economists are those most opposed to the doctrine of laissez-faire, namely, the fortifying virtues, which the wisest men of all time have arranged under the general heads of prudence, or discretion the spirit which discerns and adopts rightly, justice the spirit which rules and divides rightly, fortitude the spirit which persists and endures rightly, and temperance the spirit which stops and refuses rightly. These cardinal and sentinel virtues are not only the means of protecting and prolonging life itself, but they are the chief guards, or sources of the material means of life, and the governing powers and princes of economy. Thus, precisely according to the number of just men in a nation, is their power of avoiding either intestine or foreign war. All disputes may be peaceably settled, if a sufficient number of persons have been trained to submit to the principles of justice, while the necessity for war is in direct ratio to the number of unjust persons who are incapable of determining a quarrel, but by violence. Whether the injustice take the form of the desire of dominion, or of refusal to submit to it, or of lust of territory, or lust of money, or of pg 223 mere irregular passion and wanton will, the result is economically the same, loss of the quantity of power and life consumed in repressing the injustice, added to the material and moral destruction caused by the fact of war. The early civil wars of England and the existing war in America are curious exemplis these under monarchical, this under republican, institutions of, the results on large masses of nations of the want of education in principles of justice. But the mere dread or distrust resulting from the want of the inner virtues of faith and charity prove often no less costly than war itself. The fear which France and England have of each other costs each nation about 15 millions sterling annually, besides various paralyses of commerce, that sum being spent in the manufacture of means of destruction instead of means of production. There is no more reason in the nature of things that France and England should be hostile to each other than that England and Scotland should be, or Lancashire and Yorkshire. And the reciprocal terrors of the opposite sides of the English Channel are neither more necessary, more economical, nor more virtuous, than the old riding and reiving on the opposite flanks of the Cheviots, or than England's own weaving for herself of crowns of thorn, from the stems of her red and white roses. Appendix 2. Few passages of the book which at least some part of the nations at present most advanced in civilization accept as an expression of final truth, have been more distorted than those bearing on idolatry. For the idolatry there denounced is neither sculpture, nor veneration of sculpture. It is simply the substitution of an eidolon, phantasm, or imagination of good, for that which is real and enduring, from the highest living good which gives life, to the lowest material good pg 224 which ministers to it. The Creator and the things created, which he is said to have seen good in creating, are in this their eternal goodness appointed always to be worshipped one. To have goodness and worth ascribed to them from the heart, and the sweep and range of idolatry extend to the rejection of any or all of these, calling evil good and good evil, putting bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. For in that rejection and substitution we betray the first of all loyalties, to the fixed law of life, and with resolute opposite loyalty serve our own imagination of good, which is the law not of the house, but of the grave, otherwise called the law of mark missing, which we translate law of sin. These two masters between whose services we have to choose, being otherwise distinguished as God and Mammon. Which Mammon, though we narrowly take it as the power of money only, is in truth the great evil spirit of false and fond desire, or covetousness, which is idolatry. So that iconoclasm image breaking is easy, but an idol cannot be broken, it must be forsaken, and this is not so easy either to do or persuade to doing. For men may readily be convinced of the weakness of an image, but not of the emptiness of an imagination. Appendix 3. I have not attempted to support by the authority of other writers any of the statements made in these papers. Indeed, if such authorities were rightly collected, there would be no occasion for my writing at all. Even in the scattered passages referring to this subject in 3 books of Carlyle's Sartor Resartus, Past and Present, and the latter-day pamphlets, all has been said that needs to be said, and far better than I shall ever say it again. But the habit of the public mind at present is to require everything to be uttered diffusely, loudly, and 100 times over, before it will listen, and it has revolted against these papers of mine, as if they contained pg 225 things daring and new, when there is not one assertion in them of which the truth has not been for ages known to the wisest and proclaimed by the most eloquent of men. It would be I had written will be, but have now reached a time of life for which there is but one mood conditional, a far greater pleasure to me hereafter to collect their words than to add to mine. Horace's clear rendering of the substance of the passages in the text may be found room for at once. Si quis emat Cytheras, emptas comportet in unum, nec studio Cytheri, nec musi deditus ali. Si scalperet formas non suda, nautica vila, aversus mercaturis deleris et amens, undic dicatur merido, qui discrepat istis, qui nummos orumque recondit, necius udi, compositis, metunsk velut contingere sacrum, which may be roughly thus translated: were anybody to buy fiddles and collect a number, being in no wise given to fiddling, nor fond of music, or if being no cobbler he collected alls and lasts, or having no mind for sea adventure bought sails, every one would call him a madman, and deservedly. But what difference is there between such a man and one who lays by coins and gold, and does not know how to use when he has got them? With which it is perhaps desirable also to give Xenophon's statement, it being clearer than any English one can be, owing to the power of the general Greek term for wealth, usable things. I have cut out the Greek because I cannot be troubled to correct the accents, and am always nervous about them. Here it is in English as well as I can do it. This being so, it follows that things are only property to the man who knows how to use them, as flutes, for instance, are property to the man who can pipe upon them respectably, but to one who knows not how to pipe, they are no property, unless he can get rid of them advantageously. For if they are not sold, the flutes are no property, being serviceable pg 226 for nothing, but sold they become property. To which Socrates made answer, and only then if he knows how to sell them, for if he sell them to another man who cannot play on them, still they are no property. Appendix 4. The reader is to include here in the idea of government any branch of the executive, or even any body of private persons, entrusted with the practical management of public interests unconnected directly with their own personal ones. In theoretical discussions of legislative interference with political economy, it is usually, and of course unnecessarily, assumed that government must be always of that form and force in which we have been accustomed to see it, that its abuses can never be less, nor its wisdom greater, nor its powers more numerous. But practically the custom in most civilized countries is, for every man to deprecate the interference of government as long as things tell for his personal advantage, and to call for it when they cease to do so. The request of the Manchester economists to be supplied with cotton by government, the system of supply and demand having, for the time, fallen sorrowfully short of the expectations of scientific persons from it, is an interesting case in point. It were to be wished that less wide and bitter suffering too of the innocent, had been needed to force the nation, or some part of it, to ask itself why a body of men, already confessedly capable of managing matters both military and divine, should not be permitted, or even requested at need, to provide in some wise for sustenance as well as for defence, and secure if it might be, and it might, I think, even the rather be purity of bodily as well as of spiritual aliment. Why, having made many roads for the passage of armies, may they not make a few for the conveyance of food? And after organizing with applause various schemes of theological instruction for the public, organize, pg 227 moreover, some methods of bodily nourishment for them? Or is the soul so much less trustworthy in its instincts than the stomach, that legislation is necessary for the one, but inapplicable to the other? Appendix 5. I debated with myself whether to make the note on Homer longer by examining the typical meaning of the shipwreck of Ulysses, and his escape from Charybdis by help of her fig tree, but as I should have had to go on to the lovely myth of Leucothea's veil, and did not care to spoil this by a hurried account of it, I left it for future examination, and 3 days after the paper was published, observed that the reviewers, with their customary helpfulness, were endeavouring to throw the whole subject back into confusion by dwelling on this single, as they imagined, oversight. I omitted also a note on the sense of the word, with respect to the pharmacy of Circe, and herb fields of Helen, Compare its use in Odyssey, 17, 473, 100. Which would farther have illustrated the nature of the Circean power. But not to be led too far into the subtleties of these myths, observe respecting them all, that even in very simple parables, it is not always easy to attach indisputable meaning to every part of them. I recollect some years ago, throwing an assembly of learned persons who had met to delight themselves with interpretations of the parable of the prodigal son, interpretations which had up to that moment gone very smoothly, into mute indignation, by inadvertently asking who the unprodigal son was, and what was to be learned by his example. The leading divine of the company, Mr. Molyneux, at last explained to me that the unprodigal son was a lay figure, put in for dramatic effect, to make the story prettier, and that no note was to be taken of him. Without, however, admitting that Homer put in the last escape of Ulysses merely to make his story prettier, this is nevertheless true of all Greek myths, that they have many opposite lights and pg 228 shades. They are as changeful as opal, and like opal usually have one color by reflected, and another by transmitted light, but they are true jewels for all that, and full of noble enchantment for those who can use them. For those who cannot, I am content to repeat the words I wrote 4 years ago, in the appendix to the Two Paths. The entire purpose of a great thinker may be difficult to fathom, and we may be over and over again more or less mistaken in guessing at his meaning, but the real, profound, nay, quite bottomless and unredeemable mistake is the fool's thought that he had no meaning. Appendix 6. The derivation of words is like that of rivers. There is one real source, usually small, unlikely, and difficult to find, far up among the hills. Then, as the word flows on and comes into service, it takes in the force of other words from other sources, and becomes quite another word, often much more than one word. After the junction a word as it were of many waters, sometimes both sweet and bitter. Thus the whole force of our English charity depends on the guttural in charis getting confused with the sea of the Latin chorus. Thenceforward throughout the Middle Ages, the two ideas ran on together, and both got confused with St. Paul's, which expresses a different idea in all sorts of ways, our charity having not only brought in the entirely foreign sense of almsgiving, but lost the essential sense of contentment, and lost much more in getting too far away from the charis of the final gospel benedictions. For truly it is fine Christianity we have come to, which, professing to expect the perpetual grace or charity of its founder, has not itself grace or charity enough to hinder it from overreaching its friends in sixpenny bargains, and which, supplicating evening and morning the forgiveness of its own debts, goes forth at noon to take its fellow-servants by the throat, saying not merely pay me that thou owest, but pay me that thou owest me not. Pg 229. It is true that we sometimes wear Ophelia's rue with a difference, and call it herb o' grace o' Sundays, taking consolation out of the offertory with look, what he layeth out, it shall be paid him again. Comfortable words indeed, and good to set against the old royalty of largesse, whose most joie was I wise, when that she gave and said, have this. I am glad to end for this time with these lovely words of Chaucer. We have heard only too much lately of indiscriminate charity, with implied reproval, not of the indiscrimination merely, but of the charity also. We have partly succeeded in enforcing on the minds of the poor the idea that it is disgraceful to receive, and are likely, without much difficulty, to succeed in persuading not a few of the rich that it is disgraceful to give. But the political economy of a great state makes both giving and receiving graceful, and the political economy of true religion interprets the saying that it is more blessed to give than to receive, not as the promise of reward in another life for mortified selfishness in this, but as pledge of bestowal upon us of that sweet and better nature, which does not mortify itself in giving. Brantwood, Coniston, Th. October 1871. The End. Preraphaelitism. To Francis Hawksworth Vaux Esq. Of Farnley. These pages, which owe their present form to advantages granted by his kindness, are affectionately inscribed by his obliged friend, John Ruskin, pg 235. Preface. 8 years ago, in the close of the first volume of Modern Painters, I ventured to give the following advice to the young artists of England. They should go to nature in all singleness of heart, and walk with her laboriously and trustingly, having no other thought but how best to penetrate her meaning, rejecting nothing, selecting nothing, and scorning nothing. Advice which, whether bad or good, involved infinite labor and humiliation in the following it, and was therefore, for the most part, rejected. It has, however, at last been carried out, to the very letter, by a group of men who, for their reward, have been assailed with the most scurrilous abuse which I ever recollect seeing issue from the public press. I have, therefore, thought it due to them to contradict the directly false statements which have been made respecting their works, and to point out the kind pg 236 of merit which, however deficient in some respects, those works possess beyond the possibility of dispute. Denmark Hills, Aug. 1851. Preraphaelitism, pg 237. It may be proved, with much certainty, that God intends no man to live in this world without working, but it seems to me no less evident that he intends every man to be happy in his work. It is written in the sweat of thy brow, but it was never written in the breaking of thine heart, thou shalt eat bread, and I find that, as on the one hand infinite misery is caused by idle people, who both fail in doing what was appointed for them to do, and set in motion various springs of mischief in matters in which they should have had no concern, so on the other hand, no small misery is caused by overworked and unhappy people, in the dark views which they necessarily take up themselves, and force upon others, of work itself. Were it not so, I believe the fact of their being unhappy is in itself a violation of divine law, and a sign of some kind of folly or sin in their way of life. Now, in order that people may be happy in their work, these three things are needed. They must be fit for it, they must not do too much of it, and they must have a sense of success in it, not a doubtful sense, such as needs some testimony of other people for its confirmation, but a sure sense, or rather knowledge, that so much work has been done well, and fruitfully done, whatever the world may say or think about it, so that in order that a man may be happy, it is necessary that he should not only be capable of his work, but a good judge of his work. The first thing then that he has to do, if unhappily his parents or masters have not done it for him, is to find out what he is fit for, in which inquiry a man may be very safely guided by his likings, if he be not also guided by his pride. pg 238 people usually reason in some such fashion as this: I do not seem quite fit for a head manager in the firm of Co., therefore in all probability I am fit to be Chancellor of the Exchequer, whereas they ought rather to reason thus: I do not seem quite fit to be head manager in the firm of Co., but I dare say I might do something in a small greengrocery business. I used to be a good judge of peas, that is to say, always trying lower instead of trying higher, until they find bottom. Once well set on the ground, a man may build up by degrees safely, instead of disturbing every one in his neighbourhood by perpetual catastrophes. But this kind of humility is rendered especially difficult in these days, by the contumely thrown on men in humble employments. The very removal of the massy bars which once separated one class of society from another, has rendered it tenfold more shameful in foolish people's, in most people's eyes, to remain in the lower grades of it than ever it was before. When a man born of an artisan was looked upon as an entirely different species of animal from a man born of a noble, it made him no more uncomfortable or ashamed to remain that different species of animal, than it makes a horse ashamed to remain a horse, and not to become a giraffe. But now that a man may make money, and rise in the world, and associate himself unreproached with people once far above him, not only is the natural discontentedness of humanity developed to an unheard-of extent, whatever a man's position, but it becomes a veritable shame to him to remain in the state he was born in, and everybody thinks it his duty to try to be a gentleman. Persons who have any influence in the management of public institutions for charitable education know how common this feeling has become. Hardly a day passes but they receive letters from mothers who want all their 6 or 8 sons to go to college, and make the grand tour in the long vacation, and who think there is something wrong in the foundations of society, because this is not possible. Out of every 10 letters of this kind, 9 will allege, as the reason of the writer's importunity, their desire to keep their families in such and such a station of life. There is no real desire, pg 239, for the safety, the discipline, or the moral good of the children, only a panic horror of the inexpressibly pitiable calamity of their living a ledge or two lower on the molehill of the world, a calamity to be averted at any cost whatever, of struggle, anxiety, and shortening of life itself. I do not believe that any greater good could be achieved for the country than the change in public feeling on this head, which might be brought about by a few benevolent men, undeniably in the class of gentlemen, who would on principle enter into some of our commonest trades, and make them honourable, showing that it was possible for a man to retain his dignity, and remain in the best sense a gentleman, though part of his time was every day occupied in manual labour, or even in serving customers over a counter. I do not in the least see why courtesy and gravity and sympathy with the feelings of others, and courage and truth and piety, and what else goes to make up a gentleman's character, should not be found behind a counter as well as elsewhere, if they were demanded, or even hoped for there. Let us suppose, then, that the man's way of life and manner of work have been discreetly chosen. Then the next thing to be required is, that he do not overwork himself therein. I am not going to say anything here about the various errors in our systems of society and commerce, which appear, I am not sure if they ever do more than appear to force us to overwork ourselves merely that we may live, nor about the still more fruitful cause of unhealthy toiled incapability, in many men, of being content with the little that is indeed necessary to their happiness. I have only a word or two to say about one special cause of overworked ambitious desire of doing great or clever things, and the hope of accomplishing them by immense efforts, hope as vain as it is pernicious, not only making men overwork themselves, but rendering all the work they do unwholesome to them. I say it is a vain hope, and let the reader be assured of this, it is a truth all-important to the best interests of humanity. No great intellectual thing was ever done by great effort. A great thing can only be done by a great man, and he does it without pg 240 effort. Nothing is, at present, less understood by us than this nothing is more necessary to be understood. Let me try to say it as clearly, and explain it as fully as I may. I have said no great intellectual thing, for I do not mean the assertion to extend to things moral. On the contrary, it seems to me that just because we are intended, as long as we live, to be in a state of intense moral effort, we are not intended to be in intense physical or intellectual effort. Our full energies are to be given to the soul's work to the great fight, with the dragon taking the kingdom of heaven by force. But the body's work and head's work are to be done quietly, and comparatively without effort. Neither limbs nor brain are ever to be strained to their utmost. That is not the way in which the greatest quantity of work is to be got out of them. They are never to be worked furiously, but with tranquillity and constancy. We are to follow the plough from sunrise to sunset, but not to pull in race boats at the twilight. We shall get no fruit of that kind of work, only disease of the heart. How many pangs would be spared to thousands, if this great truth and law were but once sincerely, humbly understood, that if a great thing can be done at all, it can be done easily. That when it is needed to be done, there is perhaps only one man in the world who can do it. But he can do it without any trouble, without more trouble, that is, than it costs small people to do small things, nay, perhaps with less. And yet what truth lies more openly on the surface of all human phenomena? Is not the evidence of ease on the very front of all the greatest works in existence? Do they not say plainly to us, not, there has been a great effort here, but there has been a great power here? It is not the weariness of mortality, but the strength of divinity, which we have to recognize in almighty things. And that is just what we now never recognize, but think that we are to do great things, by help of iron bars and perspiration. Alas, we shall do nothing that way but lose some pounds of our own weight. Yet let me not be misunderstood, nor this great truth be supposed anywise resolvable into the favourite dogma of young pg 241 men, that they need not work if they have genius. The fact is, that a man of genius is always far more ready to work than other people, and gets so much more good from the work that he does, and is often so little conscious of the inherent divinity in himself, that he is very apt to ascribe all his capacity to his work, and to tell those who ask how he came to be what he is, if I am anything, which I much doubt, I made myself so merely by labour. This was Newton's way of talking, and I suppose it would be the general tone of men whose genius had been devoted to the physical sciences. Genius in the arts must commonly be more self-conscious, but in whatever field, it will always be distinguished by its perpetual, steady, well-directed, happy and faithful labour in accumulating and disciplining its powers. as well as by its gigantic, incommunicable facility in exercising them. Therefore, literally, it is no man's business whether he has genius or not. Work he must, whatever he is, but quietly and steadily, and the natural and unforced results of such work will be always the things that God meant him to do, and will be his best. No agonies nor heart-rendings will enable him to do any better. If he be a great man, they will be great things; if a small man, small things, but always, if thus peacefully done, good and right; always, if restlessly and ambitiously done, false, hollow, and despicable. Then the third thing needed was, I said, that a man should be a good judge of his work, and this chiefly that he may not be dependent upon popular opinion for the manner of doing it, but also that he may have the just encouragement of the sense of progress, and an honest consciousness of victory. How else can he become that awful independent on tomorrow, whose yesterdays look backwards with a smile? I am persuaded that the real nourishment and help of such a feeling as this is nearly unknown to half the workmen of the present day. For whatever appearance of self-complacency there may be in their outward bearing, it is visible enough, pg 242, by their feverish jealousy of each other, how little confidence they have in the sterling value of their several doings. Conceit may puff a man up but never prop him up, and there is too visible distress and hopelessness in men's aspects to admit of the supposition that they have any stable support of faith in themselves. I have stated these principles generally, because there is no branch of labour to which they do not apply, but there is one in which our ignorance or forgetfulness of them has caused an incalculable amount of suffering, and I would endeavour now to reconsider them with a special reference to it, the branch of the arts. In general, the men who are employed in the arts have freely chosen their profession, and suppose themselves to have special faculty for it, yet as a body they are not happy men. For which this seems to me the reason that they are expected, and themselves expect, to make their bread by being clever, not by steady or quiet work, and are therefore, for the most part, trying to be clever, and so living in an utterly false state of mind and action. This is the case, to the same extent, in no other profession or employment. A lawyer may indeed suspect that, unless he has more wit than those around him, he is not likely to advance in his profession, but he will not be always thinking how he is to display his wit. He will generally understand, early in his career, that wit must be left to take care of itself, and that it is hard knowledge of law and vigorous examination and collation of the facts of every case entrusted to him, which his clients will mainly demand. This it is which he has to be paid for, and this is healthy and measurable labour, payable by the hour. If he happen to have keen natural perception and quick wit, these will come into play in their due time and place, but he will not think of them as his chief power. And if he have them not, he may still hope that industry and conscientiousness may enable him to rise in his profession without them. Again, in the case of clergymen, that they are sorely tempted to display their eloquence or wit, none who know their own hearts will deny, but then they know this to be a pg 243 temptation. They never would suppose that cleverness was all that was to be expected from them, or would sit down deliberately to write a clever sermon. Even the dullest or vainest of them would throw some veil over their vanity, and pretend to some profitableness of purpose in what they 999. They would not openly ask of their hearers, "Did you think my sermon ingenious or my language poetical?" They would early understand that they were not paid for being ingenious, nor called to be so, but to preach truth, that if they happened to possess wit, eloquence, or originality, these would appear and be of service in due time, but were not to be continually sought after or exhibited, and if it should happen that they had them not, they might still be serviceable pastors without them. Not so with the unhappy artist. No one expects any honest or useful work of him, but every one expects him to be ingenious. Originality, dexterity, invention, imagination, everything is asked of him except what alone is to be had for asking honesty and sound work, and the due discharge of his function as a painter. What function? Asks the reader in some surprise. He may well ask, for I suppose few painters have any idea what their function is, or even that they have any at all. And yet surely it is not so difficult to discover. The faculties which when a man finds in himself, he resolves to be a painter, are, I suppose, intenseness of observation and facility of imitation. The man is created an observer and an imitator, and his function is to convey knowledge to his fellow men, of such things as cannot be taught otherwise than ocularly. For a long time this function remained a religious one, It was to impress upon the popular mind the reality of the objects of faith and the truth of the histories of Scripture by giving visible form to both. That function has now passed away, and none has as yet taken its place. The painter has no profession, no purpose. He is an idler on the earth, chasing the shadows of his own fancies. But he was never meant to be this. The sudden and universal naturalism, or inclination to copy ordinary natural pg 244 objects, which manifested itself among the painters of Europe, at the moment when the invention of printing superseded their legendary labours, was no false instinct. It was misunderstood and misapplied, but it came at the right time and has maintained itself through all kinds of abuse, presenting in the recent schools of landscape perhaps only the first fruits of its power. That instinct was urging every painter in Europe at the same moment to his true duty, faithful representation of all objects of historical interest, or of natural beauty existent at the period, representations such as might at once aid the advance of the sciences, and keep faithful record of every monument of past ages, which was likely to be swept away in the approaching eras of revolutionary change. The instinct came, as I said, exactly at the right moment, and let the reader consider what amount and kind of general knowledge might by this time have been possessed by the nations of Europe, had their painters understood and obeyed it. Suppose that, after disciplining themselves so as to be able to draw, with unerring precision, each the particular kind of subject in which he most delighted, they had separated into two great armies of historians and naturalists, that the first had painted with absolute faithfulness every edifice, every city, every battlefield, every scene of the slightest historical interest, precisely and completely rendering their aspect at the time, and that their companions, according to their several powers, had painted with like fidelity the plants and animals, the natural scenery, and the atmospheric phenomena of every country on the earth. Suppose that a faithful and complete record were now in our museums of every building destroyed by war or time or innovation during these last 200 years. Suppose that each recess of every mountain chain of Europe had been penetrated, and its rocks drawn with such accuracy that the geologist's diagram was no longer necessary. Suppose that every tree of the forest had been drawn in its noblest aspect, every beast of the field in its savage life, that all these gatherings were already in our national galleries, and that the painters of the present day were pg 245 labouring, happily and earnestly, to multiply them, and put such means of knowledge more and more within reach of the common people. Would not that be a more honourable life for them than gaining precarious bread by bright effects? They think not, perhaps. They think it easy and therefore contemptible to be truthful. They have been taught so all their lives. But it is not so, whoever taught it them. It is most difficult, and worthy of the greatest men's greatest effort, to render as it should be rendered the simplest of the natural features of the earth. But also be it remembered, no man is confined to the simplest. Each may look out work for himself where he chooses, and it will be strange if he cannot find something hard enough for him. The excuse is, however, one of the lips only, for every painter knows that when he draws back from the attempt to render nature as she is, it is oftener in cowardice than in disdain. I must leave the reader to pursue this subject for himself. I have not space to suggest to him the 10th part of the advantages which would follow, both to the painter from such an understanding of his mission, and to the whole people in the results of his labour. Consider how the man himself would be elevated, how content he would become, how earnest, how full of all accurate and noble knowledge, how free from envy, knowing creation to be infinite, feeling at once the value of what he did, and yet the nothingness. Consider the advantage to the people, the immeasurably larger interest given to art itself, the easy, pleasurable, and perfect knowledge conveyed by it in every subject, the far greater number of men who might be healthily and profitably occupied with it as a means of livelihood, the useful direction of myriads of inferior talents now left fading away in misery. Conceive all this, and then look around at our exhibitions, and behold the cattle pieces and sea pieces and fruit pieces and family pieces, the eternal brown cows in ditches, and white sails in squalls, and sliced lemons in saucers, and foolish faces in simpers, and try to feel what we are, and what we might have been. Take a single instance in one branch of archaeology. Let pg 246 those who are interested in the history of religion consider what a treasure we should now have possessed, if instead of painting pots and vegetables and drunken peasantry, the most accurate painters of the 17th and 18th centuries had been set to copy, line for line, the religious and domestic sculpture on the German, Flemish and French cathedrals and castles, and if every building destroyed in the French or in any other subsequent revolution had thus been drawn in all its parts with the same precision with which Gerard Dow or Miris paint bas-reliefs of Cupids. Consider even now what incalculable treasure is still left in ancient bas-reliefs, full of every kind of legendary interest, of subtle expression, of priceless evidence as to the character, feelings, habits, histories of past generations, in neglected and shattered churches and domestic buildings, rapidly disappearing over the whole of Europe. Treasure which once lost, the labor of all men living cannot bring back again. And then look at the myriads of men, with skill enough if they had but the commonest schooling to record all this faithfully, who are making their bread by drawing dances of naked women from academy models, or idealities of chivalry fitted out with Wardour Street armor, or eternal scenes from Gil Blas, Don Quixote, and the Vicar of Wakefield, or mountain sceneries, with young idiots of Londoners wearing Highland bonnets and brandishing rifles in the foregrounds. Do but think of these things in the breadth of their inexpressible imbecility, and then go and stand before that broken bas-relief in the southern gate of Lincoln Cathedral, and see if there is no fibre of the heart in you that will break too. But is there to be no place left, it will be indignantly asked, for imagination and invention, for poetical power or love of ideal beauty? Yes, the highest, the noblest placeth that which these only can attain when they are all used in the cause, and with the aid of truth. Wherever imagination and sentiment are, they will either show themselves without forcing, or, if capable of artificial development, the kind of training which such a school of art would give them would be the best they could receive. The infinite absurdity and failure pg 247 of our present training consists mainly in this, that we do not rank imagination and invention high enough, and suppose that they can be taught. Throughout every sentence that I ever have written, the reader will find the same rank attributed to these powers, the rank of a purely divine gift, not to be attained, increased, or in any wise modified by teaching, only in various ways capable of being concealed or quenched. Understand this thoroughly. Know once for all that a poet on canvas is exactly the same species of creature as a poet in song, and nearly every error in our methods of teaching will be done away with. For who among us now thinks of bringing men up to be poets, of producing poets by any kind of general recipe or method of cultivation? Suppose even that we see in youth that which we hope may, in its development, become a power of this kind, should we instantly, supposing that we wanted to make a poet of him, and nothing else, forbid him all quiet, steady, rational labor? Should we force him to perpetual spinning of new crudities out of his boyish brain, and set before him, as the only objects of his study, the laws of versification which criticism has supposed itself to discover in the works of previous writers? Whatever gifts the boy had, would much be likely to come of them so treated. Unless, indeed, they were so great as to break through all such snares of falsehood and vanity, and build their own foundation in spite of us. Whereas if, as in cases numbering millions against units, the natural gifts were too weak to do this, could anything come of such training but utter inanity and spuriousness of the whole man? But if we had sense, should we not rather restrain and bridle the first flame of invention in early youth, heaping material on it as one would on the first sparks and tongues of a fire which we desired to feed into greatness? Should we not educate the whole intellect into general strength, and all the affections into warmth and honesty, and look to heaven for the rest? This, I say, we should have sense enough to do in order to produce a poet in words, but it being required to produce a poet on canvas, what is our way of setting to work? We begin, in all probability, by telling the youth of 15 or 16 that nature pg 248 is full of faults, and that he is to improve her, but that Raphael is perfection, and that the more he copies Raphael the better, that after much copying of Raphael, he is to try what he can do himself in a Raphaelesque but yet original manner, that is to say, he is to try to do something very clever all out of his own head, but yet this clever something is to be properly subjected to Raphaelesque rules, is to have a principal light occupying 1/7 of its space, and a principal shadow occupying 1/3 of the same, that no two people's heads in the picture are to be turned the same way, and that all the personages represented are to possess ideal beauty of the highest order, which ideal beauty consists partly in a Greek outline of nose, partly in proportions expressible in decimal fractions between the lips and chin, but partly also in that degree of improvement which the youth of 16 is to bestow upon God's work in general. This, I say, is the kind of teaching which through various channels, Royal Academy lecturings, press criticisms, public enthusiasm, and not least by solid weight of gold, we give to our young men, and we wonder we have no painters. But we do worse than this. Within the last few years, some sense of the real tendency of such teaching has appeared in some of our younger painters. It only could appear in the younger ones, our older men having become familiarized with the false system, or else having passed through it and forgotten it, not well knowing the degree of harm they had sustained. This sense appeared among our youths increased, matured into resolute action. Necessarily, to exist at all, it needed the support both of strong instincts and of considerable self-confidence, otherwise it must at once have been borne down by the weight of general authority and received canon law. Strong instincts are apt to make men strange and rude, self-confidence, however well-founded, to give much of what they do or say the appearance of impertinence. Look at the self-confidence of Wordsworth, stiffening every other sentence of his prefaces into defiance. There is no more of it than was needed to enable him to do his work, yet it is not a little ungraceful here and there. Suppose this stubbornness and self-trust in pg 249 a youth, labouring in an art of which the executive part is confessedly to be best learnt from masters, and we shall hardly wonder that much of his work has a certain awkwardness and stiffness in it, or that he should be regarded with disfavour by many, even the most temperate, of the judges trained in the system he was breaking through, and with utter contempt and reprobation by the envious and the dull. Consider, farther, that the particular system to be overthrown was, in the present case, one of which the main characteristic was the pursuit of beauty at the expense of manliness and truth, and it will seem likely, a priori, that the men intended successfully to resist the influence of such a system should be endowed with little natural sense of beauty, and thus rendered dead to the temptation it presented. Summing up these conditions, there is surely little cause for surprise that pictures painted in a temper of resistance by exceedingly young men, of stubborn instincts and positive self-trust, and with little natural perception of beauty, should not be calculated at the first glance to win us from works enriched by plagiarism, polished by convention, invested with all the attractiveness of artificial grace, and recommended to our respect by established authority. We should, however, on the other hand, have anticipated that in proportion to the strength of character required for the effort, and to the absence of distracting sentiments, whether respect for precedent or affection for ideal beauty, would be the energy exhibited in the pursuit of the special objects which the youths proposed to themselves, and their success in attaining them. All this has actually been the case, but in a degree which it would have been impossible to anticipate. That two youths of the respective ages of 18 and 20 should have conceived for themselves a totally independent and sincere method of study, and enthusiastically persevered in it against every kind of dissuasion and opposition, is strange enough. That in the third or fourth year of their efforts they should have produced works in many parts not inferior to the best of Albert Dürer, this is perhaps not less strange, but the pg 250 loudness and universality of the howl which the common critics of the press have raised against them, the utter absence of all generous help or encouragement from those who can both measure their toil and appreciate their success, and the shrill, shallow laughter of those who can do neither the one nor the other, these are strangest of all unimaginable, unless they had been experienced. And as if these were not enough, private malice is at work against them, in its own small, slimy way. The very day after I had written my second letter to the Times in the defence of the Pre-Raphaelites, I received an anonymous letter respecting one of them, from some person apparently hardly capable of spelling, and about as vile a specimen of petty malignity as ever blotted paper. I think it well that the public should know this, and so get some insight into the sources of the spirit which is at work against these men. How first roused it is difficult to say, for one would hardly have thought that mere eccentricity in young artists could have excited an hostility so determined and so cruel, hostility which hesitated at no assertion, however impudent. That of the absence of perspective was one of the most curious pieces of the hue and cry which began with the Times, and died away in feeble maundering in the Art Union. I contradicted it in the Times. I here contradict it directly for the second time. There was not a single error in perspective in 3 out of the 4 pictures in question. But if otherwise, Would it have been anything remarkable in them? I doubt, if with the exception of the pictures of David Roberts, there were one architectural drawing in perspective on the walls of the Academy. I never met but with two men in my life who knew enough of perspective to draw a Gothic arch in a retiring plane, so that its lateral dimensions and curvatures might be calculated to scale from the drawing. Our architects certainly do not, and it was but the other day that, talking to one of the most distinguished among them, the author of several most valuable works, I found he actually did not know how to draw a circle in perspective. And in this state of general science, our writers for the press take it upon them to tell us that the forest trees pg 251 in Mr. Hunt's Sylvia, and the bunches of lilies in Mr. Collins's Convent Thoughts, are out of perspective. It might not, I think, in such circumstances, have been ungraceful or unwise in the academicians themselves to have defended their young pupils, at least by the contradiction of statements directly false respecting them, and the direction pg 252 of the mind and sight of the public to such real merit as they possess. If Sir Charles Eastlake, Mulready, Edwin and Charles Landseer, Cope, and Dyce would each of them simply state their own private opinion respecting their paintings, sign it and publish it, I believe the act would be of more service to English art than anything the Academy has done since it was founded. But as I cannot hope for this, I can only ask the public to give their pictures careful examination, and look at them at once with the indulgence and the respect which I have endeavoured to show they deserve. Yet let me not be misunderstood. I have adduced them only as examples of the kind of study which I would desire to see substituted for that of our modern schools, and of singular success in certain characters, finish of detail, and brilliancy of colour. What faculties, higher than imitative, may be in these men, I do not yet venture to say. But I do say that if they exist, such faculties will manifest themselves in due time all the more forcibly, because they have received training so severe. For it is always to be remembered that no one mind is like another, either in its powers or perceptions, and while the main principles of training must be the same for all, the result in each will be as various as the kinds of truth which each will apprehend. Therefore, also, the modes of effort, even in men whose inner principles and final aims are exactly the same. Suppose, for instance, two men, equally honest, equally industrious, equally impressed with a humble desire to render some part of what they saw in nature faithfully, and otherwise trained in convictions such as I have above endeavoured to induce. But one of them is quiet in temperament, has a feeble memory, no invention, and excessively keen sight. The other is impatient in temperament, has a memory which nothing pg 253 escapes, an invention which never rests, and is comparatively nearsighted. Set them both free in the same field in a mountain valley. One sees everything, small and large, with almost the same clearness, mountains and grasshoppers alike, the leaves on the branches, the veins in the pebbles, the bubbles in the stream, but he can remember nothing and invent nothing. Patiently he sets himself to his mighty task, abandoning at once all thoughts of seizing transient effects, or giving general impressions of that which his eyes present to him in microscopical dissection. He chooses some small portion out of the infinite scene, and calculates with courage the number of weeks which must elapse before he can do justice to the intensity of his perceptions, or the fullness of matter in his subject. Meantime, the other has been watching the change of the clouds, and the march of the light along the mountain sides. He beholds the entire scene in broad, soft masses of true gradation, and the very feebleness of his sight is in some sort an advantage to him, in making him more sensible of the aerial mystery of distance, and hiding from him the multitudes of circumstances which it would have been impossible for him to represent. But there is not one change in the casting of the jagged shadows along the hollows of the hills, but it is fixed on his mind forever. Not a flake of spray has broken from the sea of cloud about their bases, but he has watched it as it melts away, and could recall it to its lost place in heaven by the slightest effort of his thoughts. Not only so, but thousands and thousands of such images of older scenes remain congregated in his mind, each mingling in new associations with those now visibly passing before him, and these again confused with other images of his own ceaseless, sleepless imagination, flashing by in sudden troops. Fancy how his paper will be covered with stray symbols and blots, and undecipherable shorthand. As for his sitting down to draw from nature, there was not one of the things which he wished to represent that stayed for so much as 5 seconds together. But none of them escaped for all that. They are pg 254 sealed up in that strange storehouse of his. He may take one of them out, perhaps this day 20 years, and paint it in his dark room, far away. Now observe, you may tell both of these men when they are young that they are to be honest, that they have an important function, and that they are not to care what Raphael 999. This you may wholesomely impress on them both. But fancy the exquisite absurdity of expecting either of them to possess any of the qualities of the other. I have supposed the feebleness of sight in the last, and of invention in the first painter, that the contrast between them might be more striking, but with very slight modification, both the characters are real. Grant to the first considerable inventive power with exquisite sense of colour, and give to the second, in addition to all his other faculties, the eye of an eagle, and the first is John Everett Millais, the second Joseph Mallard William Turner. They are among the few men who have defied all false teaching, and have therefore in great measure done justice to the gifts with which they were entrusted. They stand at opposite poles, marking culminating points of art in both directions. Between them, or in various relations to them, we may class 5 or 6 more living artists who, in like manner, have done justice to their powers. I trust that I may be pardoned for naming them, in order that the reader may know how the strong innate genius in each has been invariably accompanied with the same humility, earnestness, and industry in study. It is hardly necessary to point out the earnestness or humility in the works of William Hunt, but it may be so to suggest the high value they possess as records of English rural life and still life. Who is there who for a moment could contend with him in the unaffected, yet humorous truth with which he has painted our peasant children? Who is there who does not sympathize with him in the simple love with which he dwells on the brightness and bloom of our summer fruit and flowers? And yet there is something to be regretted concerning him. Why should he be allowed continually to pg 255 paint the same bunches of hothouse grapes, and supply to the Water-Colour Society a succession of pineapples with the regularity of a Covent Garden fruiterer? He has of late discovered that primrose banks are lovely, but there are other things grow wild besides primroses. What undreamed-of loveliness might he not bring back to us if he would lose himself for a summer in Highland foregrounds, if he would paint the heather as it grows, and the foxglove and the harebell as they nestle in the clefts of the rocks, and the mosses and bright lichens of the rocks themselves, and then cross to the Jura and bring back a piece of Jura pasture in spring, with the gentians in their earliest blue and the soldinel beside the fading snow, and return again and paint a grey wall of alpine crag, with budding roses crowning it like a wreath of rubies. That is what he was meant to do in this world, not to paint bouquets in china vases. I have in various other places expressed my sincere respect for the works of Samuel Prout. His shortness of sight has necessarily prevented their possessing delicacy of finish or fullness of minor detail. But I think that those of no other living artist furnish an example so striking of innate and special instinct, sent to do a particular work at the exact and only period when it was possible. At the instant when peace had been established all over Europe, but when neither national character nor national architecture had as yet been seriously changed by promiscuous intercourse or modern improvement. When, however, nearly every ancient and beautiful building had been long left in a state of comparative neglect, so that its aspect of partial ruinousness and of separation from recent active life gave to every edifice a peculiar interest half sorrowful, half sublime. At that moment Prout was trained among the rough rocks and simple cottages of Cornwall, until his eye was accustomed to follow with delight the rents and breaks and irregularities which to another man would have been offensive, and then, gifted with infinite readiness in composition, but also with infinite affection for the kind of subjects he had to portray, he was sent to preserve in an almost innumerable series of drawings, pg 256 every one made on the spot, the aspect born at the beginning of the 19th century, by cities which in a few years more, rekindled wars or unexpected prosperities, were to ravage or renovate into nothingness. It seems strange to pass from Prout to John Lewis, but there is this fellowship between them, that both seem to have been intended to appreciate the characters of foreign countries more than of their own, to have been born in England chiefly, that the excitement of strangeness might enhance to them the interest of the scenes they had to represent. I believe John Lewis to have done more entire justice to all his powers, and they are magnificent ones, than any other man amongst us. His mission was evidently to portray the comparatively animal life of the southern and eastern families of mankind. For this he was prepared in a somewhat singular way, being led to study, and endowed with altogether peculiar apprehension of, the most sublime characters of animals themselves. Rubens, Rembrandt, Snyders, Tintoret, and Titian have all in various ways drawn wild beasts magnificently, but they have in some sort humanized or demonized them, making them either ravenous fiends or educated beasts that would draw cars and had respect for hermits. The sullen isolation of the brutal nature, the dignity and quietness of the mighty limbs, the shaggy mountainous power, mingled with grace as of a flowing stream, the stealthy restraint of strength and wrath in every soundless motion of the gigantic frame, all this seems never to have been seen, much less drawn, until Louis drew and himself engraved a series of animal subjects, now many years ago. Since then, he has devoted himself to the portraiture of those European and Asiatic races, among whom the refinements of civilization exist without its laws or its energies, and in whom the fierceness, indolence, and subtlety of animal nature are associated with brilliant imagination and strong affections. To this task he has brought not only intense perception of the kind of character, but powers of artistical composition like those of the great Venetians, displaying at the same time a refinement of drawing almost miraculous and appreciable pg 257 only, as the minudi of nature itself are appreciable by the help of the microscope. The value, therefore, of his works, as records of the aspect of the scenery and inhabitants of the south of Spain and of the East in the earlier part of the 19th century, is quite above all estimate. I hardly know how to speak of Mulready. In delicacy and completion of drawing and splendor of color, he takes place beside John Lewis and the pre-Raphaelites, but he has, throughout his career, displayed no definiteness in choice of subject. He must be named among the painters who have studied with industry, and have made themselves great by doing so, but having obtained a consummate method of execution, he has thrown it away on subjects either altogether uninteresting, or above his powers, or unfit for pictorial representation. The Cherry Woman, exhibited in 1850, may be named as an example of the first kind, the Burchell and Sophia of the second, the character of Sir William Thornhill being utterly missed, the 7 Ages of the third, for this subject cannot be painted. In the written passage, the thoughts are progressive and connected. In the picture they must be coexistent and yet separate, nor can all the characters of the ages be rendered in painting at all. One may represent the soldier at the cannon's mouth, but one cannot paint the bubble reputation which he seeks. Mulready, therefore, while he has always produced exquisite pieces of painting, has failed in doing anything which can be of true or extensive use. He has indeed understood how to discipline his genius, but never how to direct it. Edwin Landseer is the last painter, but one whom I shall name. I need not point out to anyone acquainted with his earlier works the labor or watchfulness of nature which they involve, nor need I do more than allude to the peculiar faculties of his mind. It will at once be granted that the highest merits of his pictures are throughout found in those parts of them which are least like what had before been accomplished, and that it was not by the study of Raphael that he attained his eminent success, but by a healthy love of Scotch terriers. None of these painters, however, it will be answered, afford pg 258 examples of the rise of the highest imaginative power out of close study of matters of fact. Be it remembered, however, that the imaginative power in its magnificence is not to be found every day. Lewis has it in no mean degree, but we cannot hope to find it at its highest more than once in an age. We have had it once and must be content. Towards the close of the last century, among the various drawings executed, according to the quiet manner of the time, in greyish blue with brown foregrounds, some began to be noticed as exhibiting rather more than ordinary diligence and delicacy, signed W. Turner. There was nothing, however, in them at all indicative of genius, or even of more than ordinary talent, unless in some of the subjects a large perception of space, and excessive clearness and decision in the arrangement of masses. Gradually and cautiously the blues became mingled with delicate green, and then with gold. The browns in the foreground became first more positive, and then were slightly mingled with other local colours, while the touch, which had at first been heavy and broken, like that of the ordinary drawing masters of the time, grew more and more refined and expressive, until it lost itself in a method of execution often too delicate for the eye to follow, rendering, with a precision before unexampled, both the texture and the form of every object. The style may be considered as perfectly formed about the year 1800, and it remained unchanged for 20 years. During that period the painter had attempted, and with more or less success had rendered, every order of landscape subject, but always on the same principle, subduing the colours of nature into a harmony of which the keynotes are greyish green and brown, pure blues and delicate golden yellows being admitted in small quantity, as the lowest and highest limits of shade and light, and bright local colours in extremely small quantity in figures or other minor accessories. Pictures executed on such a system are not, properly speaking, pg 259 works in colour at all. They are studies of light and shade, in which both the shade and the distance are rendered in the general hue, which best expresses their attributes of coolness and transparency, and the lights and the foreground are executed in that which best expresses their warmth and solidity. This advantage may just as well be taken as not, in studies of light and shadow to be executed with the hand, but the use of 2, 3, or 4 colours, always in the same relations and places, does not in the least constitute the work a study of colour, any more than the brown engravings of the Liber Studerum, nor would the idea of colour be in general more present to the artist's mind when he was at work on one of these drawings than when he was using pure brown in the mezzotint engraving. But the idea of space, warmth, and freshness being not successfully expressible in a single tint, and perfectly expressible by the admission of 3 or 4, he allows himself this advantage when it is possible, without in the least embarrassing himself with the actual colour of the objects to be represented. A stone in the foreground might in nature have been cold grey, but it will be drawn nevertheless of a rich brown, because it is in the foreground. A hill in the distance might in nature be purple with heath or golden with firs, but it will be drawn nevertheless of a cool grey, because it is in the distance. This at least was the general theory, carried out with great severity in many, both of the drawings and pictures executed by him during the period, in others more or less modified by the cautious introduction of colour, as the painter felt his liberty increasing, for the system was evidently never considered as final, or as anything more than a means of progress. The conventional, easily manageable colour was visibly adopted, only that his mind might be at perfect liberty to address itself to the acquirement of the first and most necessary knowledge in all art that a form. But as form in landscape implies vast bulk and space, the use of the tints which enabled him best to express them was actually auxiliary to the mere drawing, and therefore not only permissible but even necessary, while more brilliant or varied tints were never indulged pg 260 in, except when they might be introduced without the slightest danger of diverting his mind for an instant from his principal object. And therefore it will be generally found in the works of this period that exactly in proportion to the importance and general toil of the composition is the severity of the tint, and that the play of colour begins to show itself first in slight and small drawings, where he felt that he could easily secure all that he wanted in form. Thus the Crossing the Brook, and such other elaborate and large compositions, are actually painted in nothing but grey, brown, and blue, with a point or two of severe local colour in the figures, but in the minor drawings, tender passages of complicated colour occur not unfrequently in easy places, and even before the year 1800 he begins to introduce it with evident joyfulness and longing in his rude and simple studies, just as a child, if it could be supposed to govern itself by a fully developed intellect, would cautiously but with infinite pleasure add now and then a tiny dish of fruit or other dangerous luxury to the simple order of its daily fare. Thus, in the foregrounds of his most severe drawings, we not unfrequently find him indulging in the luxury of a peacock, and it is impossible to express the joyfulness with which he seems to design its graceful form, and deepen with soft penciling the bloom of its blue, after he has worked through the stern detail of his almost colourless drawing. A rainbow is another of his most frequently permitted indulgences, and we find him very early allowing the edges of his evening clouds to be touched with soft rose colour or gold, while whenever the hues of nature in any wise fall into his system, and can be caught without a dangerous departure from it, he instantly throws his whole soul into the faithful rendering of them. Thus the usual brown tones of his foreground become warmed into sudden vigour, and are varied and enhanced with indescribable delight, when he finds himself by the shore of a moorland stream, where they truly express the stain of its golden rocks, and the darkness of its clear, cairngorm-like pools, and the usual serenity of his aerial blue is enriched into the softness and depth of the sapphire, when it can deepen the distant PG 261 slumber of some highland lake, or temper the gloomy shadows of the evening upon its hills. The system of his colour being thus simplified, he could address all the strength of his mind to the accumulation of facts of form. His choice of subject and his methods of treatment are therefore as various as his colour is simple, and it is not a little difficult to give the reader who is unacquainted with his works an idea either of their infinitude of aims, on the one hand, or of the kind of feeling which pervades them all, on the other. No subject was too low or too high for him. We find him one day hard at work on a cock and hen, with their family of chickens in a farmyard, and bringing all the refinement of his execution into play to express the texture of the plumage. Next day he is drawing the dragon of Colchis. 1 hour he is much interested in a gust of wind blowing away an old woman's cap. The next he is painting the 5th plague of Egypt. Every landscape painter before him had acquired distinction by confining his efforts to one class of subject. Hobbema painted oaks, Rysdale, waterfalls and copses, Cuyp, river or meadow scenes in quiet afternoons, Salvator and Poussin, such kind of mountain scenery as people could conceive, who lived in towns in the 17th century. But I am well persuaded that if all the works of Turner, up to the year 1820, were divided into classes as he has himself divided them in the Liber Studiorum, no preponderance could be assigned to one class over another. There is architecture including a large number of formal gentlemen's seats, I suppose drawings commissioned by the owners, then lowland pastoral scenery of every kind, including nearly all farming operations, ploughing, harrowing, hedging and ditching, felling trees, sheep-washing, and I know not what else. Then all kinds of town life, courtyards of inns, starting of mail coaches, interiors of shops, house buildings, fairs, elections, 100. Then all kinds of inner domestic life, interiors of rooms, studies of costumes, of still life and heraldry, including multitudes of symbolical vignettes. Then marine scenery of every kind, full of local incident, every kind of boat and method of fishing for particular fish being specifically drawn, round the PG 262 whole coast of England, pilchard fishing at St. Ives, whiting fishing at Margate, herring at Loch Fyne, and all kinds of shipping, including studies of every separate part of the vessels, and many marine battle pieces, 2 in particular of Trafalgar, both of high importance, one of the victory after the battle now in Greenwich Hospital, another of the death of Nelson in his own gallery, then all kinds of mountain scenery, some idealized into compositions, others of definite localities, together with classical compositions, Romes and Carthages and such others, by the myriad with mythological, historical or allegorical figures, nymphs, monsters and spectres, heroes and divinities. What general feeling, it may be asked incredulously, can possibly pervade all this? This, the greatest of all feelings, an utter forgetfulness of self. Throughout the whole period with which we are at present concerned, Turner appears as a man of sympathy, absolutely infinity, a sympathy so all-embracing, that I know nothing but that of Shakespeare comparable with it. A soldier's wife resting by the roadside is not beneath it, Rispa, the daughter of Aya, watching the dead bodies of her sons, not above it. Nothing can possibly be so mean as that it will not interest his whole mind and carry away his whole heart, nothing so great or solemn but that he can raise himself into harmony with it, and it is impossible to prophesy of him at any moment, whether the next he will be in laughter or in tears. This is the root of the man's greatness, and it follows as a matter of course that this sympathy must give him a subtle power of expression, even of the characters of mere material things, such as no other painter ever possessed. The man who can best feel the difference between rudeness and tenderness in humanity perceives also more difference between the branches of an oak and a willow than anyone else would, and therefore, necessarily the most striking character of the drawings themselves is the speciality of whatever they represent, thorough stiffness of what is stiff, and grace of what is PG 263 graceful, and vastness of what is vast. But through and beyond all this, the condition of the mind of the painter himself is easily enough discoverable by comparison of a large number of the drawings. It is singularly serene and peaceful, in itself quite passionless, though entering with ease into the external passion which it contemplates. By the effort of its will it sympathizes with tumult or distress, even in their extremes, but there is no tumult, no sorrow in itself, only a chastened and exquisitely peaceful cheerfulness, deeply meditative, touched without loss of its own perfect balance by sadness on the one side, and stooping to playfulness upon the other, I shall never cease to regret the destruction, by fire, now several years ago, of a drawing which always seemed to me to be the perfect image of the painter's mind at this period, the drawing of Brignall Church near Rokeby, of which a feeble idea may still be gathered from the engraving in the Yorkshire series. The spectator stands on the Brignall banks, looking down into the glen at twilight. The sky is still full of soft rays, though the sun is gone, and the Greta glances brightly in the valley, singing its evening song. Two white clouds following each other move without wind through the hollows of the ravine, and others lie couched on the faraway moorlands. Every leaf of the woods is still in the delicate air. Boy's kite, incapable of rising, has become entangled in their branches. He is climbing to recover it, and just behind it in the picture, almost indicated by it, the lowly church is seen in its secluded field between the rocks and the stream, and around it the low churchyard wall, and the few white stones which mark the resting places of those who can climb the rocks no more, nor hear the river sing as it passes. There are many other existing drawings which indicate the same character of mind, though I think none so touching or so beautiful. Yet they are not, as I said above, more numerous than those which express his sympathy with sublimer or more active scenes, but they are almost always marked by a tenderness of execution, and have a look of being beloved in every part of them, which shows them to be the truest expression of his own feelings. Pg 264. One other characteristic of his mind at this period remains to be noticed: its reverence for talent in others. Not the reverence which acts upon the practices of men as if they were the laws of nature, but that which is ready to appreciate the power, and receive the assistance, of every mind which has been previously employed in the same direction, so far as its teaching seems to be consistent with the great textbook of nature itself. Turner thus studied almost every preceding landscape painter, chiefly Claude, Poussin, Van de Velde, Lowtherberg, and Wilson. It was probably by the Sir George Beaumonts and other feeble conventionalists of the period that he was persuaded to devote his attention to the works of these men, and his having done so will be thought, a few scores of years hence, evidence of perhaps the greatest modesty ever shown by a man of original power. Modesty at once admirable and unfortunate, for the study of the works of Van de Velde and Claude was productive of unmixed mischief to him. He spoiled many of his marine pictures, as for instance Lord Ellesmere's, by imitation of the former, and from the latter learned a false ideal, which confirmed by the notions of Greek art prevalent in London in the beginning of this century, has manifested itself in many vulgarities in his composition pictures, vulgarities which may perhaps be best expressed by the general term Twickenham classicism, as consisting principally in conceptions of ancient, or of rural life, such as have influenced the erection of most of our suburban villas. From Niccolo Poussin and Lowtherberg he seems to have derived advantage, perhaps also from Wilson, and much in his subsequent travels from far higher men, especially Tintoret and Paul Veronese. I have myself heard him speaking with singular delight of the putting in of the beech leaves in the upper right-hand corner of Titian's Peter Martyr. I cannot in any of his works trace the slightest influence of Salvator, and I am not surprised at it, for though Salvator was a man of far higher powers than either Van de Velde or Claude, he was a wilful and gross caricaturist. Turner would condescend to be helped by feeble men, but could not be corrupted by false men. Besides, he had never himself seen classical life, and Pg 265 Claude was represented to him as competent authority for it, but he had seen mountains and torrents, and knew therefore that Salvator could not paint them. One of the most characteristic drawings of this period fortunately bears a date, 1818, and brings us within 2 years of another dated drawing, no less characteristic of what I shall henceforward call Turner's second period. It is in the possession of Mr. Hawkesworth Fox of Farnley, one of Turner's earliest and truest friends, and bears the inscription, unusually conspicuous, heaving itself up and down over the eminences of the foreground passage of Mont Cenis, J. 1000, W. Turner, January 15, 1820. The scene is on the summit of the pass close to the hospice, or what seems to have been a hospice at that time. I do not remember such at present, a small square-built house, built as if partly for a fortress, with a detached flight of stone steps in front of it and a kind of drawbridge to the door. This building, about 400 or 500 yards off, is seen in a dim, ashy grey against the light, which by help of a violent blast of mountain wind has broken through the depth of clouds which hangs upon the crags. There is no sky, properly so called, nothing but this roof of drifting cloud. But neither is there any weight of darkness, high air is too thin for it, all savage, howling, and luminous with cold, the massy bases of the granite hills jutting out here and there grimly through the snow wreaths. There is a desolate-looking refuge on the left with its number 16, marked on it in long, ghastly figures, and the wind is drifting the snow off the roof and through its window in a frantic whirl. The near ground is all wan with half-thawed, half-trampled snow. A diligence in front, whose horses, unable to face the wind, have turned right round. With fright its passengers struggling to escape, jammed in the window. A little farther on is another carriage off the road, some figures pushing at its wheels, and its driver at the horses' heads, pulling and lashing with all his strength, his lifted arm stretched out against the light of the distance, though too far off for the whip to be seen. Now I am perfectly certain that anyone thoroughly accustomed pg 266 to the earlier works of the painter, and shown this picture for the first time, would be struck by two altogether new characters in it. The first, a seeming enjoyment of the excitement of the scene, totally different from the contemplative philosophy with which it would formerly have been regarded. Every incident of motion and of energy is seized upon with indescribable delight, and every line of the composition animated with a force and fury which are now no longer the mere expression of a contemplated external truth, but have origin in some inherent feeling in the painter's mind. The second, that although the subject is one in itself almost incapable of colour, and although, in order to increase the wildness of the impression, all brilliant local colour has been refused even where it might easily have been introduced, as in the figures, yet in the low minor key which has been chosen, the melodies of colour have been elaborated to the utmost possible pitch, so as to become a leading instead of a subordinate element in the composition, the subdued warm hues of the granite promontories, the dull stone colour of the walls of the buildings, clearly opposed, even in shade, to the grey of the snow wreaths heaped against them, and the faint greens and ghastly blues of the glacier ice, being all expressed with delicacies of transition utterly unexampled in any previous drawings. These, accordingly, are the chief characteristics of the works of Turner's second period, as distinguished from the first, a new energy inherent in the mind of the painter, diminishing the repose and exalting the force and fire of his conceptions, and the presence of colour as at least an essential, and often a principal, element of design. Not that it is impossible, or even unusual, to find drawings of serene subject and perfectly quiet feeling among the compositions of this period, but the repose is in them, just as the energy and tumult were in the earlier period, an external quality which the painter images by an effort of the will. It is no longer a character inherent in himself. The Ulleswater in the England series is one of those which are in most perfect pg 267 piece. In the Cows, the silence is only broken by the dash of the boat's oars, and in the Ulnwick by a stag drinking, but in at least 9 drawings out of 10, either sky, water, or figures are in rapid motion, and the grandest drawings are almost always those which have even violent action in one or other, or in all, e.g. high force of Tees, Coventry, Lanthani, Salisbury, Lamberis, and such others. The colour is, however, a more absolute distinction, and we must return to Mr. Fox's collection in order to see how the change in it was effected. That such a change would take place at one time or other was of course to be securely anticipated, the conventional system of the first period being, as above stated, merely a means of study. But the immediate cause was the journey of the year 1820. As might be guessed from the legend on the drawing above described, passage of Mont Cenis, January 15, 1820, that drawing represents what happened on the day in question to the painter himself. He passed the Alps then in the winter of 1820, and either in the previous or subsequent summer, but on the same journey he made a series of sketches on the Rhine in body colour, now in Mr. Fox's collection. Every one of those sketches is the almost instantaneous record of an effect of colour or atmosphere, taken strictly from nature, the drawing and the details of every subject being comparatively subordinate, and the colour nearly as principal as the light and shade had been before, certainly the leading feature, though the light and shade are always exquisitely harmonized with it. And naturally, as the colour becomes the leading object, those times of day are chosen in which it is most lovely, and whereas before at least 5 out of 6 of Turner's drawings represented ordinary daylight, we now find his attention directed constantly to the evening, and for the first time we have those rosy lights upon the hills, those gorgeous falls of sun through flaming heavens, those solemn twilights, with the blue moon rising as the western sky grows dim, which have ever since been the themes of his mightiest thoughts. I have no doubt that the immediate reason of this change was the impression made upon him by the colours of the continental PG 268 skies. When he first travelled on the continent, he was comparatively a young student, not yet able to draw form as he wanted. He was forced to give all his thoughts and strength to this primary object. But now he was free to receive other impressions. The time was come for perfecting his art, and the first sunset which he saw on the Rhine taught him that all previous landscape art was vain and valueless, that in comparison with natural colour, the things that had been called paintings were mere ink and charcoal, and that all precedent and all authority must be cast away at once and trodden under foot. He cast them away. The memories of Van de Velde and Claude were at once weeded out of the great mind they had encumbered, they and all the rubbish of the schools together with them. The waves of the Rhine swept them away forever, and a new dawn rose over the rocks of the Siebengebirge. There was another motive at work, which rendered the change still more complete. His fellow artists were already conscious enough of his superior power in drawing, and their best hope was that he might not be able to colour. They had begun to express this hope loudly enough for it to reach his ears. The engraver of one of his most important marine pictures told me, not long ago, that one day about the period in question, Turner came into his room to examine the progress of the plate, not having seen his own picture for several months. It was one of his dark early pictures, but in the foreground was a little piece of luxury, a pearly fish wrought into hues like those of an opal. He stood before the picture for some moments, then laughed and pointed joyously to the fish. They say that Turner cannot colour, and turned away. Under the force of these various impulses, the change was total. Every subject thenceforth was primarily conceived in colour, and no engraving ever gave the slightest idea of any drawing of this period. The artists who had any perception of the truth were in despair, the Beaumontites, classicalists, and owl species in general, in as much indignation as their dullness was capable. PG 269 of. They had deliberately closed their eyes to all nature, and had gone on inquiring, "Where do you put your brown tree?" A vast revelation was made to them at once, enough to have dazzled anyone, but to them, light unendurable as incomprehensible. They did to the moon complain, in one vociferous, unanimous, continuous to-woo. Shrieking rose from all dark places at the same instant, just the same kind of shrieking that is now raised against the pre-Raphaelites. Those glorious old Arabian nights, how true they are, mocking and whispering and abuse loud and low by turns, from all the black stones beside the road, when one living soul is toiling up the hill to get the golden water, mocking and whispering that he may look back and become a black stone like themselves. Turner looked not back, but he went on in such a temper as a strong man must be in, when he is forced to walk with his fingers in his ears. He retired into himself. He could look no longer for help or counsel or sympathy from anyone, and the spirit of defiance in which he was forced to labour led him sometimes into violences from which the slightest expression of sympathy would have saved him. The new energy that was upon him, and the utter isolation into which he was driven, were both alike dangerous, and many drawings of the time show the evil effects of both, some of them being hasty, wild, or experimental, and others little more than magnificent expressions of defiance of public opinion. But all have this noble virtue, are in everything his own. There are no more reminiscences of dead masters, no more trials of skill in the manner of Claude or Poussin. Every faculty of his soul is fixed upon nature only, as he saw her, or as he remembered her. I have spoken above of his gigantic memory. It is especially necessary to notice this, in order that we may understand the kind of grasp which a man of real imagination takes of all things that are once brought within his reach, grasp thenceforth, not to be relaxed forever. On looking over any catalogues of his works, or of particular PG 270 series of them, we shall notice the recurrence of the same subject 2, 3, or even many times. In any other artist this would be nothing remarkable. Probably most modern landscape painters multiply a favourite subject 20, 30, or 60-fold, putting the shadows and the clouds in different places, and inventing, as they are pleased to call it, a new effect every time. But if we examine the successions of Turner's subjects, we shall find them either the records of a succession of impressions actually perceived by him at some favourite locality, or else repetitions of one impression received in early youth, and again realized as his increasing powers enabled him to do better justice to it. In either case, we shall find them records of seen facts, never compositions in his room to fill up a favorite outline. For instance, every traveler, at least every traveler of 30 years' standing, must love Calais, the place where he first felt himself in a strange world. Turner evidently loved it excessively. I have never catalogued his studies of Calais, but I remember at this moment 5. There is first the Pas de Calais, a very large oil painting, which is what he saw in broad daylight as he crossed over when he got near the French side. It is a careful study of French fishing boats running for the shore before the wind, with the picturesque old city in the distance. Then there is the Calais harbour in the Liber Studiorum. That is what he saw just as he was going into the harbour, a heavy brig warping out, and very likely to get in his way or run against the pier, and bad weather coming on. Then there is the Calais pier, a large painting, engraved some years ago by Mr. Lupton. That is what he saw when he had landed, and ran back directly to the pier to see what had become of the brig. The weather had got still worse. The fishwomen were being blown about in a distressful manner on the pier head, and some more fishing boats were running in with all speed. Then there is the Fort Rouge, Calais. That is what he saw after he had been home to Desseines and dined, and went out again in the evening to walk on the sands, the tide being down. He had never pg 271 seen such a waste of sands before, and it made an impression on him. The shrimp girls were all scattered over them too, and moved about in white spots on the wild shore, and the storm had lulled a little, and there was a sunset, such a sunset, and the bars of Fort Rouge seen against it, skeleton-wise. He did not paint that directly, thought over it, painted it a long while afterwards. Then there is the vignette in the illustrations to Scott. That is what he saw as he was going home meditatively, and the revolving lighthouse came blazing out upon him suddenly and disturbed him. He did not like that so much, made a vignette of it, however, when he was asked to do a bit of Calais 20 or 30 years afterwards, having already done all the rest. Turner never told me all this, but anyone may see it if he will compare the pictures. They might possibly not be impressions of a single day, but of 2 days or 3, though in all human probability they were seen just as I have stated them, but they are records of successive impressions, as plainly written as ever traveller's diary. All of them pure veracities, therefore immortal. I could multiply these series almost indefinitely from the rest of his works. What is curious, some of them have a kind of private mark running through all the subjects. Thus I know 3 drawings of Scarborough, and all of them have a starfish in the foreground. I do not remember any others of his marine subjects which have a starfish. The other kind of repetitioned recurrence to one early impressionist, however, still more remarkable. In the collection of F. H. Bale, Esquire, there is a small drawing of Llanthony Abbey. It is in his boyish manner, its date probably about 1795, evidently a sketch from nature, finished at home. It had been a showery day, the hills were partially concealed by the rain, and gleams of sunshine breaking out at intervals. A man was fishing in the mountain stream. The young pg 272 Turner sought a place of some shelter under the bushes, made his sketch, took great pains when he got home to imitate the rain, as he best could, added his child's luxury of a rainbow, put in the very bush under which he had taken shelter, and the fisherman, a somewhat ill-jointed and long-legged fisherman, in the courtly short breeches which were the fashion of the time. Some 30 years afterwards, with all his powers in their strongest training, and after the total change in his feelings and principles which I have endeavoured to describe, he undertook the series of England and Wales, and in that series introduced the subject of Llanthony Abbey. And behold, he went back to his boy's sketch and boy's thought. He kept the very bushes in their places, but brought the fisherman to the other side of the river, and put him, in somewhat less courtly dress, under their shelter instead of himself. And then he set all his gained strength and new knowledge at work on the well-remembered shower of rain that had fallen 30 years before, to do it better. The resultant drawing is one of the very noblest of his second period. Another of the drawings of the England series, Ulleswater, is the repetition of one in Mr. Fox's collection, which, by the method of its execution, I should conjecture to have been executed about the year 1808 or 1810. At all events, it is a very quiet drawing of the first period. The lake is quite calm, the western hills in grey shadow, the eastern mast in light, Helvellyn rising like a mist between them, all being mirrored in the calm water. Some thin and slightly evanescent cows are standing in the shallow water in front, a boat floats motionless about 100 yards from the shore. The foreground is of broken rocks, with lovely pieces of copse on the right and left. This was evidently Turner's record of a quiet evening by the shore of Ulleswater, but it was a feeble one. He could not at that time render the sunset colours. He went back to it therefore in the England series, and painted it again with his new power. The same hills are there, the same shadows, pg 273 the same cows. They had stood in his mind on the same spot for 20 years, the same boat, the same rocks, only the copses cut away it interfered with the masses of his colour. Some figures are introduced bathing, and what was grey and feeble gold in the first drawing becomes purple and burning rose colour in the last. But perhaps one of the most curious examples is in the series of subjects from Winchelsea. That in the Liber Studiorum, Winchelsea, Sussex, bears date 1812, and its figures consist of a soldier speaking to a woman who is resting on the bank beside the road. There is another small subject, with Winchelsea in the distance, of which the engraving bears date 1817. It has 2 women with bundles, and 2 soldiers toiling along the embankment in the plain, and a baggage wagon in the distance. Neither of these seems to have satisfied him, and at last he did another for the England series, of which the engraving bears date 1830. There is now a regiment on the march. The baggage wagon is there, having got no further on in the 13 years, but one of the women is tired and has fainted on the bank. Another is supporting her against her bundle and giving her drink. A third sympathetic woman is added, and the 2 soldiers have stopped, and one is drinking from his canteen. Nor is it merely of entire scenes, or of particular incidents, that Turner's memory is thus tenacious. The slightest passages of colour or arrangement that have pleased him, the fork of a bough, the casting of a shadow, the fracture of a stone will be taken up again and again, and strangely worked into new relations with other thoughts. There is a single sketch from nature in one of the portfolios at Farnley, of a common woodwalk on the estate, which has furnished passages to no fewer than 3 of the most elaborate compositions in the Liber Studiorum. I am thus tedious in dwelling on Turner's powers of memory, because I wish it to be thoroughly seen how all his greatness, all his infinite luxuriance of invention, depends on his taking possession of everything that he sees, on his grasping all and losing hold of nothing, on his forgetting himself, and pg 274 forgetting nothing else. I wish it to be understood how every great man paints what he sees or did see, his greatness being indeed little else than his intense sense of fact. And thus pre-Raphaelitism and Raphaelitism and Turnerism are all one and the same, so far as education can influence them. They are different in their choice, different in their faculties, but all the same in this, that Raphael himself, so far as he was great, and all who preceded or followed him whoever were great, became so by painting the truths around them as they appeared to each man's own mind, not as he had been taught to see them, except by the God who made both him and them. There is, however, one more characteristic of Turner's second period, on which I have still to dwell, especially with reference to what has been above advanced respecting the fallacy of overtoil, namely, the magnificent ease with which all is done when it is successfully done, for there are 1 or 2 drawings of this time which are not done easily. Turner had in these set himself to do a fine thing to exhibit his powers, in the common phrase, to excel himself. So sure as he does this, the work is a failure. The worst drawings that have ever come from his hands are some of this second period, on which he has spent much time and laborious thought, drawings filled with incident from one side to the other, with skies stippled into morbid blue, and warm lights set against them in violent contrast. One of Bambara Castle, a large watercolour, may be named as an example, but the truly noble works are those in which, without effort, he has expressed his thoughts as they came, and forgotten himself, and in these the outpouring of invention is not less miraculous than the swiftness and obedience of the mighty hand that expresses it. Anyone who examines the drawings may see the evidence of this facility, in the strange freshness and sharpness of every touch of colour. But when the multitude of delicate touches, with which all the aerial tones are worked, is taken into consideration, it would still appear impossible that the drawing could have been completed with ease. Unless we had direct evidence in the matter, fortunately it is not wanting. Their pg 275 is a drawing in Mr. Fox's collection of a man-of-war taking in stores. It is of the usual size of those of the England series, about 16 inches by 11. It does not appear one of the most highly finished, but is still farther removed from slightness. The hull of a first-rate occupies nearly 1/2 of the picture on the right, her bows towards the spectator, seen in sharp perspective from stem to stern, with all her portholes, guns, anchors, and lower rigging elaborately detailed. There are 2 other ships of the line in the middle distance, drawn with equal precision, a noble breezy sea dancing against their broad bows, full of delicate drawing in its waves, a storeship beneath the hull of the larger vessel, and several other boats and a complicated cloudy sky. It might appear no small exertion of mind to draw the detail of all this shipping down to the smallest ropes, from memory, in the drawing-room of a mansion in the middle of Yorkshire, even if considerable time had been given for the effort. But Mr. Fox sat beside the painter from the first stroke to the last. Turner took a piece of blank paper one morning after breakfast, outlined his ships, finished the drawing in 3 hours, and went out to shoot. Let this single fact be quietly meditated upon by our ordinary painters, and they will see the truth of what was above asserted, that if a great thing can be done at all, it can be done easily. And let them not torment themselves with twisting of compositions this way and that, and repeating and experimenting and scene-shifting. If a man can compose at all, he can compose at once, or rather he must compose in spite of himself. And this is the reason of that silence which I have kept in most of my works, on the subject of composition. Many critics, especially the architects, have found fault with me for not teaching people how to arrange masses, for not attributing sufficient importance to composition. Alas, I attribute far more importance to it than they do, so much importance, that I should just as soon think of sitting down to teach a man how to write a Divina Commedia, or King Lear, as how to compose, in the true sense, a single building or picture. The marvellous stupidity of this age pg 276 of lecturers is that they do not see that what they call principles of composition are mere principles of common sense in everything, as well as in pictures and buildings. A picture is to have a principal light. Yes, and so a dinner is to have a principal dish, and an oration a principal point, and an air of music a principal note, and every man a principal object. A picture is to have harmony of relation among its parts. Yes, and so is a speech well uttered, and an action well ordered, and a company well chosen, and a ragout well mixed. Composition, as if a man were not composing every moment of his life, well or ill, and would not do it instinctively in his picture as well as elsewhere, if he could. Composition of this lower or common kind is of exactly the same importance in a picture that it is in anything else, no more. It is well that a man should say what he has to say in good order and sequence, but the main thing is to say it truly. And yet we go on preaching to our pupils as if to have a principal light was everything, and so cover our academy walls with shakaback feasts, wherein the courses are indeed well ordered, but the dishes empty. It is not, however, only in invention that men overwork themselves, but in execution also, and here I have a word to say to the pre-Raphaelites specially. They are working too hard. There is evidence in failing portions of their pictures, showing that they have wrought so long upon them that their very sight has failed for weariness, and that the hand refused any more to obey the heart. And besides this, there are certain qualities of drawing which they miss from over-carefulness. For let them be assured, there is a great truth lurking in that common desire of men to see things done in what they call a masterly, or bold, or broad manner. A truth oppressed and abused like almost every other in this world, but an eternal one nevertheless. And whatever mischief may have followed from men's looking for nothing else but this facility of execution, and supposing that a picture was assuredly all right if only it were done with broad dashes of the brush, still the truth remains the same. That because it is not intended that men shall torment or weary themselves with any pg 277 earthly labour, it is appointed that the noblest results should only be attainable by a certain ease and decision of manipulation. I only wish people understood this much of sculpture, as well as of painting, and could see that the finely finished statue is, in 99 cases out of 100, a far more vulgar work than that which shows rough signs of the right hand laid to the workman's hammer. But at all events, in painting it is felt by all men, and justly felt. The freedom of the lines of nature can only be represented by a similar freedom in the hand that follows them. There are curves in the flow of the hair, and in the form of the features, and in the muscular outline of the body, which can in no wise be caught but by a sympathetic freedom in the stroke of the pencil. I do not care what example is taken, be it the most subtle and careful work of Leonardo himself, there will be found a play and power and ease in the outlines, which no slow effort could ever imitate. And if the pre-Raphaelites do not understand how this kind of power, in its highest perfection, may be united with the most severe rendering of all other orders of truth, and especially of those with which they themselves have most sympathy, let them look at the drawings of John Lewis. These then are the principal lessons which we have to learn from Turner in his second or central period of labour. There is one more, however, to be received, and that is a warning, for towards the close of it, what with doing small conventional vignettes for publishers, making showy drawings from sketches taken by other people of places he had never seen, and touching up the bad engravings from his works submitted to him almost every day, engravings utterly destitute of animation, and which had to be raised into a specious brilliancy by scratching them over with white spotty lights, he gradually got inured to many conventionalities and even falsities, and having trusted for 10 or 12 years almost entirely to his memory and invention, living I believe mostly in London, and receiving a new sensation only from the burning of the Houses of Parliament, he painted many pictures between 1830 and 1840 altogether unworthy of him. But he was not thus to close his career. Pg 278. In the summer either of 1840 or 1841, he undertook another journey into Switzerland. It was then at least 40 years since he had first seen the Alps, the source of the Arveren in Mr. Fox's collection, which could not have been painted till he had seen the thing itself, bears date 1800, and the direction of his journey in 1840 marks his fond memory of that earliest one. For, if we look over the Swiss studies and drawings executed in his first period, we shall be struck with his fondness for the Pass of the St. Gothard. The most elaborate drawing in the Farnley collection is one of the Lake of Lucerne from Fleulen, and counting the Liber Studerum subjects, there are, to my knowledge, 6 compositions taken at the same period from the Pass of St. Gothard, and probably several others are in existence. The valleys of Salench and Chamonix and Lake of Geneva are the only other Swiss scenes which seem to have made very profound impressions on him. He returned in 1841 to Lucerne, walked up Mont Pilat on foot, crossed the St. Gothard, and returned by Lausanne and Geneva. He made a large number of coloured sketches on this journey, and realised several of them on his return. The drawings thus produced are different from all that had preceded them, and are the first which belong definitely to what I shall henceforth call his third period. The perfect repose of his youth had returned to his mind, while the faculties of imagination and execution appeared in renewed strength, all conventionality being done away with by the force of the impression which he had received from the Alps, after his long separation from them. The drawings are marked by a peculiar largeness and simplicity of thought, most of them by deep serenity, passing into melancholy, all by a richness of colour, such as he had never before conceived. They, and the works done in following years, bear the same relation to those of the rest of his life that the colours of sunset do to those of the day, and will be recognised in a few years more as the noblest landscapes ever yet conceived by human intellect. Such has been the career of the greatest painter of this PG 279 century. Many a century may pass away before there rises such another, but what greatness any among us may be capable of, will, at least, be best attained by following in his path, by beginning in all quietness and hopefulness to use whatever powers we may possess to represent the things around us as we see and feel them, trusting to the close of life to give the perfect crown to the course of its labours, and knowing assuredly that the determination of the degree in which watchfulness is to be exalted into invention rests with a higher will than our own. And if not greatness, at least a certain good, is thus to be achieved, for though I have above spoken of the mission of the more humble artist, as if it were merely to be subservient to that of the antiquarian or the man of science, there is an ulterior aspect in which it is not subservient, but superior. Every archaeologist, every natural philosopher, knows that there is a peculiar rigidity of mind brought on by long devotion to logical and analytical inquiries. Weak men giving themselves to such studies are utterly hardened by them, and become incapable of understanding anything nobler, or even of feeling the value of the results to which they lead. But even the best men are in a sort injured by them, and pay a definite price, as in most other matters, for definite advantages. They gain a peculiar strength, but lose in tenderness, elasticity, and impressibility. The man who has gone, hammer in hand, over the surface of a romantic country, feels no longer, in the mountain ranges he has so laboriously explored, the sublimity or mystery with which they were veiled when he first beheld them, and with which they are adorned in the mind of the passing traveller. In his more informed conception, they arrange themselves like a dissected model. Where another man would be awestruck by the magnificence of the precipice, he sees nothing but the emergence of a fossiliferous rock, familiarized already to his imagination as extending in a shallow stratum over a perhaps uninteresting district, where the unlearned spectator would be touched with strong emotion by the aspect of the snowy summits which rise in the distance. He sees only the culminating points of a metamorphic formation, with an uncomfortable web of fan-like PG 280 fissures radiating, in his imagination, through their centers. That in the grasp he has obtained of the inner relations of all these things to the universe, and to man, that in the views which have been opened to him of natural energies, such as no human mind would have ventured to conceive, and of past states of being, each in some new way bearing witness to the unity of purpose and everlastingly consistent providence of the Maker of all things, he has received reward well worthy the sacrifice, I would not for an instant deny. But the sense of the loss is not less painful to him if his mind be rightly constituted, and it would be with infinite gratitude that he would regard the man who, retaining in his delineation of natural scenery a fidelity to the facts of science so rigid as to make his work at once acceptable and credible to the most sternly critical intellect, should yet invest its features again with the sweet veil of their daily aspect, should make them dazzling with the splendor of wandering light, and involve them in the unsearchableness of stormy obscurity, should restore to the divided anatomy its visible vitality of operation, clothe naked crags with soft forests, enrich the mountain ruins with bright pastures, and lead the thoughts from the monotonous recurrence of the phenomena of the physical world to the sweet interests and sorrows of human life and death. The end. The first, the current fallacy of society as well as of the press, was that the pre-Raphaelites imitated the errors of early painters. A falsehood of this kind could not have obtained credence anywhere, but in England, few English people, comparatively, having ever seen a picture of early Italian masters. If they had, they would have known that the pre-Raphaelite pictures are just as superior to the early Italian in skill of manipulation, power of drawing, and knowledge of effect, as inferior to them in grace of design, and that, in a word, there is not a shadow of resemblance between the two styles. The pre-Raphaelites imitate no pictures, they paint from nature only. But they have opposed themselves as a body to that kind of teaching above described, which only began after Raphael's time, and they have opposed themselves as sternly to the entire feeling of the Renaissance schools, a feeling compounded of indolence, infidelity, sensuality, and shallow pride. Therefore they have called themselves pre-Raphaelites. If they adhere to their principles, and paint nature as it is around them, with the help of modern science, with the earnestness of the men of the 13th and 14th centuries, they will, as I said, found a new and noble school in England. If their sympathies with the early artists lead them into medievalism or Romanism, they will of course come to nothing, but I believe there is no danger of this, at least for the strongest among them. There may be some weak ones, whom the Tractarian heresies may touch, but if so, they will drop off like decayed branches from a strong stem. I hope all things from the school. The second falsehood was that the pre-Raphaelites did not draw well. This was asserted, and could have been asserted only by persons who had never looked at the pictures. The third falsehood was that they had no system of light and shade, to which it may be simply replied that their system of light and shade is exactly the same as the sun's, which is, I believe, likely to outlast that of the Renaissance, however brilliant. Pg 282. Aratra Pentilis. 6 lectures on the elements of sculpture, given before the University of Oxford in Michaelmas term, 1870. Pg 283. Preface. I must pray the readers of the following lectures to remember that the duty at present laid on me at Oxford is of an exceptionally complex character. Directly, it is to awaken the interest of my pupils in a study which they have hitherto found unattractive and imagined to be useless, but more imperatively, it is to define the principles by which the study itself should be guided, and to vindicate their security against the doubts with which frequent discussion has lately encumbered a subject which all think themselves competent to discuss. The possibility of such vindication is, of course, implied in the original consent of the universities to the establishment of art professorships. Nothing can be made an element of education of which it is impossible to determine whether it is ill done or well. And the clear assertion that there is a canon law in formative art is, at this time, a more important function of each university than the instruction of its younger members in any branch of practical skill. It matters comparatively little whether few or many of our students learn to draw, but it matters much that all who learn should be taught with accuracy. And the number who may be justifiably advised to give any part of the time they spend at college to the study of painting or sculpture ought to depend, and finally must depend, on their being certified that painting and sculpture, no less than language or than reasoning, have grammar and method, that they permit a recognizable distinction between scholarship and ignorance, and enforce a constant distinction between right and wrong. This opening course of lectures on sculpture is therefore restricted to the statement, not only of first principles, but of pg 284 those which were illustrated by the practice of one school, and by that practice in its simplest branch, the analysis of which could be certified by easily accessible examples, and aided by the indisputable evidence of photography. The exclusion of the terminal lecture of the course from the series now published is in order to mark more definitely this limitation of my subject, but in other respects the lectures have been amplified in arranging them for the press, and the portions of them trusted at the time to extempore delivery, not through indolence, but because explanations of detail are always most intelligible when most familiar, have been in substance to the best of my power set down, and in what I said too imperfectly completed. In one essential particular, I have felt it necessary to write what I would not have spoken. I had intended to make no reference, in my university lectures, to existing schools of pg 285 art, except in cases where it might be necessary to point out some undervalued excellence. The objects specified in the 11th paragraph of my inaugural lecture might, I hoped, have been accomplished without reference to any works deserving of blame, but the exhibition of the Royal Academy in the present year showed me a necessity of departing from my original intention. The task of impartial criticism is now, unhappily, no longer to rescue modest skill from neglect, but to withstand the errors of insolent genius and abate the influence of plausible mediocrity. The exhibition of 1871 was very notable in this important particular, that it embraced some representation of the modern schools of nearly every country in Europe, and I am well assured that looking back upon it after the excitement of that singular interest has passed away, every thoughtful judge of art will confirm my assertion that it contained not a single picture of accomplished merit, while it contained many that were disgraceful to art, and some that were disgraceful to humanity. It becomes, under such circumstances, my inevitable duty to speak of the existing conditions of art with plainness enough to guard the youths whose judgments I am entrusted to form from being misled, either by their own naturally vivid interest in what represents, however unworthily, the scenes and persons of their own day, or by the cunningly devised, and without doubt, powerful allurements of art which has long since confessed itself to have no other object than to allure. I have therefore added to the second of these lectures such illustration of the motives and course of modern industry as naturally arose out of its subject, and shall continue pg 286 in future to make similar applications, rarely indeed permitting myself in the lectures actually read before the university to introduce subjects of instant, and therefore too exciting, interest, but completing the addresses which I prepare for publication in these, and in any other particulars which may render them more widely serviceable. The present course of lectures will be followed, if I am able to fulfill the design of them, by one of a like elementary character on architecture, and that by a third series on Christian sculpture. But in the meantime, my effort is to direct the attention of the resident students to natural history and to the higher branches of ideal landscape, and it will be, I trust, accepted as sufficient reason for the delay which has occurred in preparing the following sheets for the press, that I have not only been interrupted by a dangerous illness, but engaged, in what remained to me of the summer, in an endeavour to deduce, from the overwhelming complexity of modern classification in the natural sciences, some forms capable of easier reference by art students, to whom the anatomy of brutal and floral nature is often no less important than that of the human body. The preparation of examples for manual practice, and the arrangement of standards for reference both in painting and sculpture, had to be carried on meanwhile as I was able. For what has already been done, the reader is referred to the catalogue of the educational series, published at the end of the spring term. Of what remains to be done I will make no anticipatory statement, being content to have ascribed to me rather the fault of narrowness in design than of extravagance in expectation. Denmark Hills, November 1871. The enlarged photographs for use in the lecture room were made for me with most successful skill by Sergeant Spackman, of South Kensington, and the help throughout rendered to me by Mr. Burgess is acknowledged in the course of the lectures, though with thanks which must remain inadequate lest they should become tedious. For Mr. Burgess drew the subjects of plates 3, 10, and 13, drew and engraved every woodcut in the book, and printed all the plates with his own hand. pg 287. Lecture 1 of the Division of Arts, November 1870. If, as is commonly believed, the subject of study which it is my special function to bring before you had no relation to the great interests of mankind, I should have less courage in asking for your attention today than when I first addressed you, though even then I did not do so without painful diffidence. For at this moment, even supposing that in other places it were possible for men to pursue their ordinary avocations undisturbed by indignation or pity, here at least, in the midst of the deliberative and religious influences of England, only one subject, I am well assured, can seriously occupy your thoughts, necessity namely of determining how it has come to pass, that in these recent days, iniquity the most reckless and monstrous can be committed unanimously, by men more generous than ever yet in the world's history were deceived into deeds of cruelty, and that prolonged agony of body and spirit, such as we should shrink from inflicting wilfully on a single criminal, has become the appointed and accepted portion of unnumbered multitudes of innocent persons, inhabiting the districts of the world which, of all others, as it seemed, were best instructed in the laws of civilization, and most richly invested with the honor, and indulged in the felicity of peace. Believe me, however, the subject of art, instead of being pg 288 foreign to these deep questions of social duty and peril, is so vitally connected with them, that it would be impossible for me now to pursue the line of thought in which I began these lectures, because so ghastly an emphasis would be given to every sentence by the force of passing events. It is well, then, that in the plan I have laid down for your study, we shall now be led into the examination of technical details, or abstract conditions of sentiment, so that the hours you spend with me may be times of repose from heavier thoughts. But it chances strangely that, in this course of minutely detailed study, I have first to set before you the most essential piece of human workmanship, the plough, at the very moment when you may see the announcement in the journals, either of yesterday or the day beforeth, swords of your soldiers have been sent for to be sharpened, and not at all to be beaten into ploughshares. I permit myself, therefore, to remind you of the watchword of all my earnest writing soldiers of the ploughshare. Instead of soldiers of the sword end, I know it my duty to assert to you that the work we enter upon today is no trivial one, but full of solemn hope, the hope, namely, that among you there may be found men wise enough to lead the national passions towards the arts of peace, instead of the arts of war. I say the work we enter upon, because the first 4 lectures I gave in the spring were wholly prefatory, and the following 3 only defined for you methods of practice. Today we begin the systematic analysis and progressive study of our subject. In general, the 3 great or fine arts of painting, sculpture, and architecture are thought of as distinct from the lower and more mechanical formative arts, such as carpentry or pottery. But we cannot, either verbally or with any practical advantage, admit such classification. How are we to distinguish painting on canvas from painting on china, or painting on china from painting on glass, or painting on glass from infusion of color into any vitreous substance, such as enamel, or the infusion of color into glass and enamel from the infusion of color into wool or silk, and weaving of pg 289 pictures in tapestry or patterns in dress? You will find that although in ultimately accurate use of the word, painting must be held to mean only the laying of a pigment on a surface with a soft instrument, yet in broad comparison of the functions of art, we must conceive of one and the same great artistic faculty as governing every mode of disposing colors in a permanent relation on, or in, a solid substance, whether it be by tinting canvas or dyeing stuffs, inlaying metals with fused flint, or coating walls with colored stone. Similarly, the word sculpture, though in ultimate accuracy it is to be limited to the development of form in hard substances, by cutting away portions of their mass in broad definition, must be held to signify the reduction of any shapeless mass of solid matter into an intended shape, whatever the consistence of the substance, or nature, of the instrument employed, whether we carve a granite mountain or a piece of boxwood, and whether we use, for our forming instrument, axe or hammer or chisel, or our own hands, or water to soften or fire to fuse. Whenever and however we bring a shapeless thing into shape, we do so under the laws of the one great art of sculpture. Having thus broadly defined painting and sculpture, we shall see that there is, in the third place, a class of work separated from both, in a specific manner, and including a great group of arts which neither of necessity tint, nor for the sake of form merely shape, the substances they deal with, but construct or arrange them with a view to the resistance of some external force. We construct, for instance, a table with a flat top and some supportive prop or leg, proportioned in strength to such weights as the table is intended to carry. We construct a ship out of planks or plates of iron, with reference to certain forces of impact to be sustained, and of inertia to be overcome. Or we construct a wall or roof with distinct reference to forces of pressure and oscillation, to be sustained or guarded against, and therefore in every case with a special consideration of the strength of our materials, and the nature of that strength, elastic, tenacious, brittle, and the like. Now, although this group of arts nearly always involves the pg 290 putting of two or more separate pieces together, we must not define it by that accident. The blade of an oar is not less formed with reference to external force than if it were made of many pieces, and the frame of a boat, whether hollowed out of a tree trunk, or constructed of planks nailed together, is essentially the same piece of art, to be judged by its buoyancy and capacity of progression. Still, from the most wonderful piece of all architecture, the human skeleton, to this simple one, the ploughshare on which it depends for its subsistence, the putting of two or more pieces together is curiously necessary to the perfectness of every fine instrument, and the peculiar mechanical work of Daedalus in laying becomes all the more delightful to us in external aspect, because, as in the jawbone of a saurian or the wood of a bow, it is essential to the finest capacities of tension and resistance. And observe how unbroken the ascent from this, the simplest architecture, to the loftiest. The placing of the timbers in a ship's stem, and the laying of the stones in a bridge buttress, are similar in art to the construction of the ploughshare, differing in no essential point, either in that they deal with other materials, or because of the three things produced, one has to divide earth by advancing through it, another to divide water by advancing through it, and the third to divide water which advances against it. And again, the buttress of a bridge differs only from that of a cathedral in having less weight to sustain, and more to resist. We can find no term in the gradation, from the ploughshare to the cathedral buttress, at which we can set a logical distinction. Thus then we have simply three divisions of arton, that of giving colours to substance, another, that of giving form to it without question of resistance to force, and the third, that of giving form or position which will make it capable of such resistance. All the fine arts are embraced pg 291 under these three divisions. Do not think that it is only a logical or scientific affectation to mass them together in this manner. It is, on the contrary, of the first practical importance to understand that the painter's faculty, or masterhood over colour, being as subtle as a musician's over sound, must be looked to for the government of every operation in which colour is employed, and that, in the same manner, the appliance of any art whatsoever to minor objects cannot be right, unless under the direction of a true master of that art. Under the present system, you keep your academician occupied only in producing tinted pieces of canvas to be shown in frames, and smooth pieces of marble to be placed in niches, while you expect your builder or constructor to design coloured patterns in stone and brick, and your chinaware merchant to keep a separate body of workwomen who can paint china, but nothing else. By this division of labour, you ruin all the arts at once. The work of the academician becomes mean and effeminate, because he is not used to treat colour on a grand scale and in rough materials, and your manufactures become base because no well-educated person sets hand to them. And therefore it is necessary to understand, not merely as a logical statement, but as a practical necessity, that wherever beautiful colour is to be arranged, you need a master of painting, and wherever noble form is to be given, a master of sculpture. and wherever complex mechanical force is to be resisted, a master of architecture. But over this triple division there must rule another yet more important. Any of these three arts may be either imitative of natural objects or limited to useful appliance. You may either paint a picture that represents a scene or your street door to keep it from rotting. You may mold a statue or a plate, build the resemblance of a cluster of lotus stalks or only a square pier. Generally speaking, painting and sculpture will be imitative, and architecture merely useful. But there is a great deal of sculpture, this crystal ball for instance, which is not imitative, and a great deal of PG 292 architecture which, to some extent, is so, as the so-called foils of Gothic apertures, and for many other reasons you will find it necessary to keep distinction clear in your minds between the arts of whatever kind which are imitative, and produce a resemblance or image of something which is not present, and those which are limited to the production of some useful reality, as the blade of a knife or the wall of a house. You will perceive also as we advance that sculpture and painting are indeed in this respect only one art, and that we shall have constantly to speak and think of them as simply graphic, whether with chisel or colour, their principal function being to make us, in the words of Aristotle, Polit 8:3, having capacity and habit of contemplation of the beauty that is in material things, while architecture and its correlative arts are to be practiced under quite other conditions of sentiment. Now it is obvious that so far as the fine arts consist either in imitation or mechanical construction, the right judgment of them must depend on our knowledge of the things they imitate, and forces they resist, and my function of teaching here would for instance so far resolve itself, either into demonstration that this painting of a peach does resemble a peach, or explanation of the way in which this ploughshare for instance is shaped so as to throw the earth aside with least force of thrust. And in both of these methods of study, though of course your own diligence must be your chief master, to a certain extent your professor of art can always guide you securely, and can show you, either that the image does truly resemble what it attempts to resemble, or that the structure is rightly prepared for the service it has to perform. But there is yet another virtue of fine art which is, perhaps, exactly that about which you will expect your professor to teach you most, and which, on the contrary, is exactly that about which you must teach yourselves all that it is essential to learn. I have here in my hand one of the simplest possible PG 293 examples of the union of the graphic and constructive powers, one of my breakfast plates. Since all the finely architectural arts, we said, began in the shaping of the cup and the platter, we will begin ourselves with the platter. Why has it been made round? For two structural reasons. First, that the greatest holding surface may be gathered into the smallest space, and secondly, that in being pushed past other things on the table, it may come into least contact with them. Fig 1. Next, why has it a rim? For two other structural reasons. First, that it is convenient to put salt or mustard upon, but secondly and chiefly, that the plate may be easily laid hold of. The rim is the simplest form of continuous handle. Farther, to keep it from soiling the cloth, it will be wise to put this ridge beneath, round the bottom, for as the rim is the simplest possible form of continuous handle, so this is the simplest form of continuous leg. And we get the section given beneath the figure for the essential one of a rightly made platter, PG 294. Thus far our art has been strictly utilitarian, having respect to conditions of collision, of carriage, and of support. But now, on the surface of our piece of pottery, here are various bands and spots of colour which are presumably set there to make it pleasanter to the eye. 6 of the spots, seen closely, you discover are intended to represent flowers. These then have as distinctly a graphic purpose as the other properties of the plate have an architectural one, and the first critical question we have to ask about them is whether they are like roses or not. I will anticipate what I have to say in subsequent lectures so far as to assure you that, if they are to be like roses at all, the liker they can be, the better. Do not suppose, as many people will tell you, that because this is a common manufactured article, your roses on it are the better for being ill-painted or half-painted. If they had been painted by the same hand that did this peach, the plate would have been all the better for it. But as it chanced, there was no hand such as William Hunt's to paint them, and their graphic power is not distinguished. In any case, however, that graphic power must have been subordinate to their effect as pink spots, while the band of green-blue round the plate's edge, and the spots of gold, pretend to no graphic power at all, but are meaningless spaces of color or metal. Still less have they any mechanical office. They add nowise to the serviceableness of the plate, and their agreeableness, if they possess any, depends, therefore, neither on any imitative nor any structural character, but on some inherent pleasantness in themselves, either of mere colors to the eye as of taste to the tongue, or in the placing of those colors in relations which obey some mental principle of order or physical principle of harmony. These abstract relations and inherent pleasantnesses, whether in space, number, or time, and whether of colors or sounds, form what we may properly term the musical or harmonic element in every art, and the study of them is an entirely separate science. It is the branch of art philosophy to which the word aesthetics should be strictly limited, being the inquiry into the nature of things that in themselves are pg 295 pleasant to the human senses or instincts, though they represent nothing, and serve for nothing there. Only service being their pleasantness. Thus it is the province of aesthetics to tell you, if you did not know it before, that the taste and colour of a peach are pleasant, and to ascertain if it be ascertainable, and you have any curiosity to know why they are so. The information would, I presume, to most of you, be gratuitous. If it were not, and you chanced to be in a sick state of body in which you disliked peaches, it would be, for the time, to you false information, and so far as it was true of other people, to you useless. Nearly the whole study of aesthetics is in like manner either gratuitous or useless. Either you like the right things without being recommended to do so, or if you dislike them, your mind cannot be changed by lectures on the laws of taste. You recollect the story of Thackeray provoked, as he was helping himself to strawberries, by a young coxcomb's telling him that he never took fruit or sweets. That replied, or is said to have replied, Thackeray, is because you are a sot and a glutton. And the whole science of aesthetics is, in the depth of it, expressed by one passage of Goethe's in the end of the second part of Faust, the notable one that follows the song of the Lemures, when the angels enter to dispute with the fiends for the soul of Faust. They enter singing pardon to sinners and life to the dust. Mephistopheles hears them first, and exclaims to his troop, discord I hear, and filthy jingling mastone hor ich, garstiges geklimper. This, you see, is the extreme of bad taste in music. Presently the angelic host begins strewing roses, which discomforts the diabolic crowd altogether. Mephistopheles in vain calls to them, what do you duck and shrink forest that proper hellish behaviour? Stand fast, and let them strew as duct unzuckt I her. Ist des Hellenbroch, so holtet stand, und lasst sie strewen. There you have also the extreme of bad taste in sight and smell. And in the whole passage is a brief embodiment for you of the ultimate fact that all aesthetics depend on the health of soul and body, and the proper exercise of both, not only through years, but generations. Only by harmony of pg 296, both collateral and successive lives, can the great doctrine of the Muses be received, which enables men to have pleasures rightly, and there is no other definition of the beautiful, nor of any subject of delight to the aesthetic faculty, than that it is what one noble spirit has created, seen and felt by another of similar or equal nobility. So much as there is in you of ox or of swine perceives no beauty and creates none, what is human in you, in exact proportion to the perfectness of its humanity, can create it and receive. Returning now to the very elementary form in which the appeal to our aesthetic virtue is made in our breakfast plate, you notice that there are two distinct kinds of pleasantness attempted, one by hues of colour, the other by proportions of space. I have called these the musical elements of the arts relating to sight, and there are indeed two complete sciences, one of the combinations of colour, and the other of the combinations of line and form, which might each of them separately engage us in as intricate study as that of the science of music. But of the two, the science of colour is, in the Greek sense, the more musical, being one of the divisions of the Apolline power, and it is so practically educational that if we are not using the faculty for colour to discipline nations, they will infallibly use it themselves as a means of corruption. Both music and colour are naturally influences of peace, but in the war trumpet, and the war shield, in the battle song and battle standard, they have concentrated by beautiful imagination the cruel passions of men, and there is nothing in all the Divina Commedia of history more grotesque, yet more frightful than the fact that, from the almost fabulous period when the insanity and impiety of war wrote themselves in the symbols of the shields of the seven against Thebes, colours have been the sign and stimulus of the most furious and fatal passions that have rent the nations, blue against green in the decline of the Roman Empire, black against white in that of Florence, red against white in the wars of the royal houses in England, and at this moment red against white in the contest of anarchy and loyalty in all the world, pg 297. On the other hand, the directly ethical influence of colour in the sky, the trees, flowers, and coloured creatures round us, and in our own various arts massed under the one name of painting, is so essential and constant that we cease to recognise it, because we are never long enough altogether deprived of it to feel our need, and the mental diseases induced by the influence of corrupt colour are as little suspected or traced to their true source as the bodily weaknesses resulting from atmospheric miasmata. The second musical science, which belongs peculiarly to sculpture and to painting so far as it represents form, consists in the disposition of beautiful masses, that is to say, beautiful surfaces limited by beautiful lines. Beautiful surfaces, observe, and remember what is noted in my fourth lecture of the difference between a space and a mass. If you have at any time examined carefully, or practiced from, the drawings of shells placed in your copying series, you cannot but have felt the difference in the grace between the aspects of the same line, when enclosing a rounded or unrounded space. The exact science of sculpture is that of the relations between outline and the solid form it limits, and it does not matter whether that relation be indicated by drawing or carving, so long as the expression of solid form is the mental purpose. It is the science always of the beauty of relation in 3 dimensions. To take the simplest possible line of continuous limit, the circle, the flat disc enclosed by it may indeed be made an element of decoration, though a very meagre one, but its relative mass, the ball, being gradated in 3 dimensions, is always delightful. Here is at once the simplest, and in mere patient mechanism, the most skillful piece of sculpture I can possibly show you, a piece of the purest rock crystal, chiselled, I believe, by mere toil of hand into a perfect sphere. Imitating nothing, constructing nothing, sculpture for sculpture's sake, of purest natural substance into simplest primary form. Again, out of the nacre of any mussel or oyster shell you might cut, at your pleasure, any quantity of small flat circular pg 298 discs of the prettiest colour and lustre. To some extent, such tinsel or foil of shell is used pleasantly for decoration. But the mussel or oyster, becoming itself an unwilling modeller, agglutinates its juice into 3 dimensions, and the fact of the surface being now geometrically gradated, together with the savage instinct of attributing value to what is difficult to obtain, make the little boss so precious in men's sight that wise eagerness of search for the kingdom of heaven can be likened to their eagerness of search for it, and the gates of paradise can be no otherwise rendered so fair to their poor intelligence, as by telling them that every several gate was of one pearl. But take note here, we have just seen that the sum of the perceptive faculty is expressed in those words of Aristotle's, to take pleasure rightly or straightly. Now it is not possible to do the direct opposite of that, to take pleasure iniquitously or obliquely, or more than you do in enjoying a thing because your neighbour cannot get it. You may enjoy a thing legitimately because it is rare, and cannot be seen often, as you do a fine aurora, or a sunset, or an unusually lovely flower. That is nature's way of stimulating your attention. But if you enjoy it because your neighbour cannot have it, and remember, all value attached to pearls more than glass beads is merely and purely for that cause, then you rejoice through the worst of idolatries, covetousness, and neither arithmetic nor writing, nor any other so-called essential of education, is now so vitally necessary to the population of Europe as such acquaintance with the principles of intrinsic value as may result in the iconoclasm of jewellery, and in the clear understanding that we are not in that instinct civilized, but yet remain wholly savage, so far as we care for display of this selfish kind. You think perhaps I am quitting my subject, and proceeding, as it is too often with appearance of justice alleged against me, into irrelevant matter. Pardon me, the end, not only of these lectures but of my whole professorship would be accomplished, and far more than that, if only the English nation could be made to understand that the beauty which is pg 299 indeed to be a joy forever, must be a joy for all, and that though the idolatry may not have been wholly divine which sculptured gods, the idolatry is wholly diabolic, which for vulgar display sculptures diamonds. To go back to the point under discussion, a pearl or a glass bead may owe its pleasantness in some degree to its lustre as well as to its roundness, but a mere and simple ball of unpolished stone is enough for sculpturesque value. You may have noticed that the caterpillar used in the Ducal Palace of Venice owes its complete loveliness in distant effect to the finishing of its cusps. The extremity of the cusp is a mere ball of Istrian marble, and consider how subtle the faculty of sight must be, since it recognizes at any distance, and is gratified by, the mystery of the termination of cusp obtained by the gradated light on the ball. In that Venetian tracery, this simplest element of sculptured form is used sparingly, as the most precious that can be employed to finish the facade. But alike in our own, and the French central Gothic, the ballflower is lavished on every lignende. Mary's spire and the Salisbury spire and the towers of Notre Dame of Paris, the rich pleasantness of decoration, indeed their so-called decorated style, consists only in being daintily beset with stone balls. It is true the balls are modified into dim likeness of flowers, but do you trace the resemblance to the rose in their distant, which is their intended effect? But farther, let the ball have motion, then the form it generates will be that of a cylinder. You have perhaps thought that pure early English architecture depended for its charm on visibility of construction. It depends for its charm altogether on the abstract harmony of groups of cylinders, arbitrarily bent into mouldings, and arbitrarily associated PG 300 as shafts, having no real relation to construction whatsoever, and a theoretical relation so subtle that none of us had seen it, till Professor Willis worked it out for us. And now, proceeding to analysis of higher sculpture, you may have observed the importance I have attached to the Porch of San Zenon, at Verona, by making it, among your standards, the first of the group which is to illustrate the system of sculpture and architecture founded on faith in a future life. That porch, fortunately represented in the photograph, from which Plate 1 has been engraved under a clear and pleasant light, furnishes you with examples of sculpture of every kind, from the flattest incised bas-relief to solid statues, both in marble and bronze. And the 2 points I have been pressing upon you are conclusively exhibited here, namely, that sculpture is essentially the production of a pleasant bossiness or roundness of surface, that the pleasantness of that bossy condition to the eye is irrespective of imitation on one side and of structure on the other. One sculpture is essentially the production of a pleasant bossiness or roundness of surface. If you look from some distance at these 2 engravings of Greek coins, place the book open so that you can see the opposite plate 3 or 4 yards off, you will find the relief on each of them simplifies itself into a pearl-like portion of a sphere, with exquisitely gradated light on its surface. When you look at them nearer, you will see that each smaller portion into which they are divided, cheek, or brow, or leaf, or tress of herasalves, itself also into a rounded or undulated surface, pleasant by gradation of light. Every several surface is delightful in itself, as a shell, or a tuft of rounded moss, or the bossy masses of distant forest would be. That these intricately modulated masses present some resemblance to a girl's face, such as the Syracusans imagined that of the water goddess Arethusa, is entirely a secondary matter. The primary condition is that the masses shall be beautifully rounded, and disposed with due discretion and order. Plate 1, Porch of San Zenon, Verona. Plate 1, Porch of San Zenon, Verona. PG 301. 2. It is difficult for you at first to feel this order and beauty of surface, apart from the imitation, but you can see there is a pretty disposition of, and relation between the projections of a fir cone, though the studded spiral imitates nothing. Order exactly the same in kind, only much more complex, and an abstract beauty of surface rendered definite by increase and decline of light, for every curve of surface has its own luminous law, and the light and shade on a parabolic solid differs, specifically, from that on an elliptical or spherical one. It is the essential business of the sculptor to obtain, as it is the essential business of a painter to get good color, whether he imitates anything or not. At a distance from the picture or carving, where the things represented become absolutely unintelligible, we must yet be able to say at a glance that is good painting or good carving. And you will be surprised to find, when you try the experiment, how much the eye must instinctively judge in this manner. Take the front of San Zenon, for instance, Plate 1. You will find it impossible without a lens to distinguish in the bronze gates and in great part of the wall anything that their bosses represent. You cannot tell whether the sculpture is of men, animals, or trees, only you feel it to be composed of pleasant projecting masses. You acknowledge that both gates and wall are, somehow, delightfully roughened, and only afterwards, by slow degrees, can you make out what this roughness means. Nay, though here plate 3. I magnify one of the bronze plates of the gate to a scale, which gives you the same advantage as if you saw it quite close. In the reality, you may still be obliged to me for the information that this boss represents the Madonna asleep in her little bed, and this smaller boss, the infant Christ in his. And this at pg 302 the top, a cloud with an angel coming out of it, and these jagged bosses, 2 of the 3 kings with their crowns on, looking up to the star, which is intelligible enough, I admit. But what this straggling, 3-legged boss beneath signifies, I suppose neither you nor I can tell, unless it be the shepherd's dog, who has come suddenly upon the kings with their crowns on, and is greatly startled at them. Farther and much more definitely, the pleasantness of the surface decoration is independent of structure, that is to say, of any architectural requirement of stability. The greater part of the sculpture here is exclusively ornamentation of a flat wall, or of door panelling. Only a small portion of the church front is thus treated, and the sculpture has no more to do with the form of the building than a piece of a lace veil would have suspended beside its gates on a festal day. The proportions of shaft and arch might be altered in 100 different ways, without diminishing their stability, and the pillars would stand more safely on the ground than on the backs of these carved animals. I wish you especially to notice these points, because the false theory that ornamentation should be merely decorated structure is so pretty and plausible, that it is likely to take away your attention from the far more important abstract conditions of design. Structure should never be contradicted, and in the best buildings it is pleasantly exhibited and enforced. In this very porch the joints of every stone are visible, and you will find me in the 5th lecture insisting on this clearness of its anatomy as a merit. Yet so independent is the mechanical structure of the true design, that when I begin my lectures on architecture, the first building I shall give you as a standard will be one in which the structure is wholly concealed. It will be the baptistry of Florence, which is in reality as much a buttressed chapel with a vaulted roof as the chapter house of York, but round it, in order to conceal that buttress structure, not to decorate, observe, but to conceal a flat external wall is raised, simplifying the whole to a mere hexagonal box like a wooden piece of Tunbridge ware, on the surface of which the eye and intellect are to be interested by the relations of dimension and curve between pieces of encrusting marble of different colours, which have no more to do with the real make of the building than the diaper of a harlequin's jacket has to do with his bones. Plate 2, the Arethusa of Syracuse. Plate 2, the Arethusa of Syracuse. Plate 3, the Warning to the Kings, San Zenon, Verona. Plate 3, the Warning to the Kings, San Zenon, Verona. pg 303. The sense of abstract proportion, on which the enjoyment of such a piece of art entirely depends, is one of the aesthetic faculties which nothing can develop but time and education. It belongs only to highly trained nations, and among them to their most strictly refined classes, though the germs of it are found, as part of their innate power, in every people capable of art. It has for the most part vanished at present from the English mind, in consequence of our eager desire for excitement, and for the kind of splendour that exhibits wealth, careless of dignity. So that, I suppose, there are very few now even of our bestrained Londoners who know the difference between the design of Whitehall and that of any modern clubhouse in Pall Mall. The order and harmony which, in his enthusiastic account of the theatre of Epidaurus, Pausanias insists on before beauty, can only be recognized by stern order and harmony in our daily lives, and the perception of them is as little to be compelled, or taught suddenly, as the laws of still finer choice in the conception of dramatic incident which regulate poetic sculpture. And now at last, I think, we can sketch out the subject before us in a clear light. We have a structural art divine and human, of which the investigation comes under the general term, anatomy, whether the junctions or joints be in mountains, or in branches of trees, or in buildings, or in bones of animals. We have next a musical art, falling into 2 distinct divisions, sown using colours, the other masses, for its elements of composition. Lastly, we have an imitative art, concerned with the representation of the outward appearances of things. And for many reasons, I think it best to begin with imitative sculpture, that being defined as the art which, by the musical disposition of masses, imitates anything of which the imitation is justly pleasant to us, and does so in accordance with structural laws having due reference to the materials employed, pg 304. So that you see our task will involve the immediate inquiry what the things are of which the imitation is justly pleasant to us, what, in few words, if we are to be occupied in the making of graven images we ought to like to make images of. Secondly, after having determined its subject, what degree of imitation or likeness we ought to desire in our graven image, and lastly, under what limitations demanded by structure and material, such likeness may be obtained. These inquiries I shall endeavour to pursue with you to some practical conclusion in my next 4 lectures, and in the 6th, I will briefly sketch the actual facts that have taken place in the development of sculpture by the 2 greatest schools of it that hitherto have existed in the world. The tenor of our next lecture then must be an inquiry into the real nature of idolatry, that is to say, the invention and service of idols, and in the interval may I commend to your own thoughts this question, not wholly irrelevant, yet which I cannot pursue, namely, whether the God to whom we have so habitually prayed for deliverance from battle, murder, and sudden death, is indeed, seeing that the present state of Christendom is the result of 1,000 years praying to that effect, as the gods of the heathen who were but idols, or Wetherand observe, one or other of these things must be true whether our prayers to him have been, by this much, worse than idolatry, that heathen prayer was true prayer to false gods, and our prayers have been false prayers to the true one. Lecture 2, Idolatry. November 1870. Beginning with the simple conception of sculpture as the art of fiction in solid substance, we are now to consider what its subjects should be. What having the gift of imagery should we by preference endeavour to image? A question pg 305, which is, indeed, subordinate to the deeper one we should wish to image anything at all. Some years ago, having been always desirous that the education of women should begin in learning how to cook, I got leave one day for a little girl of 11 years old to exchange, much to her satisfaction, her schoolroom for the kitchen. But as ill fortune would have it, there was some pastry toward, and she was left unadvisedly in command of some delicately rolled paste, whereof she made no pies, but an unlimited quantity of cats and mice. Now you may read the works of the gravest critics of art from end to end, but you will find, at last, they can give you no other true account of the spirit of sculpture than that it is an irresistible human instinct for the making of cats and mice, and other imitable living creatures, in such permanent form that one may play with the images at leisure. Play with them, or love them, or fear them, or worship them. The cat may become the goddess Pasht, and the mouse in the hand of the sculptured king enforce his enduring words, but the great mimetic instinct underlies all such purpose, and is zooplastic, life-shaping, alike in the reverent and the impious. Is, I say, and has been hitherto, none of us dare say that it will be. I shall have to show you hereafter that the greater part of the technic energy of men as yet has indicated a kind of childhood, and that the race becomes, if not more wise, at least more manly, with every gained century. I can fancy that all this sculpturing and painting of ours may be looked back upon, in some distant time, as a kind of doll-making, and that the words of Sir Isaac Newton may be smiled at no more. Only it will not be for stars that we desert our stone dolls, but for men. When the day comes, as come it must, in which we no more deface and defile God's image in living clay, I am not sure that we shall any of us care so much for the images made of him, in burnt clay. But hitherto the energy of growth in any people may be almost directly measured by their passion for imitative art, pg 306 namely, for sculpture, or for the drama which is living and speaking sculpture, or as in Greece for both. And in national as in actual childhood, it is not merely the making, but the macking believe, not merely the acting for the sake of the scene, but acting for the sake of acting, that is delightful. And of the 2 mimetic arts, the drama being more passionate, and involving conditions of greater excitement and luxury, is usually in its excellence the sign of culminating strength in the people, while fine sculpture, requiring always submission to severe law, is an unfailing proof of their being in early and active progress. There is no instance of fine sculpture being produced by a nation either torpid, weak, or in decadence. Their drama may gain in grace and wit, but their sculpture in days of decline is always base. If my little lady in the kitchen had been put in command of colours, as well as of dough, and if the paste would have taken the colours, we may be sure her mice would have been painted brown, and her cats tortoise-shell. And this, partly indeed for the added delight and prettiness of colour itself, but more for the sake of absolute realization to her eyes and mind. Now all the early sculpture of the most accomplished nations has been thus coloured, rudely or finely, and therefore you see at once how necessary it is that we should keep the term graphic for imitative art generally, since no separation can at first be made between carving and painting with reference to the mental powers exerted in or addressed by them. In the earliest known art of the world, a reindeer hunt may be scratched in outline on the flat side of a clean-picked bone, and a reindeer's head carved out of the end of it. Both these are flint-knife work, and strictly speaking sculpture, but the scratched outline is the beginning of drawing and the carved head of sculpture proper. When the spaces enclosed by the scratched outline are filled with colour, the colouring soon becomes a principal means of effect, so that, in the engraving of an Egyptian colour bas-relief, S101, Rossellini has been content to miss the outlining incisions altogether, and represent it as a painting only. Its proper definition is painting accented by sculpture. PG 307, on the other hand, in solid-coloured statues, Dresden china figures, for example, we have pretty sculpture accented by painting, the mental purpose in both kinds of art being to obtain the utmost degree of realization possible, and the ocular impression being the same, whether the delineation is obtained by engraving or painting. For, as I pointed out to you in my 5th lecture, everything is seen by the eye as patches of colour, and of colour only, a fact which the Greeks knew well, so that when it becomes a question in the dialogue of Minos, the answer is, what kind of power is the sight with which we see things? It is that sense which, through the eyes, can reveal colours to us. And now observe that while the graphic arts begin in the mere mimetic effort, they proceed, as they obtain more perfect realization, to act under the influence of a stronger and higher instinct. They begin by scratching the reindeer, the most interesting object of sight. But presently, as the human creature rises in scale of intellect, it proceeds to scratch, not the most interesting object of sight only, but the most interesting object of imagination, not the reindeer, but the maker and giver of the reindeer. And the second great condition for the advance of the art of sculpture is that the race should possess, in addition to the mimetic instinct, the realistic or idolizing instinct, the desire to see as substantial the powers that are unseen, and bring near those that are far off, and to possess and cherish those that are strange, to make in some way tangible and visible the nature of the gods, to illustrate and explain it by symbols, to bring the immortals out of the recesses of the clouds, and make them Penates, to bring back the dead from darkness, and make them Lares. Our conception of this tremendous and universal human passion has been altogether narrowed by the current idea that pagan religious art consisted only, or chiefly, in giving personality to the gods. The personality was never doubted. It was visibility, interpretation, and possession that the hearts of men sought. Possession, first of all getting hold of PG 308, some hewn log of wild olive wood that would fall on its knees if it was pulled from its pedestal, and, afterwards, slowly clearing manifestation. The exactly right expression is used in Lucian's dream, 916. Showed Zeus, manifested him, nay, in a certain sense brought forth or created, as you have it in Anacreon's Ode to the Rose, of the birth of Athena herself. But I will translate the passage from Lucian to you at length. It is in every way profitable. There came to me in the healing night a divine dream, so clear that it missed nothing of the truth itself. Yes, and still after all this time, the shapes of what I saw remain in my sight, and the sound of what I heard dwells in my earsnote, the lovely sense of the sound being as of a stream passing always by in the same channel, so distinct was everything to me. 2 women laid hold of my hands and pulled me, each towards herself so violently that I had like to have been pulled asunder, and they cried out against one another, the one that she was resolved to have me to herself, being indeed her own, and the other that it was vain for her to claim what belonged to others, and the one who first claimed me for her own was like a hard worker, and had strength as a man's, and her hair was dusty, and her hand full of horny places, and her dress fastened tight about her, and the folds of it loaded with white marble dust, so that she looked just as my uncle used to look when he was filing stones. But the other was pleasant in features, and delicate in form, and orderly in her dress. And so in the end, they left it to me to decide, after hearing what they had to say, with which of them I would go. And first the hard-featured and masculine one spoke. Roman 4. The Nativity of Athena. Roman 4. The Nativity of Athena. pg 309. Dear child, I am the art of image sculpture, which yesterday you began to learn, and I am as one of your own people, and of your house, for your grandfather, and she named my mother's father, was a stone-cutter, and both your uncles had good name through me, and if you will, keep yourself well clear of the sillinesses and fluent follies that come from this creature, and she pointed to the other woman, and will follow me, and live with me. First of all, you shall be brought up as a man should be, and have strong shoulders, and besides that, you shall be kept well quit of all restless desires, and you shall never be obliged to go away into any foreign places, leaving your own country and the people of your house, neither shall all men praise you for your talk. And you must not despise this rude serviceableness of my body, neither this meanness of my dusty dress, for pushing on in their strength from such things as these, that great Phidias revealed Zeus, and Polycletus wrought out Hera, and Myron was praised, and Praxiteles marvelled at. Therefore are these men worshipped with the gods. There is a beautiful ambiguity in the use of the preposition with the genitive in this last sentence. Pushing on from these things means indeed, justly, that the sculptors rose from a mean state to a noble one, but not as leaving the mean state, not as from a hard life attaining to a soft one, but as being helped and strengthened by the rough life to do what was greatest. Again, worshipped with the gods does not mean that they are thought of as in any sense equal to, or like to, the gods, but as being on the side of the gods against what is base and ungodly, and that the kind of worth which is in them is therefore indeed worshipful, as having its source with the gods. Finally, observe that every one of the expressions, used of the four sculptors, is definitely the best pg 310 that Lucian could have chosen. Phidias carved like one who had seen Zeus and had only to reveal him. Polycletus, in labour of intellect, completed his sculpture by just law and wrought out Hera. Myron was of all most praised because he did best what pleased the vulgar, and Praxiteles, the most wondered at or admired, because he bestowed utmost exquisiteness of beauty. I am sorry not to go on with the dream. The more refined lady, as you may remember, is liberal or gentlemanly education, and prevails at last, so that Lucian becomes an author instead of a sculptor, I think to his own regret, though to our present benefit. One more passage of his I must refer you to, as illustrative of the point before us, the description of the temple of the Syrian Hierapolis, where he explains the absence of the images of the sun and moon. In the temple itself, he says, on the left hand as one goes in, there is set first the throne of the sun, but no form of him is thereon, for of these two powers alone, the sun and the moon, they show no carved images. And I also learned why this is their law, for they say that it is permissible indeed to make of the other gods graven images, since the forms of them are not visible to all men. But Helios and Selene are everywhere clear bright, and all men behold them. What need is there therefore for sculptured work of these, who appear in the air? This then is the second instinct necessary to sculpture, the desire for the manifestation, description, and companionship of unknown powers, and for possession of a bodily substanceth bronze Strasbourg, which you can embrace, and hang immortelles on the head off instead of an abstract idea. But if you get nothing more in the depth of the national mind than these two feelings, the mimetic and idolizing instincts, there may be still no progress possible for the arts, except in delicacy of manipulation and a cumulative caprice of design. You must have not only the idolizing instinct, but in which chooses the right thing to idolize. Else you will get states of art like those in China or India, non-progressive, and in great part diseased and frightful, pg 311 being wrought under the influence of foolish terror or foolish admiration, so that a third condition, completing and confirming both the others, must exist in order to the development of the creative power. This third condition is that the heart of the nation shall be set on the discovery of just or equal law, and shall be from day to day developing that law more perfectly. The Greek school of sculpture is formed during, and in consequence of, the national effort to discover the nature of justice, the Tuscan during, and in consequence of, the national effort to discover the nature of justification. I assert to you at present briefly, what will, I hope, be the subject of prolonged illustration hereafter. Now when a nation with mimetic instinct and imaginative longing is also thus occupied earnestly in the discovery of ethic law, that effort gradually brings precision and truth into all its manual acts, and the physical progress of sculpture, as in the Greek, so in the Tuscan school, consists in gradually limiting what was before indefinite, in verifying what was inaccurate, and in humanizing what was monstrous. I might perhaps content you by showing these external phenomena, and by dwelling simply on the increasing desire of naturalness, which compels in every successive decade of years, literally in the sculptured images, the mimicked bones to come together, bone to his bone, and the flesh to come up upon them until from a flattened and pinched handful of clay, respecting which you may gravely question whether it was intended for a human form at all, by slow degrees and added touch to touch, in increasing consciousness of the bodily truth, at last the Aphrodite of Milos stands before you, a perfect woman. But all that search for physical accuracy is merely the external operation, in the arts, of the seeking for truth in the inner soul. It is impossible without that higher effort, and the demonstration of it would be worse than useless to you, unless I made you aware at the same time of its spiritual cause. Observe farther, the increasing truth in representation is correlative with increasing beauty in the thing to be represented. Pg 312, the pursuit of justice which regulates the imitative effort, regulates also the development of the race into dignity of person, as of mind, and their culminating art skill attains the grasp of entire truth at the moment when the truth becomes most lovely, and then ideal sculpture may go on safely into portraiture, but I shall not touch on the subject of portrait sculpture today. It introduces many questions of detail, and must be a matter for subsequent consideration. These then are the three great passions which are concerned in true sculpture. I cannot find better, or at least more easily remembered, names for them than the instincts of mimicry, idolatry, and discipline, meaning by the last the desire of equity and wholesome restraint in all acts and works of life. Now of these there is no question but that the love of mimicry is natural and right, and the love of discipline is natural and right. But it looks a grave question whether the yearning for idolatry, the desire of companionship with images, is right. Whether, indeed, if such an instinct be essential to good sculpture, the art founded on it can possibly be fine art. I must now beg for your close attention, because I have to point out distinctions in modes of conception which will appear trivial to you, unless accurately understood, but of an importance in the history of art which cannot be overrated. When the populace of Paris adorned the statue of Strasbourg with immortelles, none, even the simplest of the pious decorators, would suppose that the city of Strasbourg itself, or any spirit or ghost of the city, was actually there, sitting in the Place de la Concorde. The figure was delightful to them as a visible nucleus for their fond thoughts about Strasbourg, but never for a moment supposed to be Strasbourg. Similarly, they might have taken delight in a statue purporting to represent a river instead of a city, the Rhine or Garonne suppose, and have been touched with strong emotion in looking at it, if the real river were dear to them, and yet never think for an instant that the statue was the river. Pg 313. And yet again, similarly, but much more distinctly, they might take delight in the beautiful image of a god, because it gathered and perpetuated their thoughts about that god, and yet never suppose, nor be capable of being deceived by any arguments into supposing, that the statue was the god. On the other hand, if a meteoric stone fell from the sky in the sight of a savage, and he picked it up hot, he would most probably lay it aside in some, to him, sacred place, and believe the stone itself to be a kind of god, and offer prayer and sacrifice to it. In like manner, any other strange or terrifying object, such for instance as a powerfully noxious animal or plant, he would be apt to regard in the same way, and very possibly also construct for himself frightful idols of some kind, calculated to produce upon him a vague impression of their being alive, whose imaginary anger he might deprecate or avert with sacrifice, although incapable of conceiving in them any one attribute of exalted intellectual or moral nature. If you will now refer to 52-59 of my introductory lectures, you will find this distinction between a resolute conception, recognized for such, and an involuntary apprehension of spiritual existence, already insisted on at some length. And you will see more and more clearly as we proceed, that the deliberate and intellectually commanded conception is not idolatrous in any evil sense whatever, but is one of the grandest and wholesomest functions of the human soul, and that the essence of evil idolatry begins only in the idea or belief of a real presence of any kind, in a thing in which there is no such presence. I need not say that the harm of the idolatry must depend on the certainty of the negative. If there be a real presence in a pillar of cloud, in an unconsuming flame, or in a still small voice, it is no sin to bow down before these. But as matter of historical fact, the idea of such presence has generally been both ignoble and false, and confined to nations of inferior race, who are often condemned to remain for ages in conditions of vile terror, destitute of thought. Nearly all Indian architecture and Chinese design arise out pg 314 of such a state. So also, though in a less gross degree, Ninevite and Phoenician art, early Irish and Scandinavian, the latter, however, with vital elements of high intellect mingled in it from the first. But the greatest races are never grossly subject to such terror, even in their childhood, and the course of their minds is broadly divisible into three distinct stages. 1. In their infancy they begin to imitate the real animals about them, as my little girl made the cats and mice, but with an undercurrent of partial superstition, a sense that there must be more in the creatures than they can see. Also they catch up vividly any of the fancies of the baser nations round them, and repeat these more or less apishly, yet rapidly naturalizing and beautifying them. They then connect all kinds of shapes together, compounding meanings out of the old chimeras, and inventing new ones with the speed of a running wildfire, but always getting more of man into their images, and admitting less of monster or brute, their own characters, meanwhile, expanding and purging themselves, and shaking off the feverish fancy, as springing flowers shake the earth off their stalks. 2. In the second stage, being now themselves perfect men and women, they reach the conception of true and great gods as existent in the universe, and absolutely cease to think of them as in any wise present in statues or images, but they have now learned to make these statues beautifully human, and to surround them with attributes that may concentrate their thoughts of the gods. This is, in Greece, accurately the Pindaric time, just a little preceding the Phidian. The Phidian is already dimmed with a faint shadow of infidelity. Still, the Olympic Zeus may be taken as a sufficiently central type of a statue which was no more supposed to be Zeus than the gold or elephant's tusks it was made of, but in which the most splendid powers of human art were exhausted in representing a believed and honored god to the happy and holy imagination of a sincerely religious people. 3. The third stage of national existence follows, in which, the imagination having now done its utmost, and being pg 315 partly restrained by the sanctities of tradition, which permit no farther change in the conceptions previously created, begins to be superseded by logical deduction and scientific investigation. At the same moment, the elder artists having done all that is possible in realizing the national conceptions of the gods, the younger ones, forbidden to change the scheme of existing representations, and incapable of doing anything better in that kind, betake themselves to refine and decorate the old ideas with more attractive skill. Their aims are thus more and more limited to manual dexterity, and their fancy paralyzed. Also, in the course of centuries, the methods of every art continually improving, and being made subjects of popular inquiry, praise is now to be got for eminence in these from the whole mob of the nation, whereas intellectual design can never be discerned but by the few. So that in this third Ra, we find every kind of imitative and vulgar dexterity more and more cultivated, while design and imagination are every day less cared for and less possible. Meanwhile, as I have just said, the leading minds in literature and science become continually more logical and investigative, and once that they are established in the habit of testing facts accurately, a very few years are enough to convince all the strongest thinkers that the old imaginative religion is untenable, and cannot any longer be honestly taught in its fixed traditional form, except by ignorant persons, and at this point the fate of the people absolutely depends on the degree of moral strength into which their hearts have been already trained. If it be a strong, industrious, chaste and honest race, the taking its old gods, or at least the old forms of them, away from it, will indeed make it deeply sorrowful and amazed, but will in no whit shake its will, nor alter its practice. Exceptional persons, naturally disposed to become drunkards, harlots and cheats, but who had been previously restrained from indulging these dispositions by their fear of God, will, of course, break out into open vice when that fear is removed. But the heads of the families of the people, instructed in the pure habits and perfect delights of an honest life, and to whom the thought of a pg 316 Father in heaven had been a comfort, not a restraint, will assuredly not seek relief from the discomfort of their orphanage by becoming uncharitable and vile. Also the high leaders of their thought gather their whole strength together in the gloom, and at the first entrance of this valley of the shadow of death, look their new enemy full in the eyeless face of him, and subdue him and his terror under their feet. Metus omnes et inexorable fatum strepitumque acrontes avari. This is the condition of national soul expressed by the art, and the words of Holbein, Dürer, Shakespeare, Pope, and Goethe. But if the people, at the moment when the trial of darkness approaches, be not confirmed in moral character, but are only maintaining a superficial virtue by the aid of a spectral religion, the moment the staff of their faith is broken, the character of the race falls like a climbing plant cut from its hold. Then all the earthliest vices attack it as it lies in the dust. Every form of sensual and insane sin is developed, and half a century is sometimes enough to close, in hopeless shame, the career of the nation in literature, art, and war. Notably, within the last 100 years, all religion has perished from the practically active national mind of France and England. No statesman in the Senate of either country would dare to use a sentence out of their acceptedly divine revelation, as having now a literal authority over them for their guidance, or even a suggestive wisdom for their contemplation. England, especially, has cast her Bible full in the face of her former God, and proclaimed, with open challenge to him, her resolved worship of his declared enemy Mammon. All the arts, therefore, founded on religion, and sculpture chiefly, are here in England effete and corrupt, to a degree which arts never were hitherto in the history of mankind. And it is possible to show you the condition of sculpture living, and sculpture dead, in accurate opposition, by simply comparing the nascent Pisan school in Italy with the existing school in England. You were perhaps surprised at my placing in your PG 317 educational series, as a type of original Italian sculpture, the pulpit by Nicola Pisano in the Duomo of Siena. I would rather, had it been possible, have given the pulpit by Giovanni Pisano in the Duomo of Pisa, but that pulpit is dispersed in fragments through the upper galleries of the Duomo, and the cloister of the Campo Santo, and the casts of its fragments now put together at Kensington are too coarse to be of use to you. You may partly judge, however, of the method of their execution by the eagle's head, which I have sketched from the marble in the Campo Santo Edu, number 113, and the lioness with her cubs, Edu, number 103, more carefully studied at Siena, and I will get you other illustrations in due time. Meanwhile, I want you to compare the main purpose of the Cathedral of Pisa, and its associated bell tower, baptistry, and holy field, with the main purpose of the principal building lately raised for the people of London. In these days, we indeed desire no cathedrals, but we have constructed an enormous and costly edifice, which, in claiming educational influence over the whole London populace and middle class, is verily the metropolitan cathedral of this century, the Crystal Palace. It was proclaimed, at its erection, an example of a newly discovered style of architecture, greater than any hitherto known, our best popular writers in their enthusiasm describing it as an edifice of fairyland. You are nevertheless to observe that this novel production of fairy enchantment is destitute of every kind of sculpture, except the bosses produced by the heads of nails and rivets, while the Duomo of Pisa, in the wreathen work of its doors, in the foliage of its capitals, inlaid colour designs of its façade, embossed panels of its baptistry font, and figure sculpture of its two pulpits, contain the germ of a school of sculpture which was to maintain, through a subsequent period of 400 years, the greatest power yet reached by the arts of the world in description of form and expression of thought. Now it is easy to show you the essential cause of the vast discrepancy in the character of these two buildings. In the vault of the apse of the Duomo of Pisa was a PG 318 colossal image of Christ, in coloured mosaic, bearing to the temple, as nearly as possible, the relation which the statue of Athena bore to the Parthenon, and in the same manner concentrating the imagination of the Pisan on the attributes of the God in whom he believed. In precisely the same position with respect to the nave of the building, but of larger size, as proportioned to the 3 or 4 times greater scale of the whole, a colossal piece of sculpture was placed by English designers at the extremity of the Crystal Palace, in preparation for their solemnities in honour of the birthday of Christ, in December 1867 or 1868. That piece of sculpture was the face of the clown in a pantomime, some 12 feet high from brow to chin, which face, being moved by the mechanism which is our pride, every half-minute opened its mouth from ear to ear, showed its teeth, and revolved its eyes, the force of these periodical seasons of expression being increased and explained by the illuminated inscription underneath "Here we are again." When it is assumed, and with too good reason, that the mind of the English populace is to be addressed, in the principal sacred festival of its year, by sculpture such as this, I need scarcely point out to you that the hope is absolutely futile of advancing their intelligence by collecting within this building, itself devoid absolutely of every kind of art, and so vilely constructed that those who traverse it are continually in danger of falling over the crossbars that bind it together, examples of sculpture filched indiscriminately from the past work, bad and good, of Turks, Greeks, Romans, Moors and Christians, miscolored, misplaced and misinterpreted, here thrust into unseemly corners, and there morticed together into mere confusion of heterogeneous obstacle, pronouncing itself hourly more intolerable in weariness, until any kind of relief is sought from it in steam wheelbarrows or cheap toy-shops, pg 319, and most of all in beer and meat, the corks and the bones being dropped through the chinks in the damp deal flooring of the English Ferry Palace. But you will probably think me unjust in assuming that a building prepared only for the amusement of the people can typically represent the architecture or sculpture of modern England. You may urge that I ought rather to describe the qualities of the refined sculpture which is executed in large quantities for private persons belonging to the upper classes and for sepulchral and memorial purposes, but I could not now criticize that sculpture with any power of conviction to you, because I have not yet stated to you the principles of good sculpture in general. I will, however, in some points, tell you the facts by anticipation. We have much excellent portrait sculpture, but portrait sculpture, which is nothing more, is always third-rate work, even when produced by men of genius, nor does it in the least require men of genius to produce it. To paint a portrait, indeed, implies the very highest gifts of painting, but any man of ordinary patience and artistic feeling can carve a satisfactory bust. Of our powers in historical sculpture, I am, without question, just in taking for sufficient evidence the monuments we have erected to our two greatest heroes by sea and land, namely the Nelson column and the statue of the Duke of Wellington opposite Apsley House. Nor will you, I hope, think me severe. Certainly, whatever you may think me, I am using only the most temperate language in saying of both these monuments that they are absolutely devoid of high sculptural merit. But consider how much is involved in the fact thus dispassionately stated, respecting the two monuments in the principal places of our capital, to our two greatest heroes. Remember that we have before our eyes, as subjects of perpetual study and thought, the art of all the world for 3,000 years past. Especially we have the best sculpture of Greece, for example of bodily perfection, the best of Rome, for example of character in portraiture, the best of Florence, pg 320, for example of romantic passion. We have unlimited access to books and other sources of instruction. We have the most perfect scientific illustrations of anatomy, both human and comparative, and we have bribes for the reward of success, large in the proportion of at least 20 to 1, as compared with those offered to the artists of any other period. And with all these advantages, and the stimulus also of fame carried instantly by the press to the remotest corners of Europe, the best efforts we can make, on the grandest of occasions, result in work which it is impossible in any one particular to praise. Now consider for yourselves what an intensity of the negation of the faculty of sculpture this implies in the national mind. What measures can be assigned to the gulf of incapacity, which can deliberately swallow up in the gorge of it the teaching and example of 3,000 years, and produce as the result of that instruction what it is courteous to call nothing? That is the conclusion at which we arrive, on the evidence presented by our historical sculpture. To complete the measure of ourselves, we must endeavour to estimate the rank of the two opposite schools of sculpture employed by us in the nominal service of religion and in the actual service of vice. I am aware of no statue of Christ, nor of any apostle of Christ, nor of any scene related in the New Testament, produced by us within the last 300 years, which has possessed even superficial merit enough to attract public attention. Whereas the steadily immoral effect of the formative art which we learn, more or less apishly, from the French schools, and employ, but too gladly, in manufacturing articles for the amusement of the luxurious classes, must be ranked as one of the chief instruments used by joyful fiends and angry fates for the ruin of our civilization. if after I have set before you the nature and principles of true sculpture in Athens, Pisa, and Florence, you reconsider these facts, which you will then at once recognize as such, you pg 321 will find that they absolutely justify my assertion that the state of sculpture in modern England, as compared with that of the great ancients, is literally one of corrupt and dishonorable death, as opposed to bright and fameful life. And now will you bear with me while I tell you finally why this is so? The cause with which you are personally concerned is your own frivolity, though essentially this is not your fault, but that of the system of your early training. But the fact remains the same, that here in Oxford you, a chosen body of English youth, in no wise care for the history of your country, for its present dangers or its present duties. You still, like children of 7 or 8 years old, are interested only in bats, balls, and oars. Nay, including with you the students of Germany and France, it is certain that the general body of modern European youth have their minds occupied more seriously by the sculpture and painting of the bowls of their tobacco pipes, than by all the divinest workmanship and passionate imagination of Greece, Rome, and medieval Christendom. But the elementary causes, both of this frivolity in you, and of worse than frivolity in older persons, are the two forms of deadly idolatry which are now all but universal in England. The first of these is the worship of the eidolon, or phantasm of wealth, worship of which you will find the nature partly examined in the 37th paragraph of my Munera Pulveris, but which is briefly to be defined as the servile apprehension of an active power in money, and the submission to it as the god of our life. The second elementary cause of the loss of our nobly imaginative faculty is the worship of the letter instead of the spirit, in what we chiefly accept as the ordinance and teaching of deity, and the apprehension of a healing sacredness in the act of reading the book whose primal commands we refuse to obey. No feather idol of Polynesia was ever a sign of a more shameful idolatry than the modern notion in the minds of pg 322, certainly the majority of English religious persons, that the word of God, by which the heavens were of old and the earth, standing out of the water and in the water, the word of God which came to the prophets and comes still forever to all who will hear it, and to many who will forbear, and which, called faithful and true, is to lead forth, in the judgment, the armies of heaven, that this word of God may yet be bound at our pleasure in Morocco, and carried about in a young lady's pocket, with tasselled ribbons to mark the passages she most approves of. Gentlemen, there has hitherto been seen no instance, and England is little likely to give the unexampled spectacle, of a country successful in the noble arts, yet in which the youths were frivolous, the maidens falsely religious, the men slaves of money, and the matrons of vanity. Not from all the marble of the hills of Luni will such a people ever shape one statue that may stand nobly against the sky. Not from all the treasures bequeathed to them by the great dead will they gather, for their own descendants, any inheritance but shame. Lecture 3, Imagination. November 1870. The principal object of the preceding lecture, and I choose rather to incur your blame for tediousness in repeating, than for obscurity in defining it, was to enforce the distinction between the ignoble and false phase of idolatry, which consists in the attribution of a spiritual power to a material thing, and the noble and truth-seeking phase of it, to which I shall in these lectures give the general term of imagination, that is to say, the invention of material symbols which may lead us to contemplate the character and nature of gods, spirits, or abstract virtues and powers, without in the least implying the actual presence of such beings among us, or even their possession in reality of the forms we attribute to them. pg 323. Fig 2 Fig 2. pg 30 2567. For instance, in the ordinarily received Greek type of Athena, on vases of the Phidian time sufficiently represented in the opposite woodcut, no Greek would have supposed the vase on which this was painted to be itself Athena, nor to contain Athena inside of it, as the Arabian fisherman's casket contained the genie, neither did he think that this rude black painting, done at speed as the potter's fancy urged his hand, represented anything like the form or aspect of the goddess herself, nor would he have thought so, even had the image been ever so beautifully wrought. The goddess might indeed visibly appear under the form of an armed virgin, as she might under that of a hawk or a swallow, when it pleased her to give such manifestation of her presence, But it did not, therefore, follow that she was constantly invested with any of these forms, or that the best which human skill could, even by her own aid, picture of her, was indeed likeness of her. The real use at all events of this rude image was only to signify to the eye and heart the facts of the existence, in some manner, of a spirit of wisdom, perfect in gentleness, irresistible in anger, having also physical dominion over the air which is the life and breadth of all creatures, and clothed to human eyes with guise of fiery cloud and raiment of falling dew. In the yet more abstract conception of the spirit of agriculture, in which the wings of the chariot represent the winds of spring, and its crested dragons are originally a mere type of the seed with its twisted root piercing the ground, and sharp-edged leaves rising above it, we are in still less danger of mistaking the symbol for the presumed form of an actual person. But I must, with persistence, beg of you to observe that in all the noble actions of imagination in this kind, the distinction from idolatry consists, not in the denial of pg 326 the being or presence of the spirit, but only in the due recognition of our human incapacity to conceive the one, or compel the other. Fig. 3. Fartherand for this statement, I claim your attention still more earnestly. As no nation has ever attained real greatness during periods in which it was subject to any condition of idolatry, so no nation has ever attained or persevered in greatness, except in reaching and maintaining a passionate imagination of a spiritual estate higher than that of men, and of spiritual creatures nobler than men, having a quite real and personal existence, however imperfectly apprehended by us, pg 327. And all the arts of the present age deserving to be included under the name of sculpture have been degraded by us, and all principles of just policy have vanished from us, and that totally for this double reason, that we are on one side given up to idolatries of the most servile kind, as I showed you in the close of the last lecture, while on the other hand, we have absolutely ceased from the exercise of faithful imagination, and the only remnants of the desire of truth which remain in us have been corrupted into a prurient itch to discover the origin of life in the nature of the dust, and prove that the source of the order of the universe is the accidental concurrence of its atoms. Under these two calamities of our time, the art of sculpture has perished more totally than any other, because the object of that art is exclusively the representation of form as the exponent of life. It is essentially concerned only with the human form, which is the exponent of the highest life we know, and with all subordinate forms only as they exhibit conditions of vital power which have some certain relation to humanity. It deals with the particular unique dissector of the animal nature, and itself contemplates, and brings forward for its disciples' contemplation, all the energies of creation which transform the, or lower still, the of the trivia by Athena's help into forms of power. But it has nothing whatever to do with the representation of forms not living, however beautiful, as of clouds or waves, nor may it condescend to use its perfect skill, except in expressing the noblest conditions of life. These laws of sculpture being wholly contrary to the practice of our day, I cannot expect you to accept on my assertion, nor do I wish you to do so. By placing definitely good and bad sculpture before you, I do not doubt but that I shall pg 328 gradually prove to you the nature of all excelling and enduring qualities. But today I will only confirm my assertions by laying before you the statement of the Greeks themselves on the subject, given in their own noblest time, and assuredly authoritative in every point which it embraces, for all time to come. If any of you have looked at the explanation I have given of the myth of Athena in my Queen of the Air, you cannot but have been surprised that I took scarcely any note of the story of her birth. I did not, because that story is connected intimately with the Apolline myths, and is told of Athena not essentially as the goddess of the air, but as the goddess of art wisdom. You have probably often smiled at the legend itself, or avoided thinking of it as revolting. It is indeed one of the most painful and childish of sacred myths, yet remember, ludicrous and ugly as it seems to us, this story satisfied the fancy of the Athenian people in their highest state, and if it did not satisfy it, it was accepted by all later mythologists. You may also remember I told you to be prepared to find that, given a certain degree of national intellect, the ruder the symbol, the deeper would be its purpose. And this legend of the birth of Athena is the central myth of all that the Greeks have left us respecting the power of their arts, and in it they have expressed, as it seemed good to them, the most important things they had to tell us on these matters, We may read them wrongly, but we must read them here if anywhere. There are so many threads to be gathered up in the legend that I cannot hope to put it before you in total clearness, but I will take main points. Athena is born in the island of Rhodes, and that island is raised out of the sea by Apollo, after he had been left without inheritance among the gods. Zeus would have cast the lot again, but Apollo PG 329 orders the golden-girdled Lachesis to stretch out her hands, and not now by chance or lot, but by noble enchantment, the island rises out of the sea. Physically, this represents the action of heat and light on chaos, especially on the deep sea. It is the fiat lux of Genesis, the first process in the conquest of fate by harmony. The island is dedicated to the nymph Rhodos, by whom Apollo has the 7 sons who teach, because the rose is the most beautiful organism existing in matter not vital, expressive of the direct action of light on the earth, giving lovely form and color at once. Compare the use of it by Dante as the form of the sainted crowd in highest heaven, and remember that, therefore, the rose is in the Greek mind, essentially a Doric flower, expressing the worship of light, as the iris or iron is an Ionic one, expressing the worship of the winds and dew. To understand the agency of Hephaestus at the birth of Athena, we must again return to the founding of the arts on agriculture by the hand. Before you can cultivate land, you must clear it, and the characteristic weapon of Hephaestus, which is as much his attribute as the trident is of Poseidon, and the rhabdos of Hermes, is not, as you would have expected, the hammer, but the clearing axe double-edged, the same that Calypso gives Ulysses with which to cut down the trees for his home voyage, so that both the naval and agricultural strength of the Athenians are expressed by this weapon, with which they had to hew out their fortune. And you must keep in mind this agriculturally laborious character of Hephaestus, even when he is most distinctly the god of serviceable fire. Thus Horace's perfect epithet for him, avidus, expresses at once the devouring eagerness of fire and the zeal of progressive labor, for Horace gives it to him when he is fighting against the giants. And this rude symbol of his cleaving the forehead of Zeus with the axe, and giving birth to Athena signifies, indeed, physically the thrilling power of heat in the heavens, rending the clouds, and giving birth to the blue air. But far more deeply it signifies the subduing of adverse fate by true labor, until out of the chasm, PG 330 cleft by resolute and industrious fortitude, springs the spirit of wisdom. Here Fig. 4 is an early drawing of the myth, to which I shall have to refer afterwards in illustration of the childishness of the Greek mind at the time when its art symbols were first fixed. But it is of peculiar value, because the physical character of Vulcan as fire is indicated by his wearing the of Hermes, while the antagonism of Zeus as the adverse chaos, either of cloud or of fate, is shown by his striking at Hephaestus with his thunderbolt. But Plate 4 gives you, as far as the light on the rounded vase will allow it to be deciphered, a characteristic representation of the scene, as conceived in later art. Fig. 4. I told you in a former lecture of this course that the entire Greek intellect was in a childish phase as compared to that of modern times. Observe, however, childishness does not necessarily imply universal inferiority. There may be a vigorous, acute, pure and solemn childhood, and there may be a weak, foul and ridiculous condition of advanced life, but the one is still essentially the childish, and the other the adult phase of existence. You will find then that the Greeks were the first people that were born into complete humanity. All nations before them had been, and all around them still were, partly PG 331 savage, bestial, clay-encumbered, inhuman, still semigoat or semiant or semistone or semicloud. But the power of a new spirit came upon the Greeks, and the stones were filled with breath, and the clouds clothed with flesh, and then came the great spiritual battle between the centaurs and Lapith, and the living creatures became children of men. Taught yet by the centaur sown as they knew in the fang from the dappled skin of the brute, from the leprous scale of the serpent, their flesh came again as the flesh of a little child, and they were clean. Fix your mind on this as the very central character of the Greek race, being born pure and human out of the brutal misery of the past, and looking abroad for the first time, with their children's eyes, wonderingly open on the strange and divine world. Make some effort to remember, so far as may be possible to you, either what you felt in yourselves when you were young, or what you have observed in other children, of the action of thought and fancy. Children are continually represented as living in an ideal world of their own. So far as I have myself observed, the distinctive character of a child is to live always in the tangible present, having little pleasure in memory, and being utterly impatient and tormented by anticipation. Weak alike in reflection and forethought, but having an intense possession of the actual present, down to the shortest moments and least objects of it, possessing it, indeed, so intensely that the sweet childish days are as long as 20 days will be, and setting all the faculties of heart and imagination on little things, so as to be able to make anything out of them he chooses. Confined to a little garden, he does not imagine himself somewhere else, but makes a great garden out of that. Possessed of an acorn cup, he will not despise it and throw it away, and covet a golden one in its stead. It is the adult who does so. The child keeps his acorn cup as a treasure, and makes a golden one out of it in his mind, so that the wondering grown-up person standing beside him is always tempted to ask concerning his treasures, not, "What would you have more than these?" but "What possibly can pg 332 you see in these?" For to the bystander there is a ludicrous and incomprehensible inconsistency between the child's words and the reality. The little thing tells him gravely, holding up the acorn cup, that this is a queen's crown or a fairy's boat, and with beautiful effrontery expects him to believe the same. But observeth acorn cup must be there, and in his own hand. "Give it me, then I will make more of it for myself." That is the child's one word always. Fig 5. It is also the one word of the Greek "give it me." Give me anything definite here in my sight, then I will make more of it. Plate 5, Tomb of the Doges Jacopo and Lorenzo Tiepolo. Plate 5, Tomb of the Doges Jacopo and Lorenzo Tiepolo. pg 333. I cannot easily express to you how strange it seems to me that I am obliged, here in Oxford, to take the position of an apologist for Greek art. That I find, in spite of all the devotion of the admirable scholars who have so long maintained in our public schools the authority of Greek literature, our younger students take no interest in the manual work of the people upon whose thoughts the tone of their early intellectual life has exclusively depended. But I am not surprised that the interest, if awakened, should not at first take the form of admiration. The inconsistency between an Homeric description of a piece of furniture or armor and the actual rudeness of any piece of art approximating within even 3 or 4 centuries to the Homeric period is so great that we at first cannot recognize the art as elucidatory of, or in any way related to, the poetic language. Graiorum pelego maculavit sanguine classes. Suscipit oblatos princeps Laurentius istros. Et damuit rigidos ingenti strage cadence. Barnoni populos, hinc subdita servia cessit. Funda vervias passis, fortique relicta. Re superos sacris petirunt mentibus ambo. Dominus Jacobus hobiet 1251, Dominus Laurentius hobiet 1278. You see, therefore, this tomb is an invaluable example of 13th century sculpture in Venice. In Plate 6, you have an example of the coin sculpture of the date accurately corresponding in Greece to the 13th century in Venice, when the meaning of symbols was everything and the workmanship comparatively nothing. The upper head is an Athena, of Athenian work in the 7th or 6th century. The coin itself may have been struck later, but the archaic type was retained. The 2 smaller impressions below are the front and obverse of a coin of the same age from Corinth, the head of Athena on one side, and Pegasus with the archaic copper on the other. The smaller head is bare, the hair being looped up at the back and closely bound with an olive branch. You are to note this general outline of the head, already given in a more finished type in Plate 2, as a most important elementary form in the finest sculpture, not of Greece only, but of all Christendom. In the upper head the hair is restrained still more closely by a round helmet, for the most part smooth, but embossed with a single flower tendril, having 1 bud, 1 flower, and above it 2 olive leaves. You have thus the most absolutely restricted symbol possible to human thought of the power of Athena over the flowers and trees of the earth. An olive leaf by itself could not have stood for the sign of a tree, but the 2 can, when set in position of growth. Plate 6, Archaic Athena of Athens and Corinth. Plate 6, Archaic Athena of Athens and Corinth. pg 335. I would not give you the reverse of the coin on the same plate, because you would have looked at it only, laughed at it, and not examined the rest, but here it is, wonderfully engraved for you. Fig. 6. Of it we shall have more to say afterwards. Fig. 6. And now as you look at these rude vestiges of the religion of Greece, and at the vestiges, still ruder on the ducal tomb, of the religion of Christendom, take warning against two opposite errors. There is a school of teachers who will tell you that nothing but Greek art is deserving of study, and that all our work at this day should be an imitation of it. Whenever you feel tempted to believe them, think of these portraits of Athena and her owl, and be assured that Greek art is not in all respects perfect, nor exclusively deserving of imitation. There is another school of teachers who will tell you that Greek art is good for nothing, that the soul of the Greek was outcast, and that Christianity entirely superseded its faith and excelled its works. Whenever you feel tempted to believe them, think of this angel on the tomb of Jacopo Tiepolo, and remember that Christianity, after it had been 1200 years existent as an imaginative power on the earth, could do no better work than this. Though with all the former power of Greece to help it, nor was able to engrave its triumph in having stained its fleets in the seas of Greece with the blood of her people, but between barbarous imitations of the pillars which that people had invented, pg 336. Receiving these two warnings, receive also this lesson. In both examples, childish though it be, this heathen and Christian art is alike sincere and alike vividly imaginative. The actual work is that of infancy. The thoughts, in their visionary simplicity, are also the thoughts of infancy, but in their solemn virtue they are the thoughts of men. We, on the contrary, are now in all that we do absolutely without sincerity, absolutely, therefore, without imagination and without virtue. Our hands are dexterous with the vile and deadly dexterity of machines, our minds filled with incoherent fragments of faith, which we cling to in cowardice without believing, and make pictures of in vanity without loving. False and base alike, whether we admire or imitate, we cannot learn from the heathen's art but only pilfer it. We cannot revive the Christian's art but only galvanize it. We are, in the sum of us, not human artists at all, but mechanisms of conceited clay, masked in the furs and feathers of living creatures, and convulsed with voltaic spasms, in mockery of animation. You think perhaps that I am using terms unjustifiable in violence. They would indeed be unjustifiable if spoken from this chair they were violent at all. They are, unhappily, temperate and accurate, except in shortcoming of blame, for we are not only impotent to restore but strong to defile the work of past ages. Of the impotence take but this one, utterly humiliatory and in the full meaning of it ghastly example. We have lately been busy embanking in the capital of the country the river which, of all its waters, the imagination of our ancestors had made most sacred, and the bounty of nature most useful. Of all architectural features of the metropolis, that embankment will be in future the most conspicuous, and in its position and purpose it was the most capable of noble adornment. For that adornment, nevertheless, the utmost which our modern poetical imagination has been able to invent is a row of gas lamps. It has, indeed, farther suggested itself to our minds as appropriate to gas lamps set beside a river, that the gas should come out of fishes' tails, but we have not ingenuity pg 337 enough to cast so much as a smelt or a sprat for ourselves, so we borrow the shape of a Neapolitan marble, which has been the refuse of the plate and candlestick shops in every capital of Europe for the last 50 years. We cast that badly, and give lustre to the ill-cast fish with lacquer in imitation of bronze. On the base of their pedestals towards the road, we put for advertisement's sake the initials of the casting firm, and for farther originality and Christianity's sake, the caduceus of Mercury, and to adorn the front of the pedestals towards the river, being now wholly at our wits' end, we can think of nothing better than to borrow the door-knocker which again for the last 50 years has disturbed and decorated 2 or 3 millions of London street doors, and magnifying the marvellous device of it, a lion's head with a ring in its mouth still borrowed from the Greek, we complete the embankment with a row of heads and rings, on a scale which enables them to produce, at the distance at which only they can be seen, the exact effect of a row of sentry boxes. Farther, in the very centre of the city, and at the point where the embankment commands a view of Westminster Abbey on one side, and of St. Paul's on the other, that is to say, at precisely the most important and stately moment of its whole coursate has to pass under one of the arches of Waterloo Bridge, which in the sweep of its curve is as vast it alone as the Rialto at Venice, and scarcely less seemly in proportions. But over the Rialto, though of late and debased Venetian work, there still reigns some power of human imagination. On the two flanks of it are carved the Virgin and the Angel of the Annunciation, on the keystone the descending dove. It is not, indeed, the fault of living designers that the Waterloo Arch is nothing more than a gloomy and hollow heap of wedged blocks of blind granite. But just beyond the damp shadow of it, the new embankment is reached by a flight of stairs, which are in point of fact the principal approach to it afoot from central London, the descent from the very midst of the metropolis of England to the banks of the chief river of England. And for this approach living designers are answerable, pg 338. The principal decoration of the descent is again a gas lamp, but a shattered one, with a brass crown on the top of it, or rather, half-crown, and that turned the wrong way, the back of it to the river and causeway, its flame supplied by a visible pipe far wandering along the wall, the whole apparatus being supported by a rough crossbeam. Fastened to the centre of the arch above is a large placard, stating that the Royal Humane Society's drags are in constant readiness, and that their office is at 4 Trafalgar Square. On each side of the arch are temporary, but dismally old and battered boardings, across two angles capable of unseemly use by the British public. Above one of these is another placard, stating that this is the Victoria Embankment. The steps themselves, some 40 of them, descend under a tunnel, which the shattered gas lamp lights by night, and nothing by day. They are covered with filthy dust, shaken off from infinitude of filthy feet, mixed up with shreds of paper, orange peel, foul straw, rags and cigar ends and ashes, the whole agglutinated more or less by dry saliva into slippery blotches and patches, or, when not so fastened, blown dismally by the sooty wind hither and thither, or into the faces of those who ascend and descend. The place is worth your visit, for you are not likely to find elsewhere a spot which, either in costly and ponderous brutality of building, or in the squalid and indecent accompaniment of it, is so far separated from the peace and grace of nature, and so accurately indicative of the methods of our national resistance to the grace, mercy, and peace of heaven. I am obliged always to use the English word grace in two senses, but remember that the Greek includes them both, the bestowing, that is to say of beauty and mercy, and especially it includes these in the passage of Pindar's first ode, which gives us the key to the right interpretation of the power of sculpture in Greece. You remember that I told you, in my 6th introductory lecture 151, that the mythic accounts of Greek sculpture begin in the legends of the family of Tantalus, and especially in the most grotesque legend of them all, the inlaying of the ivory shoulder pg 339 of Pelops. At that story Pindar pauses not indeed without admiration, nor alleging any impossibility in the circumstances themselves, but doubting the careless hunger of Demeter, gives his own reading of the event instead of the ancient one. He justifies this to himself and to his hearers by the plea that myths have, in some sort or degree, led the mind of mortals beyond the truth, and then he goes on. Grace, which creates everything that is kindly and soothing for mortals, adding honor, has often made things at first untrustworthy, become trustworthy through love. I cannot, except in these lengthened terms, give you the complete force of the passage, especially of the made it trustworthy by passionate desire that it should be so, which exactly describes the temper of religious persons at the present day, who are kindly and sincere, in clinging to the forms of faith which either have long been precious to themselves, or which they feel to have been without question instrumental in advancing the dignity of mankind. And it is part of the constitution of humanity, a part which above others you are in danger of unwisely contemning under the existing conditions of our knowledge, that the things thus sought for belief with eager passion do indeed become trustworthy to us, that to each of us they verily become what we would have them, the force of the and with which we seek after them does indeed make them powerful to us for actual good or evil, and it is thus granted to us to create not only with our hands things that exalt or degrade our sight, but with our hearts also, things that exalt or degrade our souls, giving true substance to all that we hoped for, evidence to things that we have not seen but have desired to see, and calling in the sense of creating things that are not as though they were. You remember that in distinguishing imagination from idolatry, I referred you to the forms of passionate affection with which a noble people commonly regards the rivers and springs of its native land. Some conception of personality or of spiritual power in the stream is almost necessarily involved pg 340 in such emotion, and prolonged in the form of gratitude, the return of love for benefits continually bestowed, at last alike in all the highest and the simplest minds, when they are honourable and pure, makes this untrue thing trustworthy, until it becomes to them the safe basis of some of the happiest impulses of their moral nature. Next to the marbles of Verona, given you as a primal type of the sculpture of Christianity, moved to its best energy in adorning the entrance of its temples, I have not unwillingly placed, as your introduction to the best sculpture of the religion of Greece, the forms under which it represented the personality of the fountain Arethusa. But without restriction to those days of absolute devotion, let me simply point out to you how this untrue thing, made true by love, has intimate and heavenly authority even over the minds of men of the most practical sense, the most shrewd wit, and the most severe precision of moral temper. The fair vision of Sabrina in Camus, the endearing and tender promise, Fis nobilium tu quoque fontium, and the joyful and proud affection of the great Lombards addressed to the lakes of his enchanted land. Ti lori maxium tec. Fluctibus et fremitu assurgens benis marino, may surely be remembered by you with regretful piety, when you stand by the blank stones which at once restrain and disgrace your native river, as the final worship rendered to it by modern philosophy. But a little incident which I saw last summer on its bridge at Wallingford may put the contrast of ancient and modern feeling before you still more forcibly. Those of you who have read with attention none of us can read with too much attention, Molière's most perfect work, The Misanthrope, must remember Célimene's description of her lovers, and her excellent reason for being unable to regard with any favour, not a grand Flandrin de Vicomte, depuis quegi elle vu, trois quarts de heure durant, crasher dans un puits pour faire. Des Rangs, that sentence is worth noting, both in contrast to the reverence paid by the ancients to wells and springs, and as one of the most interesting traces of the PG 341 extension of the loathsome habit among the upper classes of Europe and America, which now renders all external grace, dignity, and decency impossible in the thoroughfares of their principal cities. In connection with that sentence of Molière's, you may advisably also remember this fact, which I chanced to notice on the bridge of Wallingford. I was walking from end to end of it, and back again, one Sunday afternoon of last May, trying to conjecture what had made this especial bend and ford of the Thames so important in all the Anglo-Saxon wars. It was one of the few sunny afternoons of the bitter spring, and I was very thankful for its light, and happy in watching beneath it the flow and the glittering of the classical river, when I noticed a well-dressed boy, apparently just out of some orderly Sunday school, leaning far over the parapet, watching, as I conjectured, some bird or insect on the bridge buttress. I went up to him to see what he was looking at, but just as I got close to him, he started over to the opposite parapet, and put himself there into the same position, his object being, as I then perceived, to spit from both sides upon the heads of a pleasure party who were passing in a boat below. The incident may seem to you too trivial to be noticed in this place. To me, gentlemen, it was by no means trivial. It meant, in the depth of it, such absence of all true reverence and intellect, as it is very dreadful to trace in the mind of any human creature, much more in that of a child educated with apparently every advantage of circumstance in a beautiful English country town, within 10 miles of our university. Most of all is it terrific when we regard it as the exponent, and this, in truth, it is, of the temper which, as distinguished from former methods, either of discipline or recreation, the present tenor of our general teaching fosters in the mind of youth, teaching which asserts liberty to be a right, and obedience a degradation, and which, regardless alike of the fairness of nature and the grace of behaviour, leaves the insolent spirit and degraded senses to find their only occupation in malice, and their only satisfaction in shame. PG 342. You will, I hope, proceed with me, not scornfully any more, to trace in the early art of a noble heathen nation the feeling of what was at least a better childishness than this of ours, and the efforts to express, though with hands yet failing, and minds oppressed by ignorant fantasy, the first truth by which they knew that they lived, the birth of wisdom and of all her powers of help to man, as the reward of his resolute labour. Note that word of Pindar in the 7th Olympic. This axiblow of Vulcan's was to the Greek mind truly what Clytemnestra falsely asserts hers to have been. Physically, it meant the opening of the blue through the rent clouds of heaven, by the action of local terrestrial heat of Hephaestus as opposed to Apollo, who shines on the surface of the upper clouds, but cannot pierce them. And spiritually, It meant the first birth of prudent thought out of rude labour, the clearing axe in the hand of the woodman being the practical elementary sign of his difference from the wild animals of the wood. Then he goes on, from the high head of her father Athenaea rushing forth, cried with her great and exceeding cry, and the heaven trembled at her, and the earth mother. The cry of Athena, I have before pointed out, physically distinguishes her as the spirit of the air from silent elemental powers, but in this grand passage of Pindar, it is again the mythic cry of which he thinks, that is to say, the giving articulate words by intelligence to the silence of fate. Wisdom crieth aloud, she uttereth her voice in the streets, and heaven and earth tremble at her reproof. Uttereth her voice in the streets, for all men, that is to say, but to what work did the Greeks think that her voice was to call them? What was to be the impulse communicated by her prevailing presence? What the sign of the people's obedience to her? This was to be the sign but she, the goddess herself, gave to them to prevail over the dwellers upon earth, with beslabouring hands in every art. And by their paths there were the likenesses of living and of creeping things, and the glory pg 343 was deep. For to the cunning workman, greater knowledge comes undeceitful. An infinitely pregnant passage this, of which today you are to note mainly these three things. First, that Athena is the goddess of doing, not at all of sentimental inaction. She is begotten, as it were, of the woodman's axe. Her purpose is never in a word only, but in a word and a blow. She guides the hands that labour best in every art. Secondly, the victory given by wisdom the worker to the hands that labour best is that the streets and ways shall be filled by likenesses of living and creeping things. Things living and creeping. Are the reptile things not alive then? You think Pindar wrote that carelessly? Or that if he had only known a little modern anatomy instead of reptile things, he would have said monocondylous things? Be patient and let us attend to the main points first. Sculpture, it thus appears, is the only work of wisdom that the Greeks care to speak of. They think it involves and crowns every other. Image-making art, this is Athena's as queenliest of the arts. Literature, the order and the strength of word, of course belongs to Apollo and the Muses. Under Athena are the substances and the forms of things. 96. Thirdly, by this forming of images there is to be gained a deep, that is to say a weighty and prevailing glory, not a floating nor fugitive one. For to the cunning workman, greater knowledge comes undeceitful. 916. I am forced to use two English words to translate that single Greek one. The cunning workman, thoughtful in experience, touch, and vision of the thing to be done, no machine, witless and of necessary motion, yet not cunning only but having perfect habitual skill of hand also, the confirmed reward of truthful doing. Recollect in connection with this passage of Pindar, Homer's 3 verses about getting the lines of ship timber true, 49, 15.